Chapter 1. Japan, Mihua Town. In a commercial building on the ninth floor within an office, I have discovered the identity of the murderer. Conan adjusted his glasses, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Then, when no one was paying attention, he aimed his watch's tranquilizer at Kaguro Muri's neck and pressed a button, causing a slender needle to dart forth. In the next instant, Kaguro Muri swayed slightly before sinking onto the sofa, his head bowed, eyes closed, and hands naturally spread out to his sides. With a whoosh, Conan quickly crouched behind the sofa and spoke into a voice changer, mimicking Kaguro Muri's voice. "Officer Megure, I know who killed Miss Mizuhara. Please bring the 3 suspects here." "Oh, Kaguro, you know who the murderer is?" Megure Jan, engaged in conversation with an officer, turned around, his face lighting up with surprise as he gazed at Kaguro Muri on the sofa. It had been 10 hours since the case began, and 3 suspects had been identified, yet no one had managed to pin down the actual culprit. However, Kaguro Muri already knew the identity of the murderer. He truly was a renowned detective. Little did they know, Kaguro Muri was merely a bumbling fool, while the real detective was Adagawa Conan. Indeed, Conan nodded and reiterated his previous statement. Upon hearing this, Megure turned to a young officer beside him. "Takagi, go fetch the 3 suspects." "Yes, Officer Megure," Takagi promptly replied, calling over a colleague before departing. Upon reaching the adjacent room, they found 2 colleagues stationed there, idly chatting at the doorway. As Takagi approached, one tall colleague remarked, "Hey Takagi, what brings you here? Are the suspects here?" Takagi inquired, pushing the door open to find only 2 suspects present, with one of them, Mr. Akechi, absent. "Where's Mr. Akechi?" He turned to ask the tall colleague. "He went to the smoking room. Take them to Officer Megure while we search for Mr. Akechi." "Understood." The tall officer agreed, and alongside his colleague, escorted the 2 suspects away. After they had departed, Takagi called over the earlier colleague, and they headed toward the smoking room. Inside the smoking room, Li Zili dazedly opened his eyes, feeling his lips parched and his mind somewhat foggy, momentarily lost in confusion. After a brief pause, he regained his senses. Then, why am I lying on the floor? Li Zili realized he was sprawled on the ground, his face pressed against the cold floor, surrounded by numerous scattered cigarette butts. Simultaneously, he caught a whiff of an acrid, unpleasant smoke. Li Zili was not a smoker. The scent was overwhelmingly harsh to him. "Where am I? What is this place?" With agility, Li Zili scrambled to his feet, surveying his surroundings, and was instantly shocked. This was indeed a smoking room. Though he had encountered many smoking rooms before and would not typically be surprised, he distinctly remembered collapsing onto his bed in exhaustion after work and falling into a deep slumber. Logically, he should still be asleep in his bed, yet here he was in a smoking room. Am I still dreaming? With this thought, Li Zili pinched himself hard, grimacing in pain. Ouch! It seems I'm not dreaming. Wait, this is not my hand and this clothing. Suddenly, Li Zili glanced down at his hands, noting their pale skin and slender fingers, indicating they had never engaged in hard labor. However, Li Zili himself was someone who did odd jobs and had done all sorts of strenuous work. Moreover, the suit he wore was impeccably clean and tidy. Clearly not his own. He had never owned such attire. What on earth has happened? Why do I wear someone else's clothes? And why are these hands not mine? Could it be? Suddenly, an unsettling image surfaced in Li Zili's mind. He hurried to the glass window and gazed into the transparent pane. Instantly, he was taken aback. I have truly crossed over and become another person. Though the glass reflected only a vague male figure, Li Zili was certain this man was not him. Am I unfamiliar with my own appearance? At that moment, a flood of memories surged into Li Zili's mind like invasive software, painfully forcing their way into his consciousness. Li Zili grimaced, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, soon breaking into a sweat. Fortunately, this sensation quickly subsided. After standing still for a while, regaining composure, he began to sort through the newly arrived memories. It turned out Li Zili had crossed into the world of Conan, and the original owner of this body was named Akechi SD, a 21-year-old unmarried editor at a manga company, and this was his workplace. His parents had died young generally. Those who lost both parents are not simple, and due to his reclusive nature, he had few close connections. He suffered from a heart condition and had suddenly died while smoking, allowing Li Zili's spirit to inhabit his body. Wait. Suddenly, a horrifying scene flashed in Li Zili's mind. In a dimly lit office, he saw himself wearing black gloves, holding a small knife, advancing menacingly toward a woman slumped on the sofa. The woman lay sleeping, facing away, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. His steps drew closer, eyes filled with hatred as he looked down at her, his expression growing increasingly grotesque. Ultimately, he raised the knife, plunging it toward the woman's body. The memory concluded, and Li Zili jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, standing in silence for a long while. I am a murderer? Is this for real? This opening was utterly wrong. He was, after all, a killer. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door startled Li Zili. He turned to the entrance, where a male voice called out, "Is Mr. Akechi in?" Li Zili paused for a moment, realizing the inquiry was directed at him. Who could be looking for him now? Could it be? With this thought, Li Zili tidied his attire before opening the door. Indeed, as he had suspected, the visitors were police officers. Upon seeing the two officers at the door, a glimmer of understanding crossed Li Zili's eyes as he focused on a young officer with black hair and a slightly yellow complexion. Takagi SH. Li Zili thought to himself. In his previous life, he had watched Detective Conan countless times and immediately recognized Takagi SH, who was Megure's most capable aide and had a fondness for Satmawako, with a generally easygoing personality. However, that was not the primary concern. The question was why he had come to find him. In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through Li Zili's mind, but he merely asked, "Officer Takagi, what do you need?" "It's not me looking for you, it's Officer Megure." Takagi SH replied. "Megure is looking for me?" Li Zili's heart skipped a beat as he quickly deduced the reason behind Megure's summons. He was now a suspect designated by Megure, while the illustrious Detective Conan was at the crime scene searching for the murderer. Now, Officer Megure had sent Takagi to summon him, the suspect. It was not difficult to guess Conan must have already uncovered his identity as the murderer. If he simply followed Takagi, his future might be spent gazing at the moon through a prison window. At this thought, Li Zili felt a wave of frustration. Why is it that while others who cross over become royalty or possess extraordinary powers, he finds himself a murderer? Life is so unfair. Frustration aside, the most pressing matter was to devise a means of escape from his current predicament. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly spend the rest of his life in confinement. Akechizan. Seeing Akechi SD lost in thought after he finished speaking, Takagi called out twice. Everyone else was still waiting, and they could not afford to waste much time here. Oh. Hearing Takagi's words, Li Zili snapped back to reality and nodded. "Akechizan, if you please." Takagi gestured to the side, inviting him to proceed. All right. Although he was reluctant to walk with Takagi, he knew that in this situation, he could not simply flee. Otherwise, he would be apprehended immediately. After all, in his current state, he could not outrun two armed officers. He needed to devise a clever plan to escape. As for explaining the situation to Megure, Li Zili had never entertained such thoughts. Just imagine if he ran up to Megure and claimed, "I didn't kill her, it was Akechi SD who did. I'm not Akechi SD, I've crossed over from Earth." Surely, others would deem him a lunatic and send him to a psychiatric hospital. Thus, he could only devise a means of escape. As he walked along the road, Li Zili contemplated various strategies for fleeing. Suddenly, he caught sight of a restroom diagonally across the street, and an idea struck him. He abruptly halted, clutching his abdomen, and exclaimed, "Oh dear. Mr. Kutagawa, what is the matter?" Takagi turned to look at him. "My stomach hurts, I need to use the restroom," he replied. "We'll accompany you," Takagi stated. "This fellow is remarkably vigilant, keeping a close watch on me, a suspect." With this thought, Li Zili nodded nonchalantly and proceeded toward the restroom across the street. Takagi and his colleague followed closely behind. Upon pushing the restroom door open, Li Zili turned to face them and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, it stinks terribly in there. If you enter, you'll certainly come out reeking. It would be better for you to wait here." After pondering for a moment, Takagi nodded, "Very well." He understood that this restroom only had a small window, hardly big enough for a child to squeeze through as long as they guarded the entrance. Even if Akutagawa wished to flee, it would be impossible. Moreover, the stench inside was indeed overwhelming. He had no desire to stand by and witness such an unpleasant sight. Just the thought of it was nauseating. Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed Li Zili's eyes. He then smiled at Takagi and his colleague before closing the restroom door. Inside, there were 3 stalls. Li Zili pushed against each stall door. They were unlocked and empty. Reaching the last stall, he promptly lowered the toilet seat and stood upon it. As he lifted his hands to remove the ceiling tiles, he deliberately emitted a series of uhs. Outside the restroom, hearing the uhs from within, Takagi exchanged glances with his colleague, both chuckling softly. Then, the two engaged in light conversation. After a moment, Takagi's colleague inquired, "Shall we check if he is done?" In response, Takagi knocked on the door, and Li Zili's voice quickly emerged from within. "Just a moment, I'm not finished yet." Upon hearing this, Takagi and his colleague fell silent. After all, Li Zili had only been inside for 2 or 3 minutes. No one could finish such business so swiftly. That startled me. Inside the restroom, Li Zili muttered under his breath. The ceiling tiles had been successfully removed, and he now hung from the ceiling, his upper body nestled within the ventilation duct, while his legs dangled in the restroom. With a determined push, he leveraged himself upward, placing one foot against the ceiling, and with a bit of effort, he hoisted himself fully up. "Finally made it," he sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. He then replaced the ceiling tiles and began to crawl forward through the ventilation duct. The entire commercial building was sealed off by the police, making escape through the duct nearly impossible. Now, his only option was to crawl into the adjacent company, evade the police's gaze, and then find a way to escape the country. Suddenly, Li Zili halted, peering through the ventilation grill at a group of individuals in the office below. Megure JZ, Megure Conan. The other 2 suspects were also present. No one spoke, only the flickering of Megure's cigarette betrayed their anticipation for his arrival. He had to hurry, otherwise, if they realized he was missing, it would spell trouble. With this thought in mind, Li Zili cautiously crawled forward, maneuvering past the ventilation grills and around several bends until he finally reached the neighboring company. At that moment, he paused in front of a ventilation opening, surveying the empty office below, which was eerily quiet. "Just what I need, no one here." A smile of relief crossed Li Zili's face as he removed the ventilation cover and leaped down. However, no sooner had his feet touched the ground than a sound erupted behind him. The office door swung open. Li Zili's heart raced. Could he be so unfortunate? Had someone entered just as he landed? Heaven forbid. There was no need for such care from fate. With this thought, Li Zili stiffly turned around, only to find a young woman in business attire, impeccably dressed, stepping through the door. Goodness! Li Zili's heart leapt. At that moment, the woman froze as well, surprised to find a stranger in the office upon her return from the restroom. She then regarded Li Zili warily and asked, "Who are you?" For a fleeting moment, Li Zili felt a pang of anxiety, but he quickly composed himself, took a deep breath to relax, and approached her. He drew back the curtains and opened the door, then casually sat in a chair as if it were his own home. Observing Li Zili's actions, the woman's wariness gradually dissipated. After all, a genuine wrongdoer would not have the audacity to draw back the curtains and open the door. No villain would ever act in such a manner. As he observed the other party lower their guard, Li Zili felt a smirk of satisfaction blossom within him. Realizing he had succeeded in his endeavor, he then turned to the woman and said, "Xingzi, do you not recognize me?" His knowledge of her name stemmed from having glimpsed the identification badge pinned to her chest, which read Tianqi Xingzi. "You know me?" Tianqi Xingzi responded. Her face etched with confusion as she rummaged through her mind, but could not recall who Li Zili was. "The reason I have returned to see you is that I wish to propose to you," Li Zili replied, choosing not to address her previous question, instead gazing at her with profound affection. "Propose?" Tianqi Xingzi was completely taken aback, momentarily stunned before regaining her composure to say, "Sir, I'm sorry." But, before she could finish her sentence, Li Zili interjected, "Do you have a boyfriend?" As he glanced around, his eyes fell upon a photo frame perched on the corner of the desk. Within it was a picture of a man embracing Tianqi Xingzi from behind, both of them beaming with joy, prompting his inquiry. His name is Yamamoto Masayuki. Tianqi Xingzi replied, initially taken aback, before nodding in affirmation. In truth, she was puzzled about who this man was and why she could not recall him. Had they once shared a romantic connection? Before she could ponder further, she noticed Li Zili suddenly adopt a sorrowful expression. His voice heavy with despair as he said, "I understand now that I assure you this will be the last time. I shall no longer intrude upon your life. Farewell." With that, he exited without waiting for Tianchi Xingzi to respond. Once outside the office, a smirk crept onto Li Zili's lips, the previous despondency vanishing from his countenance. He hurriedly made his way down the corridor. Inside the office, everyone awaited Takagi's arrival with Akechi Soran. Yet time passed, and neither Takagi nor Akechi appeared. Conan furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous feeling. As though something were amiss, he directed the voice modulator to address Officer Megure, saying, "Officer Megure, since Akechi has yet to arrive, perhaps you should send someone to check on him." "Very well," Officer Megure replied, though he did not voice his unease, promptly dispatching 2 officers to inquire. Observing this, Conan stealthily slipped away. Upon rounding a corner of the external corridor, Conan spotted Takagi and his colleagues stationed at the restroom entrance. At that moment, Takagi also noticed them and, puzzled, inquired, "What brings you here?" "Officer Megure sent us to check on Akechi." "Where is he?" one officer asked. "He is inside using the restroom," Takagi replied, glancing at the restroom door. "How long has he been in there?" another officer queried. Just then, Conan positioned himself in front of Takagi, feigning innocence as he looked up at him. "Conan, what are you doing here?" Takagi asked, checking his watch and responding, "Approximately 11 minutes. At this." Conan lowered his head, stroking his chin. "That doesn't seem right. If he has been in there for so long without coming out, it is likely." As this thought crossed his mind, Conan's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately pushed open the restroom door, rushing inside. "Hey, Conan!" Takagi exclaimed, quickly following him in. The other officers hurried in as well, only to find Takagi standing there, dumbfounded. Following his gaze, they discovered that all 3 stalls, wide open, were empty. A wave of shock washed over them. Akechi Soran had vanished. After a moment, one officer turned to Takagi, asking, "Takagi, where is Akechi?" I don't know." Takagi replied, his face a mask of confusion. T2 was baffled as to Akechi Soran's whereabouts. There were no other exits, and the main door was secured. This was utterly perplexing. How could he have slipped away? "There's only a small window, and we have people guarding the entrance," one officer speculated, glancing around. Standing outside the last stall, Conan, who had been gazing up at the ceiling, suddenly turned to them and said, "How strange. Look, there are footprints on the toilet lid." Upon hearing this, Takagi and the others hurried to Conan's side, discovering 2 clear footprints atop the closed toilet lid. The presence of these footprints indicated that someone had recently stood there. But why would anyone do that? As Takagi pondered, his gaze instinctively drifted upward. Suddenly, a light of realization flickered in his eyes as he climbed onto the toilet lid to examine the ceiling tiles closely. Indeed, there were signs that they had been moved. I understand now. He must have removed the tiles and escaped through the ventilation shaft, Takagi exclaimed. At this, Conan smiled slightly. That's how he managed to flee. "We must inform Officer Megure at once." "Agreed," they said in unison, and the group exited the restroom, with Conan following closely behind. Upon encountering Officer Megure, Takagi recounted the events, leaving Megure astonished. "What? Akechi has escaped." All eyes turned towards him, while Conan seized the opportunity to hide behind the sofa, using Kagoro Muri's voice to declare, "Officer Megure, Akechi Soran is the culprit. He surely hasn't left the building yet. You must send people to apprehend him immediately." "What? Akechi Soran is the murderer?" Everyone gasped, believing the words of this great detective without question that if Conan claimed Akechi was the murderer, then he undeniably was. Officer Megure's demeanor grew serious. If Akechi were merely a suspect, that would be manageable. However, since he was deemed the murderer, there was no way he could be allowed to escape. They would search every nook and cranny if necessary. With this in mind, Officer Megure immediately retrieved his walkie-talkie, announcing, "Attention everyone. Maintain surveillance at all exits of the building. If you see Akechi Soran, apprehend him immediately. Additionally, all other officers, go find him now." After giving his orders, Megure instructed the officers nearby to assist in the search for Akechi Soran. With Conan trailing behind, Li Zili walked through the corridor. He was lost in thought. Having temporarily evaded the police's gaze, his next objective was to escape the building. However, it was thoroughly sealed off by law enforcement. How could he possibly slip away? That was the dilemma that he continued. He suddenly heard the sound of a walkie-talkie echoing from around the corner. Attention, everyone. Maintain vigilance at all exits of the building. If you see a catchy Soran, apprehend him immediately. Oh no. They must have discovered my escape. Li Zili's heart raced at the realization that the police had caught wind of his flight, that it was only a matter of time before they conducted a thorough search of the premises. His situation had taken a dire turn. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching, and pressing himself against the wall, he peered cautiously around the corner to see an officer approaching. The voice he had just heard belonged to him. The officer would spot Li Zili the moment he rounded the corner. At that moment, Li Zili felt a chill run down his spine, his heart leaping to his throat. I'm going to be discovered. What should I do? Just as panic set in, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System binding successful. What? A system? Is it finally time for the benefits of my transmigration? Upon hearing this voice, Li Zili was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of ecstatic joy shone in his eyes. Ding! Binding reward. Basic hacking skills and disguise techniques. In an instant, Li Zili felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, as if an abundance of knowledge had suddenly emerged. Simultaneously, a series of attribute panels materialized in his thoughts. Host. Li Zili intelligence. 65 stamina. 55 agility. 60 skills. Hacking. Beginner. Disguise. Upon examination, it was evident that, apart from the insufficient stamina, the other attributes were commendable, with his intelligence exceeding the average threshold by a margin of 5 points. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The footsteps were drawing nearer, and the officer was approaching rapidly. As the officer neared, Li Zili promptly activated his disguise skill, envisioning the visage of a middle-aged man. Before long, a notification confirmed the successful transformation. Just then, the officer arrived before him and paused for a moment. Scrutinizing him before averting his gaze, Li Zili exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Despite receiving the confirmation of his disguise's success, he remained uncertain whether his appearance had genuinely changed, which made him somewhat anxious under the officer's gaze. However, once the officer's attention shifted away, Li Zili realized that the disguise had indeed worked. With a newfound confidence, he addressed the officer. Officer, I have heard whispers of a heinous crime occurring in this city. Is it true? The officer glanced at him, noting his office worker demeanor, and nodded without further inquiry. Indeed. Has the perpetrator been apprehended? Li Zili inquired. We are aware of the suspect's identity and are currently conducting an exhaustive search. The officer replied. Indeed, the police had discovered that he was the culprit and were launching a comprehensive manhunt throughout the city. If it weren't for the disguise, he would be in dire straits. However, at present, with this thought in mind, Li Zili feigned fear and asked, Officer, are you suggesting that the perpetrator is still within this city? Seeing his distress, the officer reassured him, You need not worry. We have secured all stairway exits. And the perpetrator has nowhere to escape. We will capture him soon. Yes, please do apprehend the criminal swiftly. Li Zili nodded in agreement. Rest assured, the officer responded before turning to leave, completely oblivious to the subtle smirk that crept onto Li Zili's lips as he lowered his head. Shortly thereafter, he departed. Ding! A random task was triggered. Evade police pursuit. Task completed. Reward. Random attribute points. With a small chance of acquiring a skilled he continued on. Li Zili's eyes brightened at the system's announcement. Did this imply that by consistently completing tasks, he could gain additional skills? It seemed he was on the path to becoming extraordinary. However, what exactly were these random attribute points? Could they be consumed? System, what are these random attribute points? Li Zili inquired internally. After a brief silence, the system's mechanical voice responded. Random attribute points are universal attribute points that can be allocated to any attribute of the host. Now it made sense. What a marvelous item. Realizing that these points could enhance his intelligence, stamina, and agility, Li Zili felt a surge of excitement. This truly was a remarkable boon. A smile played upon his lips as he made his way toward the stairway entrance. Given the crime scene, the elevator had been rendered inoperable, leaving only the stairs as an option. Not long after, he noticed an officer stationed by the stairway, scanning the faces of the crowd nearby. With his disguise in place, Li Zili felt no fear and approached confidently. At that moment, Takagi arrived with a young woman before Megure, stating, Officer Megure, this Miss Tenchi claims to have seen the perpetrator not long ago. Oh, Megure turned to regard the elegantly dressed Miss Tenchi. Could you detail for me where you encountered the suspect? Of course, officer, Miss Tenchi replied, still shaken. When Takagi presented her with a photograph of Akagawa, she was taken aback, realizing that the unfamiliar man from the office was, in fact, a murderer. She felt fortunate that he had not harmed her. Yet, reflecting on the time spent alone with a killer sent chills through her. After hearing Megure's inquiry, Tenchi Anko recounted her encounter with Akagawa. Miss Tenchi, what time did you see the suspect? At that moment, Conan, with his innocent expression, looked up at Tenchi. I checked the time after returning from the restroom. It was 11:50. It takes about a minute to walk from the restroom to my office, Tenchi replied. Thus, it was determined that she had encountered Akagawa at precisely 11:51, which coincided with the time they discovered his escape. With this realization, Conan glanced at his wristwatch. It was now 11:55, meaning only 4 minutes had passed, indicating that the suspect was still on this floor. Conan understood that following Akagawa's escape, the police had immediately secured all stairway exits. And given that only 4 minutes had elapsed, it was impossible for Akagawa to have fled this level. He needed to devise a plan to ensure Officer Megure focused on sealing off this floor and preventing anyone from leaving. With this in mind, Conan adjusted his glasses and turned to Megure, adopting a cute, innocent demeanor. Officer Megure, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Conan, what time is it? And you're already thinking about food, Takagi remarked. It's 11:55. It's time for lunch, Conan replied, displaying his watch point 11:55. Megure suddenly jolted, glancing at Tenchi. Miss Tenchi, what time did you say you saw the suspect? 11:51, Tenchi answered. Point 11:51. Only 4 minutes ago. It's possible. With this thought, Megure retrieved his radio and spoke into it. Everyone, be advised, the suspect may still be on the 9th floor. Immediately secure the 9th floor and do not allow anyone to leave. Upon hearing this, Conan lowered his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. Time rewound slightly. Li Zili confidently approached the stairway entrance, quickly reaching the officer, who merely glanced at him without comment. Li Zili passed by. But as he began descending the stairs, the officer's voice rang out. Wait a moment. Li Zili froze, fearing that the officer might have discerned something. But no, he had activated his disguise. There was no way the officer could suspect him. With this thought, Li Zili forced himself to remain calm, turning to face the officer with a smile. Officer, is there something you need? Given the ongoing investigation, please remain cautious, the officer advised. I will, thank you. Officer, Li Zili responded, turning to descend the stairs. Moments later, the officer's radio crackled with Megure's voice. Everyone, be advised, the suspect may still be on the 9th floor. Immediately secure the 9th floor and do not allow anyone to leave. The officer was taken aback, instinctively glancing back at Li Zili, but the stairway was now empty. Li Zili had already vanished. Li Zili hurried down to the 9th floor, then continued down the stairs. Quickly reaching the 1st floor, he had sprinted down without pausing for breath, now panting heavily and sweating profusely. Damn, this body's physical condition is still too poor. If only I could allocate those random attribute points to stamina first. Without a good physique, everything becomes a challenge. Just like this, a few moments of running leaves me out of breath. If I were to run up 2 more flights of stairs, I would probably be gasping for breath. Li Zili took a moment to rest here, waiting for his breath to steady before stepping outside. Upon entering the grand hall of Daxia, he noticed 2 police officers stationed by the entrance. Engaged in casual conversation, as Li Zili approached, both officers turned their attention toward him. Maintaining his composure, he raised a hand and smiled, saying, Hello, gentlemen. Have you apprehended the culprit? He walked over with an air of familiarity, retrieving cigarettes from his pocket to offer them both. Though Li Zili himself did not smoke, the previous owner of the body had kept cigarettes on hand. The officers exchanged glances, and noticing he was not from the Akutagawa family, they accepted the cigarettes. One officer shook his head and replied, Not yet. Officer Mumu suspects the perpetrator is still on the 9th floor, so they have sealed it off, not allowing anyone to exit. The 9th floor has been sealed off. I'm fortunate to have left in time, Li Zili thought, a hint of surprise flickering in his mind, yet he chuckled outwardly. Officer Mumu is quite capable. It's only a matter of time before the culprit is caught. Indeed, with the 9th floor tightly locked down, the criminal will have no means of escape if you manage to apprehend the culprit. We ordinary citizens will feel reassured. Rest assured, With the police on duty, the criminal cannot wreak havoc. Indeed, Li Zili nodded along, secretly amused, as these officers remained oblivious to the fact that the culprit stood right before them. After engaging in a few more casual exchanges, Li Zili finally said, "I'm off to buy a pack of cigarettes. You continue your work." "All right," one officer replied, waving him off. With a stoic expression, Li Zili walked away, before allowing a smirk to break across his face as he blended into the crowd. Once enveloped by the throngs of people, he would be free as a bird, soaring high in the sky. With the police unable to locate him, ding! Task completed, gained 10 freedom attribute points. That moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and a glimmer of joy appeared on Li Zili's face, realizing he had completed that random task. After pondering for a moment, he allocated 8 of the 10 freedom points to stamina, with the remaining 2 points assigned to intelligence. Aside from stamina, intellect was also of utmost importance. In an instant, Li Zili felt an unusual surge of energy coursing through his body, significantly enhancing his physical condition. Subsequently, the attributes panel transformed. Host: Li Zili intelligence, 67 stamina, 63 agility, 60 skills, hacker beginner. Disguise technique. Li Zili clenched his fist with a smile, distinctly feeling his physicality had improved greatly. Just then, the system's abrupt voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Main task released. Within 3 days, the host must infiltrate the police headquarters as an officer. Upon completion, a random freedom attribute point will be awarded, with a high probability of acquiring a skill. What? Become a police officer? Li Zili was taken aback. Just as he escaped from one peril, the system expected him to dive into another. Specifically, to serve as a police officer. Asking a criminal to become an officer. What a ridiculous joke. This wretched system. Li Zili felt utterly speechless and addressed the system. Is it possible to cancel this task? Impossible. The system responded swiftly and decisively. Li Zili found himself at a loss for words. It seemed this stubborn system was determined to have him infiltrate the police headquarters. How infuriating. Fortunately, he was granted a 3-day deadline, during which he could carefully contemplate how to integrate himself into the police station. For now, the most pressing matters were to find a safe place to stay and to acquire a new identity. His previous identity was no longer viable. Given the circumstances, the police would undoubtedly launch a nationwide manhunt for him. Continuing to use his old identity could lead to his capture at any moment. Moreover, he could no longer return to his former residence. There might even be officers lurking nearby, waiting for his return. Thus, he needed to seek new accommodations. Finding a new identity would be simpler with Li Zili's hacking skills. Creating a new identity in this era, where the internet was still relatively underdeveloped, would be a breeze. All he needed was a computer. His first step was to establish a new identity. Before doing so, Li Zili visited a public restroom to activate his disguise technique. Soon, he envisioned the image of a man in his mind. Moments later, a notification confirming the success of the disguise technique chimed in his mind. Standing before the restroom mirror, he gazed at his reflection, stroking his chin with a slight smile. Handsome. The person in the mirror was strikingly tall and radiant, with a prominent nose and fair skin, exuding an irresistible charm, especially when clad in a dark suit. Any woman present would undoubtedly be captivated by his appearance. Afterward, Li Zili made his way to an internet cafe, utilizing his hacking skills to create a new identity. His new name, Kasakawa Haruchida. He opted not to use his real name, as it was too distinctly Chinese and less suitable for the context. Next, Li Zili dedicated an hour to finding a new residence. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, fully furnished with appliances and even a balcony. That evening, after having a light meal, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. The following morning, upon waking, he discovered himself on television. His photograph was displayed on the screen as the host narrated, "Yesterday, a murder occurred in Daxia, and the suspect, Akutagawa Kasakawa, is on the run. We urge the public to." Li Zili scoffed, picking up the remote to turn off the television. The police were searching for him, which he had anticipated, and he felt no surprise. With his disguise technique, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to find him, likely akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Not wanting to dwell on that, he focused on the pressing issue of how to infiltrate the police headquarters. The system had granted him 3 days, and a day had already passed, leaving him with 2 days. He needed to devise a plan to enter the police station swiftly. After contemplating for a long while without any fruitful ideas, he decided to step outside for a stroll to clear his mind. It was morning, with the sun shining brightly and streets bustling with people and vehicles. As he walked, Li Zili found himself in front of a CAF, where melodious tunes floated out, bringing him a sense of comfort. He unwittingly stepped inside the CF. Choosing a seat by the window, he ordered a cup of coffee and savored the gentle sunlight while leisurely sipping his drink. Time slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, a sharp scream shattered the tranquility, causing Li Zili to stand and look toward the source of the disturbance. That moment, accompanied by a loud crash, a coffee cup shattered on the floor, scattering shards and coffee everywhere. Li Zili turned to observe. He saw a man angrily confronting a female server. Amused, Li Zili shook his head. Realizing the server had accidentally spilled coffee on the man, he resumed his seat. Moments later, he noticed the angry man storming out of the CAF. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he spotted a young girl accompanied by a little boy entering through the door. Conan. We meet again. Li Zili smiled at the sight of the little boy. With Conan was none other than Megure, dressed in a light blue jacket over a green dress and adorned with a ruby necklace. She appeared to be well-dressed and radiantly youthful. Neither Conan nor Rand noticed they were being watched, engrossed in their conversation. Honestly, Conan, didn't I tell you I was coming here for a date today? Why did you still come along? Rand chided. Because I really wanted to see Big Brother Shinichi. He so slow. When will he arrive? Conan replied, adorably. Actually, the person I'm meeting here today, isn't Shinichi. Rand smiled as she said this. Then who is it? Why are you meeting him and lying about it? Conan looked at Rand, internally pleading for her to spill the beans. Heaven knows how eager he was to know. She is someone very important to me. Mao Lilan spoke. A gentle smile graced her lips. Upon witnessing her radiant expression, Conan realized just how significant this person was to Mao Lilan, and an inexplicable pang of jealousy welled up within him. Nevertheless, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, is this person even more important than Brother Shinichi? Oh, silly you, how could they possibly be compared? Mao Lilan's cheeks flushed, and she affectionately ruffled Conan's hair, chuckling. All right, that's enough. Will you please head home now? With his hands cradling the back of his head, Conan turned away. But I don't want to go home just yet. By the way, you like cake, don't you, Conan? I'll go buy you a piece, and once you have it, you must obediently return home. With that, Mao Lilan stood up and exited the CF. Useless Xiaolan, today I shall see what kind of extraordinary person you are meeting, Conan mused, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed her departing figure. He then fixed his gaze intently on the entrance of the CAF. The first to enter was a young woman wearing sunglasses, constantly checking her watch. She was likely not the person Xiaolan was to meet. The second was a scruffy university student, who chose a secluded spot. Claiming to be busy with a paper, T2 was probably not the one. The third was a mature and beautiful woman who passed by him and took a seat in the back. Conan rushed over to sneak a glance at her, his face flushing as his eyes widened. So beautiful. He then noticed the woman pulling out a folder marked with a law firm's insignia. A lawyer. Most certainly not the person Xiaolan was meeting. Just then, Conan's heart raced as he realized he had been spotted. He hurriedly returned to his seat. The fourth to enter was a tall, burly man with a bandaged finger, clearly not Xiaolan's date. The fifth was a handsome young man with long hair, who mentioned he was waiting for someone and glanced around, seemingly still alone. Conan's eyes locked onto him. This must be the one Xiaolan is meeting. How could she hide it from me, dating a handsome guy and claiming he is the most important person to her? Unforgivable. Conan's mind screamed in frustration. On the other side, when the mature beauty entered, Li Zili's eyes lit up. Feiingly, what a stunning beauty. Without mincing words, Li Zili felt a spark of attraction at first sight, sensing his intense gaze. Feiingly's eyes met his, and her heart raced momentarily. Oh handsome. That man exudes such masculine charm. None of the men I've met can compare to that moment. Feiingly noticed the man smiling and nodding at her, causing her cheeks to flush, though she still nodded in return. Seeing Feiingly acknowledge him, Li Zili smiled. Suddenly, he felt a gaze directed at him. Turning, he found Conan observing him. Li Zili offered a friendly smile before shifting his attention elsewhere. That guy is incredibly handsome, was Conan's immediate impression, a twinge of jealousy creeping in. Soon, seeing Li Zili's smile, Conan couldn't shake the feeling that it held a deeper significance. Before he could ponder further, a man's scream echoed from the restroom. Conan dashed over, followed closely by the other patrons, including Li Zili. Upon entering the restroom, they discovered the young woman in sunglasses had been murdered. Suddenly, Li Zili recalled the details of this case. which mirrored those in his memory. He glanced at Conan, who was bustling about, and noticed someone in the crowd had already called the police. Before long, the authorities arrived, led by the brown-hatted officer, Megure-san. What a coincidence. Even Megure is here, Li Zili thought, a smile curving his lips. Meanwhile, Megure-san soon spotted Fei Yingli at the scene and exclaimed in surprise, "Lawyer Fei, what brings you here?" "Ah, Officer Mu, congratulations on your promotion to inspector," she replied, smiling gracefully upon seeing an old acquaintance. "The murder has occurred here, and we will need your cooperation. Of course, assisting the police is my duty." After a brief exchange, Megure-san analyzed the situation based on prior findings. "I deduced that the culprit entered the restroom from outside, intending to rob, but was met with resistance. Thus, after killing the victim, they left the murder weapon at the scene and fled through the window, meaning the perpetrator must be outside." "Wait a moment, Officer Mu," Conan interjected urgently, pointing to the window. "Look, there's nothing there. It's completely clean, with no signs of anyone having climbed through." "Indeed, there's nothing," a police officer confirmed after inspecting the window. "So, the culprit absolutely did not enter from the outside. They must be among the patrons of this establishment." At that moment, Li Zili chimed in, grinning as he looked at Conan. "Isn't that what you were trying to say, little friend?" Moments earlier, upon the police's arrival, a mechanical voice echoed in Li Zili's mind. Ding. Random task triggered. Assist the police in identifying the murderer. Upon completion, receive random free attribute points and a small chance of acquiring a skill. A flicker of delight crossed Li Zili's eyes. The task assigned was remarkably simple. As someone well-versed in the narrative, he already knew who the culprit was. All he needed to do was point it out in front of the police. This is too easy, he thought, relishing the mental ease of the task. He stepped forward, declaring, "Thus, the culprit is certainly not someone who climbed in from the outside, but rather a patron in this establishment." He then turned to Conan, his smile broadening. "Isn't that what you meant to say, little friend?" Conan stared incredulously at Li Zili. How does he know what I was going to say? His pupils contracted, and he felt a surge of suspicion. Observing Conan's expression, Li Zili chuckled inwardly. This kid must be quite startled. He then turned to Megure-san, saying with a grin, "In fact, the murderer is among us." "What?" Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes fixed on Li Zili. Under their scrutiny, he merely smiled calmly and continued, "This case is remarkably straightforward. I discerned the culprit's method as soon as I stepped in." Seeing the confidence radiating from Li Zili, Fei Yingli's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "That I must admit, a confident man is undeniably attractive, especially one like him." The others exchanged uncertain glances, while Megure-san appeared skeptical. Having worked in law enforcement for many years, he had encountered numerous cases, yet he had never met someone who could unravel a murder's methodology merely by glancing at the scene. That it sounded almost fanciful. Beside him, Conan gazed at Li Zili. Equally astonished, he had yet to piece together any clues, only confirming that the murderer was indeed within the safe. But for someone to deduce the intricacies of the crime at a mere glance, that was simply implausible. As a renowned detective, he refused to believe anyone could possess such extraordinary abilities. Even his father, Kudo Yusaku, would never make such audacious claims. This man, was he merely boasting? Or had he genuinely seen through everything? If he truly had, it was beyond description. Even being labeled as a modern-day Sherlock Holmes would not be an exaggeration. Had he truly seen through everything? All eyes were on Li Zili, awaiting his next words. Li Zili, however, did not keep them in suspense for long. That he began, "In the context of this single restroom, it forms a simple locked room scenario. The only possible points of entry are the window and the space above the restroom. We have already ruled out the possibility of the murderer entering through the window. Thus, the only remaining option is that the culprit climbed in from above, killed the victim, and then exited." Upon concluding his remarks, he gestured towards the upper part of the restroom, prompting the crowd to unconsciously glance upwards. "That cannot be right. If we follow your assertion, the murderer would certainly have left behind traces of blood while climbing over. Yet there are none visible above," mused Megure-san thoughtfully. He, Li Zili chuckled lightly, exuding an air of self-assured composure. Observing his demeanor, Conan furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling a sense of resistance. The spotlight he had hoped to command was usurped by this individual, making it impossible for him to remain indifferent. Fei Yingli regarded Li Zili with heightened admiration in her eyes. His calm confidence, as if he had everything under control, was undeniably captivating. truth be told. In that fleeting moment, she felt a flutter in her heart. Why was this so? Because the murderer had employed a sleight of hand to deceive everyone, ensnaring them within his trap. Li Zili smiled with ease. Sleight of hand? How deceptive. I am rather curious to hear what trickery you might conjure. Conan fixed his gaze on Li Zili, his frown deepening. Li Zili glanced at Conan but paid him little mind, stating, as I mentioned earlier, someone did indeed traverse above the restroom. However, it was the victim who did so. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and before they could voice their thoughts, Li Zili continued, indeed, the murderer killed the victim outside the restroom and then disposed of the body within, creating the illusion that someone had entered the restroom to commit the murder, thereby evading suspicion. Am I not correct, Mr. Danyama? With that, Li Zili's gaze fell sharply upon Danyama. In an instant, all eyes were on Danyama Jasusen. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be the murderer? This is merely your conjecture. Where is your proof? As Danyama felt the weight of everyone's scrutiny, a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes. But he quickly regained his composure, revealing a glint of menace beneath. That I knew you wouldn't let this go, Li Zili remarked with a soft chuckle. Proof? Quite simple. You first killed the victim outside the restroom. Then wrapped the handle of the knife with the bandage you have on hand, disposed of the victim inside the restroom, and subsequently extracted the knife using the same bandage that I suspect the handle of the murder weapon is stained with the remnants of blood, as it is wrapped in the very bandage you possess. Once you remove the bandage, it will undoubtedly bear the blood of the perpetrator. Upon finishing his statement, he regarded Danyama Jasusen with a smile. Each of Li Zili's words struck Danyama like daggers, draining the color from his face until he appeared utterly dazed. Officer Megure, there is indeed a trace of blood on the handle of the murder weapon, one officer reported after examining the weapon, causing everyone to stare in disbelief at Li Zili. Even Conan wore an expression of incredulity. Could such a remarkable individual truly exist? Had he deduced the murderer's modus operandi merely by glancing at the crime scene? How could this be possible? Megure Jasusen too was taken aback, marveling at the man before him. Utterly extraordinary. The ability to ascertain the murderer's method from a mere glance at the scene was unparalleled, far surpassing even the slumbering Muri Kaguru. Just then, as everyone was momentarily stunned, Danyama Jasusen's eyes glinted with fury. You seek death, he shouted, shoving aside the nearby officers and charging towards Li Zili with malice. Watch out! Fei Yingli could not help but exclaim, feeling an unaccountable instinctive concern for this man. The expressions of the crowd shifted in alarm. However, Li Zili remained remarkably composed. His stamina and agility were still commendable. While he might not necessarily defeat the brute, evading him was certainly within his capabilities. In a swift motion, Li Zili darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the hefty man's punch. Danyama prepared to pursue him. Two officers swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground and placing handcuffs on him. The crowd exhaled in collective relief, and Fei Yingli felt a sense of ease wash over her as the murderer was apprehended. Strangely, why had she felt concern for him? As realization dawned, her cheeks flushed, and she caught sight of Li Zili smiling in her direction, causing her face to redden further as she turned away. Unable to meet his gaze. At that moment, Megure Jasusen approached Li Zili, saying, Sir, you are truly remarkable. Thanks to you, we have solved this case. By the way, may I inquire as to your esteemed name? He regarded Li Zili with newfound respect. Having never encountered such an extraordinary individual before, deduced the murderer's technique from merely observing the scene was simply astounding. Conan stood silently beside them, equally curious about this man's identity. Having been thoroughly impressed by today's performance, which could rival that of Sherlock Holmes, he resolved to remember the name and investigate whether such a figure existed in the detective realm. Fei Yingli too leaned in, ears perked with keen interest. Kasakawa Hiroichi, Li Zili replied with a slight smile, offering no further elaboration. Kasakawa-san, Fei Yingli repeated silently to herself, grateful for his assistance. If it weren't for you, we might have been at a loss for quite some time. Too kind, Li Zili replied nonchalantly, as though what he had just done was but a trivial matter, hardly worthy of mention. Li Zili assumed that Megure Jasusen would depart after expressing his gratitude. But to his surprise, he continued, Kasakawa-san, I would like to invite you to join our police department. What do you think? What? You wish to recruit me into the police department? Li Zili found himself bemused. A police chief was inviting a suspect to become an officer? Surely, there was nothing more absurd. He could only imagine the expression on Megure Jisusen's face if he were to learn that he was, in fact, the suspect at Kutagawa Soto. The mere thought of it made him want to chuckle. Kasakawa-san, will you accept? Megure Jisusen inquired. Observing Li Zili's barely contained amusement, his expression filled with bewilderment. That I accept, Li Zili replied. Why not? This was an opportunity too good to dismiss, akin to a pillow being offered when one felt sleepy. Coincidentally, he had been contemplating how to fulfill the system's task of infiltrating the police department. And now Megure Jisusen's invitation made the solution readily apparent. Such a fortuitous offer would be foolish to refuse. Very well. I shall prepare everything by tomorrow. You need only come to the police department to commence your duties. Megure Jisusen stated earnestly, suppressing his delight. Inviting someone as remarkable as Li Zili into the police department was indeed a significant stroke of fortune. With Li Zili on board, what case could they possibly fear would remain unsolved? Megure Jisusen had been apprehensive that Li Zili might decline his offer, considering his exceptional prowess, but to his astonishment, he had agreed. As this scene unfolded, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Conan's eyes, while Fei Yingli maintained a serene smile. Before long, Megure Jisusen departed with his team, nodding at Fei Yingli as he passed by. After the police had vacated the premises, Li Zili prepared to leave as well, only to hear Fei Yingli call out, Kasakawa. Li Zili turned back, feigning ignorance of her identity, and smiled. And you are? Fei Yingli tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, revealing a radiant smile that showcased her pearly white teeth. I am Fei Yingli. I was astounded by your remarkable deductive abilities. You are truly extraordinary, the best I have ever encountered. Not only was this man handsome, but he was also exceptionally intelligent. His earlier performance had been nothing short of miraculous. Igniting her curiosity, too much praise, Li Zili replied with a modest smile. How did you manage to achieve all of this? Fei Yingli inquired, her face brimming with curiosity. Have you eaten yet? Li Zili countered with a question of his own. Not yet, she replied, taken aback by his sudden shift of topic. Shall we find a place to eat and talk? He suggested. Sounds great, she agreed eagerly. As they conversed, the system's abrupt notification chimed in. Ding. Random task completed. Earning 9 free attribute points. Upon hearing the sound of the system, Li Zili's heart illuminated with joy, though he refrained from expressing it in front of Fei Yingli. However, while Li Zili was engrossed in conversation with Fei Yingli, he did not notice Conan casting a deep glance in his direction, mentally noting the name Kasakawa Hiroichi before exiting the CAF. Just as he stepped out, Conan spotted Ran holding a cake. Hurriedly approaching him and anxiously inquiring, Conan, who died inside? Having just returned from purchasing the cake, Maori Ran was concerned that the victim might be Fei Yingli, given the police had cordoned off the CAF due to a homicide. Thus, when the police lifted the blockade, she rushed to Conan to ask that it was a long-haired young lady. Conan replied innocently. Suddenly, he recalled that Ran was supposed to be on a date today. Where was that damn long-haired man? Conan looked around, while Maori Ran's face turned pale. Could it be that the long-haired woman was truly? She suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Conan, what did that woman look like? Ran grasped Conan's shoulders, urgently questioning him. Conan, perplexed, wondered why Ran was so fixated on the deceased, neglecting her date. At that moment, Fei Yingli and Li Zili emerged side by side from the CAF, spotting Maori Ran in front of Conan. Fei Yingli called out, Ran, Mom? Maori Ran turned in surprise, her heart suddenly relieved as she rushed over, saying, Mom, it's a relief you're okay. What could possibly happen to me? Seeing the expression on Maori Ran's face, Fei Yingli couldn't help but smile slightly. Mom? At this point, Conan was utterly confused. After a moment, he shook his head in amusement that it turned out that Ran's date was her own mother. Mom, who is he? Maori Ran noticed Li Zili beside Fei Yingli, a flicker of doubt and surprise crossing her features. This man is quite handsome. Hearing Maori Ran's words, Conan glanced at Li Zili, his pupils narrowing slightly. He is Kasakawa Hiroichi. After stating this, Fei Yingli turned to Li Zili and said, Mr. Kasakawa, this is my daughter, Maori Ran. Hello, Miss Maori. Hello. They exchanged greetings, and after releasing their handshake, Maori Ran discreetly observed Li Zili, not because she had developed feelings for him, but due to a plethora of questions swirling in her mind. How did Fei Yingli come to know this man? For how long had they known each other? What was their relationship? And what exactly transpired inside the CAF? I apologize, Ran, But Mr. Kasakawa and I have matters to discuss, so we cannot dine together, Fei Yingli suddenly informed Mary Rand. Lost in her thoughts, Mary Rand snapped back to reality and nodded in astonishment. Dinner? Wait. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Fei Yingli and Li Zili had already walked away. Mary Rand rolled her eyes in frustration, exclaiming, "Are you even my real mother, leaving me here with another man?" "Rand, stop looking. They've gone far away," Conan said, approaching her and looking up. "Conan, who is that Mr. Kasakawa, and what exactly happened in the CAF?" Mary Rand directed her gaze at Conan. That guy Conan grimaced slightly at the mention of Li Zili, but proceeded to recount the events that unfolded in the CAF. Mary Rand's eyes widened in shock, and then she shook her head with a laugh, saying, "Conan, stop spouting nonsense. There's no one in the world that powerful." She couldn't believe that Kasakawa Hiroichi could deduce the murderer's method of operation just by glancing at the crime scene and expose the culprit before the police. Making them unable to escape that IT sounded rather far-fetched. Even Shinichi Kudo was not nearly as remarkable. She refused to believe such a person existed. Noticing that Mary Rand was skeptical, Conan wanted to explain but decided against it. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it either. Thus, convincing Rand of the truth was certainly impossible. In a well-lit, elegant restaurant, soft melodies echoed in the Li Zili and Fei Yingli sat facing each other. The table adorned with exquisite dishes, a bottle of fine red wine positioned beside Li Zili at tea that moment. Fei Yingli raised her glass, gently swirling it before looking at Li Zili with a smile. "So, how did you manage it?" Within the elegant dining establishment, the soothing melodies lingered, and a few scattered patrons engaged in hushed laughter. Li Zili, after sipping from his wine, set the glass down and gazed at her. Chuckling, "You might not believe me if I tell you that in truth, I possess extensive knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters. Often referred to as a diviner, I calculated the murderer's method of operation." Fei Yingli couldn't hold back a laugh, glancing at Li Zili with amusement. She hadn't anticipated that this man was not only handsome and intelligent but also humorous. Setting her wine glass down, she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at Li Zili, grinning. "Since you are so good at calculations, why not calculate me?" Li Zili deliberately stared at her for 3 seconds, then pretended to calculate, pondering for a moment before speaking. "You have been married. Currently, you and your husband are living apart. Your husband is named Mauri Kaguru." A detective. At first, Fei Yingli paid little mind, but as he continued, her eyes widened in disbelief. By the end, her eyes were nearly popping out. She was utterly astonished. Li Zili had discerned that she was married, which was one thing, but he even knew that they were living apart, her husband's name, and that he was a detective. This was utterly incredible. If Li Zili had previously investigated her, that would have been impossible. As they had only just met today. It was precisely this that left her even more shocked. Could it be that this man truly possessed such abilities? Fei Yingli withdrew her hand from her chin, stiffly leaning back as she regarded Li Zili, feeling a tinge of mystery about him. Nevertheless, this only heightened her curiosity. She desired to know more about Li Zili. "Can you really calculate?" Fei Yingli asked with keen interest. "What do you think?" Li Zili responded with a cryptic smile, then took another sip of red wine, his gaze fixed on Fei Yingli. She watched him with great interest, chuckling, "Then calculate what I will be like in 10 years. Li Zili set down his glass, once again feigning calculation, then stated, "In 10 years, you will remarry a handsome man with the surname Kasakawa. You will have a pair of children, live in a villa, and lead a happy life." "What? I will remarry?" Fei Yingli exclaimed in shock, then looked at Li Zili. "Wait, Kasakawa? You can't possibly be referring to yourself?" She regarded him with a skeptical gaze. Li Zili coughed lightly, suppressing a chuckle, and replied, "You're quite astute, you're incorrigible." Fei Yingli's face flushed, and she playfully glared at him, raising her hand as if to hit him, but then retracting it, mindful of her demeanor. Li Zili finally burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, the two enjoyed their meal while chatting, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Meanwhile, after Fei Yingli and Li Zili departed, Mary Rand grew increasingly uneasy. Her mother had left her here for a man, which could imply so much. Mary Rand felt it necessary to ascertain the nature of Fei Yingli's relationship with that man, or else she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. No, I must follow them to see. Having made her decision, Mary Rand did not immediately pursue them but first turned to Conan, saying, "Conan, please take the cake and head back obediently." "All right." She handed the cake to Conan. Holding the cake, Conan looked up at Maori Ran. Puzzled. Where are you going, Ran? I still have some matters to attend to, Muri ran, instinctively glancing at the gradually receding figures of Fei Ingli and Li Zili, was caught in a moment of contemplation. The astute Conan immediately discerned Muri Ran's unspoken thoughts. With a playful smile, he exclaimed, Sister Ran, it seems you wish to accompany Auntie and the others. I want to join as well. Noticing Muri Ran's inclination to dissuade him, Conan quickly added, Rest assured, I shall not be a burden to you, Sister Ran. Please allow me to accompany you. One to you? He thought to himself. That fellow is surely putting on a fade today. He must be a hypocrite if the opportunity arises. I shall expose his true nature in Conan's eyes. Li Zili had transformed into a duplicitous character. Should Li Zili be aware, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and exasperating. Very well, Muri Ran finally relented, unable to resist Conan's endearing demeanor, and nodded in agreement. Thus, the two stealthily trailed behind Fei Ingli and Li Zili. Before long, they witnessed the pair entering an elegant Western restaurant. They positioned themselves beside a lamppost across the street, peering through the glass windows at Li Zili and Fei Ingli as they observed the two engaged in cheerful conversation at their table. Muri Ran's heart gradually sank. Could it truly be? She fixated on the animated figures of Fei Ingli and Li Zili, her fingers gripping the lamppost, turning pale. Are you all right, Sister Ran? Conan inquired, noticing her troubled expression. I am fine, Muri Ran replied, as if snapping back to reality, offering Conan a faint smile while releasing her grip on the lamppost. They continued to quietly observe Fei Ingli and Li Zili. Conan was eager to find a moment to unmask Li Zili's deceitful guise, yet until Li Zili and Fei Ingli exited the restaurant, such an opportunity eluded him. Throughout their time together, Li Zili remained impeccably polite. Devoid of any insincerity, they beheld Li Zili and Fei Ingli walking side by side, laughing together on the street. Conan turned to Muri Ran and asked, Shall we continue to follow them? Yes, Muri Ran replied, her gaze fixed on the pair's retreating figures. They then observed as Li Zili and Fei Ingli strolled through shops and parks, meandering until the sun began to set, bathed in the twilight glow. Fei Ingli turned to Li Zili with a smile, saying, I should be heading back. Allow me to escort you, he offered. Fei Ingli did not decline. Hailing a taxi, they slipped inside. Upon arriving at the entrance of Fei Ingli's residential complex, Li Zili waved goodbye, intending to depart, when suddenly Fei Ingli suggested, Why not come in for a cup of tea? Certainly, Li Zili agreed with enthusiasm. The landscaping of Fei Ingli's complex was quite charming, with street lamps illuminating their path, casting elongated shadows as they approached her door. Once there, Fei Ingli retrieved her keys, inserted them into the lock, and opened the door. After changing into slippers, she placed a pair of men's slippers on the mat outside. Standing straight, she smiled at Li Zili and invited, Please, come in. Thank you, he replied, stepping inside and gently closing the door behind him. As he turned, he was greeted by the sight of a minimalist yet elegant living room, complete with a long sofa, a television cabinet, and a pristine wooden floor, all exuding a subtle scent of roses, reminiscent of the fragrance that lingered around Fei Ingli tea that moment. Fei Ingli, cradling a blue plush toy with sapphire eyes, smiled and said, Make yourself comfortable. She placed the toy beside a food dish and headed to the kitchen to prepare tea. As Li Zili settled onto the sofa, he heard Fei Ingli's voice calling from the kitchen. Would you prefer black tea or green tea? Green tea, he replied casually. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps approached, and Fei Ingli emerged with a cup of green tea, setting it before him. As she bent down, Li Zili caught a glimpse of a deep, delicate curve, momentarily captivated. However, before he could scrutinize further, Fei Ingli rose back to her feet. Just as she turned around, her foot slipped, causing her to stumble and cry out as she fell backward. Be careful, Li Zili rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, and in an instant, they tumbled to the ground. As they landed, Fei Ingli's lips brushed against Li Zili's, and they rolled together for several moments before coming to a halt. Stunned, Fei Ingli was met with the overwhelming sensation of Li Zili's warmth, while he felt enveloped in her delicate presence, a softness akin to water. That a moment later, Fei Ingli regained her composure, realizing the compromising position they found themselves in, her cheeks flushing a vibrant hue reminiscent of a sunset. Yet, she did not resist. Being with Li Zili had been the most joyous day for her. He was not only handsome and intelligent, but also possessed a delightful sense of humor. Far surpassing her previous experiences with Kagoro, the happiness she felt with Li Zili eclipsed all their past outings combined. Sensing Fei Yingli's lack of resistance, Li Zili understood that he could advance further. Thus, his hands and lips grew increasingly bold. What a delightful surprise. Soon, Li Zili's expression shifted to one of astonishment as his hands explored the contours of her form, gradually shedding the outer layers of her clothing. Their bodies began to warm, and Fei Yingli's cheeks flushed crimson, soft sighs escaping her lips. Just as Li Zili was about to deepen their intimate connection, an urgent knocking echoed from the door. Accompanied by Muri Rant's voice from outside, the two jolted back to reality. Fei Yingli quickly released Li Zili, scrambling to her feet with a crimson face, hastily retrieving her outerwear and calling out. "Coming!" Li Zili, maintaining an air of nonchalance, returned to the sofa. After donning her outerwear and adjusting her appearance, Fei Yingli took a deep breath to steady her racing heart, then approached and opened the door. There stood Muri Ran and Conan. "Sister Ran, what brings you here?" she greeted with a smile. "Mom, I'm your daughter. Am I not allowed to visit?" Muri Ran replied as she stepped inside to change her shoes. In truth, she had seen Li Zili and Fei Yingli enter the complex, and, noticing that Li Zili had not exited the room for some time, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Thus, she hurried over to investigate. After changing her shoes, Muri Ran glanced at Li Zili on the sofa while feigning ignorance of his presence, saying, "Mom, Mr. Chaochuan is here too. He came to discuss some matters with me." Fei Yingli replied calmly, though a faint blush betrayed her composure. Thankfully, her back was turned to Muri Ran, who remained unaware. By the time she turned around, the flush had vanished. "Is that so?" Muri Ran observed Li Zili. Then turned back to Fei Yingli, her expression tinged with suspicion. Fei Yingli chose not to respond, redirecting the conversation. "What brings you here?" "Oh, nothing much. I just missed you and wanted to chat," Muri Ran replied. At that moment, Li Zili stood up, addressing the mother-daughter duo. "I'll take my leave now. You two continue your conversation. Allow me to see you out," Fei Yingli offered with a smile. Yes, she escorted Li Zili to the door. She mentioned, "There's an opera in 3 days. If you are free." Before she could finish, Li Zili interjected with a grin. "I'm available. Then I shall see you then." Fei Yingli waved at him with a smile before turning to enter her room. As he watched Fei Yingli walk away, Li Zili couldn't help but smirk, then turned around and walked away with a sense of delight. He had come perilously close to winning Fei Yingli's heart, had it not been for the unexpected arrival of Mao Lilan. Although somewhat regrettable, Fei Yingli had promised to meet him 3 days hence to attend an opera together, so opportunities were not entirely lost. Li Zili found himself rather looking forward to their reunion in 3 days. Inside Fei Yingli's room, Mao Lilan attempted to subtly inquire about the nature of Fei Yingli's relationship with Li Zili. However, Fei Yingli was far more astute and seasoned than Mao Lilan, deftly concealing any hints of her true feelings. Ultimately, a disheartened Mao Lilan departed with Conan. Upon returning to the Muri Detective Agency, Mao Lilan hesitated over whether to disclose the situation between Fei Yingli and Li Zili to Muri Kagoro. After contemplating, she resolved to first ascertain the true nature of their relationship before speaking up. It would be a significant blunder if her assumptions proved to be incorrect on the other side. Conan had different thoughts. He was more focused on exposing Li Zili's hypocritical facade and ensuring he was publicly humiliated. That guy was undeniably a charlatan, and although he hadn't found the opportunity this time, Conan vowed to reveal his true nature at their next encounter. Meanwhile, in Li Zili's rented apartment, after finishing his shower, he suddenly recalled the 9 freedom attribute points he had earned that day, which he had yet to allocate. After some deliberation, he decided to invest them all in stamina. A warm sensation coursed through him, and he felt his physical condition improve slightly. Subsequently, his attribute panel updated. Host, Li Zili Intelligence, 67 Stamina, 72 Agility, 60 Skills. Hacking, Beginner, Disguise. Li Zili clenched his fist, a surge of strength enveloping him. And he couldn't help but smile. His stamina was indeed improving. He then turned over, gazing at the pristine white ceiling, reminiscing about his conversation with Mukuju Jasusen at the CF. Tomorrow, he would be entering the police headquarters. Once he did, the main quest would be considered complete. He wondered what sort of reward the system would bestow upon him, skills, or perhaps more freedom attribute points. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anticipation. A smile graced his face as he gradually closed his eyes. Today marked the day he had agreed with Megure Jisusen to start working at the police headquarters. In truth, Li Zili's emotions were rather complex. What kind of situation was it for a suspect to start working at the police headquarters? If it weren't for the system's tasks, an admission he would never make, as he was undeniably intrigued by the rewards, he wouldn't even consider going. It felt akin to asking a thief to become a police officer, a ludicrous notion. Surely, it would be far more pleasant to engage in leisurely activities and live a laid-back life, wouldn't it? However, considering the system's tasks, and having not contemplated the rewards, with a look of utmost sincerity, Li Zili ultimately decided to proceed with his new role at the police headquarters, after a light breakfast and a sip of water before heading out. Li Zili hailed a taxi on the street outside his apartment complex. "Where to?" the driver asked, eyeing Li Zili in the rearview mirror, feeling somewhat threatened by his striking looks, which caused his tone to be a bit brusque. Taken aback by the driver's displeasure, Li Zili was momentarily bewildered. "To the police headquarters," he replied. The driver, speechless, silently started the engine. Upon arriving at the police headquarters, Li Zili paid the fare and was about to leave when the driver, with a serious expression, remarked, "Young man, being this handsome, you should stay indoors and give other men a chance." Li Zili was left speechless. Is being handsome a crime? He pondered, chuckling softly as he watched the taxi drive away. He then turned to the bustling entrance of the police headquarters, adjusted his tie, and strode confidently inside. Within the precinct, numerous officers were gathered, gossiping. One officer glanced around and said, "Have you heard? A newcomer is coming today." "Who doesn't know?" Officer Megure already mentioned it. The others replied nonchalantly, as they were all aware of the anticipated arrival. "What do you think this newcomer will be like?" I know. One officer raised his hand enthusiastically, capturing everyone's attention. After clearing his throat, he continued, "According to my insider information, this newcomer is extraordinary. That I heard he was personally invited by Officer Megure. You won't believe who he is. Personally invited by Officer Megure?" A flicker of surprise crossed the faces of the crowd. This was unprecedented. No one had ever witnessed Officer Megure extending such an invitation before. Curiosity piqued, they pressed the speaker to continue, with a proud grin. The officer declared, "He is a super handsome guy and a remarkable detective. They say he can identify the perpetrator just by glancing at a crime scene and discern the method of the crime." The crowd was taken aback, only to quickly dismiss the claim as unbelievable. Is he boasting? How could someone be that talented? They scoffed. Nearby, a slender female officer in uniform, Sato Mawako, was engrossed in her paperwork. Upon hearing the conversation, she shook her head in disbelief, thinking to herself, "Nonsense. Just a glance at a scene and you can deduce the method? That's absurd. He's not a deity." Noticing the skepticism among the others, the officer grew anxious, insisting, "I swear it's true. There's not a hint of exaggeration." "Yeah, right." The crowd rolled their eyes, unwilling to entertain such an outrageous notion. "Excuse me, is Officer Megure in?" Suddenly, a male voice interrupted, drawing their attention. Turning to look, they saw a strikingly handsome man smiling at them. At that moment, Sato Mawako glanced up and caught sight of Li Zili, a glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. "So handsome," she thought, having encountered many attractive men, but none quite like Li Zili before. An officer responded, "What do you need with Officer Megure?" "I was invited by Officer Megure," Li Zili replied candidly, confirming the truth of his invitation. Invited by Officer Megure? The officers scrutinized Li Zili, but soon shrugged it off, concluding that he might simply be a witness to a case and needed to speak with Megure Jisusen. Such scenarios had occurred before. "Officer Megure isn't here yet, so you'll have to wait," one officer informed him. "Not here? Then I shall wait," Li Zili replied, preparing to leave when he suddenly felt a heated gaze upon him. It was Sato Mawako. Recognizing her, he smiled in her direction. Seeing his smile, Mawako's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her head, pretending to be engrossed in her documents, her heart racing. His smile is truly captivating, she thought, finding it impossible to focus on her paperwork, her mind preoccupied with Li Zili's charming grin. Moments later, Megure Jisusen arrived, clad in a brown coat and deep brown hat. Spotting Li Zili, he burst into laughter. "Kusaka within, you've arrived." Li Zili nodded, noticing the coffee in Megure's left hand and the hot porridge in his right, likely indicating he hadn't had breakfast yet. The inspector really has it tough, skimping even on breakfast. Li Zili mused internally as Megure, still smiling, suggested, "Let's discuss this in my office." Li Zili remained silent as he accompanied Mumu Shursan to his office area. To be fair, the office was quite pleasant, spacious, well lit, and adorned with a green potted plant in the corner. Once Mumu Shursan settled into a reclining chair, he invited Li Zili to take a seat. In truth, there wasn't much to discuss. Mumu Shursan had already taken care of the onboarding procedures, and the primary topic was Li Zili's salary. Li Zili was not demanding regarding his compensation, thus they quickly reached an agreement. Subsequently, Mumu Shursan called everyone over with a clap of his hands, pointing to Li Zili beside him. "This is Kusichuan Hiroichi, our new colleague. Let us give him a warm welcome." "What? He is the new recruit?" The crowd was taken aback, realizing that Li Zili was indeed the newcomer. And after a moment of surprise, they began to applaud. "Sato, please show him around." Mumu Shursan glanced at Sato Mihoko before turning to leave. Li Zili followed Sato Mihoko as she walked away. The onlookers exchanged glances. Addressing the officer who had previously leaked the information, "You weren't exaggerating. He is indeed quite handsome." "Hello, Mr. Kusa. I am Sato Mihoko, and it's a pleasure to meet you," she said, subtly glancing at Li Zili, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Very handsome." Observing Li Zili's profile, she noted his striking, well-defined features, complemented by his sun-kissed hairstyle, truly captivating. At that moment, Li Zili unexpectedly turned to look at her, causing Sato Mihoko to blush involuntarily. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze. Li Zili chuckled, saying, "Since we will be colleagues, you need not be so formal. Just call me Hiroichi. May I call you Mihoko?" Sato Mihoko's heart raced as she nodded, her response barely audible. Seeing her flustered demeanor amused Li Zili, prompting him to smile. "Then I look forward to your guidance." "Mihoko. I will," Sato Mihoko replied eagerly, only to realize her reaction afterward, her ears flushing crimson as she lowered her head. Unable to meet Li Zili's gaze, "Mihoko, what's wrong? You've seen handsome men before. Why can't you speak in front of this one?" She chided herself inwardly. "So, where's my seat?" Li Zili inquired, seemingly oblivious to Sato Mihoko's bashfulness. "Over here, follow me," she responded, regaining her composure as she led him to a nearby desk. "This will be your position," she indicated. The desk was adjacent to the aisle. With Sato Mihoko as his neighbor, whether by coincidence or design, Li Zili did not ponder too deeply. Having a policewoman as a neighbor seemed quite advantageous. "I'll help you familiarize yourself with the precinct," Sato Mihoko suggested as Li Zili appeared ready to sit down. After all, as a newcomer, he needed to acclimate to the layout of the precinct. It would be cumbersome if he sat down only to have to get up again shortly. "All right," Li Zili agreed after a moment's consideration. Sato then guided Li Zili through the precinct, providing detailed explanations of various areas, which offered him a general understanding of his new environment. Upon returning to his desk, Sato Mihoko tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled at Li Zili. "If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." With that, she gracefully departed, leaving Li Zili with an elegant silhouette. Li Zili chuckled to himself before settling into his rolling chair. The position was quite satisfactory. The rectangular desk housed an old-fashioned computer, a vacant folder on the left containing a pen and a notepad, and a potted plant on the right to mitigate radiation. As he surveyed his workspace, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Main mission completed. Skill acquired. God-level marksmanship. The reward had finally arrived. A skill. No less. Excellent. A flicker of elation coursed through Li Zili. This skill seemed impressive that he eagerly glanced at his attributes panel. Host. Li Zili intelligence. 67 stamina. 72 agility. 60 skills. Hacker. Beginner. Disguise. God-level marksmanship. Note: you are now a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can perform 108 different tricks. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, transforming him in ways he could not precisely articulate, yet he sensed a newfound capability within himself. "If only I had a gun right now," Li Zili mused, his fingers twitching with the desire to fire a few rounds. However, he knew that as a new recruit, it was unlikely he would be issued a firearm immediately. Thus, he took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to shoot. The remainder of the day passed leisurely. Since everyone was aware that Li Zili had been invited by Mumu Shursan, nobody treated him as an ordinary newcomer. Consequently, Li Zili did not experience the typical initiation rites reserved for new recruits. Throughout the morning, aside from Sato Mihoko stopping by for a chat, no one else approached him. Instead, he occupied himself with games on the old computer. At noon, during lunchtime, Sato Mihoko stood before him, exuding charm, and asked, Hiroichi, shall we go for lunch? Will you be treating? Li Zili replied with a grin. How can you expect me, a beautiful woman, to foot the bill? Can't you at least make a gesture? Sato Mihoko smiled sweetly at him. That I'm broke. Li Zili maintained his composure, showing no signs of embarrassment. Cheapskate. Fine, I'll treat you. Sato Mihoko pouted playfully. As they walked out together. Li Zili's silhouette level with Sato Mihoko's. Onlookers gazed at them enviously. Typically, when others invited Sato Mihoko to lunch, she would decline. Yet here she was, inviting Li Zili, who had the audacity to ask her to pay. And she had agreed. Is this the disparity between handsome men and ordinary folks? The observers pondered. Not far from the precinct, in about a 5-minute walk, there was a restaurant called Midnight Diner, favored by many from the precinct. The establishment was exquisitely decorated, with immaculate tables and chairs, and notably, the staff were young women with excellent service. Upon seeing Li Zili and Sato Mihoko enter, a young waitress rushed over, bowing with a bright smile. Welcome. Please, take a seat inside. They chose a booth against the wall, sitting opposite each other. Sato Mihoko took the menu from the waitress, her head bent down, while Li Zili casually scanned the restaurant. Currently, there were about a dozen patrons, most of whom were colleagues from the precinct. Li Zili could feel the occasional envious glances directed his way, predominantly from his fellow officers. He paid them no mind, until Sato Mihoko's voice broke through. Hiroichi, what would you like to eat? Li Zili turned to accept the menu she offered, promptly ordering potato and egg sushi, okonomiyaki, and a salmon dish. After placing his order, he returned the menu to the young waitress. Soon, as they chatted while awaiting their food, the dishes they ordered were presented before them. Sato Mihoko picked up her chopsticks and cheerfully declared, I'm starting. Li Zili echoed her sentiment and mimicked her actions. Taking a piece of salmon and placing it in his mouth. To his surprise, the flavor was delightful. The fish was thinly sliced, with an excellent texture and a robust aroma. What do you think? Sato Mihoko inquired, her chopsticks poised delicately as she gazed at him. Quite good, he replied. Li Zili nodded slightly. Sampling the other two dishes, the flavors were acceptable, while one could not proclaim the stir-fried chicken as exquisite. It was nonetheless quite satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Sato Mihoko smiled, her gaze fixed intently on Li Zili, becoming momentarily entranced. His manner of eating was undeniably charming, contrasting sharply with the brutishness of others. This man exuded an allure that remained unaffected by his actions. Goodness, how could someone be so handsome? Why are you staring at me? Are you not going to eat? Do you wish to devour me instead? Sensing the intensity of Sato Mihoko's gaze, Li Zili abruptly halted. Turning to meet her eyes. Oh please, don't be ridiculous. Sato Mihoko snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze after shooting him a playful glare. You say that, yet you're practically drooling. Li Zili quipped, quickly wiping her mouth. Sato Mihoko realized she had been caught off guard, her face growing warmer as she glared at him. I've just now realized you are not a good person. Do not say such things. I have even received the Good Citizen Award, Li Zili replied with a teasing smile. Humph. Sato Mihoko rolled her eyes, exasperated by his boastfulness. After a brief silence, she recalled a comment made by a colleague earlier that day and remarked, I heard you are a super detective who can discern the method of a murderer's actions just by glancing at a crime scene. Is that true? Who told you that? Li Zili asked, surprised that even Sato Mihoko was aware of this. That's not important. Is it true or not? Curiosity was a universal trait, and Sato Mihoko was no exception. Although she was somewhat skeptical, she hoped to receive a definitive answer from him. Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Clearing his throat, Li Zili set down his chopsticks. Of course, I want the truth. Why would I waste my time on falsehoods? Sato Mihoko thought to herself. Rolling her eyes, the truth is, Li Zili paused, waiting for Sato Mihoko's full attention before continuing. I shan't tell you. You truly are a scoundrel, Sato Mihoko replied, biting her lower lip and shooting him an annoyed glare. This rogue had piqued her curiosity only to leave her hanging. You would have been better off not mentioning it at all. Ignoring her expression, Li Zili casually picked up his chopsticks, tossing a piece of salmon into his mouth and chewing leisurely. Witnessing his nonchalance only fueled Sato Mihoko's irritation, and she kicked him under the table. Ouch! Li Zili exclaimed in pain, glancing at Sato Mihoko across the table. I just realized you are quite the violent woman. Humph! Sato Mihoko huffed, feigning indifference as she deliberately avoided looking at him while continuing to eat. As the two engaged in their playful banter, They remained oblivious to the pair of eyes watching them from the shadows, those of Takagi Wataru. Takagi had been on patrol earlier that day and had not seen Li Zili when he entered the police headquarters. However, he had heard from Officer Megure about a new recruit arriving today and learned from colleagues that the newcomer was Kasakawa Koichi. Thus realizing Li Zili was indeed that newcomer. Having harbored a secret crush on Sato Mawako, he longed for an opportunity to confess his feelings but lacked the courage. Now, seeing Li Zili, the new recruit, sharing laughter with Sato Mawako stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He wished to usurp Li Zili's place, feeling a complex mix of jealousy and inadequacy. Moreover, the sight of Li Zili's striking handsomeness only intensified his sense of threat. Yet, Takagi was not well versed in matters of love and found himself at a loss regarding how to approach the situation. Watching Li Zili, he felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. After finishing their meal, Sato Mawako paid the bill, and the two exited side by side. Observing their retreating figures, Takagi hastily set down his chopsticks, called for the check, and hurried after them. Officer Sato, the two, just about to leave the restaurant, paused upon hearing a male voice from behind and turned to see Takagi approaching. A smile naturally graced Sato Mawako's face. Officer Takagi, is there something you need? I heard there was a new recruit today. Is that true? Takagi rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, but upon hearing Sato Mawako's question, he found himself at a loss for words, fumbling for a response. Yes, that would be him. Sato Mawako gestured toward Li Zili. So it's you. Nice to meet you. I am Takagi Wataru. Takagi extended his hand deliberately. Kasakawa Koichi, Li Zili replied, shaking his hand. He had actually seen Takagi before. This was not their first encounter, having crossed paths previously in the summer. However, Takagi could never have imagined that the man standing before him was the fugitive sought by the police. Sometimes, the world is indeed wondrous. After releasing his grip, Li Zili allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Officer Sato, where are you headed? Takagi continued to seek conversation. Hearing such a mundane inquiry, Sato Mawako internally rolled her eyes. She had an inkling that Takagi harbored feelings for her. After all, she wasn't oblivious to such matters. Truth be told, she held a slight fondness for Takagi's easygoing and honest nature. Yet, ever since Li Zili appeared, that feeling had considerably dulled out. If her mild affection for Takagi could be likened to a stone, then Li Zili was akin to the sea that erodes it, rendering its colors significantly fainter. We are returning to the police headquarters. Ultimately, she responded politely. What a coincidence. I'm also heading back. Shall we go together? Takagi exclaimed, feigning surprise. Sato Mawako, however, was left speechless. Puffed. Li Zili could not help but chuckle, thinking to himself that if one wished to pursue someone, they should do so with finesse. Yet, only someone as clumsy as Takagi could come up with such a transparent excuse. In unison, both Takagi and Sato Mawako turned to look at him. He waved his hand dismissively, suppressing his laughter. My apologies, I just remembered a joke. You two continue. They said nothing further, and after a brief silence, Takagi tentatively addressed Sato Mawako. Is that all right? Sato Mawako sighed, after a moment letting out a soft huff before turning to Li Zili. Let us go. With that, she walked away with Li Zili, while Takagi eagerly followed behind. Observing Takagi's expression, Li Zili could not help but think of a term. Simp. The term had been popular in China before his arrival and seemed fitting for Takagi. Li Zili felt a twinge of disdain. As the saying goes, simping leads to no good end. Why must one choose to be a simp? Takagi appeared determined to embrace this role wholeheartedly, relentlessly showering Sato Mawako with attention, which soon became tiresome for her. If only Takagi's words were witty or humorous, it might have been bearable, but instead, he resorted to a barrage of mundane remarks that lost their charm after the first hearing. Yet, Takagi remained oblivious to her discomfort, continuing to chatter, which only deepened her frown. Ultimately, Sato Mawako chose to ignore him, turning to Li Zili and asking, Koichi, by the way, what did you do before this? While Takagi was busy fawning over Sato Mawako, Li Zili had remained silent, and upon hearing her question, he paused for a moment before responding. Others call me a super detective. What do you think I did before? He spoke without a hint of embarrassment, boasting of being a super detective. Who would believe that? Upon hearing these words, Sato Mawako rolled her eyes dramatically. Takagi had previously struggled to find a way to undermine Li Zili in front of Sato, but now he finally saw an opportunity. He nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, boasting without a script. How unimpressive you are. I wasn't even talking to you. Sato retorted sharply, instantly silencing Takagi, who now stood with a flushed face. Rendered speechless, Li Zili glanced at Takagi, suppressing a laugh. After all, who can't even flatter properly, landing his compliments awkwardly? What a character, thinking he could belittle me in front of Sato. Holding back his amusement, Li Zili stated with a serious demeanor. Stop talking nonsense. I, Kusa Chuan Koichi, never boast that, huh? Who would believe that? Sato rolled her eyes again, completely unconvinced by Li Zili's claims. Takagi had intended to criticize Li Zili further, but thought better of it after the earlier incident. Opting instead for a simple, I don't believe you either. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less that as they spoke. They had already entered the police headquarters, and the three returned to their respective positions. Shortly after Takagi settled down, several colleagues approached, draping their arms over his shoulders conspiratorially. Hey, Takagi, what did that guy say to Officer Sato? One of them whispered slyly. Yeah, what's their relationship? It seems like Officer Sato gets along quite well with the newcomer. Guys, I'm just as curious about that. Takagi thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally. How could he possibly know what Li Zili and Sato Mahako discussed, let alone the nature of their relationship? The mere mention of it made his heart ache. You think that guy and Officer Sato are, in that kind of relationship? Upon hearing this, Takagi was momentarily taken aback, looking at his colleague in confusion. The other man raised his eyebrows suggestively, saying, exactly that kind of relationship. No, absolutely not, Takagi suddenly shouted, startling his colleagues and drawing the attention of others around them. One colleague shot him an annoyed glance. If it's not true, why the exaggerated reaction? Who's overreacting? You're the ones making a fuss. Realizing his outburst, Takagi's face turned crimson. Ugh, his colleague shrugged him off, and then a short-haired colleague remarked, Takagi has a point. That guy just joined the police department yesterday. There's no way he could be in that kind of relationship with Officer Sato. True, but he is already laughing and dining with her. Honestly, I'm quite envious. I'm envious too. Officer Sato is the beauty of our precinct. How wonderful it would be to share a meal with her. All right. Save your envy for later. I have work to do. Hearing this, Takagi felt a surge of annoyance and pushed his colleagues out of his workspace. Hey, Sato Mahako, holding a warm cup of water, looked up from sipping when she heard the commotion and saw Li Zili leaning against the partition between their desks, grinning at her. What do you want? She replied curtly. Who would have thought someone could actually like you? Li Zili said in a low voice, chuckling. Am I that ugly? Is it impossible for someone to like me? Sato Mahako realized Li Zili was referring to Takagi. Rolling her eyes, Li Zili stared at her seriously for a few seconds before shaking his head. Seeing his reaction, Sato raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? I was just pondering. With Sato's attention now captured, Li Zili continued teasingly. Are you really that beautiful? In truth, the police flower truly possessed remarkable beauty. Tall stature, pristine uniform, shoulder-length hair, and a gentle yet spirited visage. Moreover, she exuded an undeniable charm. Are you implying that I'm not beautiful? You better apologize right now. Sato's face flushed with anger, wishing she could smack this insufferable man. How dare he question her beauty, knowing full well she was the most sought-after woman in the precinct. With others longing for her affection, her frustration boiled over at his audacity. Ugh, Li Zili rolled his eyes. Apologize? Not happening. Being the police flower doesn't make you special, even if you were an international beauty. It wouldn't matter. Li Zili turned around leisurely, returning to his seat. This only served to further infuriate Sato, who clenched her teeth and glared at Li Zili, silently counting to 3 in her mind. Waiting for him to apologize. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and to her dismay, Li Zili not only failed to apologize, but also appeared engrossed in a game, seemingly oblivious to everything around him. Fuming, Sato thought to herself, you jerk, I'll ignore you from now on. She angrily returned to her chair. For a moment, the only sound in the room was the faint noise of Li Zili's game. After a brief pause, Sato couldn't help but sneak a glance at him. Noticing he approached her, she marched over to him, peering at his screen. What game are you playing? Can't you see for yourself? Li Zili replied without turning his head. Sato gritted her teeth, thinking, this jerk, I shouldn't have come here. With that, she stormed off in a huff. As she turned to leave, Li Zili smirked, unfazed, and continued with his game. Time passed unnoticed. Suddenly, Megure JZ stood up to answer a phone call. Observing Megure's reaction, Li Zili wondered if a murder had occurred. To his surprise, the next moment, he heard Megure's shocked voice exclaim. What? Someone's dead? Well, Li Zili chuckled wryly, realizing he had indeed jinxed it. Just then, Megure, having hung up, scanned the room and called out, Kusa, Takagi Sato, follow me. His luck was astounding. On his very first day at the police headquarters, he encountered a homicide case. Li Zili shook his head in amusement, but maintained a composed exterior as he responded along with the other summoned officers, upon arriving at the KTV room where the incident occurred. Li Zili surveyed the scene and, as expected, Conan was present. With this little detective around, a death was hardly surprising. In addition to Conan, Li Zili also spotted Ran Muri, Sonoko Suzuki, and several stylishly dressed individuals. As he took in the scene, a sudden realization struck him. The deceased was the lead singer of the Rex rock band, and the circumstances mirrored those in his memory. While Li Zili contemplated the situation, several scrutinizing gazes fell upon him. The first belonged to Conan, who was also present. No surprise, given that Officer Megure had invited him to the precinct. That Conan's eyes locked onto Li Zili, filled with disdain and irritation. He still remembered how Li Zili had overshadowed him previously. After doing his research on Kusa Koichi, Conan found no trace of him in the detective world, leaving him perplexed about this new detective prodigy. Given Li Zili's previous performance, it would be an understatement to call him merely skilled. His abilities rivaled those of Sherlock Holmes. Nevertheless, Conan wasn't one to easily concede. He was a genius detective who believed he was not inferior to Li Zili. As Conan's keen gaze sharpened while observing Li Zili, a competitive glint emerged, signaling his desire to challenge him. At that moment, Li Zili turned his head and caught the intensity in Conan's eyes, leading to a knowing smirk on his lips. Little brother, you wish to compete with me? I do feel embarrassed to take advantage of you. Seeing Li Zili's ambiguous smile, Conan felt a tightening in his chest. Inexplicably annoyed. What was that smile supposed to mean? No matter the case, he couldn't allow himself to lose face against Li Zili. Upon contemplating this, Conan raised his head high, exuding an air of determination as he gazed at Li Zili. However, to his surprise, he discovered that Li Zili had turned his head away, no longer regarding him. It was akin to a powerful punch, long in the making, landing squarely on a cotton pillow, leaving Conan utterly vexed. He felt a tightness in his chest, and a flicker of irritation crossed his eyes, which soon transformed into a fierce resolve. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed, "This time, I must be the one to uncover the culprit first." With that thought in mind, Conan immediately set off to busily search for the perpetrator. Beside him, Ran Muri also fixed her beautiful gaze on Li Zili, deeply concerned about his relationship with Keiko Momiji. This concern was not born of affection, but rather a curiosity regarding whether Li Zili shared a special bond with Keiko. Since her last visit to Keiko, she had been trying to find Li Zili, eager to discern the nature of their connection. Yet, she had failed to encounter him. Now, seeing Li Zili, who had become a police officer, her feelings were somewhat complicated. Next to Ran, Sonoko Suzuki was utterly captivated by Li Zili, her eyes brimming with infatuation. He is so handsome. Truly he is. My goodness, how can there be such a strikingly handsome man in this world? As she stared, Sonoko felt her mouth nearly watering, quickly wiping it and grasping Ran's arm, exclaiming with great excitement, "Hey, Ran, look quickly. That police officer is incredibly handsome. I can't help but fall for him." Snapping back to reality, Ran understood whom Sonoko was referring to and shot her friend a bemused glance. Thinking, "Sonoko, are you smitten again?" "Oh, no way," Sonoko protested, though her cheeks flushed at her friend's observation. "But truly, he is exceptionally handsome. The most handsome person I have ever encountered." Seeing her friend so completely enamored, Ran rolled her eyes dramatically, responding, "While Mr. Kasakawa is indeed handsome, Sonoko, you needn't react this way. Is it not a bit embarrassing, Mr. Kasakawa?" Sonoko exclaimed, suddenly intrigued that Ran seemed to know the dashing figure. Ignoring Ran's comment about embarrassment, she gazed at her friend with sparkling eyes, asking, "Ran, do you know that handsome man?" "Yes," Ran replied with a slight nod. "Quickly tell me, what is his name? How old is he? Does he have a girlfriend? What is his phone number?" Overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Ran placed a hand to her forehead, urgently gesturing, "Stop, stop, stop." She looked at Sonoko, exasperated. "I am not well acquainted with him. I only know his name is Hiroichi Kasakawa." Hiroichi Kasakawa. What a lovely name, Sonoko mused dreamily. Gazing at Li Zili, Ran sighed, feeling exasperated once more. What is so lovely about the name Hiroichi Kasakawa? At least, I do not think so. Indeed, infatuated women often lack reason. Ran, look, he is looking at me. At that moment, Sonoko clutched Ran's arm tightly, her eyes a mixture of anxiety and excitement, her heart racing. Following her gaze, Ran indeed saw that Li Zili was looking their way. She first smiled at him, then turned back to Sonoko, thinking, he is merely looking at you. Why are you so nervous? She could sense Sonoko's fluttering emotions. His eyes are so captivating. Sonoko continued, lost in her admiration. Ran sighed again. Ding. Random mission triggered. Uncover the culprit behind this case. Upon completion, receive random attribute points. With a small chance of obtaining a skill, upon hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Li Zili felt elated. Being aware of the plot, he found this task to be utterly uncomplicated. The system was essentially bestowing a gift upon him. Why refuse such a gift? Li Zili resolved to accept it. Just then, he felt a scorching gaze upon him. Turning, he found Sonoko staring at him with an infatuated expression. While he was aware of Sonoko's tendency to swoon over handsome men, witnessing her in such a state was a first. Just as he contemplated what to do next, Ren also directed her gaze towards him. In the next moment, she smiled at him, and he returned the smile. Upon seeing Ran, memories of Keiko flooded his mind, particularly the lingering tension from that night in Keiko's room, that a ripple of anticipation stirred within him at the thought of seeing her again. A subtle smile graced Li Zili's lips at that moment. The resonant voice of J.Z. Megure broke through the air. This means the culprit coated the microphone with poison. Thus, after Tatsuya Kimura grasped the microphone, he contaminated his hands when he touched the rice ball. The only one capable of executing this act is the one who sang before Kimura Tatsuya, Mizuki Shizaki, he concluded, casting a sharp gaze at the downcast Mizuki. Everyone, Mizuki included, gasped in surprise. Before anyone could respond, Megure continued, I have heard that while you sang, tears streamed down your face as you performed a farewell song, correct? Was there something between you and Tatsuya Kimura? No, I was not abandoned by him. I ended things myself, Mizuki exclaimed passionately, her eyes brimming with tears. With her head bowed, she spoke with a sorrowful tremor in her voice. That night, I confessed my feelings to Tatsuya. But he rejected me, he said. I am sorry, Mizuki, but my heart belongs to someone else that I don't know where she is, but I will wait for her. Until she returns, I will continue to wait. At that moment, she realized that there was no longer a chance for her and Tatsuya. As she spoke, tears finally rolled down her cheeks. Megure, observing her, retorted sharply. Thus, you harbored resentment and killed him. No, I would never kill him. Mizuki replied, agitated. Nearby, Conan pondered, the person he loves? At that moment, Mari Terahara, who was comforting Mizuki, spoke up. Officer Megure, the song Mizuki performed was chosen by Tatsuya himself without her knowing. Mizuki had no idea she would be singing. Nor did she expect Tatsuya to sing along. Everyone found some logic in her words. After all, how could Mizuki have anticipated that Tatsuya would sing along? Therefore, it seemed impossible for her to have poisoned the microphone in advance. However, if Mizuki was not the culprit, then who was? Hey, who requested the song Crimson Venus that Tatsuya sang earlier? Just then, Conan chimed in innocently. The members of the Rex group exchanged puzzled looks, all shaking their heads in uncertainty regarding who had requested the song for Tatsuya. As Conan was about to speak again, Li Zili stepped forward, asking, does Tatsuya always remove his shirt when he sings? With that, he smiled at Conan, saying, is that what you meant to imply, little one? Conan stared at Li Zili, utterly astonished. How did he know what I was thinking? His pupils dilated in disbelief. He remembered that Li Zili had similarly known his thoughts in the CF, but now he had done it again. How on earth does he know what I'm thinking? Ah, Kasakawa, how could I have forgotten about you? Seeing Li Zili, Megure suddenly recalled this remarkably perceptive detective. He approached and patted Li Zili on the shoulder. Laughing, you must already know who the culprit is, right? Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Zili, who smiled and nodded. Indeed, I already know who the culprit is. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No way, he must be boasting. How could he possibly know who the culprit is so quickly? Upon hearing this, Conan's pupils constricted sharply, fixating intently on Li Zili. Was this fellow bragging, or did he truly possess knowledge? Recalling the incident at the CF, Conan felt a nagging suspicion that Li Zili indeed knew the identity of the murderer. Yet, his pride forbade him from acknowledging such a truth. No, Absolutely impossible. He could not have solved the case before me. Conan's mind screamed at AS for this case. He had only just begun to piece together some clues, yet he was still far from solving it. Beside him, Sato Mawako was taken aback, her brows furrowing. How could this scoundrel utter such words without fear of humiliation in front of others? Concerned that Li Zili might embarrass himself in front of everyone, she hurried to his side and whispered, "Hey, you can't possibly think of yourself as a detective, can you? To say such things, you should just step down." With that, she tugged at Li Zili's sleeve. Li Zili remained unmoved, turning to glance at her with a smile. "Are you worried about me? Why would I worry about you?" Sato Mawako's cheeks flushed, and she pouted, unsure why she had impulsively rushed to speak with Li Zili in that moment. It had been a purely instinctive action, but reflecting on it now made her feel somewhat bashful. "Hee, I truly know who the murderer is," Li Zili said with a slight smile, freeing himself from Sato Mawako's grasp. He then glanced at several members of the Rex group and remarked, "Kimura Tatsuya always takes off his upper garment while singing, doesn't he?" At his words, Sato Mawako stomped her foot in frustration, biting her lower lip as she glared at Li Zili. "This rascal, I shouldn't have bothered with him. Let him embarrass himself." Hearing this, the members of the Rex group nodded in agreement. Indeed, Officer Megure, isn't the area where Kimura Tatsuya had contact with potassium chloride on his left elbow? Li Zili smiled and turned to Megure Juza. Megure Juza stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before nodding. "That is correct. Thus, the murderer must undoubtedly be her. Who exactly is the murderer you speak of?" In an instant, all eyes were riveted on Li Zili, eager to learn his answer. "The murderer is none other than her, Miss Teruhara Mari," Li Zili proclaimed, pausing for a second before pointing at Teruhara Mari. "What?" Everyone gasped in shock, turning to stare at Teruhara Mari. A wave of panic washed over her, but she quickly inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. Flipping her hair back, she laughed heartily, dismissing the accusation. "Ha, stop joking. I was making a phone call when Tatsuya collapsed. I wasn't even in this room." Somewhat reasonable, as she was not present at the scene, it seemed impossible for her to be the murderer. The crowd contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Only Li Zili, with a subtle smirk, countered, "Although you were absent, the poison was already prepared, and all it took was for Kimura Tatsuya to sing this song that as his words fell, a stirring melody filled the room." The crowd was taken aback, and Shizaki Mieko involuntarily exclaimed, "The Crimson Venus." Indeed, that was the very last song Kimura Tatsuya sang before his demise, "The Crimson Venus." "Now, you should sing this song too, using the microphone I prepared for you." "Of course, there's no poison on it," Li Zili said, presenting a microphone he had prepared earlier to Teruhara Mari. With her head lowered, a bead of cold sweat trickled down her face as she seemed to contemplate something. After a few seconds, she raised her head, declaring, "I understand now. I will sing." Having said that, Teruhara Mari took the microphone from Li Zili's hand. She approached the sound system, ready to sing, when Li Zili suddenly interjected. "Wait, why not take off your jacket? Didn't Kimura Tatsuya always do that while singing this song?" The crowd was puzzled by Li Zili's meaning, but all eyes were fixed on Teruhara Mari. She glanced at Li Zili, her lips moving as she was about to start singing, only to hear Li Zili add, "Oh, and don't forget the way Kimura Tatsuya removed his jacket." Without uttering a word, Teruhara Mari mimicked Kimura Tatsuya's action of tossing off his jacket while singing the Crimson Venus, then began to sing. After finishing the song, Teruhara Mari, microphone in hand, turned to Li Zili and asked, "So, are you satisfied now? Now, please eat the rice ball, just like Kimura Tatsuya did at that time, that we will continue our conversation once you finish." Li Zili smiled faintly. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of what scheme Li Zili was concocting, while Teruhara Mari kept her head down in silence. After a while, she finally spoke, "I don't want to eat." "Why would I want to? I touched him when Tatsuya collapsed. Since there was poison on his hands and clothes, it was possible that her hands might have come into contact with the poison at that moment." Li Zili smiled indifferently and turned to Megure Juza. "Officer Megure, could you please examine the jacket she is wearing?" The jacket? Megure Juza was perplexed, unsure of Li Zili's intent, before he could process it. Teruhara Mari suddenly exclaimed, "The jacket also has poison on it. After I touched Tatsuya, I put on the jacket. Therefore, even if there is poison on it, it cannot be considered evidence." "No, you are mistaken to that moment." A smile spread across Li Zili's face as he said, What I want Officer Megure to examine is not the poison. A lighter. Megure Juza rummaged through the pockets of Teru Haramari's jacket and soon pulled out a lighter. Upon seeing it, Teru Haramari's expression changed dramatically, draining of color as she suddenly recalled something she had forgotten. The crowd's eyes were drawn to the lighter in Megure Juza's hand, uncertain of its significance. Li Zili then remarked casually, "Indeed, that is the lighter that Kimura Tatsuya lost at the time. Thus, that jacket does not belong to Teru Haramari. She deliberately swapped it with Kimura Tatsuya's clothing to destroy evidence." From the very beginning, she had applied potassium cyanate to the inside of the left elbow area of Kimura Tatsuya's jacket. Once he donned it, the elbow region would become contaminated with potassium cyanate. Then, she requested Kimura Tatsuya to sing the Crimson Venus, and unaware of the situation, he would instinctively remove his jacket, subsequently touching the poisoned area with his right hand. After that, regardless of what he consumed, it would lead to his untimely demise. That not correct, Miss Teru Haramari. Having said this, he gazed at Teru Haramari with a smile. Each of Li Zili's words struck Teru Haramari's heart like a sharp blade. Leaving her pale and devoid of color, her head bowed, her eyes filled with despair and shock, for Li Zili's assertions were undeniably accurate, as if he had witnessed her crime firsthand, rendering her incredulous. How could this man possess such insight? After a prolonged silence, Teru Haramari finally lifted her head and smiled. "Indeed, I killed Tatsuya Ahiti." This proclamation. The room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into astonished gasps as everyone turned to Li Zili in disbelief. This fellow had truly solved the case so swiftly and understood the methods of the murderer. Unbelievable. Sato Mawako was left speechless, unsure of what to say, initially believing Li Zili's claim of knowing the murderer to be mere nonsense. She was taken aback by the reality of his knowledge. This scoundrel is indeed a super detective. He was not boasting before. Sato Mawako's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Li Zili. Realizing that what Conan had said previously was indeed true, Muri Ran also looked at Li Zili in shock. Last time, Conan had told her that Li Zili could discern the murderer's methods with just a glance at the scene. She had thought Conan was spouting nonsense. Yet here it was, reality, so handsome, so incredibly handsome. Suzuki Sonoko stared at Li Zili with an even more infatuated gaze than before, her heart racing with excitement. This man was simply too captivating. The way he had just solved the case was absolutely mesmerizing. I can't help it. I've fallen head over heels for him. Suzuki Sonoko was screaming wildly in her heart. Takagi Wataru looked at Li Zili in shock, not expecting him to be such a brilliant detective, having genuinely solved the case. Initially, he had hoped to see Li Zili make a fool of himself, so he could ridicule him in front of Sato Mawako. But it was evident that such an opportunity was no longer available as he regarded this man. Takagi felt a wave of despair. In terms of looks, Li Zili outshone him by leaps and bounds, and in intellect, he was utterly overwhelmed. How could he possibly compete for Sato Mawako's affection in front of him? In truth, the most despondent one was not Takagi, but Conan. He clenched his fists, staring intently at Li Zili, his eyes filled with despair, realizing that this man had indeed cracked the case before him, just when Conan had only begun to grasp a hint of the case. Li Zili had already identified the culprit and understood their methods. This ability was akin to the rebirth of Sherlock Holmes, plunging Conan into a profound sense of hopelessness. After a moment of silence, Conan thought to himself, this time he must have been caught off guard. There was no way he could lose to him, absolutely not. Deep down, however, Conan knew that it was impossible for Li Zili to be at a loss. How could one solve a case while being bewildered, especially one that involved knowledge of the murderer's methods? Yet he refused to admit that Li Zili's deductive skills surpassed his. Next time, he vowed to himself, he would definitely win against him. Conan tightened his fists in determination. Haha, Kusichuan, you truly are remarkable. That moment, Megure J-san's hearty laughter brought everyone back to reality as he exclaimed. But what was her motive for murder? All eyes turned to Li Zili. Indeed, what was the motive? Why did Teru Haramari wish to kill Kimura Tatsuya? Under the collective gaze, Li Zili smiled and addressed Teru Haramari, saying, "It was born from love turning to hate. Am I correct, Miss Teru Haramari? You are not mistaken. I love Tatsuya dearly. I even went so far as to undergo plastic surgery for him, believing it would bring him joy. Little did I know that after the surgery, his attitude towards me changed drastically, that he no longer loved me, calling me an ugly monster, and every time I sang, He would make me sing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer to humiliate me. Thus, I hate him and can never forgive him. By the end of her statement, Terahara Mari's expression had twisted, her words dripping with intense animosity. Miss Terahara, you are mistaken. Kimura Tatsuya has always loved you. Li Zili pondered for a moment before articulating this. Stop speaking nonsense. What do you know? Terahara Mari glared at Li Zili, a mixture of anger and agitation. Mari, what he just said is true. Tatsuya has always cared for you. This is a love song he wrote for you. A member of the Rex band interjected, producing a past group photo and handing it over. As Terahara Mari took a look, she noticed the back of the photograph bore the lyrics to a love song. While reading, she murmured, "Don't lie to me, it's true. I'm not deceiving you." These are the lyrics to Tatsuya's new song. He often complained to me about why you had to undergo plastic surgery. However, every time he was in front of me. Terahara Mari began to believe, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke. You know, he has always been one to say one thing while meaning another. I believe he must wish for you to return to your original self. Why is this happening? Terahara Mari finally accepted the truth, kneeling on the ground, cradling the photo as she wept. Everyone watching her regretful and sorrowful demeanor sighed inwardly. The two had once deeply loved each other. And they could have been together. Yet fate had led them to this tragic conclusion. It truly was a tragedy. Li Zili shook his head, sighing. Wow, Hiroichi, you are incredible, and so handsome. You solved such a difficult case. How did you do it? How did you know Terahara Mari had poisoned Kimura Tatsuya's left elbow? After Terahara Mari was taken away by the police, Suzuki Sonoko rushed in front of Li Zili, chattering animatedly. Finally, she pointed to her nose with a beaming smile and said, "By the way, I'm Suzuki Sonoko. Just call me Sonoko. That I'm a close friend of Muri Ran, who is the daughter of the famous detective Muri Koger. You know Muri Koger, right?" Seeing Sonoko's exuberance, Li Zili felt somewhat speechless. However, he was not surprised that Sonoko knew his name, as she was a friend of Muri Ran, who was acquainted with him. Observing Sonoko's eagerness to approach Li Zili after the case concluded, Muri Ran sighed and led Conan over. Just as Li Zili was about to speak, she interjected, "Sonoko, at least show some restraint in front of Kusichuan." "Humph, I want tea." Sonoko was oblivious to the concept of restraint, waving her hand dismissively, then grinning at Li Zili, asking, "Hiroichi, you don't dislike me like this, do you?" "Sonoko, how can you ask someone such a direct question? How are they supposed to respond?" Muri Ran rolled her eyes in exasperation at Sonoko's words, while even Conan beside them looked at the boisterous girl with mild disbelief. "It's all right," Li Zili replied with a smile, acknowledging that Sonoko was indeed a beauty. It was hard to say he truly disliked her. "See, I knew Hiroichi wouldn't dislike me." Sonoko beamed widely, casting a triumphant glance at Muri Ran. Li Zili chuckled, and then glanced at Conan, who was intensely staring at him with a hint of defiance in his eyes. In that moment, Li Zili realized what was going on. However, he was not overly concerned nor interested in competing with Conan, as it felt somewhat like bullying him. Noticing Li Zili looking at Conan, Muri Ran recalled that she hadn't introduced Conan to Li Zili the last time they hurriedly left with Hyeri, so she took the initiative to say, "Kusichuan, this is Conan. I naturally know this guy." Li Zili thought to himself, but on the surface, he bent down and pinched Conan's cheeks, smiling. What a cute little fellow. As he spoke, he deliberately applied a bit more pressure, quickly reddening Conan's face. Conan wore an expression that screamed frustration. In truth, at that moment, he was utterly annoyed. He had never liked Li Zili, and now being pinched by him was infuriating. The key was that in front of Muri Ran and the others, he couldn't show any signs of displeasure, and he had to put on a cute smile, saying, "Kusonayakan, you are also very handsome." Heaven knows how much he wished to slap Li Zili at that moment. "Haha, you will definitely be very handsome when you grow up," Li Zili chuckled, fully aware that Conan would never grow up. Conan lowered his head, pouting, "Of course I'll be handsome when I grow up. Do I need you to tell me that? Hiroichi, don't mind this little brat. How did you know Terahara Mari poisoned him?" Sonoko interrupted, chattering away like a lark. "How are you so handsome? What do you like? Do you have a girlfriend?" "Li Zili." Muri Ran shot a glance at Li Zili, pulling Sonoko close and saying, "Really, Sonoko, how can you bombard Kusichuan with so many questions at once? How is he supposed to answer you?" When Sonoko called Conan a little brat, Conan rolled his eyes, thinking, "This crazy woman." Upon hearing this, Sonoko seemed to finally realize, chuckling, "You're right. I'll ask one by one. Hiroichi, How did you know Terahara Mari poisoned Kimura Tatsuya's left elbow? Upon hearing this question, Conan perked up, eager to know how Li Zili had deduced it, and leaned in closer to listen. Li Zili first glanced at the officers still clearing the scene, then turned to Sonoko, saying, I deduced it. Your deductive skills are truly impressive. This. Sonoko nudged Muri Ran playfully and remarked, your guy has been overshadowed. Stop talking nonsense. There's nothing between me and Shinichi. Ran Muri was well aware of whom her close friend was referring to. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, I do not comprehend reasoning, and I am unsure of who is more formidable at that moment. Conan fixed his gaze intently on Sonoko Suzuki, seemingly wishing to obliterate her with a single blow. Exclaiming, what a time to bring that up. He then cutely added, not necessarily. I believe that Brother Shinichi's deductive skills are not inferior to his. You little brat. What do you know? Sonoko shot a glare at Conan, retorting, how could that guy Kudo Shinichi possibly compare to Hiroichi? Meanwhile, Reiji Li Zili cast a meaningful glance at Conan, but chose not to speak. He can compare. For once, Conan stubbornly stood his ground. Cannot duck and Sonoko and Conan glared at each other like two roosters ready to fight. While Ran Muri looked at them in exasperation, saying, all right, what is there to compare? Indeed, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, Reiji added. Humph, I won't stoop to your level, you little brat. Sonoko huffed at Conan, then turned to Reiji with a beaming smile, saying, Hiroichi, you are truly humble. This elicited eye rolls from both Conan and Ran Mauride as expected, a love-struck woman, hopelessly infatuated. Hiroichi, do you have a girlfriend? Sonoko asked, her tone a mixture of anxiety and anticipation as she looked at Reiji. Upon hearing this question, Ran perked up her ears, particularly concerned about whether he indeed had a girlfriend, and if so, might it be? I do not have a girlfriend, Reiji replied with a chuckle, waving his hand, but a sigh of relief washed over Sonoko, and Ran felt a weight lift from her heart as well. Since Reiji had no girlfriend, it seemed she had merely misunderstood. There was another woman present who also felt relieved upon hearing this, Mawako Sato. Although she had not approached them, she had been eavesdropping nearby, and upon hearing the inquiry about Reiji's relationship status, she too became attentive. Hey, Hiroichi, you surely haven't had dinner yet, right? Let's go eat together, my treat. Sonoko proposed with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Sonoko, it's rare to see you so eager to treat someone. Ran teased her friend. Sonoko, unembarrassed, confidently replied, what are you talking about? I often treat others. Hiroichi, if you ever want to go out for a meal, just let me know, it's on me. Wow, is this the rhythm of being pampered? Reiji thought to himself, feeling a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Yet, truth be told, Sonoko indeed had the means to do so, as she was the daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate. Ran and Conan exchanged exasperated eye rolls, unable to tolerate this lovesick woman any longer. What do you think, Hiroichi? Sonoko asked, her gaze filled with anticipation. Well, Reiji hesitated before saying, I am currently at work and must seek approval from my superior. No need for approval, I grant it. Just then, JZ Megure approached and said with a smile, go ahead, Kasakawa. You have earned it after solving a murder case. Given Reiji's recent accomplishments, even taking a few days off would not raise any objections from Megure. Reiji nodded and refrained from further comments. Subsequently, they exited the KTV and made their way to a restaurant. Surrounding the KTV, numerous dining establishments of various sizes and cleanliness were visible. After walking a short distance, Sonoko halted in front of a sushi restaurant and suggested, shall we have sushi? I'm fine with anything. How about you, Kasakawa? Ren shook her head, indicating her indifference, then looked at Reiji that he nodded in agreement. Wonderful, let's go. Sonoko clapped her hands and, linking arms with Ran, headed into the sushi restaurant, with Reiji following leisurely behind. Conan interjected, hey, how come no one is asking for my opinion? Hey. The sushi restaurant was quite clean, with several patrons moving about and others seated, enjoying their meals while conversing. After ordering sushi, the group settled at a square table against the wall. As soon as they sat down, Sonoko waved to the waiter and exclaimed, bring me 4 bottles of beer. The waiter, taken aback by their youthful appearance, hesitated. In Japan, it is illegal for minors to consume alcohol. Ran quickly turned to the waiter and explained, I apologize, she is just joking. Could you please bring us a pot of tea instead? After that, she attentively asked Reiji, Kasakawa-san, do you drink alcohol? No, Reiji shook his head. Then Ran turned to Sonoko, reproaching, Sonoko, Honestly, why are you acting so ridiculous? What do we need beer for? I thought Hiroichi might want some, Sonoko replied defensively, though she did not elaborate further. Once the tea arrived, the group chatted over their drinks, and soon their sushi was served. The variety of sushi in Japan is vast and diverse. Reiji ordered a mixed platter of various fish sushi, which was delightful, soft, fragrant, and visually appealing. Most importantly, it lacked the typical fishy odor. The only disappointment was the absence of chili that as they enjoyed their meal. Conan suddenly asked, "Hey, Brother Kasakawa, what did you do before?" Are you trying to pry into my background?" Reiji set down his sushi, swallowed the bite he had taken, and smiled at Conan, saying, "I heard you were quite clever. Why don't you guess what I used to do?" Conan scrutinized Reiji intently, then tentatively suggested, "Were you a detective?" Upon hearing this, both Ran and Sonoko set down their food and turned to Reiji. Their curiosity piqued. After all, with Reiji's extraordinary problem-solving abilities, it was natural for them to be intrigued to know. Reiji decisively shook his head. The others were taken aback, surprised. They had assumed that someone as adept at solving cases as Reiji must have been a detective. Yet, that was not the case. This only heightened their curiosity that I thought. How come there is no Hiroichi Kasakawa in the detective world? Turns out he wasn't a detective after all, Conan mused to himself. Nodding in understanding, but he then looked at Reiji and asked, "So what did you do before?" "I was a fortune teller," Reiji replied with a smile. Ran and the others were utterly astonished that a fortune teller. That seemed utterly absurd. With Reiji's deductive prowess, he hardly appeared to fit that description. Moreover, he certainly did not look the part. They could not fathom that he had once held such a position. "How could that be, Hiroichi? That's too far-fetched." Sonoko was the first to recover, bursting into laughter and disbelief. Conan scoffed. "A fortune teller? Who would believe you? That's just nonsense." Ran, also skeptical, chuckled as she tucked her hair back, saying, "Kasakawa-san, you truly have a knack for humor." Reiji merely smiled, popping a piece of sushi into his mouth, choosing not to elaborate. Following that, Conan tried to subtly probe with a few more questions, but Reiji naturally would not divulge his background in front of him. Just imagining the expression on this little brat's face if he found out that Reiji was the wanted fugitive Aoyama Sakut was quite amusing. Halfway through their meal, Conan and Sonoko excused themselves to use the restroom. Leaving Reiji and Ran Muri alone at the table, they silently continued eating sushi, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense that a few seconds later, Reiji broke the silence, asking, "Miss Muri, how long has it been since Kudo Shinichi returned to your side?" Mao Lilan was momentarily taken aback, and then, as the words of Li Zili sank in, she gazed at him in utter astonishment and inquired, "How do you know about Shinichi?" Upon finishing her question, a look of comprehension dawned on her face. "Oh, did that girl, Yuanzi, tell you?" To which Li Zili responded with an enigmatic smile. Mao Lilan tilted her head in contemplation, and gradually, a look of incredulity emerged in her eyes. Li Zili was correct. Yuanzi had only recently become acquainted with him, and during this brief period, she had been in constant company with Yuanzi. Therefore, it stood to reason that Yuanzi had no opportunity to inform Li Zili about Kudo Shinichi. Yet, where did he acquire this knowledge? With a perplexed expression, Mao Lilan asked, "How exactly do you know about Shinichi?" "Have you forgotten? I mentioned that I used to be a fortune teller. Naturally, I divined this." Li Zili responded with a curious smile. Could it be that he truly was a fortune teller in the past? At this revelation, Mao Lilan felt a flicker of doubt within her. Previously, she had been adamant in her disbelief regarding Li Zili's claims of being a fortune teller. But now Mao Lilan, as far as I am aware, a man who spends an extended period away from home is likely to stray, Li Zili remarked with an inscrutable smile. Following this, he resumed his meal of sushi, deeming it prudent to leave such matters lightly touched upon. This was Li Zili's subtle way of planting a thorny seed in the hearts of Mao Lilan and Kudo Shinichi, a seed that would eventually sprout and grow, causing the distance between them to widen. I have no idea what you were talking about," Mao Lilan laughed lightly. However, as she lowered her head to eat sushi, a contemplative expression crossed her face. Observing her demeanor, Li Zili smiled inwardly, realizing that his earlier words had indeed resonated with her at that moment. Suzuki Yuanzi and Conan returned from the restroom. Yuanzi looked at the two of them and cheerfully asked, "What were you two talking about?" "Nothing much, just a casual chat," Mao Lilan replied, shaking her head and casting a smile in her direction. Neither Suzuki Yuanzi nor Conan offered any further comments. and they resumed their seats to continue eating. After finishing their meal, Suzuki Uenzi took care of the bill, and they all exited the sushi restaurant together. Upon standing outside, Suzuki Uenzi stretched her arms wide, squinted her eyes, and exclaimed, "Wow, I'm so full. Should we go somewhere fun? It's still early." With that, she looked at Li Zili with eager anticipation. "No, I must return to the police headquarters," Li Zili replied, shaking his head. Instantly, Suzuki Uenzi's face fell in disappointment. "Well, okay then. Thank you for your hospitality today. I must take my leave now." As Li Zili prepared to depart, Suzuki Uenzi quickly called out, "Wait, Hiroichi, can I visit you in the future?" Li Zili nodded, thinking to himself that since the choice was hers to make, he could not obstruct her. He then waved goodbye to Mao Lilan and the others before turning to leave. After Li Zili had walked away, Suzuki Uenzi excitedly grasped Mao Lilan's hand, exclaiming, "Xiaolon." "Xiaolon," he agreed. "That's wonderful. I can visit him now." Observing her friend's exuberance, Mao Lilan felt somewhat speechless. All right, he merely consented to your visiting him. Is that truly something to be so excited about?" "Exactly," Conan chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Tch, what do you both know?" Just then, Suzuki Uenzi seemed to recall something, tapping her forehead and exclaiming, "Oh no, what is it? Don't make such a fuss," Mao Lilan said, looking at her friend in confusion. "I forgot to ask him for his phone number," Suzuki Uenzi lamented, her face falling. Mao Lilan. Conan. As they walked home, Mao Lilan kept her head down, lost in thought, unsure of what occupied her mind. At that moment, Suzuki Uenzi had parted ways with them on this tree-lined avenue. Only she and Conan walked side by side. Conan occasionally glanced at Mao Lilan, noticing her unusual silence, which was not characteristic of her demeanor. What could Xiaolon be thinking about? Surely she wasn't contemplating that Kusanagawa Hiroichi. No way. Despite knowing it was somewhat unlikely, Conan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy that he leaned back, resting his hands behind his head, and playfully asked, "Xiaolon, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about that Kusanagawa brother?" Mao Lilan snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed. "Conan, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be thinking about him? Could it be? Mao Lilan couldn't he possibly be harboring thoughts about that guy? Could she? Cursed Kusanagawa." Seeing the flush on Mao Lilan's face, Conan found it hard to believe her words. Suspecting that she was indeed thinking about Li Zili, and his jealousy flared up. Upon reflection, it was undeniable that Li Zili was quite handsome. As the saying goes, beautiful women are attracted to handsome men. It wouldn't be surprising if Mao Lilan developed feelings for Li Zili. Previously, he hadn't considered this angle, but now, as he thought about it, Conan increasingly felt that Mao Lilan had indeed fallen for Li Zili, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Cursed Kusanagawa Hiroichi. Conan gritted his teeth in anger. "Conan, what's wrong with you?" Noticing something amiss with Conan, Mao Lilan inquired with concern. "It's nothing," Conan replied, turning his head away. Mao Lilan chuckled and shook her head, dismissing it as childish behavior on Conan's part. After a moment's pause, Conan couldn't resist asking again, "Xiaolon, what were you really thinking about just now?" "I wasn't thinking about anything," Mao Lilan replied with a smile. In truth, she had lied. Throughout the walk, she had been preoccupied with the words Li Zili had spoken to her in the sushi restaurant. Mao Lilan, as far as I am aware, a man who spends an extended period away from home is likely to stray. Were his words true? Had Shinichi developed feelings for another girl while away? No, he wouldn't do that. However, if that were not the case, why had he not returned? Had he truly changed his heart? These questions swirled in her mind throughout their journey. "You're lying." At that moment, Conan scoffed. "I'm not lying. Come on, let us go," Mao Lilan said with a smile, patting his head before quickening her pace. Meanwhile, Suzuki Uenzi hummed a cheerful tune as she walked briskly into the Suzuki family villa. Upon entering the living room, she greeted the middle-aged couple seated on the sofa, watching the news with a bright smile. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." She then continued humming her tune as she ascended to the second floor. The middle-aged couple exchanged glances, and the woman remarked, "What's got into her? She seems so cheerful." "I have no idea," the man replied. "I'll go ask her." Just as the woman stood up to leave, the man stopped her, saying, "Never mind. She was with that girl from the Mori family today, so she probably had a good time." Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated momentarily before finally sitting back down in Suzuki Uenzi's bedroom. The door was closed, and she lay on her soft bed, propping her chin on her hands. lost in thought, and a silly grin spread across her face. After a moment, she flipped over and murmured to herself, I can't wait to see him again. Next time, I must get his phone number. At the police headquarters, as Li Zili entered, he found all eyes upon him, some filled with admiration, others with curiosity, and some devoid of emotion. Li Zili felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why was everyone looking at him like that? Had something significant occurred during his absence from the police headquarters that he was unaware of? Filled with questions, he approached his desk. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Sato Mawako from beside him. Oh, you've finally returned. Why didn't you stay longer with those two lovely ladies? Li Zili turned to see Sato Mawako standing there, a sly smile on her face. Hey, why do I smell something sour? Did you eat a lemon? Li Zili deliberately sniffed around and then smiled at Sato Mawako. What do you mean? Sato Mawako was momentarily at a loss, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. While Li Zili merely smiled in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Sato Mawako finally grasped the meaning behind Li Zili's earlier words. Her fair cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare, exclaiming, Humph, who would be jealous of you? Stop being so vain. I never claimed you were envious. That was your own admission, Li Zili retorted as he walked to his seat, picking up a cup of water to alleviate the greasiness lingering in his mouth from the sushi he had just consumed. Humph, Sato Mawako huffed, and then fell silent. After setting down his cup, Li Zili noticed that Sato Mawako was still staring at him intently. With a grin, he asked, What's wrong? You're not falling for me. Are you? Humph. As if, Sato Mawako snapped back, her face turning crimson again as she shot him another glare before adding, I didn't expect you to be such an exceptional detective. Of course, I've mentioned it before. Though I recall someone doubted my skills initially, Li Zili chuckled, casting her a sidelong glance. How was I to know you were so adept at solving cases? You certainly don't look the part. It's your fault for not being clearer, Sato Mawako thought to herself as she indignantly placed the blame on Li Zili. Blame me? Li Zili replied, exasperated. Is there anyone more wrong than me in this world? Miss, how else do you expect me to convey that? He continued, utterly speechless. You should proclaim, I am indeed a super detective, and repeat it thrice or more, Sato Mawako suggested, tilting her head in mock seriousness. Li Zili realized that reasoning with women was futile. Observing Li Zili's expression, Sato Mawako couldn't help but burst into laughter, drawing the attention of several onlookers. The beauty of this policewoman shone even more brightly with her laughter, captivating the eyes of the men around her. Yet, upon seeing Li Zili, their gazes dimmed, their hearts filled with envy. That policewoman isn't smiling at me, Li Zili thought. Has anyone ever told you that your smile is enchanting? The words slipped out before he could stop them. Instantly, Sato Mawako's face turned beet red as she lowered her head, her heart racing. Why would he say such a thing to me? She pondered. Ahem. Realizing his slip, Li Zili cleared his throat twice to ease the tension and swiftly changed the subject, asking, Has anything happened at the police department while I was away? Sato Mawako looked up. Puzzled, why do you ask? Because when I entered, everyone was looking at me strangely. Sato Mawako's expression shifted to one of understanding, and she smirked. That's because you showcased your exceptional skills in this case. News of your prowess has spread throughout the police department while you were gone. Now everyone knows you're a super detective with remarkable abilities. It seems I can't even keep a low profile, Li Zili remarked, his expression changing. A low profile? Why should you? With your impressive skills, isn't it only natural for others to be aware? Sato Mawako struggled to comprehend Li Zili's desire for modesty. Fine, if I can't keep a low profile, then so be it. Damn it, it seems I'm destined to be the center of attention. Sigh, what a tiring burden if others knew of Li Zili's sentiments. They would surely want to rub his face in the ground, or at the very least, give him a good thrashing. How absurd. Is this even rational? Li Zili chuckled and waved dismissively. You're absolutely right. Oh, look who's back, Kakazawa. Did you have fun? At that moment, Megure JZ approached, winking at Li Zili. Li Zili chuckled without responding, instead saying, Officer Megure, what brings you here? Megure JZ cleared his throat, suppressing his smile, and said seriously, Thanks to your swift resolution of the case, our team has received commendations from higher-ups. You've truly earned your merit. No wonder you seem so cheerful and even jest with me. It turns out you were praised, Li Zili thought to himself, harboring a bit of disdain for Megure JZ. He was indifferent to accolades. Such things were of little significance to him. He could easily garner recognition whenever he desired. However, his indifference did not extend to others, as he noticed everyone around him, including Sato Mawako, looking at him with envious eyes. Recognition was crucial for any officer, yet it meant little to Li Zili. Well, that's all I wanted to say. After speaking, Megure JZ turned and left. Congratulations, detective, he called out as he departed. Once Megure JZ was gone, Sato Mawako beamed at Li Zili, remarking, "There are people here who have been around for a year without any accomplishments. Yet you made a significant achievement on your very first day. Impressive." She gave him a thumbs up. Li Zili chuckled lightly, unperturbed as he took a seat. Just as he settled in, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Task completed, earning 11 free attribute points. Damn, system, your reflexes are remarkably slow. Only now do you inform me of the task completion? Li Zili thought. Bemused, he had solved the case, dined with Muri Ran and others, and conversed with Sato Mawako for quite a while before the system finally acknowledged his accomplishment. Such sluggishness was truly extraordinary. Li Zili couldn't even muster the energy to critique it. After some consideration, he allocated 6 free attribute points to stamina and the remaining 5 to intellect. The attributes then updated. Host, Li Zili intelligence, 72 stamina, 78 agility, 60 skills. Hacker, beginner, disguise, god-level marksmanship. Note, you are already a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be utilized in 108 different ways. Li Zili closed his eyes for a moment, sensing a clarity of mind and an increase in strength, although it was not a dramatic improvement. Both his stamina and intellect were steadily rising. With a smile, he opened his computer and immersed himself in a game, playing until the end of his shift. Afterward, he waved goodbye to his neighbor, Sato Mawako, and walked out of the precinct. Strolling along the street, he realized the distance to his residence was approximately a half-hour's drive. Walking was not an option, so he planned to take a taxi home. Just then, he spotted an empty taxi approaching from the other side of the street. As he prepared to hail it, a sedan came to a stop beside the curb. The window rolled down to reveal a fair, beautiful face adorned with sunglasses, who smiled and asked, "Detective, where do you live?" Li Zili glanced at Sato Mawako, smiled, and then mentioned the name of his residential complex. "Get in," Sato Mawako said. Her voice crisped. Li Zili was taken aback, wondering what she meant. Did this policewoman intend to drive him home? Was she afraid he would sell her out? When he hesitated to enter the car, Sato Mawako smirked, her tone playful. "Are you afraid I'll eat you?" Li Zili chuckled. A grown man. What was there to fear, especially from a woman? He walked around to the front of the car, opened the door, and settled into the passenger seat, while Sato Mawako wore a subtle smile. Once inside, Li Zili closed the door, turned to face Sato Mawako, and asked, "Why the kind gesture, officer?" "Humph, who's being kind? If it weren't for the fact that your complex is right next to mine, I wouldn't bother giving you a ride," she retorted. "Taking a ride with you was merely convenient. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered." Sato Mawako pouted and let out a dismissive tise-do. What a coincidence. Li Zili was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. He truly hadn't anticipated such serendipity. It turned out that Sato Mawako's South residence was surprisingly close to his OWN. It seems to be fate. No wonder people say that the concept of fate is ineffable. I shall express my gratitude here. Don't be too hasty in your thanks. Let it be known that you owe me a favor, and it must be repaid in the future. Sato Mawako was unimpressed by his words. Goodness, this girl. How unreasonable. It was just a matter of giving her a lift. Must it be tied to a debt of gratitude? Besides, is my favor so easily obtained? Li Zili found himself at a loss for words and decisively instructed. "Stop the car." "What for? I had just started driving when you suddenly throw this at me. Do you think I'll believe you?" Sato Mawako rolled her eyes in irritation. "I want to get out," Li Zili stated flatly. "Humph, once you're in my car, you can't just exit at will." Sato Mawako huffed, ignoring Li Zili. "Get out? It's not that simple. Does she think my vehicle operates on such whims? What does she take me for? Hey, there's no rule against letting someone out. What is this girl thinking? She insists on driving someone home." However, Li Zili had no intention of being indebted to her. Otherwise, he would come out at a loss. No way. Sato Mawako chuckled to herself, hands gripping the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead, ignoring Li Zili. This girl intended to force her way through. How unreasonable. Li Zili felt a surge of frustration, but then thought better of it. Responding with a grin, If you insist on driving me, that's fine, but I owe you no favors. We have come to a delightful agreement. With that, he reclined comfortably, resting his hands behind his head. Not delightful at all. Thank you very much. You, a grown man, are being so petty over a mere favor. How miserly. Is your favor so significant? After all, I am a stunning beauty. Countless people wish to owe me favors. Yet I refuse them all. Yet here you are, reluctant to owe me one. Truly not a man. Sato Mawako seethed internally, casting an exasperated glance at Li Zili. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Li Zili replied. I said, you, a grown man, are being so petty over a mere favor. Why the reluctance? Sato Mawako raised her voice, shouting in Li Zili's ear. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Li Zili pointed to his ear, waving his hand dismissively. You might as well drop dead. This guy is definitely doing it on purpose, pretending to be deaf and mute. Humph, what a jerk. Sato Mawako was furious, giving Li Zili a fierce glare. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Li Zili waved his hand again. In truth, he was struggling to suppress his laughter, fearing he might burst out. You, Sato Mawako. Unable to contain her frustration, pounded Li Zili several times. I'll hammer you. You jerk. I'll smash you. You scoundrel. Yes, she rained blows upon him. Her focus waned, causing the car to swerve slightly. Li Zili immediately felt the vehicle wobble. Hastily waving his hands. Pay attention to the road. Do you want to die? I certainly don't wish to accompany you to your demise. You would be better off dead. Humph. Sato Mawako huffed internally but refocused on driving, simultaneously retorting, Now you can hear my words. Li Zili chuckled softly, choosing silence. He worried that provoking this policewoman further might lead to an accident. After all, it was rush hour, and the roads were bustling with traffic, making it easy to encounter mishaps. If an accident were to occur, tomorrow's headlines would likely read, on a certain road, 2 police officers tragically perish in a car accident after work. Li Zili certainly did not wish for such a fate. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Zili stepped out of the car, supporting himself against the door, looking down at the policewoman with a grin. Big policewoman, how about coming up to my place for a chat about the future in life? Get lost. Sato Mawako's face flushed crimson as she shot Li Zili a fierce look before flooring the accelerator, propelling the car away like a galloping steed. Li Zili shook his head in amusement, glancing up just in time to see Sato Mawako's vehicle turn into the neighboring community. It seems the big policewoman was indeed truthful. She truly lived in the adjacent neighborhood. Naturally, she had no reason to lie. With a chuckle, Li Zili strolled leisurely into his own community. The next morning at 7 o'clock, Li Zili finished breakfast downstairs. Numerous restaurants in the vicinity offered breakfast, making it quite convenient. He then prepared to take a taxi to work. Standing by the roadside, waiting for a cab, he silently contemplated how inconvenient this method of commuting was. It seemed he ought to purchase a car. However, it appeared he lacked the funds to do so. Damn it. Li Zili checked his bank card. The total barely reached 100,000 yen. Such an amount sufficed for meals and rent in this era. But purchasing a car, forget it. His previous life was not one of wealth. He was merely an editor. How much could an editor earn? Despite this, Li Zili was unconcerned. As a time traveler, acquiring money was hardly a challenge. He could easily figure it out someday. Just then, as Li Zili pondered these matters, he was abruptly jolted by a honking horn. Looking up, he saw Sato Mawako gazing at him from her car parked by the roadside. Approaching the car door, he leaned down to meet her eyes with a smile. Big policewoman, did you sleep well last night? Cut the flattery. I ask you, do you wish to catch a ride with me? Upon their first encounter, this guy was already being charming. What a complete scoundrel. However, Sato Mawako dismissed such thoughts. After returning home yesterday, she had mulled over the situation and felt quite vexed. She resolved to ensure that Li Zili owed her a favor, so when she passed by on her way to work and spotted him waiting for a taxi, she stopped, not interested. Gazing at Sato Mawako, Li Zili felt as if a weasel was wishing a chicken well. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined. You. How could this scoundrel reject her so decisively? What kind of person is he? Were it not for the intention to secure a favor from him, she would hardly bother with him. Sato Mawako fumed, taking a deep breath before saying, Why so quick to refuse? Aren't you curious why I'm offering you a ride? Not curious, Li Zili replied with a flat expression, returning 2 words. Was there even a need to ask? It was evident she had ulterior motives. You really are a jerk. Sato Mawako's face flushed with anger, glaring at Li Zili for 3 seconds before indignantly exclaiming, This jerk, I could just smash him. Others sought to please her, yet he seemed intent on provoking her. What benefit would it bring him to infuriate her? Thank you. Li Zili remained unfazed, grinning as if Sato Mawako's words were compliments. This only fueled her anger further. Wishing she could truly get out of the car and hit him. She had never encountered anyone like him. Thick-skinned and utterly irritating. Then you may wait here for a taxi until you die. After a moment, Sato Mawako, seething with rage, spat out those words, flooring the accelerator and speeding past Li Zili. Unperturbed, Li Zili shook his head and hailed a taxi. Slipping inside. Throughout that day, due to the morning's encounter, Sato Mawako hardly exchanged a word with him. Even when conversing with him, her tone was somewhat brusque, as if she had consumed a bundle of dynamite. However, Li Zili paid no heed to this. His thoughts were consumed by the impending rendezvous with Fei Yingli the following day. It had been 2 days since they last parted ways, and tomorrow marked the day they had agreed to attend the opera together. During these 2 days, Fei Yingli had called him twice. Their relationship had not only remained intact, but had actually deepened. Anticipation filled Li Zili's heart for the morrow. Memories of the ambiguous moments shared in Fei Yingli's room stirred ripples in his heart. Before long, the next day arrived, the day he had been eagerly awaiting. With the opera set to commence at 8 in the evening, Li Zili returned home after work, donned a fresh suit, and set out. He arrived at the entrance of Fei Yingli's community at 7:10. Pulling out his phone, he dialed her number at that moment. Within Fei Yingli's room, she had already changed into her outfit and sat on the bed. Occasionally glancing at the wall clock, like Li Zili, she was filled with anticipation for this date. She wondered if that handsome fellow had arrived yet, and wished to see him soon. Just as this thought crossed her mind, her phone rang. Upon checking, her eyes lit up with delight. How fortuitous that he called just when she was thinking of him. Knowing that Li Zili was waiting outside her community only heightened her joy. Putting away her phone, she grabbed a small gray handbag, slipped into her high heels, and stepped out. As she exited the community, she spotted Li Zili waiting under a street lamp. Unconsciously, she quickened her pace. Hearing the sound of her footsteps, Li Zili turned, and his eyes brightened at the sight before him. Fei Yingli was clad in a deep blue off-shoulder jumpsuit, complemented by towering heels. Her exquisite curves were accentuated by the elegant outfit. The diamond necklace around her neck shimmered in the light, and her hair was elegantly pinned up with a colorful ribbon, her lips a vibrant hue, exuding a blend of maturity and grace with a hint of nobility. Li Zili was certain that any man who laid eyes on her in that moment would be rendered speechless. She would undoubtedly attract 100% attention on the street. Li Zili admired Fei Yingli. She too was observing him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This fellow still looked so dashing, clad in a well-fitted deep blue suit. His tall frame and handsome visage radiated charm and confidence. "Here, for you," he said with a smile, presenting her with a bouquet of roses. The scent of roses seemed to envelop her, suggesting her fondness for them. He had picked up this bouquet on his way when he passed by a florist. "Thank you," Fei Yingli replied, her smile blooming like a peony, her heart swelling with joy. This man was not only clever, humorous, and handsome, but also considerate enough to bring her flowers. Roses, no less. Her favorite. The thought made her smile even brighter. Noticing Fei Yingli's expression, Li Zili felt assured that his choice of flowers was well received and chuckled lightly. "As long as you like it, I love it," she affirmed, holding the roses while nodding appreciatively. A hint of blush gracing her cheeks. The blush added a touch of charm to her beauty. Li Zili thought to himself, though he showed no outward sign of it. "Shall we head off now?" Upon hearing this, Fei Yingli glanced at her phone, noting the time 7:20. It would take half an hour to drive there, just enough time for them to set off. "All right," she agreed. Fei Yingli took the wheel, while Li Zili settled into the passenger seat, and they made their way to the opera house. The opera house was situated on a bustling commercial street, with a lively square on the left and a cinema on the right. The entire street was ablaze with lights and teeming with people, creating an atmosphere of vibrant excitement. With 10 minutes remaining until 8, they arrived at their destination. After parking the car, Li Zili and Fei Yingli entered the opera house, purchased their tickets, and settled in the lobby, engaging in delightful conversation. Just as they were enjoying each other's company, an abrupt, mechanical voice echoed in Li Zili's mind. Random task triggered. Accompany Fei Yingli to watch this opera. Task complete. Gain random free attribute points, with a small chance of acquiring a skill. What? This is possible. Watching an opera can trigger a task. What a stroke of luck. Li Zili couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It's almost 8. Shall we queue up? Li suggested after checking the time. Li Zili said nothing, and together they approached the entrance to line up. He had heard that this opera was quite famous in Japan, attracting a considerable audience. Hence the line stretched with dozens of people as they stood at the back of the queue. Many turned their heads to glance at Li, their eyes gleaming with admiration. However, upon noticing Li Zili, their expressions turned hostile, envy and jealousy evident in their gazes, as if they wished to push him aside and take his place. Li Zili was naturally aware of the stares directed at them. Yet he chose to ignore them, continuing to chat merrily with Li. As for her, she displayed no reaction, seemingly accustomed to such attention. Before long, it was their turn. Li Zili presented their tickets to the usher, and he and Li walked in side by side. The venue was brightly lit, with over 100 seats surrounding the stage. They found their designated seats according to their tickets. Once seated, Li Zili glanced around. Beside them sat a couple engrossed in each other, whispering sweet nothings. Sensing Li Zili's gaze, they turned to look at him. For a moment, both pairs of eyes locked in surprise. The woman gazed at Li Zili, while the man stared at Li, rendered momentarily speechless. That guy is so handsome, the woman exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. This remark left her boyfriend somewhat displeased. What are you saying? You should only have eyes for me, not stare at other men, he retorted. Well, look who's talking. You were just ogling that woman, she shot back. Upon hearing this, the young man blushed, lowering his head, as he indeed had been admiring Li. Truth be told, he was envious of Li Zili for having such a stunning girlfriend. In his eyes, they were undoubtedly a couple. Li's beauty was leagues ahead of his own girlfriend's. What? Cat got your tongue. I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Seeing her boyfriend's reaction, the woman grew a bit irritated. And what about you? You were just staring at that guy. As their banter escalated into a quarrel, their voices rose enough for Li Zili and Li to hear. They exchanged amused glances and chuckled at that moment. With a loud clang, the lights suddenly dimmed, and the grand curtain on stage slowly parted. Li Zili and Li perked up, realizing the opera was about to commence, while the quarrelsome couple fell silent. Li Zili did not catch the name of the opera, but its theme revolved around a couple navigating the joys and sorrows of love. Filled with warmth and affection. As the performance reached a tender moment, the nearby couple intertwined their fingers, leaning into each other as they gazed at the actors on stage, seemingly forgetting their earlier disagreement. Witnessing this scene, Li Zili felt a stirring in his heart. He subtly reached over and grasped Li's delicate hand. So soft, so smooth. In that instant, he marveled inwardly. It felt like holding a fluffy cloud of cotton candy. Li was momentarily startled, instinctively glancing at Li Zili. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her heart racing. What does it mean that he is holding my hand? Why is he doing this? Should I pull my hand back to maintain some decorum? What if he wishes to take things further? Her mind was a flurry. The performance on stage forgotten. Don't worry, I'm just holding your hand. Nothing more. As if sensing the emotions of Li Zili softly whispered a few words near her ear. When Li Zili leaned in to speak, warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Li's cheeks to flush even deeper, akin to the fiery clouds at dusk, rendering her oblivious to whatever Li Zili was saying. Strangely enough, despite being married, being in Li Zili's presence felt reminiscent of her first love, igniting a shyness that made her face redden at the slightest provocation. Ultimately, Li's hand made a token effort to escape his grasp, but upon realizing it was futile, she allowed him to hold it. She thought to herself that since he had already kissed and touched her in the room last time, letting him hold her hand was inconsequential. Nevertheless, she pretended to be engrossed in the opera, too timid to meet Li Zili's gaze. Li Zili chuckled inwardly, since Li showed no resistance now. It seemed his desires were on the verge of fruition. If she were to discern his thoughts, she would likely scoff in disbelief. Men. As the opera concluded and the audience began to disperse, the couple beside them departed, and Li Zili and Li walked hand in hand with the flow of people. At that moment, a voice echoed in Li Zili's mind. Ding. Task complete. Awarded 12 free attribute points. Li Zili, unfazed, contemplated and allocated all 12 points to his stamina. Instantly, a surge of energy coursed through his body, and he sensed an increase in his strength. The attributes panel updated accordingly. Host, Li Zili intelligence, 78 stamina, 90 agility, 60 skills, hacking, beginner, disguise, god-level marksmanship. Note, you are now a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded with 108 variations. A reminder to the host, the three attributes of stamina, intelligence, and agility should not differ excessively. Otherwise, it may adversely affect physical balance, leading to various health issues. Upon hearing the system's words, Li Zili was taken aback and hurriedly inquired about the matter. After the system's explanation, he finally comprehended that the data for stamina, intelligence, and agility should not vary significantly. Otherwise, he might suffer ailments or sensory blurring. The system was essentially compelling him to enhance his agility, Li Zili mused. Yet he did not resist, recognizing the importance of agility, which was on par with intelligence and stamina. After all, agility represented speed and reaction time. Underscoring its significance, he resolved to improve his agility moving forward. Once they stepped onto the bustling street outside the opera house, Fei Yingli shyly glanced at Li Zili and softly said, "Aren't you going to let go of me?" It was then that Li Zili realized he was still holding her delicate hand. Goodness, it felt so pleasant, he was reluctant to release it. Nevertheless, he loosened his grip. Acknowledging that it would be inappropriate to continue holding her hand, Fei Yingli, blushing, lowered her head in silence. Sensing the atmosphere becoming awkward, Li Zili hastily asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little," Fei Yingli replied, gently patting her stomach. She had eaten alone earlier in the afternoon, so her meal had been rather meager, and now, at past 9 o'clock, she felt a twinge of hunger. "Shall we find a restaurant to grab something to eat?" What do you feel like eating? Sushi or Western cuisine?" "Western cuisine, I suppose." That evening, Fei Yingli had no desire for sushi. It was too heavy and could lead to weight gain. Western food, on the other hand, with a bit of red wine and fruit salad, was more manageable for maintaining her figure. Even a beauty must uphold her physique. Li Zili had no objections. This commercial street was abundant in restaurants, particularly Western eateries, bistros, and sushi places. After walking a little over 100 steps, they discovered a moderately upscale Western restaurant. They ascended the stairs and followed the waiter into the elegantly decorated hall. Due to the high foot traffic on this street, the restaurant was thriving, with several tables occupied by patrons engaged in conversation or placing orders. The arrival of Li Zili and Fei Yingli did not attract much attention. After being seated at a window-side table, the two placed their orders. Fei Yingli opted for a fruit salad and a bottle of red wine, while Li Zili ordered a steak. When their orders arrived, Li Zili raised his glass of red wine, clinking it with Fei Yingli's in a smile. Before taking a sip, he then cut into his steak, savoring a small piece. The steak was medium rare, crispy on the outside and tender within, and he nodded in satisfaction at its flavor. Meanwhile, Fei Yingli took small sips of wine and delicately nibbled at her salad, exuding an air of refinement. The opera earlier was truly captivating, Li Zili remarked as he continued to chat with Fei Yingli, laughter occasionally erupting between them. However, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was fixated upon them, first filled with shock and astonishment, then morphing into fury. This individual was none other than Kaguro Mori. Today, Kaguro Mori had received an unexpected call from a woman seeking his renowned detective services, asking to meet at this very Western restaurant to discuss the details of her case. However, mid-conversation, he spotted Fei Yingli laughing and chatting amiably with a handsome young man. That guy was nothing but a pretty boy. Yet he appeared quite dashing. The key was that the two seemed rather intimate, inciting Kaguro Mori's ire. Though they were living apart, Fei Yingli remained his wife, and the sight of her being so close to another man enraged him. In an instant, Kaguro Mori felt as though he had been betrayed, his face flushing with anger. That damned pretty boy and that shameless woman dared to engage in such behavior. "Ah, I will kill you both." Kaguro Mori's inner fury roared, contorting his face into a grotesque mask. The woman seated across from him was instantly struck by fear, staring at him in horror. She could not comprehend why Kaguro Mori's expression had suddenly turned so terrifying. Then, without warning, Kaguro Mori sprang to his feet, clenched his fists, and strode quickly toward Li Zili and Fei Yingli. The woman, sensing the impending trouble, hurriedly followed suit, only to witness Kaguro Mori erupting into a confrontation with a mature beauty. "Fei Yingli, you shameless woman, how dare you betray me with a pretty boy?" Kaguro Mori stormed up to them, his face a mask of rage as he glared at Fei Yingli and Li Zili, who had been engaging in jovial conversation, were momentarily taken aback by Kaguro Mori's sudden intrusion and accusations. Then, as realization dawned, Fei Yingli's face turned crimson with a mix of shame and indignation. In front of a crowd, Kagoro Muri had the audacity to call her a shameless woman and accuse her of flirting with a pretty boy. She was overwhelmed with a desire to strike him down. With her face pale with fury, Li gritted her teeth and glared daggers at Kagoro Muri. Muri, what madness has seized you? What pretty boy are you talking about? Explain yourself clearly, or I will not let this matter rest today. What more is there to say? I saw the two of you being all lovey-dovey here. What else is there to discuss? Kagoro Muri shot a furious glance at Li Zili, his voice booming, drawing the attention of those around them. The onlookers observed the exquisitely dressed Fei Li and the dashing young Li Zili, quickly grasping the situation in an instant. Disdain and aversion filled their gazes directed at Fei Li. Regardless of the country, engaging in flirtation with a pretty boy was looked down upon. Noticing the judgmental stares from the crowd, Fei Li's anger intensified, her face turning a shade of purple, faced with Kagoro Muri's accusations. She opened her mouth to retort, only to close it again, unable to articulate a response. Indeed, she harbored some feelings for Li Zili, although she had never attempted to seduce him as Kagoro Muri claimed. She could not outright deny any connection with him, as doing so would only validate Kagoro Muri's misconceptions. What? Lost for words. Did I hit the nail on the head? You shameless woman, lewd and unfaithful. Flirting with a pretty boy behind your husband's back. Utterly shameless. Kagoro Muri's anger intensified upon seeing Eri Kisaki, and he unleashed a torrent of merciless insults. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have been so impulsive. But the notion of his wife enticing another man was intolerable to anyone. Even the most cultured and composed individuals could be reduced to ruffians in such a situation, let alone Kagoro Muri. As he hurled such vile accusations, Eri's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into a dark scowl. Enough! Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted. Li Zili, who had been comfortably seated, could no longer remain passive as Muri's tirade escalated. He set down his glass, rose deliberately, and met Muri's gaze with unwavering intensity. Mr. Muri, do you truly believe you have the right to berate Eri? Let me clarify this for you. You do not. You and Eri have long since ceased to share a home, and her feelings for you have waned. Thus, she is free to pursue whomever she desires, and it is none of your concern. With a brief pause, Li Zili continued. Moreover, Eri has never sought out any pretty boy. I was the one who pursued her first. Kindly ensure you have your facts straight before making such claims. Muri was rendered speechless by this outburst. Eri, overwhelmed with emotion, gazed adoringly at Li Zili. This man had stood up for her, disregarding the curious stares of those around them to deliver such a heartfelt defense. Not everyone possesses the courage to act in such a manner, after all. Indeed, not everyone is indifferent to the opinions of others. I have not misjudged him. He is worthy of my affection, Eri mused. Mr. Muri, should I ever witness you insulting Eri again, do not expect me to be courteous. With these words, a fierce light shone in Li Zili's eyes, causing Muri to tremble and involuntarily step back. Li Zili then approached Eri with a warm smile and softly said, Shall we go? Eri nodded obediently, her cheeks flushed like a little girl. Li Zili took her delicate hand and strode confidently out of the establishment. Not once glancing back at Kagoro Muri, the onlookers watched as the pair exited hand in hand, before erupting in excited chatter. Wow, now that's a real man, one exclaimed. That handsome guy is impressive. He stands up for what he believes in. If I were in her shoes, I would also be drawn to such a man. Many women in the restaurant nodded in agreement, recognizing that while looks are one thing, bravery is another quality entirely. Only Kagoro Muri's face remained ashen, his fury boiling beneath the surface. He had been momentarily intimidated by Li Zili, and when he had tried to retort, the pair had already left. The mere recollection of the events ignited his rage anew. That pretty boy had stolen Eri away, and to add insult to injury, he had dared to confront him. How outrageous! Truly outrageous! You will pay for this. Just wait. Muri clenched his fists, seething with indignation. On the street, the neon lights flickered like two fiery dragons as the evening breeze swept through, swirling fallen leaves along the pavement. The wind brushed against Eri's skin, yet it could not dispel the faint melancholy etched upon her features. Although Li Zili had come to her aid, the harsh words of Kagoro Muri pierced her deeply. Despite having held on to some lingering attachment to Muri after all their years of marriage, tonight's incident had extinguished any remaining feeling she had for him. All that remained was sorrow. Come, let us drink, Eri suggested, her expression clouded with gloom. Of course, Li Zili replied, understanding her need to unwind after such an ordeal. Together, they ambled slowly, their silhouettes elongated by the streetlights, until they reached a bar at the end of the street. Eri raised her glass, downing one drink after another, oblivious to the alcohol trickling down her chin. She continued to drink, undeterred. Take care not to drink too quickly. You must consider your health. Li Zili cautioned, don't lecture me. I just want to get drunk this once, Eri murmured, her cheeks flushed and her gaze hazy as she squinted at Li Zili before lifting her glass once more. Kogoro Muri stormed back to the detective agency, disregarding the female client entirely. He vowed to make Li Zili pay, but first, he needed to investigate this man and uncover his true identity, just as he prepared to make a call. Ran Muri entered. Dad, weren't you supposed to meet with a client? How did it go? Not well, Kogoro Muri replied, his voice heavy with frustration. What happened? Ran noticed her father's agitated demeanor. Her curiosity piqued. Nothing, he muttered, still brooding. Dad, is there something you can't tell me? Please, just say it. Under pressure from his daughter's inquiries, Kogoro relented. It has nothing to do with that client. It concerns your mother and my mother. Ran was taken aback. What do you mean? Kogoro then recounted the events that transpired at the restaurant. Ran was stunned, unable to grasp the situation. Her mother was involved with another man? Wait, the image of Li Zili flashed in her mind. Could it possibly be him? Remembering her father's description of the man as a pretty boy, handsome and young, Ran's suspicions solidified. Dad, is that pretty boy? No, that man. Kawashiro Koichi, she blurted out, nearly slipping up with her choice of words. I don't know his name, Kogoro replied, his frustration mounting. How could he have been confronted without even knowing the man's name? Then what does he look like? Describe him to me. Ran pressed as Kogoro recalled Li Zili's features. He began to describe him. Upon hearing his father's description, Ran's suspicion turned into certainty. It was undoubtedly Kawashiro Koichi. Fury ignited within her. So, Li Zili had claimed to have no girlfriend, leading her to believe she had misjudged his relationship with Eri. Yet, it turned out she had not misjudged at all. Li Zili and Eri were indeed entwined. You scoundrel! How dare you betray me like this? I won't let this slide. Ran seethed internally, once harboring a semblance of fondness for Li Zili. She now felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him from her life. After all, she had always hoped for a reconciliation between Eri and Kogoro, dreaming of a complete family once more. But that dream was now shattered. All because of Li Zili. Dad, he is Kawashiro Koichi, she finally declared, her voice trembling with anger. Do you know him? Kogoro's frustration shifted to curiosity. Perhaps Ran could provide him with the information he sought. Ran, please tell me everything you know about this Kawashiro Koichi. Actually, I don't know much, just that he's a police officer. Ran began detailing her encounters with Li Zili, including his impressive record of solved cases. What? He is a police officer working at the Metropolitan Police Department. Kogoro exclaimed, astonished. What? He is so skilled at solving cases. Kogoro Muri listened with astonishment, his expression quite vivid. Soon after, a thought crossed his mind. And he couldn't help but chuckle coldly. How could one possibly solve a case merely by glancing at the scene? Ran Muri had mentioned that the fellow was remarkably adept at solving cases, able to discern the circumstances of the crime by merely observing the scene, as well as the perpetrator's actions that to him. This notion seemed more ludicrous than a tale from the Arabian Nights. The detectives he knew could never achieve such feats, not even Sherlock Holmes. There could not possibly exist someone so extraordinarily talented. He suspected that Ran had been swept off her feet and deceived by that pretty boy. Otherwise, she was simply spouting nonsense. Kogoro Muri shook his head in disbelief, refusing to accept such an idea. A renowned detective. How could he be unaware of such matters? He then pondered that Ran did not know much about that pretty boy, and resolved to investigate him further. Since he was affiliated with the police headquarters, it would be relatively straightforward to look into him. Kogoro Muri often interacted with the police, and his relationship with Inspector Megure was particularly cordial. Inquiring about a new officer would be a trivial matter. After Ran left, Kogoro Muri promptly dialed Inspector Megure's number. Meanwhile, Ran Muri lay in bed, tossing and turning for quite some time, before suddenly sitting upright. Her gaze resolute as she declared, I must break them apart and restore my parents' relationship. Outside the door of Eri Kisaki, Ryuzuki supported the inebriated Eri as they arrived. Eri had consumed quite a bit that evening, her consciousness fading as she leaned heavily against him, the mingling scent of alcohol and roses wafting through the air. Ryuzuki rummaged through Eri's bag, retrieving a set of keys. He then inserted the key into the lock of the main door. Twisting it open, supporting Eri, he pushed the door open, neglecting to change his shoes, and after closing the door, he led Eri into the bedroom, tossing her onto the bed. He then removed her shoes and repositioned her feet. Covering her with a warm blanket, as Raki turned to leave, Eri grasped his hand, pulling him back. Don't go. He turned to find Eri half propped up, her cheeks flushed and her gaze hazy with intoxication. In that moment, Eri exuded an indescribable allure, akin to a rose in the wind or a vibrant lotus in water, radiating endless charm. Ryuzaki found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, Eri pulled him towards her, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. Ryuzaki was taken aback, surprised by Eri's boldness. Coming to his senses, he began to reciprocate her affection. Gradually, their body temperatures rose, their faces flushed as Eri breathed softly. Garments fell to the floor in increasing numbers. Ultimately, the silhouettes of the two merged intimately against the wall. The next morning, warm sunlight filtered over the expansive blanket. Ryuzaki and Eri lay entwined. Eri's soft, long hair sprawled across the pillow, her head resting on Ryuzaki's shoulder. Their hands tightly clasped together. Do you regret it? Ryuzaki asked, smiling as he gazed at her. That I do not regret it. I know I love you, and I am willing to give you everything, Eri replied without hesitation, shaking her head. Despite having consumed a fair amount of alcohol the previous night, she was lucid during their intimate moments. She was fully aware of her actions and felt no remorse that she had expressed. She loved Ryuzaki. I will treat you well, Ryuzaki said tenderly, smiling. Eri nodded, nuzzling her head against his chest. After a moment of warmth, they rose from the bed to retrieve their clothes. However, as soon as Eri got out of bed, she winced, prompting Ryuzaki to turn back, asking, "What's wrong?" "It's all your fault," Eri said, her cheeks reddening as she shot him a glance. "But my fault?" Ryuzaki replied, utterly perplexed. "What did I do? I haven't engaged in that for ages. And you were quite insistent last night, wanting me 3 times. Now I still feel sore. Tell me, if not you, then who should be blamed?" Eri shot him a playful glare, exuding charm. "That's hard to say. Who was it that cried out for more last night?" Ryuzaki chuckled, causing Eri to blush furiously, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Indeed, she had acted that way. The saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a tiger, and at 40, like a wolf, and now that she was in her prime, her desires were naturally heightened. Nevertheless, despite this, Eri shot Ryuzaki a fierce look. "You shameless man. Even if I am shameless, I am still your husband." Ryuzaki replied with a grin. "Pooh, I haven't even agreed to be your wife yet," Eri retorted. "Now that we've come this far, can you still run away?" Eri shot him another glance, ignoring him as she bent down to pick up her clothes. However, as she bent over, a sharp pain shot through her, causing her to frown. Observing this, Ryuzaki ceased his teasing. He walked over, picked up Eri's underwear, and smiled at her. "Here, let me help you get dressed, my wife." "I don't want that," Eri shyly declined, feeling embarrassed. "It's fine. We've done everything already. What are you still afraid of?" Ryuzaki laughed. Eri considered this and realized he had a point, though she chose to remain silent, tacitly agreeing. Thus, Ryuzaki began assisting Eri in dressing, carefully putting on her underwear, bra, and other garments with the utmost gentleness, as if he feared hurting her. Seeing his attentiveness, Eri felt a wave of emotion. Throughout her years with Kagero Mori, he had never shown her such tenderness. Instead, it was she who had always taken care of him. In retrospect, Kagero Mori was indeed worlds apart from Ryuzaki. Eri increasingly felt she had made the right choice. After dressing her, Ryuzaki prepared breakfast for Eri, which touched her deeply once more. After breakfast, Ryuzaki said, "You should take a break today. No, I have to meet with several clients," Eri replied, shaking her head. "Postpone it. This is non-negotiable," Ryuzaki asserted with a commanding tone. Eri, rather than feeling angered, felt a sense of joy in her heart, appreciating her husband's concern for her well-being. At the police headquarters, Ryuzaki was in a good mood, greeting his colleagues while humming a tune. As he approached his desk, spotting Mawako Sato engrossed in her work, he greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Officer Sato. What do you want?" Mawako looked up, shooting him a sideways glance. "I'm merely saying hello. That's so offensive. Did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning?" Ryuzaki thought to himself, bemused, as he turned to leave. Realizing the reason for her demeanor, "Is it really that serious? Is it because I refused to hitch a ride with you? It's been days, and you're still upset with me." As expected, women can be quite sensitive and bear grudges. Lacking interest, Ryuzaki sat down, took a sip of water, and began playing a game, ignoring Miwake at noon. As colleagues departed one by one, Ryuzaki was just about to leave when Inspector Megure approached him from behind. Calling out, "Kazukawa, wait a moment, it's Inspector Megure. What brings you here?" Ryuzaki turned to face him. "Are you acquainted with Kagoro Mori?" Inspector Megure inquired. Of course, he is a famous detective. Who doesn't he know him? Ryuzaki chuckled. But then realized something and quickly asked, "Inspector Megure, why are you asking about him? Did something happen?" "Actually, it's nothing much. He just asked me about you." Mumu Shursen smiled softly. In truth, the matter was far from simple. Last night, Kagoro Mori had called, seemingly intent on probing into the depths of Li Zili's affairs, even tracing back through generations. Mumu Shursen sensed that something significant might have transpired. However, Kagoro Mori had not divulged any details to him. Such a disgraceful matter as a wife being taken away by another would certainly not be something Kagoro Mori would share with outsiders. After all, it is often said that family shame should not be aired publicly. Lacking insight into the situation, Mumu Shursen refrained from speaking extensively, thus leaving much unsaid. "Haha, perhaps he has suddenly developed an interest in men," Li Zili chuckled. Puffed. Mumu Shursen could not help but burst into laughter. Taken aback by Li Zili's sharp tongue, once Mumu Shursen departed, Li Zili abruptly subdued his smile and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Kagoro Mori inquiring about me. This matter seems more complicated than it appears." Upon further reflection, Li Zili began to piece things together. It was likely that Kagoro Mori, feeling disgruntled, was conducting an investigation into him. Let him investigate. Li Zili felt no anxiety whatsoever if he could easily handle Conan. Why would he fear that fool Kagoro Mori? Shaking his head, Li Zili strolled away with nonchalance. On a small street bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Mori ran clad in a blue school uniform radiated youthful exuberance alongside Suzuki Sonoko. As they walked shoulder to shoulder, with elementary school student Conan trailing behind, the two chatted animatedly. After a flurry of chatter, Suzuki Sonoko suddenly proposed, "Ran, shall we go find Hiroichi to play?" The mention of Li Zili ignited a flicker of anger in Mori Ran. She could hardly contain her disdain for that guy. She resolutely shook her head. "No way. Come on, I really want to see him, just for my sake," Suzuki Sonoko whined, shaking Mori Ran's hand in a pleading tone. This woman is being infatuated again, Conan thought with a roll of his eyes. In the past, if Suzuki Sonoko had made such a suggestion, Mori Ran would have readily agreed without a second thought. But now she was adamant about not going. "Sonoko, I have something else to do later. You go ahead without me." "What do you have to do?" "I promised my dad I would accompany him to meet a client." "Is that so? How come I didn't know about it?" A flicker of doubt passed through Conan's mind upon hearing this. "All right then, I'll let you off the hook this time," Suzuki Sonoko replied. Disappointment evident as she nodded. Since Mori Ran had plans, she felt it inappropriate to press further. Waving goodbye to Mori Ran, Suzuki Sonoko headed towards the police headquarters. Meanwhile, Mori Ran pondered quietly. "Wait, why am I not going to see him? I should confront him directly and tell him to leave my mother alone, to stop pestering her." With this thought in mind, Mori Ran altered her decision, calling out to Suzuki Sonoko, who had walked several paces ahead. "Wait, Sonoko, I'm going with you." "Huh?" Suzuki Sonoko turned around, momentarily stunned. Conan was also taken aback. "That you're not going to meet your dad's client. That client isn't particularly important. My dad can handle it alone," Mori Ran explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko ceased her objections, realizing that Mori Ran's willingness to accompany her was a positive development. Mori Ran then turned to Conan, asking, "Conan, are you coming along too?" Conan nodded eagerly. He was eager to join them, for he did not want Mori Ran to meet Li Zili without him being present. "Ran, I'll keep an eye on you. I absolutely will not allow you to develop feelings for that scoundrel," Conan resolved inwardly. Soon, the trio hurried towards the police headquarters. "Kasugawa, someone is looking for you outside." Li Zili, engrossed in a game, was suddenly alerted by a colleague's voice. Without lifting his head, he replied, "Who is it?" "It's Conan and the Mori girl, along with someone I don't recognize." The colleague recognized Conan and Mori Ran from a previous case, but not Suzuki Sonoko, who was less frequently seen at crime scenes. "How strange. What could they want with me?" Li Zili mused, responding, "Understood." He then set down the game and made his way outside. At the entrance of the police headquarters, Mori Ran and Suzuki Sonoko were animatedly chatting, while Conan idly glanced around. Upon spotting him, Suzuki Sonoko dashed over, arms wide open, exclaiming excitedly, "Ah, Hiroichi, I finally get to see you again. Hold on, hold on." Li Zili quickly waved his hands. "Miss, we aren't close enough for hugs upon first meeting. Are we?" Suzuki Sonoko halted a few steps away, slightly miffed, but still smiling as she said, "Hiroichi, I missed you so much. Did you miss me?" Li Zili was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Muri ran and Conan, approaching, exchanged eye rolls, equally exasperated by this lovesick girl. "Miss Muri, what brings you here?" Li Zili inquired, directing his gaze towards Muri Ran. Upon seeing Li Zili, a flicker of anger crossed Muri Ran's eyes as she spoke with a stiff tone. "I came with Sonoko, not specifically to find you. However, I do have something to discuss with you." Noticing the rigidity in Muri Ran's tone, Li Zili felt a flicker of surprise. Previously, Muri Ran had never spoken to him in such a cold manner. Though not overly warm, she had never been so distant. What on earth happened? He wondered, maintaining his smile, that if you have something to say, please do. Muri Ran hesitated, glancing at Suzuki Sonoko and Conan before saying, "Sonoko, Conan, could you leave us alone for a moment? Sister Ran, are you going to discuss some secret that we can't hear?" Conan teased, attempting to thwart any plans to isolate him. "Be good, Conan, or I might get upset," Muri Ran said, bending down to smile at him. Conan was momentarily taken aback. Although Muri Ran was smiling, he could detect no warmth in her eyes, only seriousness, even a hint of sternness. He had never witnessed this side of Muri Ran before. Realizing that if he did not step away, she might actually become angry with him, he reluctantly nodded in compliance. On the other side, the oblivious Suzuki Sonoko thought Muri Ran merely wanted to have a simple conversation with Li Zili. So she paid no mind as she walked aside with Conan. Once they had distanced themselves, Muri Ran met Li Zili's gaze directly, stating firmly, "I know about your relationship with my mother, Do." Li Zili was slightly taken aback, surprised that Muri Ran had learned about his involvement with Iri Mori so swiftly. No wonder she had been so distant during this encounter. Nonetheless, he had never intended to hide this from her. If she knew, so be it. With a smile, he remarked, "So, it was your father who informed you, right? There was no one else it could have been but Kaguro Mori, so the deduction was not difficult. I want you to leave my mother and never see her again." Muri Ran fixed her gaze on Li Zili, speaking with utmost seriousness. Li Zili was not angered. Instead, he chuckled, responding cheerfully, "And why should I heed your request?" Muri Ran was momentarily stunned. Indeed, why should he listen to her? She had never contemplated this question before arriving here, simply blurting out her demands to Li Zili, and now found herself at a loss for words. She felt utterly bewildered. "Miss Muri, although I would prefer not to say this, I must. Doesn't a daughter wish for her mother to be happy? So, let me ask you, before you made this request of me, did you consult your mother? Has she expressed that she is unhappy with me? Have you asked her if she is willingly with me? Have you inquired about any of these things?" As Li Zili's string of words left Mao Lilan at a loss, she found herself stammering, I. After much hesitation, not a single word escaped her lips. Prior to arriving here, she had never encountered Fei Yingli, let alone posed such inquiries. It appeared that she had asked nothing and knew nothing. Li Zili regarded her with a shake of his head. At the sight of his demeanor, a surge of anger coursed through Mao Lilan, rising from her feet to her head. Instantly, her face flushed with rage as she exclaimed, "I have asked before. You are the one who persistently clings to my mother. She is far happier with my father than with you." Heh. Li Zili chuckled softly, left speechless. He then turned towards Suzuki Sonoko and Conan. "Hongi, shall we go out for a meal later? I know of a restaurant opening tonight with a 50% discount," Suzuki Sonoko eagerly suggested as he approached, being at a distance. She was oblivious to the tension that had transpired between Li Zili and Mao Lilan. "I can't. I'm still at work," Li Zili declined, shaking his head. "I can wait for you to finish. Would that be all right?" Suzuki Sonoko gazed at him with hopeful eyes. "After work, I have other matters to attend to and won't be able to join," he replied. Given the recent incident with Mao Lilan, dining together would be rather awkward. More importantly, Li Zili intended to return home for a meal with Fei Yingli. "All right then," Suzuki Sonoko said, disappointment evident in her nod as her lips formed a slight pout. "What are you two discussing?" At that moment, Mao Lilan approached with a serene expression. After some time, she had regained her composure, displaying no trace of the earlier turmoil. As if nothing had transpired, "I wanted to invite Hongi for a meal, but he has matters to attend to after work," Suzuki Sonoko remarked. Did I ask that so? Mao Lilan inquired, glancing at Li Zili, who also met her gaze. They exchanged a silent understanding before averting their eyes. Nearby, Conan seemed to sense something amiss, casting a puzzled glance between Li Zili and Mao Lilan. Yet he said nothing. Hongi, could you share your phone number with me? Suzuki Sonoko suddenly remembered her intention to ask for Li Zili's number and quickly spoke up. Li Zili nodded, providing his phone number to her. Even without his disclosure, given the Suzuki conglomerate's capabilities, acquiring his number would hardly be a challenge. Thus, whether he shared it or not was inconsequential. Suzuki Sonoko hastily retrieved her phone, typing swiftly on the keypad. Once she saved Li Zili's contact, her eyes sparkled with delight. How impressive, Conan remarked, rolling his eyes at her enthusiasm. All right, Conan, Miss Mao, Miss Sonoko, I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Li Zili waved to the three before turning away with an air of nonchalance. Xiaolon, shall we go out to play? Suzuki Sonoko proposed cheerfully. I think not. I feel a bit fatigued and wish to return to rest, Mao Lilan replied, shaking her head with no interest in leisure activities. Oh dear, did you tire yourself out during gym class today? Suzuki Sonoko, oblivious to Mao Lilan's inner turmoil, expressed concern. Perhaps, Mao Lilan acquiesced, then turned to her friend, saying, Sonoko, Conan and I will take our leave. Goodbye. With that, she departed with Conan, while Suzuki Sonoko's voice echoed from behind. Should I call a car to take you back? Mao Lilan offered no response, walking further away with Conan. As they neared the Muri detective agency, Conan turned to Mao Lilan, his innocent demeanor prompting him to inquire, Xiaolon, what did you and Kanzuya brother discuss earlier? Nothing much. Mao Lilan quickly shook her head. She regarded Conan as a mere child and deemed the recent events unsuitable to share with him. Nothing at all? I find that hard to believe. You didn't have a disagreement with Kanzuya, did you? Impossible. You two are not even that close. Conan quickly dismissed his earlier thoughts, firmly believing that Mao Lilan and that fellow could not possibly have any deeper connection. Yet, despite this conviction, a shadow loomed over his heart. However, you do seem somewhat upset. He continued. That's not the case. Conan, don't overthink it. Mao Lilan responded with a smile, quickening her pace, observing her retreating figure. Conan's expression soured. The more aloof she appeared, the more he suspected something was amiss between Mao Lilan and Li Zili. Xiaolon, if you won't tell me, I shall investigate myself. I refuse to believe that I cannot uncover the truth behind your connection with Li Zili. Conan resolved firmly, determined to unveil the circumstances surrounding Mao Lilan and Li Zili's relationship. In the following days, Conan busied himself with his inquiries. However, that is a tale for another time. After work, having purchased 2 bento boxes along the way, Li Zili made his way to Fei Yingli's residence. Upon arrival, he paid for the fare and carried the bento into the complex. Standing before Fei Yingli's door, he retrieved the spare key she had given him that morning, inserting it into the lock and stepping inside. After changing his shoes in the entryway, Li Zili entered the living room, only to find Fei Yingli seated on the sofa, legs crossed, engrossed in something on the table before her, which was cluttered with several sheets of paper. She was so absorbed that she did not notice his entrance. Weren't you supposed to take a day off? Why are you still working? Li Zili feigned reproach, deliberately stepping heavily as he approached. Fei Yingli looked up, her face lighting up with a beautiful smile upon seeing him. What brings you here? She asked, then continued. These documents have been pending for several days. It would be unwise to delay further, so I decided to review them while I had the time. You needn't look at them right now, Li Zili said as he took the papers from her hands and presented the bento boxes before her. I brought you lunch. You're so thoughtful. How did you know I hadn't eaten yet? Fei Yingli's eyes brightened at the sight of the food, as she realized she was indeed quite hungry. The gesture touched her heart deeply. Knowing he had remembered to bring her a meal. Don't be too kind to me. I fear I might become too dependent on you. Fei Yingli gazed at Li Zili with affection, uttering sweet words. You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who will? Li Zili chuckled, placing the bento on the coffee table in front of her. How shameless. Who is your wife? Fei Yingli shot him a playful glare, her cheeks flushing. Come, let us eat, Li Zili said, opening the bento and offering her a portion. They settled closely together, engaging in conversation as they enjoyed their meal. The plump cat lounged quietly in the corner, silently observing its owner and the man beside her. After finishing their meal, the two continued their casual conversation, Li Zili casually recounted the words Mao Lalon had spoken to him earlier that afternoon. Fei Yingli gasped. Xiaolan knows about us. In an instant, her mind raced. After all, she was involved with a man much younger than herself. Initially, she had planned to reveal this development to Mao Lilan gradually over time. Who would have thought she would learn so soon? Taking a deep breath, Fei Yingli sought to regain her composure and asked, "How did Xiaolan find out so quickly? Who else could it be who knows about our relationship?" Li Zili replied with a smile, "Mori Kagoro." Fei Yingli immediately identified the source of the leak and felt a surge of anger. That damned Mori, why would he disclose such matters to his daughter so early? Then, reflecting on Mao Lilan's words to Li Zili earlier, Fei Yingli remarked, "Xiaolan was a bit impulsive, but she means no harm. Please do not be angry." She had known for quite some time. Mari Ran was wholeheartedly hoping to reconcile with Mari Kagoro, yet she had always been somewhat reluctant. Given that Mari Ran was aware of her relationship with Li Zili, it was not surprising that she could anticipate such actions. Why would I stoop to her level? Li Zili chuckled nonchalantly. Seeing that Li Zili seemed genuinely unconcerned about the situation, Fei Yingli felt a sense of relief and smiled. If any conflict were to arise between Li Zili and Mari Ran due to this, she would undoubtedly find herself in a precarious position, as both were of paramount importance to her at T9 in the evening. As Li Zili prepared to leave, Fei Yingli grasped his hand and said, "Why not stay the night? Aren't you still in pain?" Li Zili replied. Instantly, Fei Yingli's face turned crimson with embarrassment as she playfully glared at him. "What are you thinking? Do you think staying means you can only think about that? Can't you just sleep peacefully? Who stays for anything else? Ask any other man if I'm wrong." Though Li Zili thought this, he dared not voice it, knowing full well that Fei Yingli would surely reprimand him. With a sly grin, he responded, "You're overthinking it. I had no such intentions." "Pa, you shameless man," Fei Yingli retorted, rolling her eyes in disbelief. "No intentions. As if, even if you're foul, you're still my husband." As he spoke, Li Zili chuckled and playfully pinched her delicate, flawless-cheeked eye in a swift motion. Fei Yingli slapped his hand away and pouted. "Who's your wife? Don't be ridiculous. Tomorrow, I'll find another man. You dare? Just you wait for my punishment." He joked. Haha. The night passed peacefully, with Li Zili holding Fei Yingli close, engaging in no other activities. When the gentle morning sunlight streamed into the room, they rose to dress. After freshening up and finishing the breakfast they had purchased, Li Zili prepared to head to work at tea. That moment, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Fei Yingli went to open it, only to be surprised to find Mari Ran standing brightly outside. "Xiao Ran, what brings you here so early?" she exclaimed. "Mom, I came to see you," Mari Ran replied with a sweet smile. The truth was different. Recalling her conversation with Li Zili the previous afternoon, Mari Ran had tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep well. After much contemplation, she had ultimately resolved to take action against Fei Yingli and Li Zili's relationship, prompting her to rush over as soon as dawn broke. "Come in," Fei Yingli said, stepping aside to let Mari Ran enter. Just then, Li Zili approached and asked, "Who's here?" To his surprise, Mari Ran's expression changed upon seeing him. A slight huff escaped her lips, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes. However, she said nothing and simply changed her shoes before walking into the living room. Fei Yingli's heart sank. How could she have forgotten he was still there? Yet, considering that Mari Ran already knew about her affair with Li Zili, she found it somewhat inconsequential. "Good morning, Miss Mari," Li Zili greeted with a smile as Mari Ran approached. However, she remained expressionless. Her tone quite frosty. "Good it" was like a warm face pressed against a cold backside. Li Zili felt no discomfort, merely chuckling nonchalantly as he bid Fei Yingli farewell before heading to work. At noon, at the police headquarters, Li Zili was assigned to patrol the streets, a task every officer was expected to undertake. And it was simply his turn. Patrols were never done alone. They were always in pairs. Upon seeing his partner for this round, he was taken aback to find it was Sato Mawako. Prior to this, he had no inkling as to who his partner would be, as assignments were designated by superiors. "Oh, it's the big police flower. What a coincidence," Li Zili remarked cheerfully as he approached the patrol car where Sato Mawako was seated in the driver's seat. "What a coincidence, indeed," she muttered under her breath, her expression unyielding. "Less chatter. Get in the car. What's with this girl? Is she still mad at me?" Li Zili pondered, somewhat speechless. It had been days, yet Sato Mawako still held a grudge. This girl truly had a long memory. "How about I drive?" he suggested with a smile. Immediately, Sato Mawako shot him an irritated look, prompting him to wave his hands defensively. All right, it was just a suggestion. You drive. There was no need to provoke her further over such a trivial matter. He then opened the passenger door and took a seat. In truth, the patrol task was quite simple. Drive around and look for any signs of theft or robbery. If they encountered any wrongdoers, they would naturally apprehend them, but as they cruised the streets until 3 in the afternoon. The two exchanged little conversation, primarily due to Sato Mawako's lingering annoyance. Occasionally, their eyes would meet, only for them to quickly glance away. At 15 minutes past 3, Sato Mawako pulled the car over to the side of the road and turned to Li Zili, stating, I'm going to buy some water. Wait for me in the car. Without waiting for his response, she exited the vehicle. She made her way to a nearby convenience store, where she smiled at the owner who was bent over, busy with his tasks. Boss, I'd like a bottle of mineral water. After placing her order, she pondered whether to buy a bottle for him as well. Forget it. That jerk is utterly insufferable. With that thought, Sato Mawako dismissed the idea of buying Li Zili water. Chilled or not chilled? The store owner straightened up and inquired. Chilled, Sato Mawako replied that it was a scorching day, and she naturally craved something cold. Upon hearing her response, the store owner turned to fetch her drink. Meanwhile, Sato Mawako reached for her wallet, preparing to pay. Just then, a woman's piercing scream echoed from afar. Help! A robbery! Robbery! Who would be so bold? Sato Mawako jolted, quickly stowing her wallet and looking toward the source of the commotion, catching sight of a long-haired woman in high heels chasing after a young man. The young man clutched a woman's handbag, sprinting away while the crowd parted in fear, unwilling to intervene. Damn thief! Sato Mawako's brows furrowed as she took off in pursuit. Hey, your water, the store owner called out from behind, but Sato Mawako ignored him, her focus solely on the fleeing young man. Police! Don't move! She shouted as she closed the distance. However, the young man did not halt. Upon seeing her, he darted around a corner and ran even faster. Damn it! Sato Mawako pressed on, determined to catch him in the police car. After Sato Mawako had exited to buy water, Li Zili waited, idly observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced the air. Help! A robbery! Li Zili's expression shifted as he leaned out of the window, noticing Sato Mawako chasing after the robber. This girl truly had no fear, daring to pursue him alone. Shaking his head, he quickly moved to the driver's seat, revving the engine and speeding off. Before long, he closed the distance, now only a few dozen meters behind Sato Mawako. Just as he intended to accelerate and catch up to the robber, the latter abruptly dashed across the street and into a narrow alleyway. Without missing a beat, Sato Mawako barreled right after him. Damn, is this girl out of her mind? Charging into a deserted alley like that. What if something happens? Li Zili muttered, lightly thumping the steering wheel before speeding up. However, the alley was situated across the street, where vehicles traversed incessantly, and there was not even a traffic light in sight. But he found it impossible to cross by car. Ultimately, Li Zili decided to park on the roadside and dashed across to the opposite side. Thus, a few precious minutes slipped away for Li Zili. Meanwhile, during those fleeting moments, perilous events were unfolding on the side of Sato Miyako. Upon entering the alley, Sato Miyako discovered that the young man had vanished. She scanned the 30-meter-long, 2-meter-wide alley repeatedly, yet saw no trace of the youth. How peculiar! Where could he have gone? Sato Miyako pondered as she proceeded forward. This alley was a dead end, obstructed at the front by a high wall, with 2 garbage bins situated at the base, accompanied by a stack of rotting wooden planks that seemed to have been carelessly discarded. As she approached the heap of decaying wood, Sato Miyako mused, could that fellow be lurking behind the planks, armed with a stick, intending to ambush me? The thought was not entirely implausible. The pile could easily conceal 2 individuals, allowing the young man ample space to hide. Sato Miyako instinctively slowed her pace, gripping her handgun tightly, and cautiously advanced. As she neared the pile of timber, she heightened her vigilance, even slowing her breathing. Then, with unwavering focus, she took a deep breath and lunged forward, aiming her gun at the back of the wooden planks, shouting, "Don't move." In the next moment, Sato Miyako stood frozen. The space behind the planks was utterly empty. Nothing was there. Not here. Where on earth could he be hiding? Sato Miyako furrowed her brow, barely having time to contemplate before a shadow suddenly lunged down from the wall above. Sato Miyako screamed as she felt a warm body crash onto her, causing her to topple to the ground. Simultaneously, her gun slipped from her grasp, She felt pinned down and instinctively began to resist. At that moment, an enraged, menacing male voice sliced through the air. "You filthy cop. How dare you pursue me? You're dead." As she opened her eyes, Sato Miko saw a sharp knife thrusting toward her. Instantly, a chill coursed through her entire being, leaving her momentarily stunned. Though she was a police officer, such encounters were far from commonplace. Today was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Just as Sato Miko faced imminent peril, a booming voice resonated through the alley. "Stop!" A figure sprinted forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the young man crashing away from Sato Miko. The youth fell face first onto the ground, his knife skidding away from him. "Miyako, are you all right?" Li Zili hastily reached out to help Sato Miko up. Sato Miyako, jolted back to reality, gazed at Li Zili in astonishment. "You saved me. What do you think?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Li Zili found it amusing. Nevertheless, he felt a wave of relief. Her state suggested she was unharmed. Earlier, when he witnessed the young man lunging at Sato Miyako with a knife, he had indeed been startled. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, this formidable policewoman would have faced dire consequences. "It was you who saved me." Sato Miko grasped Li Zili's hand, allowing him to pull her up. At that moment, as she held Li Zili's hand, a comforting warmth radiated from him, instilling a profound sense of security within her. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of gratitude, casting a thankful glance at Li Zili. Li Zili, however, was preoccupied, for he noticed the young man attempting to rise and flee. Releasing Sato Miko's hand, he charged forward, delivering a swift kick that sent the youth crashing back to the ground. With a physical prowess exceeding that of a seasoned boxer, Li Zili possessed over 90 points of stamina, making it effortless to subdue 2 or 3 ordinary individuals. Thus, the young man stood no chance against him. After knocking down the youth, Li Zili advanced, pressing his knee against the young man's neck and securing handcuffs around his wrist. He then hoisted him from the ground, glaring fiercely. "You scoundrel! How dare you attempt to kill a police officer? Prepare to rot in prison. Evidence? What evidence do you have to accuse me of killing a cop?" The young man retorted defiantly, displaying a brazen attitude. Li Zili swiftly slapped him across the face. "Shut your mouth, or I'll make you regret it. Is this really a cop? Are you trying to intimidate me?" The youth appeared stunned, doubting whether he had encountered a genuine police officer. Li Zili then brought him before Sato Miko, asking, "Are you all right?" Initially taken aback by Li Zili's swift apprehension of the youth, Sato Miko quickly regained her composure, shaking her head. "I'm fine." She reflected on the fact that this fellow possessed quite impressive skills, which had taken her by surprise. "Truly unscathed?" "I'm really fine. Just a minor scrape," she replied, raising her left arm slightly. Earlier, when the young man had tackled her, she had scraped her shoulder against the ground, leaving a faint bruise. However, it was nothing significant. A bit of ointment would suffice, and she would heal within a couple of days. "All right, let us return to the precinct." Subsequently, Li Zili and Sato Miko escorted the young man to the police car, simultaneously returning the handbag they had retrieved from the alley to the long-haired woman. The woman expressed her gratitude profusely before departing. The precinct, when Li Zili and Sato Miko entered with the apprehended youth, several colleagues gathered around. "Officer Kasakawa, Officer Sato, what crime has this fellow committed?" "Robbery and attempted murder," Sato Miko succinctly stated, then directed a middle-aged man. "Officer Yamada, take him down first. I will interrogate him later." "Attempted murder?" That's a serious charge. A few colleagues exchanged startled glances at the young man, prompting Officer Yamada to lead him away. Once back at their posts, Sato Miko turned to Li Zili, expressing earnestly, "Hiroichi, thank you for today. It was a trivial matter. No need for concern." Li Zili waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of the gratitude she expressed, and chuckled. "Moreover, you, the illustrious policewoman, are so beautiful. Even if I hadn't intervened, countless other heroes would have rushed to your aid. Such a smooth talker." Sato Miko playfully shot him a glance, bemused by his flattery. This fellow only knew how to charm. It was impossible to engage him seriously. Yet, for some reason, she found conversing with Li Zili to be remarkably relaxed and delightful, an experience she could not find with anyone else. Only with Li Zili did she feel this way. "What's this, Officer Beautiful? Are you no longer angry with me?" Li Zili teased, observing her demeanor. "What would I be angry about?" Sato Miko paused, momentarily perplexed by his remark. "What are you angry about?" Li Zili countered with a smile. Sato Miko contemplated, Realizing that Li Zili referred to the incident that had transpired a few mornings prior, a smile crept across her face. When have I ever been angry with you? Am I such a petty person? Never trust a woman's words. Truly. Whoever believes them is a fool. Li Zili rolled his eyes inwardly, but maintained a cheerful countenance. Right. Right? You are the most magnanimous. Of course, Sato Miko replied, proudly lifting her chin. As if entirely forgetting the grievances she held against Li Zili. You've sustained an injury. Let someone else handle the interrogation of that fellow. Li Zili opted not to engage further, shifting the topic. No worries, I intend to interrogate him myself. Mawako Sato recalled a harrowing moment when she nearly lost her life at the hands of that villain, a bitter resentment swelling within her. She was determined to personally ensure that he was incarcerated. Observing Mawako's tenacity, Zili shook his head but refrained from voicing his thoughts. After taking a sip of water, Mawako proceeded to the interrogation room to confront the robber. Subsequently, she succeeded in imprisoning him for several years. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Around 4 o'clock, Zili, feeling bored and drowsy as he rested his head on the desk, was abruptly awakened by the sound of ringing. Fully opening his eyes and sitting upright, he glanced at his phone to find an unfamiliar number calling. Who could it be? He wondered as he raised the device to his ear and answered. Who is it? It's me, Hiroichi, came a crisp female voice from the other end. Still not fully awake, Zili momentarily failed to recognize her. Where are you? It's Yoko, she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of sadness and grievance. We've only been apart for a short while. You haven't forgotten me, have you? Yoko, how could I possibly forget you? Zili chuckled, recalling that he had shared his phone number with her just the previous day. What brings you to call? Please don't call me Miss Yoko. Just Yoko will do. We're familiar enough, after all. Yoko Suzuki, undeterred by Zili's temporary lapse in memory, quickly transformed her expression into one of cheerfulness. Familiar? I wasn't aware of that. Zili rolled his eyes, yet still inquired. Is there something you need? Are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together. She continued without waiting for his response. You can't refuse me. You turned me down yesterday. After contemplating, Zili nodded in agreement. After all, Yoko was indeed a beauty, and it wouldn't be proper to continually decline her invitations. Upon hearing his acceptance, Yoko was elated. Great. It's a date then. 8 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. With that, she hung up, leaving Zili chuckling as he shook his head in amusement. Before long, the workday came to a close. Mawako Sato, having just completed her tasks, gracefully approached, a water cup in hand. Zili stood and smiled at her. Finished with your work? Yes. I've completed the interrogation, and the case is filed. I just handed the documentation to Officer Megure. Mawako replied, her expression radiating satisfaction. Zili nodded, about to take his leave when he heard Mawako say, I'd like to treat you to a lavish dinner tonight to thank you for saving me. Before Zili could respond, she added, You can't refuse. I'll be upset otherwise. How could I refuse such a generous offer from the police flower? He replied playfully, But really, I saved you, and you think one dinner is sufficient? What would you like instead? Mawako asked, her eyes narrowing playfully. Perhaps a promise of devotion? Get lost. Mawako's cheeks flushed crimson as she shot him a playful glare. As they bantered, they exited the police headquarters, drawing envious glances from male colleagues who admired Zili's camaraderie with the esteemed officer. While en route to the restaurant, Zili suddenly recalled his prior commitment to Yoko for dinner at 8 o'clock, and panic washed over him. How unfortunate. He had inadvertently double-booked himself. Upon arriving at a high-end restaurant, Mawako entered first, and Zili took a moment to call Yoko. Naturally, she was displeased but kept her feelings to herself. After putting away his phone, Zili joined Mawako at their table, a prime seat by the window. She encouraged him to order freely, and he did not hesitate, knowing she was not short on funds. Exquisite dishes such as caviar and fresh tuna adorned their table, accompanied by a fine bottle of wine aged for over 6 years. As Zili savored the meal, he marveled at the delicacy and exceptional flavors. At that moment, Mawako raised her glass, a warm smile illuminating her face. Hiroichi, thank you for saving me, don't mention it, Zili replied, clinking his glass against hers before taking a sip. The rich flavor of the wine enveloped his senses, prompting him to close his eyes in appreciation. When he finally opened them, he turned to Mawako and remarked, This wine is delightful. Of course, it is. A bottle of this costs several tens of thousands of yen, which most cannot afford, Mawako thought to herself. Yet she felt no regret in indulging. As money was not a concern for her, as they enjoyed their meal. Enchanting melodies filled the restaurant, blending with the dazzling lights of the outside world. The gentle breeze accompanied the captivating tune, infusing the atmosphere with an intoxicating charm. Zili looked up, momentarily spellbound by the sight of Mawako, her cheeks flushed from the wine, her hair cascading like a red lotus in a serene lake, a vision that captivated his gaze. His heart raced, and in that moment, he felt a stirring affection for her. Just then, Mawako appeared to sense his gaze and met his eyes. "What are you staring at?" she asked, her cheeks deepening in color. "Oh, come now, Miss Police Flower. You're simply too beautiful to ignore," Zili replied with a teasing grin. "Humph, you're all talk," she retorted, her face growing even warmer as she averted her gaze. Inside, she felt a mix of joy and shyness. For some unknown reason, Zili's words did not irk her. Instead, they brought her a sense of happiness. Who would have thought the esteemed police flower could be bashful? Zili chuckled, observing her flustered demeanor. "Bah, I'm not bashful. I just don't wish to engage with you," she shot back, her eyes narrowing playfully. Inwardly, however, she was in turmoil. Why had she felt such emotions? Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? No, that was impossible. He was insufferable. "Why are you laughing?" she queried, glaring at him. Is it a crime to laugh? Zili rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Yes, it is when you laugh at me," Mawako declared, obstinately. Zili fell silent. Unsure of how to respond. "Is this how you treat your savior?" he finally said, his tone tinged with mock melancholy. "Who made you upset?" she huffed. "Arguing with a girl is foolish. I, Zili, am no fool," he replied, raising his glass and choosing silence. Moments later, noticing his quietness, Mawako glanced at him and asked, "Hey, why are you so quiet? Are you cursing me in your mind?" "Why would I curse you? Am I that petty?" he retorted. Zili rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You are such a petty person." "Fine, say whatever you wish. I cannot argue with you." Zili conceded. "Humph, so you've admitted to being stingy, haven't you?" Mawako chimed in, visibly pleased with herself. Yes, I am indeed a stingy person. Now, let us eat. The dishes are getting cold." Zili, uninterested in further debate, picked up his chopsticks and tossed a piece of food into his mouth, washing it down with red wine. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. Zili glanced at Mawako, who happened to look back at him. Their phones rang simultaneously. "What is happening?" Li Zili pulled out his phone to see that it was Officer Megure calling. He answered, "Hello, Officer Megure." "What? A murder case?" As soon as he uttered the words murder case, Mawako echoed the phrase almost simultaneously. They exchanged a knowing glance. "All right, what is the location?" "Yes, I will be there immediately." After hanging up, Li Zili turned to Mawako, who met his gaze. They nodded in unison and said, "A murder has occurred. Let us go." With the seriousness of a murder case at hand, they could no longer continue their meal, and coincidentally, they had just finished. After Mawako settled the bill, the two exited the restaurant and drove hastily towards the crime scene. The incident took place in a residential building approximately a 15-minute drive away. Mawako managed to arrive in 12 minutes. Upon entering the brightly lit hall, they discovered, apart from a deceased female, Megure J-san, Muri Koger, Conan, and Muri Ran were also present. Conan was busily scouring for evidence, thinking to himself, "Megure just called Kasakawa Hiroichi. That guy will surely come. This time, I must outsmart him. Arriving first gives me the advantage. He won't be able to beat me. I must identify the culprit first." Muri Koger noticed Li Zili and narrowed his eyes, recognizing him. A displeased expression crossed his face as he thought, "You bastard. This time I will show you my prowess." He had thoroughly investigated Li Zili and deemed him merely an ordinary officer. As a renowned detective, it would be exceedingly simple for him to overshadow a lesser officer. That was his mindset. Meanwhile, Conan and Muri Ran also took note of Li Zili's presence. Conan's expression turned serious, prompting him to hasten his search for evidence, while Muri Ran pouted in annoyance, questioning why he had shown up. However, Li Zili paid them no mind and approached Officer Megure, inquiring, "Officer Megure, what is the situation here? Did you both come together?" Officer Megure remained silent, merely glancing at him and then at Mawako. A knowing look flickering in his eyes, Mawako quickly interjected, "No, we just happened to meet at the entrance, so we came in together, isn't that right?" She turned to Li Zili, understanding her intent to save face. He smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Satu is correct. We met at the entrance. Officer Megure, that is not the focus. What matters is the identity of the deceased, Li Zili continued, looking towards the woman lying face up on the ground. Her face was still adorned with a facial mask, and her mouth and eyes were wide open, as if something unimaginable had transpired before her death. The deceased is Arashima Ikoko, a female entrepreneur. And she was strangled to death, Megure Jason stated. Arashima Ikoko. Li Zili. Upon hearing such words from Li Zili, Muri Kagoro's nose contorted in anger. This fellow has lured away my wife, yet he dares to speak to me in such a manner. Today, I shall ensure he pays for it. Since this is the crime scene and you are the great detective, let us see who can solve the case first, Li Zili remarked. Aha. This brat actually dares to compete with me in this regard. What a foolhardy endeavor. I shall indulge you. Muri Kagoro chuckled inwardly, convinced that Li Zili was merely courting disaster. He declared loudly, very well, I shall accept your challenge. However, should you lose, you must kneel and shout 3 times that I am incapable. Then leave the Metropolitan Police Department. Do you dare? With that, he cast a sharp, provocative glance at Li Zili. And if you lose, Li Zili retorted coolly, if I lose, you may do with me as you wish. Muri Kagoro replied. Internally, he scoffed. Ha! Am I truly capable of losing? What a joke! Upon hearing Muri Kagoro's words, Rant's expression shifted, and she hurriedly grasped his hand, exclaiming, Dad, please don't. What do you know, you little girl? Begone. Muri Kagoro, resolute in his decision, pushed her aside. Anxiously, Ran shook her head repeatedly. Witnessing this exchange, Megure Juza laughed heartily. Ha, Muri, Hiroichi, there's no need to take this so seriously. We are all friends. Wouldn't it be better to maintain harmony? Humph, who considers him a friend? Muri Kagoro snorted coldly, turning his head away. Find that I initially intended to save you, but if you seek your own ruin, do not blame me. Your old friend, Megure Juza thought to himself. Rolling his eyes in silence, he was well aware of Li Zili's exceptional prowess in solving cases, nearly akin to a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. 10 Muri Kagoro's combined would not be a match for Li Zili's single hand. Initially, he had hoped to dissuade Muri Kagoro out of consideration for their old friendship, but given the current situation, it was evident that Muri Kagoro was determined to pursue his folly to the bitter end. There was no point in trying to convince him. Even Conan, who was nearby, shook his head, thinking, Uncle, even if I exert all my strength to compete with him, the outcome remains uncertain. And you wish to challenge him? Are you not merely presenting your face for him to strike? Nevertheless, he understood Muri Kagoro's stubborn temperament and refrained from intervening. Humph, just wait and see you lose, Muri Kagoro coldly huffed, glaring at Li Zili before setting off in pursuit of the truth. Observing Muri Kagoro's bustling activity, Li Zili shook his head slightly. At that moment, Sato Mawako approached him, lowering her voice to inquire, Do you think you can win? Worried about me? Li Zili replied with a smile. Who would worry about you? How self-absorbed? Sato Mawako flushed, shooting him a glare. Rest assured, that fellow is leagues behind me. Li Zili chuckled. What reason do I have to be concerned? You truly are quite full of yourself. Hearing this, Sato Mawako exhaled in relief. Though her words remained sharp, Li Zili smiled without retorting. He then leaned closer to Sato Mawako and whispered, Just wait and watch. Stepping forward, he proclaimed loudly, I have already solved the case. The crowd in the hall fell silent. Meanwhile, Muri Kagoro, who had been circling the female victim in search of clues, trembled in disbelief as he turned to look at Li Zili. Moments later, he burst into laughter. Solve the case? Who would believe that? Who are you trying to fool? You've barely been here for 2 minutes, and you claim to have solved it. Do you truly consider yourself a Holmes? No, even Holmes pales in comparison to your audacity. Muri Kagoro chuckled to himself, having never encountered someone so brazen. Meanwhile, Conan, who was also preoccupied, froze in astonishment, unable to comprehend Li Zili's claim. Unlike Muri Kagoro, he had witnessed Li Zili's methods firsthand and understood his capabilities. If Li Zili asserted that he had solved the case, it might just be. Yet Conan still found it hard to believe. You arrived at the scene earlier than I did and have been searching for clues with all your might. Yet you claim to have solved it? Impossible. Conan's mind swirled with skepticism. Hiroichi, have you truly solved the case? Megure Juza was the first to regain his composure, approaching Li Zili with a mixture of surprise and excitement. Before Li Zili could respond, Muri Kagoro scoffed derisively. Officer Megure, you truly believe such childish nonsense? He has barely been here, has not scrutinized the scene, nor inquired of any relevant witnesses, and claims to have solved the case. Unless he is a deity, it is inconceivable that anyone could accomplish such a feat that he concluded. Muri Kagoro let out a few cold laughs. You may not believe it, but I do, Megure thought. Recalling instances where Li Zili had solved cases with just a glance at the scene that he genuinely believed in Li Zili's words. This man was indeed remarkable. However, in front of Muri Kagoro, he could not appear overly enthusiastic. So Megure suppressed his grin and said, Hiroichi, if you have indeed solved the case, why not share your reasoning? Humph, go ahead and I am eager to hear what you have to say, Muri Kagoro thought coldly. Having resolved to mock Li Zili mercilessly when he inevitably fell short, Conan likewise perked up his ears, keenly interested. With everyone's attention upon him, Li Zili smiled nonchalantly and stated, This case is not particularly challenging. With just a glance at the crime scene, I already discerned the identity of the culprit. With that, he directed a cheerful gaze toward a bespectacled young man in a suit amidst the crowd. The culprit is you, Izumi Takeo, am I correct? You must be joking. How could I be the culprit? In that fleeting moment when Li Zili's gaze fell upon him, Izumi Takeo's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. But he quickly waved his hands in denial, laughing nervously. The culprit? The crowd turned their attention toward Izumi Takeo. Before Li Zili could elaborate, Muri Kagoro erupted into laughter. I knew you were spouting nonsense. How could Mr. Izumi be the perpetrator? According to the surveillance footage, Mr. Izumi arrived here at 8 o'clock and left at 8:43. The victim's daughter called her at 8:55, and at that time, the victim was still alive. You must be merely babbling without a shred of evidence, attempting to deceive everyone. Muri Kagoro concluded with a derisive glance at Li Zili. In response, Izumi Takeo hurriedly interjected. Mr. Muri is correct. I did not kill President Yuko. She was alive when I left. All of this is mere fabrication on his part. The crowd found their arguments compelling and turned their gaze toward Li Zili, curious to see how he would respond. Li Zili regarded the two with a cold smile before turning to the victim's daughter. Miss Chihiro, is it true that your mother had poor eyesight? Taken aback by the unexpected question, Chihiro nodded and replied, Yes, she was very concerned about her appearance and despised wearing glasses. Therefore, she always wore contact lenses. Li Zili nodded, glancing at the crowd, and remarked, Everyone, take a closer look. The victim must have only worn a contact lens in her left eye, while the other lens is still with the culprit. Izumi Takeo's expression shifted dramatically. However, a police officer who had examined the victim's eyes immediately chimed in. Officer Megure, it is indeed as Li Zili stated. The victim only wore a contact lens in her left eye. Exactly. The other contact lens is with the culprit, having fallen off during the struggle when the culprit strangled the victim. How absurd that he remains unaware of this detail. Li Zili observed Quan Wuxiong, who was frantically searching for something on his person and couldn't help but smile. Could it be? Had he truly solved the case? Was the murderer indeed Quan Wuxiong? At this moment, Kagoro Mori began to sense something amiss, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Hiroichi, where exactly is the other contact lens on him? Asked Megure. It's at the hem of his pants, Li Zili replied, glancing at the rolled-up cuff of Quan Wuxiong's trousers. Just then, Quan Wuxiong spotted the contact lens tucked away in his pant leg, and his face turned ashen. Without the need for further discussion, a police officer stepped forward and retrieved the other contact lens from Quan Wuxiong's pants. In an instant, Quan Wuxiong collapsed to the ground, his entire body limp and his face as pale as death. The murderer was indeed him. Kagoro Mori's heart jolted, his eyes bulging in disbelief as he turned to Li Zili. He had cracked the case. He had genuinely solved it, rather than merely making empty claims. This was utterly inconceivable. How could it be possible? This fellow had done nothing but glance at the scene to unravel the mystery. Was he perhaps the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes? No, that couldn't be right. Even Holmes wasn't this formidable. He was nothing short of a deity. Kagoro Mori's mind was tumultuous, unable to find calm. Conan was equally astonished, staring wide-eyed at Li Zili. This guy had solved the case again. And so swiftly. It was utterly absurd. After toiling tirelessly to uncover a mere clue, Li Zili had cracked the case with just a glance. Damn it. Was this fellow truly divine? Was I destined to be outmatched by him? Impossible. I cannot afford to feel disheartened. I absolutely must triumph over him. Conan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with despair, Yet gradually his gaze rekindled with determination. The crowd was equally taken aback, witnessing the great detective Hiroichi effortlessly solve the case, feeling as though no case could possibly thwart him. Remarkable. Haha. At that moment, Megure Jasusen's hearty laughter snapped everyone back to reality as he clapped Li Zili on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Hiroichi, you never fail to surprise me. However, I still have a question that puzzles me. When the victim's daughter called the deceased at 8:55, the victim was evidently still alive. How did Quan Wuxiong manage to kill her?" The crowd pondered this question, glancing towards Li Zili for answers that in truth, it was Miss Qinshuan's inadvertent action that provided the murderer with an alibi. The actual time of death was not after 9 o'clock, but rather before it. Quan Wuxiong had strangled her before departing. Li Zili explained that. "I see." Megure Jasusen nodded, refraining from further comment, and gestured for officers to escort Quan Wuxiong away. The crowd remained, for there was still a scene yet to unfold. Li Zili approached Kogoro Muri step by step, smilingly saying, "Mr. Muri, do you remember what you said earlier?" At this moment, Kogoro Muri felt utterly despondent. Li Zili's prowess in solving cases was overwhelming, akin to being thrust into an abyss devoid of any glimmer of victory. In comparison to Li Zili, he felt utterly insignificant. How foolish he had been to underestimate Li Zili before. Now, Li Zili had come to collect his debt, recalling his earlier words, "You won, do as you wish." Kogoro Muri's heart grew colder. He wondered how this fellow would choose to punish him. Never mind, never mind. Whatever he decides, I shall simply comply. With that thought, Kogoro Muri looked up at Li Zili and said, "What do you want? Speak, and I shall comply. What do you think I will do to you?" Li Zili replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kogoro Muri felt a twinge of anxiety. What might this fellow have in store for him? Would he be forced to kneel and utter 3 times that he was incapable? If so, that would be somewhat bearable, but if he were to be banished from the detective world, that would be more unbearable than death itself. As a renowned detective, he knew nothing beyond solving cases. If he were truly ousted from the detective realm, it would indeed be a fate worse than death. "Hiroichi, I implore you to show mercy." Just as Li Zili was about to speak, Ran Muri interjected hastily. Despite her disdain for Li Zili, her father's fate lay in his hands, and this was hardly the time for such thoughts. Li Zili cast a glance at Ran Muri but said nothing. He then turned to the anxious Kogoro Muri, feigning contemplation. The crowd's anticipation rose as they watched Li Zili, eager to see how he would deal with the esteemed detective. After a moment, Li Zili declared, "Kogoro Muri, listen well. From this day forth, whenever you see me, you must call me brother. This is your punishment." What? Just that? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a trivial consequence. Merely calling him brother hardly seemed a severe punishment. However, envisioning the scene of Kogoro Muri addressing Li Zili as brother brought forth suppressed laughter from the onlookers. Unlike the others, Kogoro Muri felt a mix of humiliation and rage. Not only had this fellow stolen his wife, but now he was compelled to call him brother. Is there truly such a person in existence? Just asking, is there truly such a person? Why hasn't heaven struck this despicable scoundrel down? Yet, the words had been spoken, and there was no turning back. Otherwise, he would never be able to show his face again. "You scoundrel, you have the audacity to demand this of me. I concede." Kogoro Muri gritted his teeth and uttered those words. Meanwhile, Ran Muri's eyes widened in disbelief. "If my dad calls him brother, does that mean I have to call him uncle? You seem rather unconvinced. Little brother. Be careful, or I might just spank you." Li Zili chuckled, observing Kogoro Muri's expression. Instantly, Kogoro Muri's face flushed crimson, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. It was the first time in many years that someone had spoken to him in such a manner, and it was from a mere child. Puffed. Megure Jasusen and the surrounding officers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Kogoro Muri could no longer bear the humiliation and fled the scene in a fit of mortification. "Dad!" Ran Muri shot Li Zili a fierce glare before hastily running after him. Conan followed closely behind. Before long, everyone began to disperse. Within a couple of days, the news of Li Zili's case-solving competition with Kogoro Muri spread throughout the police headquarters, igniting a fervent discussion. What? The great Detective Muri was outmatched by Hiroichi in solving a case? Is that true? Indeed. I was there at the scene. The great Detective Muri had no inkling of the case. Yet Hiroichi solved it with just a glance. Muri was utterly outclassed. Goodness, Hiroichi is truly remarkable. Incredible. Even the famed detective was left in the dust by him. He is indeed a super detective. as this discussion unfolded. The moniker of super detective unwittingly spread throughout the police headquarters. From that day forward, Li Zili acquired yet another title, the super detective. One day, while Li Zili was perusing a magazine at his desk, Megure approached him, calling out, "Super detective." Li Zili set down the magazine with a wry smile, replying, "Officer Megure, are you here to jest as well?" In recent days, many had taken to calling him the super detective. Nearly all his colleagues referred to him as such. "Super detective, should I also jest with you?" At that moment, Sato Mawako poked her head in from the next room, beaming at him. "You needn't join in the revelry." Li Zili retorted with an eye roll before turning to Megure, asking, "Officer Megure, is there something you need from me?" "My superior, Officer Matsumoto Kiyoshi, wishes to see you," Megure replied with a smile. "Officer Matsumoto wishes to see me? What could this be about?" Li Zili felt a slight shock in his heart. He was aware that Matsumoto Kiyoshi was the head of the first investigation division of the criminal department he belonged to, as well as the superior of Mumu-jusen, and indeed, his superior's superior Daiti seemed that his superior wished to see him, which suggested that the matter was not as simple as it appeared. Li Zili turned to Mumu-jusen and inquired, "Officer Mumu, why does Chief Matsumoto wish to see me?" Mumu-jusen remained silent, only giving him a mysterious wink, saying, "You'll find out once you go." With that, he turned and left before Li Zili could respond. "Hey, wait," Li Zili called out, but to no avail. Mumu's reticence was truly exasperating. However, there were generally two reasons for being summoned by a superior. Either it was bad news or good news. Li Zili pondered. He hadn't done anything particularly out of line recently, so it likely wasn't bad news. Therefore, it was quite probable that nevertheless, whether it was indeed good news could only be confirmed upon meeting Matsumoto Kiyoshi. As he exited his office area and made his way to Matsumoto Kiyoshi's office, he passed by Sato Mawako's workspace, where the charming young woman was smiling at him, saying, "Great detective, I wish you luck." It was evident that she had overheard his earlier conversation with Mumu-jusen. Li Zili shot her a glance and chose to ignore her, continuing on his way. Upon reaching the door to Matsumoto Kiyoshi's office, he took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The sound echoed 3 times before a middle-aged man's voice called out from within, "Come in." Li Zili pushed the door open and entered. Matsumoto Kiyoshi, dressed in a tailored suit, was seated behind his desk, focused on writing something. As Li Zili approached, Matsumoto Kiyoshi looked up and smiled. "You must be Kasukawa Hiroichi?" "Yes," Li Zili nodded. "Please, have a seat." "Thank you." "Chief." After sitting down, Li Zili cut straight to the chase, asking, "May I inquire what Chief Matsumoto wishes to discuss?" "Ah, you are quite direct. I appreciate straightforwardness," Matsumoto Kiyoshi replied, leaning back in his chair as he regarded Li Zili with a smile. "Actually, I called you here for no other reason than to ask you this. Did you truly defeat Murikagaru?" Li Zili was taken aback. The news had reached even Matsumoto. It seemed that the tale had spread widely within the police department. Yet, he was unperturbed. He nodded and said, "Indeed, I was fortunate enough to win against him." "Quite humble, indeed." Matsumoto Kiyoshi clapped his hands, observing Li Zili with admiration. He was already well aware of the circumstances surrounding Li Zili's competition with Murikagaru, which was no mere stroke of luck, but rather a testament to Li Zili's exceptional investigative prowess that had overwhelmingly surpassed Murikagaru. Knowing of Murikagaru's reputation, Matsumoto Kiyoshi recognized that Li Zili's ability to outperform him indicated remarkable talent. "Your modesty is commendable," Li Zili responded with a smile. "I am aware of your accomplishments in solving several major cases. You have performed admirably. Keep up the good work, and if you continue to excel, I shall advocate for your commendation," Matsumoto Kiyoshi said with a grin. The notion of commendation was universally valued among police officers, as it greatly facilitated one's career trajectory. Thus, commendation was something all officers aspired to. However, Li Zili remained composed, responding with a faint smile, "Thank you, Chief. Not at all. Just keep doing well. You may leave now." Without further ado, Li Zili exited the office. Upon returning to his seat, he noticed Sato Mawako rushing over. Her eyes filled with curiosity. "What did Chief Matsumoto want with you?" she inquired, her gaze ablaze with intrigue. Being summoned by a superior for praise was undoubtedly a positive occurrence. Yet, for Li Zili, who possessed a system, it was merely another day. Observing the fire of curiosity in Sato Mawako's eyes, he jested. "Chief Matsumoto said he wishes to play matchmaker and marry you off to me." Get lost. Sato Mawako's face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a glare. Believe it or not, Li Zili replied, turning away and ignoring her further. Moments later, Sato Mawako could no longer contain herself and leaned in closer. Asking, did he really say that? Ha. Li Zili erupted in laughter. Sato Mawako, realizing the jest, blushed and hurried away. At that moment, his phone rang from his pocket. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from Heki Irie. He promptly answered it. Irie's gentle voice resonated from the other end. Have you eaten? What are you up to? Not yet. I'm currently at work. Li Zili replied with a smile. What prompted you to call me? I heard about the incident with Muri and you. Heki Irie suddenly remarked. Li Zili paused in surprise. Irie was aware of his competition with Muri Kaguru. News travels fast, indeed. Who told you? He inquired with a chuckle. It was that girl, Ran. Heki Irie laughed. That I never expected you to be so mischievous, letting him call you big brother. As she spoke, Heki Irie couldn't help but laugh, recalling the amusing scene where Muri had called Li Zili brother. Don't blame me. He provoked me first. Li Zili felt compelled to clarify. Considering Heki Irie's position, that's fine. I already knew Muri was overestimating his abilities and challenging you. It has nothing to do with you. Heki Irie reassured him, her smile growing even brighter. Your prowess in solving cases remains impressive. You truly are a great detective. Li Zili offered a wry smile. Haha. Heki Irie laughed for a while before recalling something, saying, Oh right, I have something to tell you. What is it? Li Zili asked. Recently, Ren has been whispering in my ear, speaking ill of you and urging me to break up with you. It seems she wishes to tear us apart. Heki Irie chuckled. That little girl, how sneaky, Li Zili thought, secretly grinding his teeth, then smiled. I understand her intentions. I don't hold it against her as long as you understand. Heki Irie's smile grew even more radiant. The two continued their conversation for another half hour before finally hanging up. Hey, who were you chatting with so happily? Just as Li Zili ended the call, Sato Mawako's voice chimed in. He turned to see her standing there, a teasing smile on her face. My wife, Li Zili replied as he put his phone away. Buffed. Who would want you? Sato Mawako scoffed, clearly unconvinced. In this day and age, even the truth went unrecognized. It's so hard for me. Li Zili chuckled, shaking his head without saying more. The refreshing sunlight streamed down, illuminating the benches beside the school playground. At this moment, two beautiful girls sat together engaged in conversation. Puffed. Ran, is what you said true? Suzuki Sonoko couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just moments ago, her best friend Ran had shared the story of Muri Kaguru's competition with Li Zili. The thought of Li Zili's clever punishment, forcing Muri Kaguru to call him brother, made Suzuki Sonoko unable to contain her laughter. Sonoko, don't laugh. That's my dad, Muri Ran replied, slightly displeased. She had shared this incident with her friend because of their close bond, but she had never mentioned it to anyone else. To her dismay, Sonoko found it amusing. All right, I won't laugh. Suzuki Sonoko stifled a laugh and remarked, but honestly, with Hongo's exceptional detective skills, isn't it a bit masochistic for your father to compete with him in solving cases? In her heart, she was thinking, Hongo, you are simply amazing. I adore you. Sighing, Maoli Ran recalled how she had informed her father about the prowess of Kazukawa Hiroichi, but he had dismissed her claims if he had believed her. This predicament would never have arisen. Maoli Ran exhaled deeply. She had previously mentioned the case solved by Li Zili to Maoli Kagoro, but he had not taken it to heart. All right, enough of that, she said. Noticing her good friend's mood had soured, Suzuki Sonoko decided to change the topic, smiling as she said, by the way, I invited Hiroichi to dinner a couple of days ago, and he agreed. Really? Maoli Ran turned to her. But he stood me up. Suzuki Sonoko's expression fell once more. Puffed. Maoli Ran burst into laughter, playfully poking Suzuki Sonoko's forehead, saying, You? Really? What is so great about Kazukawa Hiroichi? If it were me, I wouldn't bother inviting someone like him to dinner, though. He is wonderful, so handsome, incredibly smart. He is the very ideal of every girl's dreams. Suzuki Sonoko's eyes sparkled with infatuation. Such a lovesick fool. Maoli Ran rolled her eyes internally and replied, I must tell you, he is not a good person. It would be best for you to keep your distance. He is a good person, a super handsome one at that. Suzuki Sonoko seemed utterly unperturbed. Continuing her infatuation, this hopeless romantic is beyond saving. Maoli Ran thought to herself, shaking her head. Xiao Ran, how about we find a time to invite Hiroichi out again? Suzuki Sonoko said, linking her arm with Xiao Ran's. Li Ran could only respond with a non-committal. At the Metropolitan Police Department, everyone was engrossed in their own tasks, except for Li Zili, who leisurely played a game. Given his accomplishments, no one bothered him. Suddenly, Megure stood up abruptly, speaking loudly into the phone. What? A bank has been robbed. How much was stolen? 10 billion. All right, I'm on my way. Upon hearing about the 10 billion yen bank robbery, Li Zili immediately thought of Mayano Akemi. It seemed that within the realm of Conan, the only instance of a 10 billion yen robbery was linked to Mayano Akemi. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing a random task: rescue Mayano Akemi. Task completed. Gain random attribute points, with a small chance of acquiring a skill. Understanding the situation, Li Zili realized that the black organization intended to eliminate Mayano Akemi, orchestrating a scheme to compel her into stealing 10 billion yen. They promised that if she succeeded, they would grant her and her sister, Mayano Shiho, their freedom. However, regardless of whether Mayano Akemi succeeded in obtaining the 10 billion yen, the black organization planned to kill her. Yet, Mayano Akemi remained oblivious, naively believing the organization's words. To Li Zili calculated that once Mayano Akemi secured the money, her next move would undoubtedly be to meet Jin. This meant he had little time left. He had to intercept her before she could meet Jin. After a moment of contemplation, an idea formed in his mind. Just then, Megure was rallying the team to head to the bank. So Li Zili stood up and said, "Officer Megure, I suddenly have an urgent matter and cannot participate in this operation. Detective, how could we do this without you?" Megure was somewhat anxious. With a case of this magnitude, he relied on Li Zili's expertise, yet the very person involved was indicating he would not attend. What could possibly be so pressing at this moment? Sato Mawako also glanced at Li Zili, pondering that I truly have an urgent matter. I cannot go. Seeing that Li Zili genuinely seemed to be in a rush, Megure reluctantly nodded in agreement. After all, this esteemed detective was not someone to offend. Once Megure consented, Li Zili promptly exited the police department. At Mayano Akemi's apartment, she sat on her bed, a large suitcase beside her. "Shiho, wait for me. I will definitely rescue you from the black organization," she thought, her resolve solidifying. Rising gracefully, she adjusted her attire and prepared to leave with the suitcase when a series of knocks interrupted her. "Who is it?" With a puzzled expression, Mayano Akemi set down the suitcase and opened the door, only to find an exceptionally handsome young man standing outside. "Who are you?" A hint of confusion crossed her features, as she had never seen this man before. "Hello, Miss Mayano. I know you do not recognize me, but I am familiar with you. I have come to speak with you about something very important," Li Zili stated, entering uninvited. Upon stepping inside, his gaze lingered on the suitcase for a moment, a mysterious smile flickering in his eyes. "May I take a seat?" Li Zili turned to look at Mayano Akemi, who had just closed the door. "You have already entered. How could I refuse you a seat?" Mayano Akemi replied, exasperated yet intrigued. Why did he know her? What was the important matter he wished to discuss? "Please, have a seat," she offered. "Thank you," Li Zili responded, settling onto a chair opposite her. Mayano Akemi took a seat on her bed, scrutinizing Li Zili as she asked, "What is it that you want to discuss?" Li Zili glanced around, not answering her question directly. Instead, he smiled and said, "I know what you did earlier, and I know what you intend to do. The 10 billion yen from the bank is what you stole, correct?" He observed her reaction as her pupils dilated in shock, continuing, "You plan to hand over this 10 billion yen to Jin. Am I right? Did Jin not tell you that if you could procure 10 billion yen for the organization, they would grant you and your sister's freedom? I am not mistaken, am I?" He smiled, watching her closely. At that moment, Mayano Akemi was utterly stunned, her mind racing with disbelief. The only thought echoing in her head was, how did he know all of this? She had not even confided in Mayano Shiho. This was solely her secret. Yet, this man seemed to know everything. Who was he? Could he possibly be a god, possessing such knowledge? In that instant, Li Zili became shrouded in mystery in her mind. After a moment of silence, Mayano Akemi regained her composure, taking a deep breath and gazing intently at the man before her. "Who exactly are you?" "Haha, there is no need for you to inquire further. Just know that I harbor no ill intentions toward you." Li Zili chuckled. Such a statement only deepened the mystery in Mayano Akemi's mind. Numerous thoughts flashed through her head, yet she recognized the truth in Li Zili's words. He indeed bore her no malice. If he truly intended to harm her, He could simply report her to the authorities without resorting to such elaborate tactics. Taking another deep breath to steady herself, she asked, "What is your purpose? Let me ask you this. Do you truly believe that handing over this 10 billion yen to Jin will secure your freedom and your sisters from the black organization?" Li Zili inquired. A smile on his face. "Jin promised me that as long as I delivered this 10 billion to the organization, they would grant me and Shiho our freedom. I trust that he will not go back on his word." Mayano Akemi replied, seemingly convinced of Jin's integrity, completely unaware that if she were to meet him, he would welcome her with a bullet. "How foolish," Li Zili scolded without courtesy, and before Gonya Shiho could utter a word. He continued, "You are unaware of the ruthlessness of the dark organization. Once their affairs are involved, even innocent lives are extinguished without hesitation. Do you truly believe such an organization would allow you and your sister to escape?" Gonya Shiho's complexion shifted slightly, and she fell into deep contemplation. After observing her, Li Zili pressed on, "I am not afraid to inform you that this matter concerning 10 billion yen is a trap set by the dark organization. Regardless of whether you possess this sum, Jin will eliminate you." This, Gonya Aimi lowered her head, succumbing to silence. In truth, she found herself somewhat inclined to believe Li Zili's words. She had heard whispers of the dark organization's cruelty. It was indeed implausible for them to let someone leave unscathed. Moreover, Li Zili's enigmatic nature, knowing details unbeknownst to others, suggested that his words were not unfounded. Lastly, it seemed that deceiving her would yield him no advantage. After a moment, Gonya Aimi lifted her head, uncertainty etched on her face, and inquired, "What should I do? Did you not just ask me what my purpose is?" "I have come to save you," Li Zili replied with a smile. "Really? Then thank you," Gonya Aimi said, a flicker of joy illuminating her features. This man was shrouded in mystery. Perhaps he could indeed rescue her. You have a plan?" she asked. I have my own schemes." Li Zili remarked with a cryptic smile, "I will provide you with this 10 billion yen. It will be necessary for the plan. That is acceptable, but I hope to accompany you to witness it firsthand." Gonya Aimi said. Although she had come to trust Li Zili, she still wished to see for herself whether Jin would truly attempt to kill her. "No problem. Wait here. I will call you when the time comes," Li Zili said, exchanging phone numbers with Gonya Aimi. Rising, he took his suitcase and departed. As he reached the doorway, Gonya Aimi's voice suddenly called out from behind, "Why do you wish to save me?" "Because I do not want to see Shiho in sorrow." With those words, Li Zili stepped out into the night. "Because I do not want to see Shiho in sorrow." Gonya Aimi's heart jolted as she mused. Could it be that he is a close friend of Shiho? Why have I never encountered him before? The bond between the sisters was strong, and she was familiar with nearly all of Shiho's friends. Even though she did not know, she had heard Shiho mention. Furthermore, the fact that Li Zili would go so far as to rescue her for Shiho indicated a significant connection between them. Logically, she should have met Li Zili at some point. Never mind, she thought. I will ask Shiho about it when the opportunity arises. However, it seems he truly did not deceive me. With this thought, Gonya Aimi felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Subsequently, Gonya Aimi awaited Li Zili's call. Half an hour passed in anticipation when finally, Li Zili's call came through. Gonya Aimi promptly answered, urgency lacing her voice. "Hello, what is the status? Call Jin and arrange a meeting." He instructed. Understood. They exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Gonya Aimi, still gripping her phone, dialed Jin's number. After a few rings, the call connected, and Jin's cold, deep voice resonated from the other end. "Hello. I have the money. We will meet in half an hour." Gonya Aimi inhaled deeply, calmly articulating her words. "All right," Jin replied tersely before abruptly hanging up. Gonya Aimi sat in silence for a moment, contemplating the gravity of her situation. Before rising to leave on a dimly lit street, a black Porsche 356A idled at the curb. Two men clad in long black coats and sunglasses, their cigarettes flickering in the cold wind. The man on the left, with golden hair obscured partially by a deep hat and bangs, smoked languidly with a chilling demeanor. He was none other than Jin. Jin lowered his phone, inhaling deeply, and commanded, "Drive. Let us go." Beside him sat his loyal subordinate, Vodka. Heeding his leader's command, Vodka pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche surged forward like a predator, swiftly disappearing down the long street. Half an hour later, Jin and Vodka met with Gonya Aimi. "Where is the money?" Jin inquired directly, foregoing any small talk. Gonya Aimi glanced at the suitcase at her feet. Remaining silent, Jin signaled to Vodka, who nodded and moved to retrieve the suitcase from her side at that moment. Gonya Aimi's voice broke the tension. Will you uphold your promise and grant my sister and me our freedom? Freedom. Jin's lips curled in a cruel smirk. Vodka also chuckled coldly, finding her naivete amusing. Do you think the organization is some charitable institution that simply allows individuals to walk away? Ridiculous. I will grant you your freedom now. With that, Jin coldly smiled, drawing a revolver and aiming it at Gonya Aimi's head. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed, sparks erupting from the muzzle, and Gonya Aimi crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from her head. She had been executed. Let us go. Jin did not even glance back at her as he turned to leave with Vodka. They truly killed me. Approximately 800 meters away, on a rooftop, Gonya Aimi stared in disbelief through her binoculars, her face a mask of incredulity. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Jin murder her own self. Though she had believed Li Zili's words, Li Zili cast a glance at Gonya Mingmei, who was seated on the bed, and spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. What? I am going to America, Gonya Mingmei exclaimed, nearly springing to her feet in astonishment. She certainly did not anticipate such news. Of course. Do you wish to remain in the country and risk the dark organization discovering that you are still alive? Li Zili replied that I. Gonya Mingmei was at a loss for words. As Li Zili had pointed out, remaining in the country significantly raised the likelihood of the dark organization learning of her survival. If they were to discover that she was alive, the consequences would be dire. Before she could utter a response, Li Zili extended his hand and said, Your phone. Gonya Mingmei retrieved her phone, which he promptly took from her. He continued, For the next few days, you must not contact anyone, not even Akai Shuichi. You even know about my affairs with Akai Shuichi. Gonya Mingmei gasped in shock. Then, with a wry smile, she muttered to herself. Well, it figures that you're so enigmatic that you even know about my plans to meet Jin. Knowing this isn't surprising to Li Zili appeared to ignore her comments and continued. Once you arrive in America, you may reach out to Akai Shuichi. But it would be prudent not to contact Shio. Why can't I contact Shio? Gonya Mingmei questioned. Bewildered, if you wish to ensure Shiho's safety, it is best to heed my advice, Li Zili stated flatly. Offering no further explanation. In truth, it was for the best that Shiho remained unaware of Gonya Mingmei's survival, as any revelation could potentially expose her before Jin, a man known for his astuteness and composure. Any hint of a flaw could easily be detected by him. Even if Shiho managed to conceal any signs before Jin, that would still pose a risk. Li Zili was unwilling to take such chances. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would be in vain. Well then, when will I be able to contact her? Gonya Mingmei voiced her frustrations, yet for the sake of her sister's safety, she chose to remain silent. You will find out in due time, Li Zili replied. What does that even mean? What does in due time imply? Gonya Mingmei sighed, realizing that even if she inquired further, no answers would be forthcoming. Li Zili would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped. Ding! The mission was accomplished. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill of voice modulation. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Li Zili felt a surge of joy, quite remarkable. Indeed, he had unexpectedly acquired a skill. Voice modulation, as the name suggests, enabled one to alter their voice. It was akin to Conan's voice changer, but undoubtedly far superior. There was no need for any machinery. One could mimic anyone's voice at will. Indeed, this skill was not only practical but also quite entertaining. Li Zili chuckled inwardly, thoroughly satisfied with the reward for this mission. What is the matter with you? Seeing Li Zili lost in thought, Gonya Mingmei waved her hand in front of him. Li Zili snapped back to reality, shook his head, and said, All right, for the next 2 days, you must stay here and refrain from wandering until I come to find you. With that, he turned and departed before she could respond. 2 days later, Li Zili arrived at the hotel with a flight ticket to America that he had procured through hacking. Here, this is your ticket. This ticket had been obtained through his hacking skills, leaving no trace online. Even if someone were to investigate later, they would find nothing amiss. Gonya Mingmei took the ticket, glancing down at it. She noticed the boarding time was set for 4:30 p.m. After gathering her thoughts, she looked at Li Zili and said earnestly, Thank you. In truth, she had yet to properly express her gratitude to the savior. Were it not for Li Zili, she would already be dead. At that moment, she sincerely thanked him. Li Zili, sensing her genuine appreciation, merely smiled faintly and replied, No need for thanks. He then returned Gonya Mingmei's phone to her, offering a few more words of advice. That afternoon, Gong Mingmei boarded the flight to America. In the meantime, the news of Gong Mingmei's death aired on television. Li Zili observed this with a faint smile. Meanwhile, in a corporate building in the city center, which appeared to be an ordinary office building, lay the dark organization's pharmaceutical research facility. It was unlikely that the police would suspect that such a sinister establishment would be located in the heart of the city. Inside the building, Shiho, also known as Mayano Shiho, sat in a corner, utterly despondent, resembling a wounded animal, pathetically fragile. Over the past 2 days, she had received troubling news. The organization had executed a low-level operative named Hirota Masami. She knew that Hirota Masami was her sister Gong Mingmei's alias. Her sister was dead, killed by the organization. Shiho could scarcely believe it and had been attempting to confirm the information with Jin. However, Jin was not answering her calls. She felt utterly lost. Her sister was gone. Shiho hugged her knees tightly, burying her face in them, her body trembling uncontrollably. Loneliness, helplessness, darkness, and coldness engulfed her, as if a great hand from the depths of despair had seized her heart with a grip of hopelessness. After a long silence, Shiho finally made up her mind. Since the organization was unwilling to provide her with answers, she would have to take a stand. From this day forth, she would cease the development of ATX 4869. After sending Gong Mingmei off, Li Zili exhaled a sigh of relief. This matter was finally resolved. However, at that moment, the system's mechanical voice resounded in his mind once more. Ding! Main mission issued. Rescue Mayano Shiho and earn her favor. Upon completion, you will receive random attribute points and are likely to gain a skill. What the hell? Li Zili exclaimed, surprised that the system had assigned him yet another such task. Upon reflection, he clapped his hands in realization. Indeed, according to the plot's progression, after discovering her sister's execution at the hands of the organization, Mayano Shiho would decide to halt the development of ATX 4869, which would undoubtedly incite the displeasure of the dark organization's higher-ups. As a consequence, she would find herself thrown into a gas chamber by Jin. It seemed clear that he would have to go into the organization to rescue her. Stroking his chin, Li Zili pondered for a moment before a brilliant idea struck him for the rescue plan. That night at 8 o'clock, Li Zili made his appearance at a bar across from the dark organization's pharmaceutical research building. Having read the original story, he was well aware of the location of the dark organization's facility and knew that Shiho worked within. At that moment, he fixated on a burly man in black seated at the bar. This man was Li Zili's target for the night. His name was Fukada Kazuo, an operative of the dark organization. Assigned to monitor Shiho, once Fukada Kazuo finished his drink, Li Zili approached him and called out to the bartender, 2 vodkas, please. After placing the order, he turned to the man in black and smiled. Isn't it boring to drink alone? Before Fukada Kazuo could respond, Li Zili slid one of the vodkas in front of him and added with a grin, it's on me. Fukada Kazuo turned his head to glance at the man beside him. This man, approximately 30 years of age, donned a suit that suggested he was an office worker from the vicinity. This was, of course, Li Zili in disguise. He had not adopted the appearance of Kasakawa Koichi. Perhaps recognizing Li Zili as an office worker, Fukada Kazuo did not reject him and took a sip of vodka. With a gulp, he swallowed the liquor in his mouth. Observing this, a peculiar smile flickered in Li Zili's eyes. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with the man in black while sipping his drink. When the latter had nearly drained his vodka, Li Zili glanced at the time and thought to himself, it was time to leave. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the man in black suddenly slumped over the table, unconscious. Li Zili chuckled. The drug had finally taken effect. In fact, when he had been pouring drinks for the man in black earlier, Li Zili had discreetly added a sedative to his drink. Thus, Fukada Kazuo had been successfully deceived. What? Where did the sedative come from? Is that not simple? The police headquarters had confiscated numerous banned substances, among which were various drugs capable of inducing unconsciousness. Li Zili had taken a brief detour back to the police headquarters and casually pocketed a small vial. He had only taken a small amount, so he was not particularly worried about being discovered. Furthermore, even if others noticed a vial of sedative was missing, they would never suspect him. Sir, what happened to him? At that moment, a waiter approached, having noticed the man in black slumped over the table. Li Zili calmly replied, it's nothing. My friend has just had too much to drink. Oh, the waiter nodded, not pressing further, as such occurrences were all too common in a bar. Subsequently, Li Zili helped the man in black to his feet and led him out of the bar. Half an hour later, in a secluded motel, Li Zili unceremoniously tossed the man in black onto the floor and then bound him tightly to a chair with ropes. Even so, the man remained oblivious to his surroundings. After securing the man in black, Li Zili clapped his hands together and chuckled. All done to it. Seems the drug is quite effective. Even after all that commotion, he remains unconscious. Now, it's time for me to prepare. With that, Li Zili walked into the bathroom. A few minutes later, Li Zili emerged from the bathroom. If anyone had been present, they would have been taken aback by his appearance, clad entirely in black. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Fukada Kazuo. Even if Jin were to arrive, he would not recognize Li Zili. It was simply too similar. Cough, cough. Jin. Hello, Li Zili said with a light cough. Upon closer inspection, the voice was not his own but rather that of Fukada Kazuo. Indeed, he had employed a skill, voice modulation. Haha, from this moment on, I am Fukada Kazuo. Li Zili laughed heartily, casting a glance at the bound Fukada Kazuo before striding confidently out. The Dark Organization's research building was indeed vast and appeared quite grand. There are quite a few people here. However, where was Sherry? He did not see her as Li Zili wandered through the Dark Organization's research building. He mused, since he now resembled Fukada Kazuo, no one impeded his entry. Just then, his eyes lit up. Sherry, Li Zili exclaimed upon spotting her. She sat with her chin resting on her hands, gazing out the window. Looking pensive, Li Zili approached her from behind, and she remained oblivious to his presence. Not wanting to disturb her, Li Zili stepped aside to admire her profile. In that instant, he felt his heart race. Sherry was indeed a stunning beauty. Even in profile, her features were flawless and beyond reproach. At that moment, Li Zili was smitten, thinking to himself, Sherry, I have fallen for you. Just then, Sherry's thoughts were pulled back to reality. And as she turned her head, she caught sight of Li Zili. She slightly tilted her head, noticing him staring intently. Her brows furrowed momentarily, sensing that something was amiss with him today. However, before she could ponder further, Li Zili's gaze returned to normal as he approached her. Was that just a figment of her imagination? Seeing Li Zili's expression shift back to its usual demeanor, Sherry felt a flicker of doubt in her heart. Standing before her, Li Zili opened his mouth, intending to say something. Suddenly, two men in black hurriedly approached. The man leading exuded an icy aura, his face radiating an unmistakable warning. Do not approach. Jin, vodka, Li Zili thought, watching the approaching figures of Jin and vodka. Yet, Jin seemed indifferent to him, walking straight up to Sherry and coldly asking, Sherry, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Huh? Was this an interrogation? Li Zili was momentarily bewildered, but soon deduced the situation. It seemed Sherry had halted the development of aptX 4869, prompting Jin to confront her. And indeed, he was correct that I am aware, but I will not change my mind, Sherry replied, her tone frosty yet resolute. Very well. Jin observed Sherry for a long moment before coldly uttering those words. He then turned and walked away, with his subordinate vodka hastily following suit. The two exited the research building. As they walked, Vodka remarked, Boss, Sherry is courting death by defying Rum's orders to cease development on aptX 4869. Rum will not let this slide. Humph, I will not be lenient when that time comes. Jin. A glint of cold light flashed in Jin's eyes. Sherry, the consequences of your actions are severe, even if Jin does not kill you, Li Zili remarked as he watched Sherry. Humph, my life or death is none of your concern. Sherry shot a glance at Li Zili, her eyes reflecting disdain. You despicable man, you are just as they are. In truth, she was fully aware of the fate that awaited those who defied the organization's orders. However, her sister had died, and the organization had remained unresponsive. She had to act, even at the cost of her life. I'm merely offering you a friendly piece of advice. Whether you heed it is your choice. Sensing Sherry's attitude, Li Zili shrugged. You would be kind? Who would believe that? Don't feign compassion like a rat. Sherry scoffed before rising to leave without waiting for Li Zili's response. A hint of bitter amusement flickered in Li Zili's eyes. He genuinely intended to counsel Sherry. However, it was evident she was targeting him. It was understandable, given that he was currently posing as Fukada Kazuo, aligning him with Jin and the others. How could Sherry not see him as an adversary? Shaking his head, Li Zili followed suit. As someone tasked with monitoring Sherry, he had to remain close by her side. That day, Sherry did nothing and spent the entire time in a daze. When she finally returned to her room, Li Zili and another monitor stationed themselves outside her door. The dark organization had sent 2 individuals to keep an eye on Sherry at midnight. The door suddenly swung open. Sherry emerged from within. Li Zili and the other monitor approached her, asking, "Where are you headed?" Sherry shot him a cold glare, uttering not a word as she walked past him, hands shoved deep into her pockets. "Follow her." Li Zili and the man in black trailed behind her. Shortly thereafter, they observed Shirley entering a bar. Upon entering, they saw her seated alone in a corner, sipping her drink. Rather than approaching her, Li Zili and the man in black chose to settle at a nearby table. Casually ordering a bottle of rum.as, they indulged in their drinks. Li Zili suddenly noticed Shirley being accosted by 2 youths who appeared to be ruffians. The 2 young men leaned towards Shirley, attempting to touch her delicate face, but she deftly pushed them away. Infuriated, the youths adopted a menacing demeanor, seemingly intent on confronting her. Witnessing this, Li Zili averted his gaze and remarked to his companion, "Look over there," gesturing towards Shirley. The man in black followed his gaze, furrowing his brow upon witnessing Shirley's predicament. Suddenly, he stood up, scoffing. "Humph, a bunch of lowlifes. Do they think our organization is something they can toy with? Let us go." Having spoken, he advanced towards Shirley. Li Zili set down his glass, rising languidly to follow suit. Upon reaching her side, the man in black wasted no words and immediately took action. The 2 youths, who had been about to assault Shirley, were swiftly knocked to the ground by the advancing figure. Being a member of a shadowy organization, the man in black was clearly not someone those 2 ruffians could contend with. "Get lost," he barked coldly after subduing them. The youths scrambled to their feet and fled in a panic, well aware that the man in black was not to be trifled with, especially with an accomplice like Li Zili nearby. After the ruffians had been driven away, Shirley merely cast a fleeting glance at both the man in black and Li Zili, without rising to express her gratitude, and continued to drink. Li Zili and the man in black exchanged no further words. Returning to their seats, it was not until 2:30 in the morning that Shirley finally stood up, reeking of alcohol, and exited the bar. Unbeknownst to her, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, gin and vodka once again arrived at the research building. At that moment, they stood before Shirley, regarding her with cold eyes. Jin spoke icily, "Shirley, you are courting death. Do not blame me. What do you intend to do?" Shirley shot back, her gaze icy. "Humph, take her away," Jin commanded coldly. Thus, the order from the organization had come down, signaling Shirley's imminent execution. Li Zili immediately grasped the situation. He and the other man in black approached Shirley. Seizing her arms and following gin and vodka out of the premises, they made their way to the entrance of the gas chamber. Just as Li Zili and his companion halted, Jin coldly instructed, "Take her inside." They ushered Shirley into the gas chamber, a dimly lit room devoid of windows, save for a narrow trash chute suitable for a child to fit through. Once inside, Jin unexpectedly produced a pair of cold handcuffs. Stating, "Cuff her." Li Zili promptly accepted the cuffs, turning to Shirley and saying, "Shirley, this is all of your own making." "Humph," Shirley scoffed, turning her head away at Li Zili, then moved to secure her hands to the iron pipe. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Shirley. Outside the gas chamber, the heavy door was shut, and Jin coldly ordered, "Activate the gas switch." Inside the chamber, Shirley, shackled to the iron pipe, looked on in astonishment as she noticed a small vial in her hand. She recognized it immediately as aptX 4869, a drug she had developed herself. Recalling the words of Futian Kazuo from earlier, confusion and intrigue swirled in her eyes. Just moments ago, when Futian Kazuo had cuffed her, he had slipped the vial into her hand, whispering in her ear, "Take this, swallow it, and it could save your life." Could this truly save me? But that man is aligned with Jin and the others. Iasintihi? What motive could he possibly have to rescue me? Shirley was engulfed in perplexity. After a moment's contemplation, she brought the aptX 4869 closer to her eyes, her expression wavering. Should I heed his advice and swallow it? After considerable thought, determination set in her eyes, and she resolved to take the plunge. She tilted her head back and swallowed the aptX 4869, compelled by her lack of options. The gas switch had already been activated, and a dense, fog-like poison was seeping from the vents. In such dire circumstances, she had no choice but to trust Futian Kazuo. Otherwise, it would mean certain death. Shirley, of course, was unwilling to perish so easily, especially since she had yet to uncover the truth behind her sister's demise. After ingesting the aptX 4869 An excruciating pain surged through her, contorting her face as if countless needles were piercing her. She bit down hard on her lip, remaining silent as she endured the agony. During this ordeal, the bones within her body emitted sharp, cracking sounds. Gradually, her form began to shrink. In no time, she transformed into a small girl, her tiny hands easily slipping free from the handcuffs. Shirley was taken aback by the astonishing turn of events, yet she had no time to ponder further. The gas was rapidly filling the chamber, and failure to escape would spell disaster. Covering her mouth with her long sleeves, she dashed towards the trash chute, positioning herself to slide down headfirst. In an instant, she vanished from the gas chamber. Outside, at Jin's command, Li Zili approached the gas switch and turned it off, a flicker of amusement crossing his features. Approximately half an hour later, Jin instructed to shut off the gas and activate the ventilation fan. The rush of wind swept through the chamber, and in the blink of an eye, the toxic gas was cleared. Upon entering the gas chamber, Jin's expression changed dramatically, while Li Zili maintained a subtle smirk. Inside, the chamber was utterly devoid of any presence, save for a pair of cold handcuffs dangling from the iron pipe, as if mocking those who had entered. Jin's expression darkened, and he commanded, "Search, find her." It would be quite remarkable if you could find it. Li Zili couldn't help but let out a cold laugh within his heart. However, on the surface, he complied with the others and stepped out of the building in search of Sherry. Near the research building, in a secluded area, Li Zili assumed the appearance of Hiroichi Kasukawa. He swiftly vanished into the darkness of the night. The night was pitch black, with countless dark clouds gathering, while blue lightning rolled within them, emitting a deep, thunderous sound that a heavy atmosphere weighed down upon the entire city. Moments later, a cacophony of raindrops began to fall from the heavens, under the illumination of the lightning. The city was enveloped in a misty shroud. On a spacious road, a slender figure trudged along the edge, moving slowly through the rain. Occasionally, vehicles would rush past her, splashing water that soaked her completely. She resembled a drenched rat, utterly soaked. Sherry kept her head down, advancing step by step, her face pale, yet her eyes held a glimmer of determination. She needed to leave this place as quickly as possible. Once Jin discovered her absence, he would undoubtedly come looking for her. If she did not distance herself from here, she would be found. Despite her thoughts, she found it increasingly difficult to move. The aptX 4869 not only shrank her body, but also drained her stamina. Moreover, the journey from the research building to this spot had left her utterly exhausted. After walking for a while, Sherry found her efforts growing more strenuous, her complexion paling even further. I can hardly go on. What should I do? If I collapse here, Jin and the others will surely discover me. Who could possibly help me? Just as Sherry felt a sense of helplessness, she suddenly sensed someone approaching her side. The umbrella he held shielded her from the rain, and with no droplets hitting her, Sherry felt a measure of relief. She turned her head to look, only to find a remarkably handsome young man beside her. Though Sherry had encountered many attractive men before, she had to admit that this one was the most striking she had ever seen. At that moment, the young man, holding a black umbrella, was smiling gently at her. Sherry was about to express her gratitude, but the words that escaped his lips left her utterly astonished. He said, "Sherry, you truly followed my advice and ingested aptX 4869. While you may not look as beautiful as before, you still possess a certain charm." After saying this, he flashed her a smile. In an instant, Sherry's body was engulfed in a chill, her eyes filled with terror. It was not the smile of Li Zili that frightened her, but rather his words. The revelation was staggering. This man not only recognized her, but was also aware that she had shrunk due to aptX 4869. He even knew what had transpired moments earlier. Such knowledge was undeniably terrifying. "Who are you?" Sherry asked, her body stiff with fear as she regarded Li Zili. Has she already forgotten her savior so swiftly? Li Zili chuckled, and, in the voice of Kazuo Fukuda, uttered, "You don't recognize your benefactor so quickly." Instantly, Sherry's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. After a moment, she regained her composure and looked at Li Zili, saying, "You are Kazuo Fukuda." "No, you are not Kazuo Fukuda. Why did you save me?" At this point, Sherry had come to understand that the man before her was impersonating Kazuo Fukuda. Thus, he was privy to the events that had unfolded earlier. "Shall I speak the truth?" Li Zili grinned out. "Of course." Sherry nodded. "That I saved you because I like you, little Sherry. Will you be my wife?" Li Zili bent down, smiling warmly at her. "What?" Sherry was taken aback, her eyes rounder than lanterns. She was utterly flabbergasted, never anticipating that Li Zili would utter such words. After a long pause, Sherry finally regained her senses and replied with a serious expression, "Do not jest with me like this. Quickly tell me why you truly saved me." "I swear, everything I just said is true," Li Zili replied, his sincerity evident. He genuinely liked Sherry, which was why he had rescued her. Of course, there was also a component related to the system's task, but that was inconsequential. Yet, Sherry remained skeptical. Did he expect her to fabricate a lie to convince her? Seeing her expression, Li Zili pondered for a moment before concocting a fib. "All right, I will speak the truth. I was entrusted by someone to save you." "Entrusted by whom?" Sherry inquired, believing this to be more plausible. After all, why would a stranger come to her aid? "Do not ask too many questions. You will understand in due time." This was merely a random statement, as he had no name to provide. "Did I want to know?" Sherry insisted, her gaze unwavering. "Did a friend of yours?" Li Zili could only manage this response, and seeing that Sherry was about to inquire further, he quickly added, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I would not have saved you, would I?" Sherry contemplated this and nodded, finding some sense in his words. If Li Zili truly meant her harm, he would not have rescued her. He could well have allowed her to perish in the gas chamber. With this realization, Sherry felt a sense of relief. Just as she began to relax, a wave of profound fatigue washed over her, causing her to feel dizzy. She had long since been exhausted and on the verge of fainting. Had she not harbored suspicions towards Li Zili, she would have succumbed to unconsciousness earlier. Now that her mind had relaxed, she naturally fainted. As Sherry's body began to slump to the side, Li Zili swiftly caught her in his arms. He then lifted her, holding the umbrella as he proceeded onward, quickly disappearing into the rainy night. At Dr. Agasa's residence, he had cleared out all the trash from his home and was carrying several bulging garbage bags outside. Upon returning from disposing of the trash, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. Dr. Agasa murmured softly as he approached the object. The object lay in his front yard, obscured by leaves, making it difficult to discern. Cautiously, he stepped closer, and upon seeing the object, he was taken aback that a little girl. Indeed, the object was a small girl, her eyes tightly shut, leaving her state uncertain. Dr. Agasa quickly crouched down and reached to check her breathing. Instantly, he sighed in relief. She was alive. However, he was also somewhat perplexed. Whose child was this? Why was she unconscious in my front yard? After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Dr. Agasa shook his head, deciding it was best not to dwell on it. Saving the child was of paramount importance. With that, he scooped the little girl into his arms and carried her inside. In an alley across from Dr. Agasa's home, Li Zili stood at the entrance, quietly observing as Dr. Agasa brought Sherry inside. A hint of a smile crossed his face. It was evident that Sherry was the girl he had placed in Dr. Agasa's front yard. "Sherry, my actions should fulfill your wishes." Li Zili gazed at the sky with a smile. Wait, suddenly, he recalled something. "Damn it, I saved Sherry. Yet why has the system not notified me that the task is complete?" Li Zili hurriedly inquired within his mind about the situation. "System, please examine the task details carefully. Although you have saved Sherry, you have yet to earn her favor, hence the task remains incomplete. Sherry does not harbor any affection towards me yet." Li Zili's face fell in disappointment. Damn it. After all he had done, Sherry still had no affection for him. How frustrating. Upon further contemplation, Li Zili's mood gradually settled. Although he had saved Sherry, she had only just learned that it was he who rescued her before fainting. It was likely that she was still in shock. How could she possibly have feelings for him so soon? Never mind, there would be another opportunity to meet Sherry, and by then, she would probably harbor some fondness for him. Li Zili flashed a charming smile and then departed. Sherry slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her daze. A murmured sound escaped her lips. She sat up straight, glancing around, confusion flickering in her eyes. Where am I? Where did that guy go? Upon closer inspection, she realized she was in a dimly lit bedroom, seated on a tatami mat. Sherry's bewilderment deepened. Where exactly is this? That handsome guy, and the gas chamber. Could it all have been a dream? Dream. The thought of dreaming prompted Sherry to glance down at herself. Upon seeing that she had transformed into a child, she understood that the events that had transpired were not a dream, but indeed reality. Where did that guy go? And where am I? Sherry tossed aside the covers, rose to her feet, and padded barefoot to the door. She cracked it open and peeked outside, only to see a bespectacled man bustling about, seemingly engrossed in some task. Professor Agasa. A flicker of surprise crossed Sherry's eyes that it dawned on her what had transpired. That guy must have entrusted her to Professor Agasa, while he himself had fled. There were so many questions she wished to ask him. However, being handed over to Professor Agasa was, in a way, fulfilling her wish. Sherry had become acquainted with Professor Agasa while investigating Shinichi Kudo, as she had also looked into Kudo's neighbor. Why was she investigating Shinichi Kudo? Because she suspected that he had ingested her developed aptx 4869, transforming into a child. Now, she was certain that Shinichi Kudo had indeed consumed aptx 4869 and turned into a child. For she too had taken the drug and reverted to a juvenile state. It seemed that Shinichi Kudo was currently using the alias Conan. Originally, she had planned to lurk at Professor Agasa's place to draw Conan's blood for research. But now that she was here, she could forego such an unnecessary endeavor. A smile graced Sherry's face as she resolved to hide at Professor Agasa's home from now on. This would not only allow her to get closer to Conan, but also keep her hidden from the dark organization, which would unlikely suspect her presence here. However, she needed to find that guy. There were still many questions she wished to pose. Sherry clenched her hands on the door, the visage of Li Zili emerging in her mind. Subsequently, she pushed the door open and approached Professor Agaza. The police headquarters. Oh, the great detective, you finally decided to return. Where have you been these past few days? Sadamawako gazed at Li Zili with her beautiful eyes, a gentle smile gracing her features. What? Did you miss me, officer? Li Zili grinned mischievously. Bah, who would miss you, you shameless fool? Sadamawako's cheeks flushed slightly, as she seemed a bit shy to meet Li Zili's gaze. Turning her head away, observing her demeanor, a flicker of intrigue ignited within Li Zili. Could it be that this lovely lady actually missed him? It certainly appeared that way. In truth, Li Zili's conjecture was not far off. During his absence, Sadamawako had indeed mentioned him several times. However, she would never voice such sentiments aloud. I'll tell you, everyone has been quite busy these past few days while you were gone. Several significant events have occurred. Is that so? Li Zili replied nonchalantly. Already aware of the matters at hand, it was merely about the bank robbery case and the incident concerning Mayano Akemi. Indeed, these cases had dragged on with no leads to pursue. The 10 billion yen stolen from the bank remained unrecovered. Sadamawako remarked. It won't be recovered. Li Zili muttered under his breath. After all, that 10 billion had been taken by Jin. How could it possibly be retrieved? What did you say? Sadamawako inquired, not catching his words. Nothing. Li Zili shook his head, smiling at her. Officer, it seems you have grown even more beautiful in my absence, and your skin appears fairer than before. Sadamawako's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I wasn't beautiful before, or that I wasn't fair-skinned? Not at all. I meant to say you were beautiful before. But now you're even more stunning. Your skin was already fair, and now it is even fairer, Li Zili hastily clarified, eager to avoid any misunderstandings. Humph. You know how to flatter, Sadamawako huffed, allowing the matter to drop. Just then, a colleague approached and said, Kasakawa, Inspector Megure is looking for you. It was likely regarding those cases. Li Zili muttered a brief acknowledgement and turned to his colleague. Got it. The great detective is quite popular. Upon your return, Inspector Megure is already seeking you out, Sadamawako said with a playful smile. Li Zili chuckled, but said nothing further, heading to meet Megure Juza. Kasakawa, how have you been these past few days? Upon entering Megure's office, the inspector turned to face him, smiling. Not too bad. What brings you to me, Inspector? Li Zili had no desire for small talk, especially not with a plump man who lacked allure. As expected, the matters Megure wished to discuss revolved around the bank robbery and the death of Mayano Akemi. He wanted to enlist Li Zili's help in investigating those two cases. Li Zili shrugged silently. There was no way these cases would come to light. Seeking his assistance would be futile. However, he would never voice such thoughts. Instead, he placated Megure, assuring him, Don't worry, Inspector. I will look into those two cases right away. Thank you, Kasakawa. I appreciate it, Megure replied earnestly, oblivious to Li Zili's insincerity. All right, I'll head out this afternoon. Li Zili nodded and turned to leave. Upon returning to his desk, he found Sadamawako leaning over the partition between them. Her eyes sparkling as she asked, Great detective, what did Inspector Megure want? Gossip. Li Zili shot her a glance, choosing not to engage. It's so hard to share. You're so stingy, Sadamawako pouted, glaring at him. Do you really want to know? Li Zili turned his gaze back to her. a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Yes, yes, Sato Mawako eagerly nodded, her curiosity piqued. Heh, give me a kiss, and I'll tell you. Li Zili chuckled. Go to hell. Sato Mawako never anticipated that her eager wait would culminate in such a remark. She was nearly incensed to the point of smoke pouring from her nostrils. With a fierce glare directed at Li Zili, she retorted with a scathing, "Bastard, shameless wretch, just wait and see if I ever acknowledge you again," before storming back to her seat in a huff. Once seated, Sato Mawako incessantly jabbed a pen into the table as if it were Li Zili himself. While poking, she muttered furiously, "Bastard, rotten egg, I'll stab you." Stab you. At that moment, she was suddenly graced with the sound of Li Zili's laughter ringing in her ears. "Miss, you're going to ruin the table with all that jabbing. Perhaps you should spare it." The table seemed to weep. "Humph, as if I care. I'll jab all I want." Sato Mawako cast a sidelong glance at him and jabbed a few more times with added vigor. Observing her antics, Li Zili found himself amused, not expecting to see such an endearing side of Sato Mawako. "All right then, didn't you want to know what Officer Muri discussed with me? I could share that with you." "You know?" At his words, Sato Mawako paused her pen, turned to look at him, and asked, "Really?" "Of course," Li Zili nodded, continuing, "Actually, Officer Muri wanted me to investigate the 2 bank robbery cases. Did you agree to it?" Sato Mawako inquired. "Could I refuse?" Li Zili shrugged. "When are you going to investigate?" "I'll accompany you," Sato Mawako declared instantly, for she relished watching Li Zili solve cases. The moment he unveiled the conclusions was when he appeared extraordinarily wise and strikingly handsome. Stirring her heart, "Don't you have other matters to attend to?" "You don't need to tag along with me," Li Zili replied, somewhat speechless. He was merely going through the motions and had no intention of solving the case. "What's the matter with you accompanying me?" "It's fine. I have trivial matters that can wait." Sato Mawako shook her head resolutely. Seeing her determination, Li Zili sighed, conceding, "Well then, I suppose I'll have to resort to this tactic." With that, he remarked, "So eager to follow me. Could it be that you've fallen for me?" "Puffed. As if I would fall for you. You shameless scoundrel." Sato Mawako was taken aback by Li Zili's sudden proclamation. Her face flushing instantly. "If you're not in love with me, then why do you enjoy following me so much?" Li Zili teased with a grin. "Who enjoys following you? If I don't want to go, then I want to. Now that you're asking me to accompany you, I've changed my mind," Sato Mawako huffed, turning her back to him. "Hee, looks like this tactic is quite effective." Witnessing Sato Mawako's refusal to go, Li Zili couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He then returned to his own seat at 3 in the afternoon. Li Zili, along with several colleagues, made a trip to the robbed bank, followed by a visit to the crime scene. After completing this formality, Li Zili returned to Muri Juzu and said, "It's been several days since the incident, and all the evidence has vanished. I can't uncover anything." Muri Juzu appeared somewhat disappointed but understood the reality. He was aware that Li Zili's words held merit. With so much time elapsed since the crime, the absence of evidence made investigation exceedingly difficult. After successfully navigating the encounter with Muri Juzu, Li Zili sauntered back to his seat leisurely. In the evening, within a dimly lit bar, only Jin and a bartender remained. Jin sat before the bar, quietly sipping a glass of cold, potent liquor, his black hat casting a shadow over half his face. Though his eyes occasionally flickered with a cold glimmered as he drank, a burly man clad in black entered the establishment. It was Vodka. Jin continued to drink in silence, not bothering to glance at Vodka. Vodka approached him, saying, "Boss, we've located that Fukada Kazuo fellow." Upon hearing this, Jin's gaze sharpened, and his drinking momentarily paused. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he replied coldly, "Where is he?" "He's waiting outside." Vodka replied, "Bring him in." "Yes, boss." Vodka promptly exited to fetch Fukada Kazuo. Upon entering, Fukada Kazuo appeared weary, as though he hadn't slept in days. He was brought before Jin, bowing his head timidly and stammering, "Boss, what happened?" Jin inquired, casting a glance at him before taking another sip. His voice icy. "I was at the bar drinking when a businessman approached me and offered me a drink. After consuming it, I blacked out. When I regained consciousness, I found myself bound in a hotel room, and it took great effort for me to escape." Fukada Kazuo trembled as he recounted. "Useless fool." Bang. At that moment, Jin's cold voice resonated simultaneously with the sound of his glass crashing down on the table. Immediately after, Jin drew a gun and aimed it at Fukada Kazuo. Bang! The gunshot rang out. blood splattering everywhere as Fukada Kazuo collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his head, witnessing Fukada Kazuo's lifeless body. Jin expressionlessly reholstered his weapon, while Vodka looked at the corpse with a cold smirk, saying, "Bastard, after such a debacle, you dare return to face the boss? You deserve to die." Puffed. He spat contemptuously on the ground. This man was merely an outer member of the organization. His death was inconsequential and would raise no inquiries. Meanwhile, the bartender continued his duties, seemingly oblivious to the recent events that in reality. This bar was a front for the dark organization. And the bartender was one of its members. Dispose of the body. Jin instructed Vodka, then nonchalantly resumed his drinking, as if he had merely crushed an ant. "Yes, boss," Vodka acknowledged, promptly beginning to handle Fukada Kazuo's remains. Once finished, he returned to Jin, who was still sipping his drink, and said, "Boss, this guy was utterly useless. If he hadn't been led astray, Sherry wouldn't have escaped." Jin swirled his glass, contemplatively stating, "The one impersonating Fukada Kazuo is no simple character. He possesses skills in disguise. Regardless, we must find him. Anyone daring to oppose us is doomed." As he spoke the last part, his tone turned chillingly resolute. "Understood, boss, that I'll go find that man right now." Vodka responded. Jin took another sip from his glass, remaining silent, and Vodka swiftly departed. It was evident that the outcome would result in Li Zili remaining unfound, for he had disguised himself when meeting Fukada Kazuo at the bar and later reverted to the appearance of Kasakawa Koichi. Where could Vodka search? Even if given another 100 years, he would never locate Li Zili. 5 days later, at the police headquarters. What? A homicide occurred. I understand. While sipping water, Li Zili suddenly noticed Muri Juzu standing up to answer a call. His brow furrowing. At a homicide? It seems I must be busy once again. After enjoying a rare moment of leisure these past few days, as he pondered these thoughts, Makuju Jusen was already assembling his team. Naturally, he could not do without the presence of this master detective. Subsequently, everyone made their way to the crime scene. Upon arrival, Li Zili noticed several children bustling about the room, seemingly in search of clues. These were none other than Conan, Oda Genta, Yoshida Ayumi, and Moro Fushidai-do, and there was Sherry. When he caught sight of Sherry, a hint of playful amusement flickered in his eyes. This fellow, Li Zili observed Sherry and the others. Conan spotted him as well. Instantly, his gaze sharpened. It had become almost customary for Li Zili to appear whenever a crime occurred, much to Conan's chagrin. Having lost to him on previous occasions, Conan thought to himself, "This time it may not be the same." He clenched his fist, his eyes directed at Li Zili with a glimmer of determination. "Conan, why are you staring at that police officer?" At that moment, Ayumi noticed Conan's expression and walked over to inquire. She also cast a curious glance at Li Zili, naturally unacquainted with him. "Indeed, Conan, is there something special about him?" Jinta also looked at Li Zili with confusion, then addressed Conan. Before Conan could respond, Hikaru interjected with a grin. "I see. Conan, you suspect he murdered Miss Mitsui Makako, and he is the suspect, isn't he?" Mitsui Makako was the victim of this particular case. Conan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What nonsense is this? Although Hirokazu Kasakawa was indeed bothersome, how could he possibly be a suspect? Little did Conan realize that Li Zili was indeed a suspect, albeit not in this case. While they conversed, they failed to notice Sherry's complexion had dramatically shifted. Upon hearing their chatter, her gaze was drawn to them and quickly fixated on Li Zili. The moment she laid eyes on him, her pupils dilated, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she internally exclaimed, "It's him!" Her eyes filled with surprise. She never anticipated encountering Li Zili here, let alone discovering he was a police officer. Soon after, a hint of a smile graced her lips. She had been searching for Li Zili these past few days, but to no avail. Now, he unexpectedly stood before her. At that moment, Li Zili's gaze also fell upon her. They exchanged a brief glance before he nonchalantly averted his eyes, pretending not to recognize me. A flicker of confusion crossed Sherry's mind. After pondering for a moment, despite having many questions for Li Zili, she refrained from approaching him just yet. Instead, she began to wander about, seemingly oblivious to his presence on the other side. Upon hearing Hikaru's remark, Conan retorted, "It's not what you think. He is a police officer. How could he be a suspect? Besides, he just arrived at the scene." "Then why are you looking at him?" Ayumi asked curiously. Explaining was too tedious for Conan, who casually replied, I just think that officer is the most handsome among the police. None of the others compared, though. He really is handsome. Ayumi nodded in agreement. In light of this, he truly is quite dashing. Jinta and Hikaru concurred. These children are far too easy to fool, Conan thought, stifling a chuckle at their naivety. Hey, Hibara, come quick. That police officer is so handsome. At that moment, Ayumi turned to wave at Hibara AI. Sherry.as Sherry approached. Her mind suddenly conjured the memory of that rainy night a few days prior, when Li Zili had held an umbrella and said to her, I like you, little Sherry. Will you be my wife? A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Coincidentally, Conan noticed her expression and remarked, Hibara, why are you blushing? Just days earlier, he had encountered Hibara at Dr. Agasa's house and was taken aback to discover that she knew his greatest secret, that he was Shinichi Kudo. That he later learned that Hibara was the one who developed APTX 4869 and was involved with the Black organization. She too had ingested the drug, transforming into a child, which had left Conan utterly astonished. Nothing, Sherry replied coolly, casting a fleeting glance at him and shaking her head. Conan regarded her with curiosity before shifting his gaze back to Li Zili. Yet he chose not to comment further. Moments later, Conan approached Li Zili and, with a deliberate sweetness, called out, Kasaka, little Conan, you're here too. Li Zili responded as though he had just noticed Conan, smiling as he ruffled the boy's hair. Suppressing the urge to swat away the unwelcome hand, Conan continued to feign cuteness. Kasaka, do you have any leads on this case? In response to Conan's inquiry, Li Zili regarded him with a knowing look. This Conan seemed to have become much more astute, realizing he was attempting to probe for information. In contemplation, a mischievous smile flickered in Li Zili's eyes as he replied, little Conan is quite clever. Knowing I already have leads, instantly, Conan's face lit up with excitement, his mind racing. He has leads. He just arrived, and he already has leads. Seeing Conan's reaction, Li Zili could no longer contain his laughter, saying, I'm just teasing you. I don't have any leads yet, he added silently to himself, but I already know who the culprit is, having been at the scene for only a short while. He had already deduced the identity of the perpetrator. This revelation, Conan sighed with relief, his entire demeanor easing. If only he knew the additional thought Li Zili had kept to himself, he would likely be in a state of turmoil. Subsequently, Conan cheerfully stated, Kasaka, you carry on with your work. I shall take my leave. With that, he returned to investigating the case. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with Li Zili. He needed to uncover the culprit before Li Zili did. This time, he was determined to win. Observing Conan's diligent efforts, Li Zili shook his head in bemusement. He then turned and walked to the window, gazing out at the azure sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, a small girl's voice broke the silence. I didn't expect you to be a police officer. It truly surprises me. Li Zili turned to see little Sherry standing beside him, looking out the window. Little Sherry, it's been a few days. How have you been? Li Zili offered her a warm smile. In response, Sherry finally turned to him, her tone frosty as she said, I am now Hibara AI. Do not call me by that name anymore. Is this how you speak to your savior? Is this really how you treat him? Does your conscience not ache? Li Zili replied with a chuckle. Sherry rolled her eyes and retorted bluntly, it does not. Although they had only met twice and exchanged few words, Sherry could tell this fellow had a hint of irreverence. My goodness, what a blow to my tender heart. Li Zili clutched his chest, deliberately feigning an injured demeanor. Sherry glared at him with her beautiful eyes, urging him to be serious. She had many pressing questions to pose, yet he maintained an entirely unserious facade from beginning to end. Just as Li Zili was about to speak, Takagi Wataru approached and said, Kasakawa, Officer Muro is looking for you. This time, Sato Mawako did not accompany him, but Takagi Wataru did. Understood, Li Zili nodded, casting a glance at Sherry before turning to leave. Kasakawa, what are your thoughts on this case? Any leads? Upon seeing Li Zili approach, Muro Juzo exclaimed loudly. In an instant, the attention of everyone in the room was captivated. Even Conan paused, staring intently at Li Zili. A flicker of doubt crossed Sherry's eyes. Why was this inspector being so courteous to his subordinate, personally inquiring about any findings? Li Zili paid no mind to the gazes directed at him and was about to speak when a middle-aged woman pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing her, Muro Juzo hurried over, saying, Miss Goju, my apologies for making you come personally. This your employee, Mitsui Makako. It turned out that Muro had summoned Miss Goju to identify the body, upon approaching the corpse. Miss Goju immediately bowed her head and covered her mouth, crying out, "It's her! Officer, how did she die? Who killed her?" She turned to look at Moro Juzo. She was strangled, and as for the perpetrator, our police are still investigating. Moro Juzo replied. Upon hearing this, Miss Goju, with a tremor in her voice, implored, "Officer, you must find her murderer." Yet, a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. "Rest assured, we will find the culprit," Moro Juzo assured her. Then instructed an officer nearby, "Take Miss Goju downstairs to rest." "Yes," the officer replied and began to lead her out, but just a few steps away, a voice called out, "Wait," turning to see Li Zili. Everyone looked at him. "What's wrong, Kasakawa?" Moro Juzo asked. "She cannot leave yet," Li Zili asserted. "Why not?" The crowd was puzzled, unsure why Li Zili insisted on keeping the store manager, Miss Goju, there at that moment. Li Zili calmly stated, "Because she is the murderer." He fixed his gaze upon Miss Goju and smiled. "Isn't that right?" The room erupted in a hushed uproar. No one had anticipated that the store manager, Miss Goju, was the culprit. Conan's expression soured, his face turning pale as if he were constipated. He internally shouted, "Why? Why did he find out the murderer before me?" "Wait." Hearing Li Zili's accusation, Miss Goju's eyes flashed with a moment of panic. But she quickly waved her hands, asserting, "How could I have killed Makako? You must be mistaken." Still attempting to argue, she truly had some nerve. Li Zili scoffed internally and replied, "I never mistake the murderer." After surveying the room, he declared, "Would everyone like to know how the victim was strangled? What was the weapon?" Conan's mind raced, desperate for answers, as he had yet to determine what weapon had strangled Mitsui Makako. Moreover, there was no weapon at the scene, leaving him perplexed as to its whereabouts. At that moment, Moro Juzo inquired, "Kasakawa, what weapon was used to strangle her? Have you noticed something missing from this room?" Li Zili smiled. "What is missing?" The crowd exchanged confused glances. Even Sherry was scanning the room, trying to ascertain if something was indeed absent. "It's the hanger. The hanger for that piece of clothing is gone." Just then, Conan suddenly spoke up, and at that moment, he realized what the weapon was. Everyone turned to look, and indeed, a hanger was missing from the blue garment on the floor. This garment had just been picked up from the dry cleaners by Mitsui Makako. Indeed, the weapon was the missing hanger, Li Zili announced to everyone. "Officer Moro, based on the plastic fragments we found beneath the victim's nails, they likely came from the hanger." An officer stepped forward at that moment. Moro Juzo's gaze sharpened as he looked at Miss Goju. His deduction suggested that the fragments found beneath the victim's nails were likely left during the struggle when Mitsui Makako was killed. In other words, the weapon was indeed a hanger. "Even if she was strangled with a hanger, what does that have to do with me? I didn't kill her," Miss Goju retorted defiantly as the crowd's gaze fell upon her. "Ah, because you used the hanger to strangle the victim," Li Zili responded. Upon hearing his words, Miss Goju's anger flared. "Nonsense. Fine. You say I killed her. Where's your evidence? Can you provide any?" The crowd looked expectantly at Li Zili. Although his reasoning was sound, without concrete evidence, everything was mere speculation. "Evidence?" Li Zili pondered for a moment, then approached Officer Muro and whispered something in his ear. Muro Juzo's expression shifted to one of surprise. Yet he said nothing further. He immediately called over Takagi, whispering instructions to him as well. Shortly after, Takagi, along with 2 colleagues, hurried out in astonishment. Not long after, they returned. Takagi spoke with admiration. "Officer Muro, we found the weapon that killed Mitsui Makako. Kasakawa is indeed remarkable. He knew the weapon was taken by a bird to build a nest." As he spoke, he handed a hanger to Muro Juzo. Muro Juzo was equally astonished, having not expected the weapon to truly be in a bird's nest. Just moments ago, he had instructed Takagi to search the nest for the weapon. Meanwhile, upon seeing Takagi produce the hanger, Miss Goju's complexion changed, and a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. At that moment, Muro Juzo remarked, "Kasakawa, the weapon has been found, but how do we prove she killed Mitsui Makako?" The crowd turned their attention back to Li Zili. Even with the weapon in hand, if it could not be directly linked to Miss Goju, it would not prove her guilt. Only Conan and Sherry appeared contemplative, seemingly struck by an epiphany. "Haha," Li Zili chuckled, taking the hanger and pointing to the sharp tip. "Do you see this? There are bloodstains here. And this blood is not from the victim. To my knowledge, it belongs to the murderer, who was likely injured while strangling Mitsui Makako." He turned his gaze to the astonished Miss Goju, asking, "Miss Goju, how did your hand get injured?" At his inquiry, Miss Goju was taken aback, but quickly retorted, I accidentally scratched it this morning. What does that have to do with being the murderer? In my view, it was probably when you were killing her that you injured yourself, Li Zili countered sharply, still unwilling to admit it. Your blood is already on the hanger. As soon as we test the blood, the truth will be revealed. Do you dare to deny it? His words struck Miss Goju like a thunderclap, leaving her pale and crumpled on the floor. You are right. I killed her. The crowd was taken aback, utterly astonished. They never anticipated that she was the one who had murdered Mitsui Mika, particularly Sherry, whose eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom the prowess with which Li Zili solved the case, managing to apprehend the culprit in such a remarkably swift manner. This irreverent fellow, it seemed, possessed an unexpected brilliance, unraveling the mystery almost instantaneously. Sherry gazed at Li Zili, a glimmer of something unusual flickering in her eyes. Wow, that dashing older brother is truly impressive. Indeed, indeed, the trio of little detectives, Ayumi and her companions, marveled. Subsequently, Ayumi turned to Conan and inquired, Conan, do you think we were right? At that moment, Conan was staring down, his demeanor forlorn. Conan, what's wrong? Ayumi asked, puzzled. What else could Conan feel but disheartened? A plethora of negative emotions, disappointment, despondency, frustration, enveloped his very being. Losing to Li Zili once or twice was bearable, but to suffer defeat time and again made Conan confront a harsh reality. His deductive skills were indeed inferior to Li Zili's. Acknowledging this truth plunged him into an abyss of despair. In the realm of solving mysteries, he had always believed himself unparalleled. Yet, he had succumbed to Li Zili. I am not as good as he is. I truly am not as good as he is. Conan repeated this mantra within the confines of his mind. In truth, Conan had demonstrated remarkable tenacity. After losing to Li Zili so many times, he still persevered, unlike an ordinary person who would have long since shied away from competing against him. Noticing that Conan seemed oblivious to her words, Ayumi tugged at his sleeve, exclaiming, Conan. Sherry cast a glance at Conan. His thoughts were jolted back to reality, and he stared blankly at Ayumi, asking, What is it, Ayumi? I was talking to you, and you didn't hear me. Ayumi responded. Conan shook his head, so Ayumi reiterated her earlier statement. At her words, Conan felt even more disheartened, falling into a profound silence. This moment, Miss Goju had already disclosed the motive behind the murder. It turned out that Mitsui Mika had resigned without her consent, leading to a heated argument during which Mika accidentally struck her with a hanger. Consequently, she was consumed by rage and strangled Mitsui Mika with the very same hanger. Afterward, she disposed of the weapon in a pile of garbage, only for it to be taken by a bird for its nest. With the case now resolved, the group dispersed. The atmosphere among the young detectives felt rather oppressive. Throughout their journey, Conan kept his head down, completely engulfed in a state of disheartenment. Sherry remained silent as well, while Ayumi sensed the tension and chose not to speak. After a short while, Sherry suddenly broke the silence, saying, You all go ahead. I just remembered I have something to attend to. With that, she departed without waiting for their response. On a spacious road, Li Zili was strolling along the sidewalk when a small voice called out from behind. Are you just leaving? Li Zili halted and turned to see Sherry approaching. It's my dear Sherry. What's the matter, missing me? A playful smile danced on his lips. Who is your dear? Can you be a bit more serious? Sherry rolled her eyes exasperatedly. This fellow was utterly irreverent. All right, Hybra, what brings you to me? Li Zili chuckled. Sherry rolled her eyes again, fully aware that he knew she was not a child. Forget it. I'm too tired to argue. Let's find a place to talk. I have many questions for you, Sherry stated. Why not we rent a room at a hotel? You can ask me anything you wish, Li Zili replied with a mischievous grin. Sherry, suppressing the urge to strike him, coldly remarked, Let's go to a quiet safe instead. If you don't want to go to a hotel, then it's settled. Li Zili shrugged. Sherry rolled her eyes once more. At the Mori Detective Agency, Ran Mori noticed something was amiss with Conan. Since his return, he had not uttered a word, appearing gloomy and somewhat dejected. That moment, he sat by the window, staring blankly outside. What on earth happened? Why has Conan returned in such a state? Witnessing Conan's demeanor stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Ran. Resolute to assist him, she approached Conan, bent down, and smiled. Conan, what are you doing? Conan's thoughts were pulled back, and he glanced at Ran, weakly uttering, Ran? What happened, Conan? Ran asked as she settled beside him. Nothing happened, Conan shook his head, casting a fleeting glance at her before returning his gaze to the window. Conan, you can't fool me. Since you came back, you haven't said a word. How can you claim nothing happened? Rand's tone softened as she continued. Conan, please tell me. All right, don't forget, I am your Rand. Looking into Rand's eyes, Conan felt a jolt. In her gaze, he discerned genuine concern and affection. He thought, if I don't share with Rand, she will undoubtedly feel disappointed and saddened that I cannot bear to see her hurt. With this in mind, Conan resolved to confide. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Rand, I have a friend. His deductive skills are extraordinary. He is never lost to anyone. However, one day, a man appeared who was even more adept at solving cases than he. Consequently, for the first time in his life, he lost to someone else. Yet, he remained undeterred and continued to compete with that man, believing he would eventually triumph. But time and again, he faced defeat. Finally, he came to the realization that he truly could not measure up to that man. Now, my friend is utterly lost. What should he do? Rand listened quietly, then pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. If I were your friend, I would befriend that man and follow in his footsteps until I surpass him. Upon hearing this, a spark ignited within Conan, and his eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, Rand was right. Since I cannot surpass him now, I shall pursue him and eventually exceed him. Otherwise, wallowing in despair serves no purpose. With this thought, Conan felt a renewed sense of vitality and vigor that he silently expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Rand. In the brightly lit CF, scattered patrons enjoyed their coffee while conversing in hushed tones that in a secluded corner booth. Li Zili and Sherry sat across from one another, each with a steaming cup of coffee before them. Li Zili cradled his cup, taking a small sip before setting it down and smiling at Sherry. What do you wish to ask? Go ahead. Sherry pondered for a moment, grappling with numerous questions that she yearned to pose to Li Zili. After organizing her thoughts, she parted her lips to voice her first inquiry. Who exactly are you? Li Zili was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled while shrugging his shoulders, saying, Aren't you already aware? I am Hiroichi S. Chuan, a servant of the people. By the way, if you're curious about whether I have a girlfriend, I must confess that I do not. Sherry rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated with this character. I didn't even ask you that much. What does your relationship status have to do with me? She took a deep breath to regain her composure before inquiring. Are you being serious? She harbored some skepticism regarding Li Zili's words. How could a public servant possibly be privy to matters concerning dark organizations? How could a public servant know about the APT 4869 she was researching? Not to mention the fact that he knew about its transformative effects, something she herself was unaware of. There were many other things that simply could not be known by a mere public servant. Of course it's true. I would never deceive you, my dear Sherry. Li Zili replied with a grin. Be serious, Sherry said with a stern expression. This guy truly couldn't maintain his seriousness for more than a few seconds. All right, Li Zili nodded. Sherry thought to herself that since he wasn't being truthful, she would adopt a different approach to her questioning. What do you know about the dark organization? Sherry asked. Just a bit. Li Zili answered nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. Then how did you know that consuming APT 4869 could turn someone into a child? Sherry pressed further, her gaze fixed intently on Li Zili's eyes, as if searching for the truth. I came to know about the effects of that drug by chance, Li Zili replied casually. What kind of chance? Sherry persisted. Just by chance, Li Zili stated. Sherry rolled her eyes again. Was there any difference between this and not answering at all? She continued to press for answers, but Li Zili maintained his stance that he had learned it purely by happenstance, leaving her feeling quite helpless. However, she recognized that Li Zili would not divulge any further information on that topic. Thus, she moved on to her next question, asking, How did you come to know that I was in danger? I learned that you were in danger by chance, Li Zili replied. Another chance. Sherry felt exasperated, realizing that this question too would go unanswered. After contemplating for a moment, she asked, How did you manage to take on the appearance of Takeda Kazuo, even mimicking his voice? That's my secret, but if you agree to be my wife, I might consider telling you, Li Zili said with a mischievous grin. Get lost, you scoundrel, Sherry thought to herself, though she refrained from voicing her frustration. After I lost consciousness, you handed me over to Dr. Agasa. Didn't you? Indeed, Li Zili nodded. One last question to AT this juncture. Sherry gazed intently into his eyes and asked, Are you connected to the dark organization? Li Zili nearly burst into laughter. What on earth was this girl thinking? Did she fear he was affiliated with the dark organization? How amusing. While internally chuckling, Li Zili maintained a composed demeanor as he declared, I assure you, I have no connections to the dark organization, and I harbor no ill intentions towards you, now or in the future. Sherry's heart skipped a beat. She believed Li Zili's words to be sincere. She sensed that he was not lying. In fact, she felt a profound and inexplicable affection emanating from him. How strange. It was only the second time they had met. Why did he harbor such feelings for her? Sherry found herself perplexed. All right, you've asked quite enough. Now it's my turn to share what I wish to say, Li Zili said, taking a sip of coffee and smiling at Sherry. Sherry, don't you want to know if your sister is truly dead? What? Sherry exclaimed, standing up in shock, momentarily losing her composure. Sherry, don't you want to know if your sister is truly dead? Upon uttering this sentence, Sherry was taken aback, her voice loud enough to draw the attention of nearby patrons. Quickly, she became aware of her outburst. Taking a deep breath, she sat back down, though the astonishment on her face lingered. She fixed her gaze on Li Zili and asked, Why do you say that? What do you think? Li Zili replied with a playful smile. Tell me right now, Sherry insisted, gripping his hand with excitement. You first call me husband, Li Zili teased. In an instant, Sherry's cheeks puffed up in indignation, her eyes blazing with fury as if she wanted to pound him. Haha, I'm just kidding. Li Zili laughed heartily at Sherry's reaction, finding her anger utterly adorable. Hurry up and tell me, Sherry glared at him. You're gripping my hand too tightly. Li Zili glanced down at her hand, which was still grasping his dough. I'm sorry. She quickly withdrew her hand, looking down. I didn't mean to. Just kidding. It doesn't hurt at all. Li Zili chuckled. You? Sherry was at a loss for words, wanting to kick him in frustration. This guy was truly infuriating to that moment. Li Zili said, Actually, your sister, Mayano Akemi, is still alive. My sister is not dead. Sherry was momentarily stunned. She had previously believed her sister was gone. Seeing her reaction, Li Zili added with a smile, Your sister is doing just fine. After a brief moment, Sherry regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Li Zili, saying, How do you know she is alive? How can I trust that you're not deceiving me again? As she posed this question, a hint of worry crept into her heart. She feared that Li Zili might truly be lying to her. Rest assured, I am not deceiving you this time. I saved your sister, Li Zili explained, recounting the details of how he rescued Mayano Akemi. Upon hearing this, Sherry's face broke into a long-awaited joyful smile. My sister is truly alive. She realized that Li Zili was genuinely telling the truth this time, as his account was detailed and clearly not fabricated. Sherry, you should smile more often. You look far more charming when you do. Li Zili remarked suddenly, looking at her with a grin at his words. Sherry shot him a glare. This guy. However, her lips curled upwards into a smile once again. She thought to herself that despite his annoyances, he had saved both her and her sister. Perhaps he was not so bad after all. Just then, the sound of the system echoed in Li Zili's mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have acquired the skill of photographic memory. As the system's voice faded, Li Zili felt a refreshing sensation in his mind. Instantly, he sensed that his memory had improved tremendously. Photographic memory. What a remarkable skill. He would never forget anything he saw again. How delightful. Li Zili secretly reveled in his newfound ability, then suddenly recalled something. Wait, completing this task meant that Sherry must have developed feelings for him. Previously, the task had remained unfulfilled due to a lack of her affection. Now that it was completed, it indicated that Sherry genuinely harbored feelings for him. This is a promising beginning. With this thought, Li Zili looked at Sherry with a smile. What are you looking at? Sherry asked, returning his gaze. Nothing. Li Zili chuckled and shook his head. Sherry cast him a dubious glance, feeling that his earlier look had held a deeper significance. However, she chose not to dwell on it, and asked Li Zili, Where is my sister now? In America, Li Zili replied succinctly. A few minutes later, he exited the CAF and hurried towards the police headquarters. Inside the CAF, after Li Zili left, Sherry rushed to a telephone booth and dialed her sister, Mayano Akemi, with familiarity. The line buzzed until it connected, and Sherry waited cautiously. After several rings, the call was answered, and a familiar voice came through. Hello? Who is this? Sis, it's really you. Sherry felt a surge of excitement. Although she knew from Li Zili that Mayano Akemi was alive, she had not felt entirely reassured until this moment. Upon hearing her sister's voice, her worries dissipated. She smiled and said, Sis, it's me, Shirho, Mayano Akemi exclaimed. Her voice filled with surprise. Upon hearing Sherry's voice, she finally understood the meaning behind Li Zili's earlier words. Back in the hotel, when she had asked him when she could contact her sister, he had replied, "You'll know when the time comes." It turned out that this was that moment when Mayano Shirho reached out to her. The police headquarters, the renowned detective was greeted by Sadamawako, who cheerfully remarked, "I heard you've solved another murder case? Of course, you should have seen how dashing I looked at that moment." Li Zili replied with a hint of arrogance, "Tisich, I have no desire to see that." Satamawako retorted, though her words were insincere. In truth, she was quite eager to witness Li Zili in action during a case, but she had been unable to attend the crime scene due to other commitments. "False," Li Zili responded, dismissing her words. "Pa, who's being false? You shamelessly think you're really that handsome." Satamawako scoffed. "Apologies, but I truly am quite dashing." Li Zili chuckled. "Shameless." Satamawako laughed in mock reproach. His audacity was remarkable. Who would boast so unabashedly about themselves? "Hey, I say, great police flower, are you just lounging around every day without any work?" Li Zili inquired, observing her. "I've completed my tasks. Now I'm enjoying some leisure. Are you envious?" "Perhaps," Satamawako replied, her voice bright to me. "Envy you?" Li Zili said as he settled into a chair and booted up his computer to play a game. He truly had no reason to envy her. His days were filled with idleness, consumed solely by gaming. Satamawako looked on in exasperation at the sight of him engrossed in his game. In the entire police headquarters, if anyone was the most carefree, it was undoubtedly Li Zili, but then again, he was a celebrated detective and enjoyed certain privileges. Even Officer Megure would not admonish him for playing games. As Li Zili lowered his head to continue playing, a sudden, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "System. Ding. Random mission triggered. Accept Suzuki Sanoko's invitation to participate in a gathering of magic enthusiasts and prevent Tanaka Ri from committing murder. Upon completion of the task, you will receive random free attribute points and a small chance to acquire a skill." Upon hearing this, Li Zili paused in confusion. What did it mean? Suzuki Sanoko would invite him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen. "Oh no, it's Sanoko's call," he realized, finally comprehending the system's message. He exhaled softly and answered the phone, as soon as he held the phone to his ear. Suzuki Sanoko's bright voice came through. "Hi, Hiroichi. What are you doing? At work? There's something you need, Miss Sanoko." Li Zili replied. "Oh, please don't call me Miss Sanoko. Just call me Sanoko." "All right, Sanoko, what can I do for you?" "I would like to invite you to a magician's gathering tomorrow. Would you like to come?" "Sure." "Great," Suzuki Sanoko exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. After they agreed on the time and place, she hung up. Li Zili shook his head with a smile, staring silently at the pristine white wall for a moment before murmuring to himself, "Preventing Tanaka Ri from committing murder. Huh." He took the afternoon off from Megure Jasusen, and early the next morning, Yefeng had a light breakfast before heading out. He did not go to the meeting place with Suzuki Sanoko. Instead, he hailed a taxi on the roadside, heading towards an unknown destination. Meanwhile, Suzuki Sanoko and Muri Ran arrived at the agreed meeting spot. However, after waiting for some time, Yefeng had yet to appear. Muri Ran asked, "Sanoko, are you sure we agreed to meet here?" "Absolutely. Why hasn't Hiroichi shown up? He wouldn't stand me up, would he?" Suzuki Sanoko frowned, looking dejected. It was so hard to arrange a meeting with Li Zili, and now he had flaked on her. "Don't fret, just call him and check," Muri Ran suggested. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sanoko quickly took out her phone and dialed Li Zili's number. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. She tried again multiple times, yet Li Zili remained unreachable. With a forlorn expression, Suzuki Sanoko turned to Muri Ran and said, "Ran, he stood me up again. Does he really dislike me that much?" Muri Ran also felt a twinge of disappointment. Initially, she wanted to comfort Suzuki Sanoko, but then considered this an opportunity for Sanoko to move on from her feelings for Li Zili. "Sanoko, I told you before, he's not that great. Now you understand, right? In my opinion, you should just give up. He's not worth your affection." No, you don't understand. I really like him," Suzuki Sanoko insisted, shaking her head. She reassured herself, thinking, he must have something important to attend to. "It's not that he dislikes me. After all, they are very busy as police officers." With this thought, her mood lightened considerably. That moment, Muri Ran said, "Well, I'm not waiting for him any longer. I'm leaving. As she started to walk away, Suzuki Sonoko grabbed her hand, pleading, Ran, wait. Just 5 more minutes. If he hasn't arrived by then, we can leave. Seeing her determination, Muri Ran felt exasperated. What on earth is so special about Kusanagi Hiroichi? Has he put you under a spell? Though she thought this, she didn't want to see her dear friend upset, so she finally relented. All right, but if he doesn't come in 5 minutes, we have to go. Understood? You're the best. Ran, Suzuki Yoko, with a playful smile, linked her arm with that of her companion. 5 minutes had passed, yet Li Zili had not yet arrived. With a sense of resignation, Suzuki Yoko decided to accompany Mori Ran instead. They sought out Kagoro Mori and requested him to drive them to the venue of the magicians' gathering. Beside them, Conan expressed his desire to join. Thus, the 4 of them made their way to the location of the magicians' assembly. Nestled within the snowy forest stood a tranquil residence. This was indeed the venue for the gathering. A tall and handsome figure emerged before the house, and upon gazing at it, a smirk danced upon his lips. It was none other than Li Zili. Why had he not gone to meet Suzuki Yoko at their agreed-upon location, but instead arrived here? As far as he was aware, the incident at hand involved the tragic demise of Tanaka Ri's grandfather during an escape magic act. While perusing her grandfather's records, Tanaka Ri discovered that Nishiyama and Hamanoya had mocked her grandfather's death. Unable to contain her fury, she resolved to eliminate the two at this magician's gathering. Before Suzuki Yoko and her friends arrived, she had already succeeded in killing Mr. Nishiyama. Consequently, Li Zili had come early to prevent her from committing further murder. Otherwise, his mission would be in jeopardy. Knock, knock, knock. Li Zili approached the door and rapped upon it. The door was answered by Hamanoya Ri, the very individual whom Tanaka Ri intended to kill. Who are you looking for? Hamanoya inquired, puzzled by the presence of such a handsome man at the door. I'm looking for Miss Tanaka. Is she here? Li Zili replied courteously. Miss Tanaka? She hasn't arrived yet, Hamanoya responded, initially perplexed, then continuing. This gathering is organized by enthusiasts of magic, totaling 9 participants. It's still early, and only Takashi Doi and I have arrived. Upon hearing this, Li Zili's expression shifted slightly. He suddenly recalled that Mr. Nishiyama had been murdered in his own home. Since Tanaka Ri had not yet arrived, it was quite possible she was on her way to Nishiyama's house to kill him. Damn it, how could I have forgotten such a crucial detail? Li Zili felt a pang of regret. Ignoring Hamanoya's bewilderment, he turned on his heel and departed. Strange man, Hamanoya muttered, shaking his head in confusion as he closed the door. Li Zili sprinted away, urgency propelling him forward. If he was not mistaken, Tanaka Ri was undoubtedly en route to Nishiyama's residence to commit murder. After all, Tanaka Ri would only meet with the other magic enthusiasts after killing Nishiyama. Given that their agreed meeting time was no more than an hour away, it was highly likely she would strike within that time frame, and he had to intervene. Arriving at the roadside, Li Zili waved down a passing taxi and quickly climbed aboard. Hoping he was not too late, as he reached the base of Nishiyama's building, he immediately disembarked. Glancing at the windows of the residence, he noted they were ajar, with the faint sounds of cooking wafting from within. This sight brought a sigh of relief. The presence of cooking indicated that Nishiyama was still alive. After all, it was unlikely that a murderer would casually remain in the victim's abode to prepare a meal. Just then, Li Zili's gaze sharpened as a tall and elegant woman appeared before him. It was Tanaka Ri. Her presence ignited a spark of hope within him, suggesting that he still had a chance to thwart her murderous intent. However, how could he stop her? After contemplating briefly, Li Zili devised a clever plan that he approached her, stepping directly into her path, and said, Hello, may I ask if you are Miss Tanaka? Startled by his sudden appearance. Tanaka Ri instinctively recoiled. After processing his words, she nodded and replied, I am. May I inquire who you are and how you know me? This handsome stranger certainly caught her attention, yet she had no recollection of him. Indeed, Miss Tanaka, it is truly you. I am your fan. Would you be so kind as to grant me an autograph? Li Zili feigned excitement. Tanaka Ri paused, taken aback. Was her identity as a magician truly renowned enough to attract fans? Nevertheless, she did not refuse him. Retrieving a pen from her bag, she looked at Li Zili and asked, Where should I sign? Where? That is a question, Li Zili mused, realizing he had nothing with him in a moment of inspiration. He spread his hand and said, Would you mind signing on the back of my hand? Certainly, Tanaka Ri replied, and she inscribed her name upon his hand. She anticipated that after signing, Li Zili would take his leave. However, to her surprise, he continued to engage her in conversation, exclaiming, "Miss Tanaka, your magic performances are simply spectacular. I attend every show you put on. I recall one particular act of yours that was extraordinary. What was it called?" Let me think. Yes. Initially, Tanaka-ri managed to endure his incessant chatter. However, as time passed, her patience waned. She needed to eliminate Nishiyama before the scheduled gathering. Only then could she proceed with her plan to kill Hamanoya. Yet, the time was drawing near, and getting from her current location to the venue would take nearly half an hour. Time was not on her side. Li Zili continued to prattle on. Tanaka-ri furrowed her brow and interrupted him, saying, "I apologize, but I must hurry. Perhaps we can continue our conversation another time." Without waiting for his response, she attempted to walk past him. However, just a few steps away, Li Zili blocked her path once more, insisting, "Miss Tanaka, let us talk a bit longer. I am simply in awe of you." He resumed his relentless chatter, much to her annoyance, though she wished to leave. She found herself ensnared in his conversation. As precious minutes slipped away, Tanaka-ri glanced at her wristwatch, her expression shifting to one of despair. She had only 10 minutes left. If she could not kill Nishiyama within that time frame, she would miss the gathering, jeopardizing her plan to eliminate Hamanoya. "But I truly must go now," Tanaka-ri declared, making another attempt to leave. Yet, Li Zili clung to her, refusing to let her escape. "Miss Tanaka, I admire you so much. I have decided to follow you wherever you go today." Tanaka-ri rolled her eyes dramatically, utterly exasperated with this persistent I in her heart. She felt a sense of helplessness, with Li Zili shadowing her. Her chance to kill Nishiyama was slipping away. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 7 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Tanaka-ri checked the time once more and felt a wave of despair wash over her. She had missed her opportunity. Damn it. In the depths of her heart, Rihei Tanaka felt a simmering irritation towards Li Zili. It was this very individual who had squandered her precious time meant for murder. Ultimately, after a thorough contemplation, she resolved to forego her intentions of eliminating Nishiyama for the time being and instead directed her murderous ambitions towards Hamano at the gathering. This plan must not be disrupted. With this thought firmly in mind, Rihei Tanaka chose to ignore Li Zili and turned to leave. To her surprise, Li Zili indeed trailed closely behind her, just as he had claimed, wherever she went. He followed. Their journey was fraught with discontent until they arrived at the venue of the gathering. Rihei Tanaka bore a somewhat somber expression as she knocked on the door. It was promptly opened by someone. After exchanging a few words, they stepped inside, with Li Zili following suit. The person who opened the door, seeing them arrive together, assumed Rizi was a friend of Rihei's and paid him no further mind. Rihei, disinterested in conversation, observed the interior and noted the presence of 4 individuals. Following introductions, Li Zili discerned their identities: Hamano Rya, Kuroda Naoko, Era Yoshinori, and Sugiyama Kyohiro. This indicated that only Suzuki Sonoko and Nishiyama had yet to arrive. As he regarded these individuals, Li Zili pondered deeply. Shortly thereafter, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Yoshinori Era approached to open the door, and Li Zili was immediately greeted by the voice of Suzuki Sonoko. "I am Suzuki Sonoko, and this is my dear friend Muri Ran." "Hello, everyone," followed Muri Kagoro's voice. "Ran, I'll be taking my leave with this little one." Moments later, Era Yoshinori closed the door behind him, ushering in Muri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko. Hiroichi, upon spotting Li Zili seated on the sofa, Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed in delight, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had never anticipated seeing him here. Once she regained her composure, her heart swelled with joy. She thought to herself, "Hiroichi did not stand me up. He arrived early to ta." Muri Ran's eyes reflected a similar surprise. Meanwhile, Rihei Tanaka cast a fleeting glance at Li Zili and then at Suzuki Sonoko, but chose to remain silent. As Suzuki Sonoko approached, Li Zili stood and said, "Apologies for arriving first." No, it's quite all right," Suzuki Sonoko replied, shaking her head with a bright smile. Observing this, Muri Ran nudged her arm and whispered in her ear, "Love struck, stop staring. He's waiting for you." Snapped back to reality, Suzuki Sonoko noticed several individuals engaging her in conversation, and her face flushed crimson. She had been so preoccupied with Li Zili that she had failed to notice those speaking to her. Confirming Muri Ran's teasing remarks, After apologizing and exchanging pleasantries, they all became acquainted. At that moment, a stout young man descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, a playful smile crept onto Li Zili's lips, while the others turned their attention to the newcomer. Hello, everyone. I am Doi Takeman. Now, the only ones yet to arrive are the chatroom leader Escape King, Nishiyama, and Shadow Mage, declared the stout fellow. Beside the long table in the living room, Rihei Tanaka perused the guest list and remarked, Alas, the Shadow Mage is coming as well. Suzuki Sanoko's eyes widened in astonishment. What is it, Sonoko? Muri Ran inquired, puzzled, clearly unaware of who the Shadow Mage was. This individual always writes things like, I am about to soar into the sky, or I can vanish at any moment. Every time I see such statements, they send chills down my spine, Suzuki Sonoko explained to Muri Ran. Muri Ran responded, somewhat taken aback at this juncture. Rihei Tanaka, her thumb resting against her chin as she scrutinized the list, stated, What shall we do if the chatroom leader has yet to arrive? Kuroda Naoko, clad in a light red outfit, stood up and asked, Does anyone have Escape King's phone number? Yoshinori Era moved to the phone, glanced at Kuroda Naoko, and replied, I happen to know his number, as well as his real name. With that, he picked up the landline and dialed Nishiyama's number. Hello, Mr. Nishiyama. When will you be arriving? What? You can't make it. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Yoshinori Era turned to the group and reported. Escape King says he has a last-minute engagement and cannot attend that he told us to enjoy ourselves. Why isn't he coming? Suzuki Sonoko pouted, visibly disappointed. Since he can't make it, let us entertain ourselves. Kuroda Naoko suggested, I'll begin preparing dinner with Sugiyama. Would you all mind changing the bed linens in your rooms first? Yoshinori Era instructed, pointing to Sugiyama. Very well. The group replied in unison before retreating to their respective rooms. In Suzuki Sonoko's room, having changed the linens, she and Muri Ran stood by the window, gazing at the picturesque scenery outside. What a spacious backyard. This view is truly beautiful, Muri Ran remarked. How dull. Ran, shall we go find Hiroichi? Suzuki Sonoko said, her eyes wandering out the window, filled with enthusiasm. No, we shan't, Muri Ran replied firmly. Come on, let us go, Suzuki Sonoko insisted, tugging Muri Ran out of the room. Upon reaching Li Zili's room, they found him admiring the view from the window. Hearing their entrance, he turned and smiled. What brings you here? Muri Ran averted her gaze, while Suzuki Sonoko eagerly approached, initiating conversation. Suddenly, a voice from outside called, Dinner is ready. When the three entered the dining area, everyone was already present. During the meal, someone posed the question, Who is the Japanese magician you most admire? Yoshinori Era was the first to respond. My favorite would have to be Kuroha Toichi. His performances are nothing short of mesmerizing. Doi Takemian turned to him and said, I share your sentiment. I too admire him. Rihei Tanaka, knife and fork in hand, remarked, As for me, it would be the remarkably accomplished Kinoshita Jichiro, who achieved all titles by the tender age of 20. Hamano Rya chimed in. For me, my utmost admiration lies with Tsukumo Motokazu. What is this? Kuroda Naoko exclaimed. You all idolize individuals who are no longer in their prime, that I prefer the currently popular Sonata Kizun. How about you two? Without a doubt, it is Kasakawa Hiroichi, Suzuki Sonoko declared without hesitation, a blush adorning her cheeks. This. Li Zili nearly choked on his drink, while Muri Ran shot her a disapproving glance. This girl had no sense of modesty, openly declaring her affections in front of everyone. The others exchanged curious glances between her and Li Zili, but no one spoke. Just then, a series of knocks echoed once more. Muri Ran promptly stood and declared, I'll get the door. She walked over and opened it, exclaiming in surprise, Conan, what brings you back? Big Sister Ran, I believe your gathering will be quite entertaining, and I wish to stay and observe. As Conan spoke, he stepped into the room. Upon spotting Li Zili, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a constriction of his pupils. Fortunately, I have returned to his surprise. This fellow is also here. Conan felt a sense of relief at having come back midway. He had always been uneasy about Li Zili and Moreland being together. Where's my dad? Why didn't he come back with you? Moreland inquired as she spoke. Uncle said he had something to attend to at the office. Conan replied casually while making his way to the dining table. Moreland hurried to catch up, grabbing his hand, and introduced him to everyone, saying, This is Conan. Soon, everyone became acquainted. Subsequently, an extra seat appeared next to Li Zili. After Conan took his seat, He leaned in close to Li Zili and whispered, Zhaochuan, why are you here too? Guess, Li Zili replied with a smile that I can't guess. Conan rolled his eyes, feeling too lazy to make an attempt. He thought to himself, can't you just tell me? Ahem, ahem. At that moment, masked Conan coughed several times in succession. Observing this, Takatoshi Doi put down his fork and knife, standing up to say, little friend, are you feeling under the weather? I have some cold medicine. Let me fetch you some. With that, he went to retrieve the cold medicine for Conan. Conan expressed his gratitude, and after taking the medicine, his cough improved slightly. After the meal, everyone began preparing to play games. However, YGI spoke up. Originally, tonight's games were entirely entrusted to room leader Nishiyama, but since he couldn't make it due to unforeseen circumstances, why don't we elect someone else as the room leader? I recommend Naoko Kuroda to take charge that I absolutely do not wish to be the room leader. Naoko Kuroda repeatedly waved her hands, indicating her unwillingness to assume the role. Takatoshi Doi clenched his fist and addressed everyone. Then let's decide by rock, paper, scissors. It's the fairest method. Hold on a moment. Rya Hamano interjected, waving his hands. Deciding randomly isn't very interesting. Since we are all enthusiasts of magic, we should use magic to determine who becomes the room leader. Using magic to decide? Naoko Kuroda looked at him quizzically. Now, would you please assist me, Sonoko? Rya Hamano turned to Sonoko Suzuki. You want me to help? Sonoko pointed to her own nose, completely baffled by what Rya needed her assistance with. Indeed, Rya replied. Pulling out a white handkerchief from his pocket, he approached Sonoko, draping the handkerchief over her eyes, and announced to the crowd, ladies and gentlemen present, does anyone have a pen on hand? After covering Sonoko's eyes with the handkerchief, Rya asked the audience, is there anyone here who has a pen? Can this be used, magician? Rika Tanaka pulled out a pen and a small notebook from a red pen holder on the phone table and presented them to Rya. That will do, Rya nodded, looking at her as he said, now, please write everyone's names on each sheet of paper. Sure, Rika replied, moving to the table to write down everyone's names one by one. Once she finished, she arranged the papers together, flipped them face down, and handed them over to Sonoko. But don't forget to give the pen to Sonoko, Rya added from the side. All right, Rika said, passing the pen to Sonoko. Then Rya instructed. Now, everyone please take a few steps back. As he pushed Takatoshi Doi back a few steps, he continued. All right, Sonoko, be careful not to let anyone see. Just randomly draw circles, crosses, and triangle marks on the paper. Why are we doing this? Sonoko asked, confused. The circle represents the room leader, the cross signifies the person in charge of tonight's entertainment, and as for the triangle, let us have her assist in boiling water. Rya explained thoughtfully, chuckling that I'll take care of boiling the water. Sugama interjected. Everyone turned to Rya. Unsure of what he meant, he smiled and said, it's all right. This is just a game, so adding a bit of a punitive role is more fun. Hearing this, Sugama remained silent and retreated to his original position. At that moment, Sonoko raised her hand holding the pen and declared loudly, all right, I've written down all 3 plans. Now, could someone please place these papers on the table? But of course, we must not flip them over just yet. Rya instructed. I'll do it, Rika volunteered, walking over to take all the papers from Sonoko's hands. She then laid them out one by one on the table. Takatoshi Doi approached the table and said, since that's the case, let's start with the room leader. With that, he prepared to flip over the paper marked with a circle. Wait, Rya called out to stop him. Before you reveal it, let me predict the names written on the backs of these sheets, shall I? Predict? Everyone looked at him with curiosity, except for Li Zili, who appeared quite intrigued, seemingly enjoying the spectacle without intervening. At that moment, Rya shook his head, stroked his chin, and pretended to ponder for a moment before declaring, if my sixth sense is correct, Miss Kuroda, I believe it is you, me. Naoko Kuroda pointed at herself in astonishment, then smiled and waved her hand. Impossible. With that, she couldn't help but walk over to the table to pick up the paper marked with a circle. The others gathered around to see. Naoko flipped the paper over. And to her surprise, she exclaimed, no way. Rya had indeed guessed correctly. Everyone was somewhat astonished. The paper clearly bore the name Kuroda. Rya then continued his predictions, stating, next, the one responsible for boiling the bathwater is. Pausing for effect, he suddenly pointed at Rika Tanaka. It's you, Miss Tanaka. How could it be me? Rika feigned surprise. The others offered no response, except for Li Zili, who gave her a knowing glance. It truly is Rika Tanaka. How impressive. He guessed correctly again, Sonoko exclaimed as she flipped over the paper marked with a triangle. The name Tanaka was clearly written on it. See, Sonoko showed the paper to Rika. It really is me, Rika said, glancing at the paper before turning to Ria, seemingly annoyed, and said, You didn't manipulate anything, did you? Not at all. You saw it yourself. I didn't touch any of these papers that I asked for the markings. Sonoko was blindfolded. So it has nothing to do with me, Ria insisted, waving his hands. Understood, then I'll go boil the bathwater now. Rika, appearing somewhat irritated, walked off. However, after taking just a few steps, Sugima spoke up. Do you know where the firewood is kept? Rest assured, I checked everything when I arrived, Rika replied. Ignoring the others, she exited the room. Once she had left, Ria addressed everyone, saying, All right, now the remaining paper marked with a cross indicates tonight's entertainment leader, Takatoshi Doi. That's you. With that, he pointed directly at Takatoshi. Huh? Doi Takemian wore an expression of sheer astonishment, and then he remarked, This is quite dire. Let me take a look, said Araki Yoshinobu as he flipped over the paper adorned with a cross that lay upon the table. In the next moment, both he and the arriving Doi Takemian stood momentarily stunned, turning to gaze at Hamano Rakia, exclaiming, The person responsible for the entertainment segment should be you, Mr. Hamano. With that, Araki Yoshinobu revealed the name inscribed on the paper. Hamano Rakia's face was slick with sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had never anticipated being mistaken in such a manner. Li Zili, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of a smile, casting a knowing glance at Hamano as if he had foreseen this outcome. You see, it's you. Observing Hamano's astonishment, Araki Yoshinobu approached and presented the paper for his scrutiny. How peculiar, Hamano murmured, staring at the document with a look of utter bewilderment, as if pondering why it deviated from his expectations. Witnessing his confusion, Suzuki Sonoko stifled a laugh and then said, All right, you should return to your room and contemplate the program. Beside them, Doi Takemian added, Please be sure not to make any mistakes this time. That it's truly vexing. Hamano Rakia rolled his eyes, but ultimately retreated upstairs to his room. Once Hamano had departed, Kuroda Naoko expressed her lack of confidence, saying, What are we to do? How can I lead? I haven't been a leader since my Girl Scout days. In response, Araki Yoshinobu turned back with a reassuring smile. It's all right. After all, you're merely the acting head. I will head to the wine cellar to find a fine bottle, and you, Sugima, should prepare some simple appetizers in the kitchen. Understood, Sugima replied. Then I leave everything in your hands, head of the department. Araki Yoshinobu took a few steps forward, glancing back at Kuroda Naoko with a smile. Oh dear, Kuroda sighed, steeling herself before addressing those around her. In that case, Sonoko, please tend to this little brother who has caught a cold. The rest of you, check if there are any missing cups or utensils on the table, and replenish as needed. Certainly, the group responded in unison before dispersing. Have you seen Hiroichi, Xiaolan? Shortly thereafter, as Suzuki Sonoko turned her back, she discovered that Li Zili was no longer present. He had been there just moments ago. I haven't seen him. Mori Ran shook her head, stating, He's a grown man. He won't get lost. There's no need to worry. She then smiled at the softly coughing Conan, saying, Conan, your cough sounds rather severe. Why don't you go rest in your room? All right. Okay, Sister Xiaolan. Conan nodded, acknowledging that he indeed did not feel well, ever since he had caught a chill. He had been feeling rather dizzy. He certainly needed some rest. Sonoko, let us head upstairs. As Mori Ran spoke, she pulled Suzuki Sonoko along, seemingly searching for Li Zili. The plan was progressing smoothly. That insufferable Hamano. I must eliminate him, thought Tanaka Rihue. She stealthily approached Hamano Rakia's room, having already made the necessary preparations. As long as she successfully killed Hamano and disposed of the body as planned, no one would ever know it was she who had committed the act. This could very well be a flawless crime. Hamano. Tanaka Rihue muttered these two syllables, an eerie smile creeping across her face. Miss Tanaka, what a coincidence. Just then, a male voice suddenly emerged from beside her, startling Tanaka Rihue. She quickly turned to see Li Zili leaning against the wall, wearing a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. What is he doing here? Tanaka Rihue wondered. Masking her surprise with composure, Mr. Kasakawa. What a serendipitous encounter, she replied. Serendipitous, or perhaps not, Li Zili said with a slight smile. Tanaka Rihue scrutinized Li Zili, noticing that he appeared somewhat different from the last time she had seen him. The fervent gaze of a fan was absent from his eyes. Little did she know, that was merely a fade he had adopted before. This was the true essence of him. Why do you say that? Tanaka Rihue inquired. Because I've been waiting for you here, Li Zili replied with a gentle smile, gazing at her. What? He deliberately waited for me. Does this imply he anticipated my arrival? But how could he know? A jolt of realization struck Tanaka Rihue, as she suddenly perceived that this man was not as simple as he seemed. Despite her shock, she maintained her facade of calmness, saying, I'm afraid I don't grasp the meaning of your words. Don't understand? Li Zili chuckled, shaking his head before adjusting his stance for comfort. What I mean is quite straightforward, Miss Tanaka. I'm aware of what you intend to do. Tanaka Rihue felt a tempest of emotions surging within her. More shocked than before. This fellow knows what I plan to do. After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head vehemently. Impossible. He is no oracle. How could he possibly know my intentions? He must be trying to deceive me. Reassured by this thought, she gazed at Li Zili and replied in a calm tone. Mr. Kusakawa, your assertion only confounds me further. I'm merely wandering about. What do you think I might be planning? To put it plainly. Miss Tanaka, I know you are contemplating killing Hamano. Am I correct? At this juncture, Li Zili faced her directly, locking eyes with her that he knows. This is unfathomable. He truly knows. Tanaka Rihue's mind reeled in disbelief. She could no longer maintain her composure. Her face betraying her shock. You appear quite taken aback. Are you wondering how I came to know this? Li Zili observed her with an amused glint in his eyes. Tanaka Rihue was now incapable of rational thought. And she foolishly nodded in agreement with his tone. In truth, I not only know you wish to kill Mr. Hamano, but I also understand the reason behind your intentions. Li Zili chuckled lightly. What? He is aware of why I wish to kill Hamano. Tanaka Rihue snapped back to reality, her expression one of utter incredulity as she regarded Li Zili. How could you possibly know such things? As soon as she finished speaking, it dawned on her. And she adopted a tone of realization. I see now. You are merely making wild guesses. You truly believe I'm merely guessing? Li Zili continued to regard her with a calm smile. Confronted with his serene demeanor, Tanaka Rihue began to waver in her previous conviction. Could he truly be making baseless assumptions? Upon deeper reflection, she found it hard to believe. After all, he had known she would be here and that she intended to kill Hamano. These two assertions were undeniably accurate. This man is indeed shrouded in mystery. Such a person would not be prone to random conjectures. With that thought, Tanaka Rihue felt increasingly unsettled. However, she still sought to verify whether Li Zili genuinely understood her motives for wanting to kill Hamano. If you know, then tell me why I intend to kill Hamano. Your grandfather. Li Zili uttered 3 simple words. Though elementary, they detonated within Tanaka Rihue's mind like a bomb. She stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. This man truly knows. He genuinely knows. The phrase echoed in her mind, reiterating her astonishment. You are indeed the granddaughter of Hiroi Kizutetsu. I have not erred, have I? Li Zili fixed his gaze upon her, and disregarding her astonishment, continued. After your grandfather tragically passed away during an escape act, you went to sort through his records, only to discover that Shishan and Binyan had once mocked your grandfather's demise. Thus, you harbored a deep-seated resentment, contemplating their demise. Am I correct? Upon finishing his statement, his piercing gaze remained locked onto her eyes. Tanaka Rihue trembled uncontrollably. Li Zili's words struck her hard, like a series of heavy blows, leaving her in a state of turmoil. At that moment, a singular thought echoed within her mind. He truly knows everything. Li Zili's assertion was indisputably accurate. It was indeed as he described. He silently observed her, refraining from uttering a word. After a considerable pause, Tanaka Rihue's thoughts finally returned to herself. She inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Once she regained her composure, she scrutinized Li Zili closely and inquired, Who exactly are you? If I am not mistaken, you cannot possibly be one of my fans. Taha. Li Zili replied with a slight smile, extending his hand and gazing at her with a grin. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Kusakawa Koichi, a member of the Metropolitan Police. A member of the Metropolitan Police. Tanaka Rihue was taken aback. The words Metropolitan Police reverberated in her mind incessantly. You are a police officer? The moment Tanaka Rihue comprehended Li Zili's identity, disbelief clouded her gaze. This man was a police officer. A police officer who was aware of her murderous intentions. she found herself embroiled in such a predicament. After a long while, Tanaka Rihue finally calmed down somewhat. She took a deep breath and silently regarded Li Zili for a moment. Suddenly, she recalled their earlier encounter outside Shishan's residence that in an instant. Her pupils dilated, and her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Li Zili. Could he possibly know that I intended to kill Shishan? It must be so. Thus, he has been lingering around me, causing me to miss the opportunity to eliminate Shishan. Despite these thoughts, Tanaka Rihue still sought confirmation from Li Zili. She looked at him and said, "Were you deliberately orchestrating this? You knew I intended to kill Shishan?" "Indeed," Li Zili replied with a smile, and at this juncture, there was no need for further concealment. Hence, he chose to acknowledge it outright. Upon receiving an unequivocal affirmation, Tanaka Rihue's pupils constricted. This man seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of everything. Yet, I have never disclosed these matters to anyone. How did he come to learn of them? In that moment, Li Zili became even more enigmatic in her eyes. Since you possess this knowledge, what do you intend to do? After a brief pause, Tanaka Rihue composed herself and silently regarded Li Zili's eyes. "That I can offer you two choices," Li Zili said, also gazing at her, extending two fingers. "First, you abandon your plan to kill Binyan, and I will treat it as if nothing has transpired, sparing you from any repercussions. Second, you proceed with your murderous scheme, and afterward, I will apprehend you, thereby exacting a life for a life that I know you are an astute individual and undoubtedly comprehend how to choose." He spoke with a cheerful demeanor, exhibiting no concern that she might opt for the latter. He knew that in the original narrative, Tanaka Rihue had nearly executed a flawless crime, were it not for Conan's keen insights. A person of such intelligence would never allow herself to engage in such a foolish act of risking her life. Indeed, just as he surmised, Tanaka Rihue's eyes reflected a deep sense of resignation. With a sigh, she looked at Li Zili and said, "Don't think that your prior knowledge of my plan changes anything. It merely means that Binyan and the others have been fortunate." After saying this, she examined Li Zili closely several times and inquired, "I am quite curious. How did you come to know that I intended to kill Binyan and the others? I neglected to mention that aside from being a police officer, I am also a detective. Preventing heinous crimes from occurring is part of our duties," Li Zili replied with a smile. "A detective?" Tanaka Rihue's expression was one of shock. However, when she finally regained her composure and looked up, she found that Li Zili had mysteriously vanished. "Kasakawa Koichi," she muttered under her breath before turning to walk away. Meanwhile, Binyan, who was contemplating the program inside, could never have imagined that moments ago he had narrowly escaped a disaster due to Li Zili. "Koichi, where on earth did you go? I didn't see you around," he remarked at the dining table, where everyone was bustling about. Suzuki Sonoko turned to Li Zili and said, "Did you go somewhere?" "Nowhere in particular. Just wandering about nearby," Li Zili casually replied. Sonoko nodded, showing no suspicion that it was Conan who looked at Li Zili with a skeptical gaze, questioning whether he had merely been wandering around. For some reason, Conan felt that it was not so simple. Cough, cough. At that moment, Conan could not help but cough a couple of times. Li Zili looked down at him and smiled. "Little Conan, have you not yet recovered from your cold?" "I am much better now. Thank you for your concern, Brother Kasakawa," Conan replied with a cute smile. After his previous conversation with Muri Ran, he had resolved to befriend Li Zili, aspiring to learn from him in solving cases and ultimately surpass him. He had once motivated himself. "Ran, I will definitely achieve this." With a smile, Li Zili was about to say something when Kuroda Naoko approached and cheerfully announced, "The food is ready. We can begin dining." Just then, Binyan descended the stairs, having been absorbed in the program. Following this, everyone gathered around the dining table, enjoying their meal while listening to Binyan discuss the contents of the program. 3 hours later, everyone had thoroughly enjoyed the games and began to disperse. That moment, a notification echoed in Li Zili's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 13 free attribute points." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Zili's lips curled into a smile. After pondering for a moment, he allocated 8 free attribute points to agility and 5 to intelligence. Consequently, his attribute panel underwent a transformation. Host, Li Zili Intelligence, 83 Stamina, 90 Agility, 68 Skills. Hacker, Beginner. Disguise, God-level Marksmanship. You are now a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can be wielded in 108 different ways. Voice modulation, photographic memory. Not bad. After reviewing his attribute panel, Li Zili nodded in satisfaction. His stamina and intelligence were steadily increasing, along with a growing array of skills. Given time, he might even become superhuman. In any case, he was becoming increasingly formidable. Kusakawa-san, I apologize for the intrusion. Just as he was putting away his attribute panel, Li Zili caught a whiff of a woman's fragrance wafting towards him. He looked up to see Tanaka Rihue standing before him. Observing her, Li Zili offered a slight smile and said, Miss Tanaka, how may I assist you? I was wondering if you could share your phone number, Kusakawa-san, I may have further inquiries to discuss with you. If you wouldn't mind, she replied. Tanaka Rihue exuded an air of rationality and intellect. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko pouted slightly, seemingly a bit displeased. Muri-ran also cast a glance at Li Zili. One must admit, this fellow was indeed quite handsome. No wonder he attracted attention. He chuckled inwardly, wondering why he should mind. Although Li Zili was unaware of the reason behind Tanaka Rihue's request for his phone number, he thought, after all, it was just a phone number, nothing of great significance. Thus, he willingly provided his number to Tanaka Rihue. She diligently noted it down in her phone and subsequently dialed it, hanging up only after a single ring. Then, she looked up at Li Zili and smiled, saying, well then, until we meet again. With that, she turned and walked away. After her departure, Suzuki Sonoko muttered under her breath, that woman clearly doesn't seem like a good one. This was not the opinion she held earlier. Muri-ran, standing beside her, playfully poked her head, amused. Not long ago, Suzuki Sonoko had a rather favorable attitude toward Tanaka Rihue, but now her demeanor had shifted dramatically. One must say, this girl's thoughts were truly capricious. Hiroichi, everyone has left. Shall we go too? At that moment, Suzuki Sonoko cheerfully approached Li Zili. All right, he nodded. Soon after, they all exited together. Conan and the others were oblivious, but once outside, Li Zili gazed at the departing figure of Doi Takashi. A meaningful smile gracing his lips. The gathering had been quite pleasant. An occasional outing to refresh the mind was indeed beneficial. On the way home, Doi Takashi, no, it should be Kid the Phantom Thief, looked at the distant mountains and rivers, a smile appearing on his face. However, when he slipped his hands into his pockets, his smile abruptly froze. He produced a folded note from his pocket, astonished. When had this appeared? Kid the Phantom Thief was utterly bewildered and shocked. Uncertain how the note had found its way into his pocket, it was clear that it had not been placed there by him. Someone had stealthily slipped this note into the pocket of Kid the Phantom Thief without his knowledge. Typically, he was the one who silently stole from others. Yet this time, someone had surreptitiously placed a note into his pocket. He was still unaware. Coming back to his senses, Kid the Phantom Thief swiftly unfolded the note. Eager to discover who had left it for him and what it contained, he lowered his gaze. His expression swiftly shifted to one of intrigue. The note read, Kid the Phantom Thief. Kusahara Hiroichi sends his regards. After a brief pause, Kid the Phantom Thief's expression returned to normal, and he murmured the name Kusahara Hiroichi to himself. Truth be told, Kusahara Hiroichi had not made a profound impression on him. Although Kusahara was handsome, he had encountered many attractive men before, and being male, he was not swayed by such things. Kusahara's presence felt as ordinary as anyone else's, and he suspected he would forget about him entirely within a few days. However, he never anticipated that such an ordinary person would leave him a note like this. Kid the Phantom Thief reflected, contemplating that Kusahara must have already figured out his identity, managing to place the note in his pocket without a sound. That was indeed impressive. It seemed they had all underestimated him, failing to recognize that he was not simply an ordinary individual. But how had he discerned Kid the Phantom Thief's identity? Kid the Phantom Thief was quite satisfied with his disguise. Surely no one could see through it. Yet, Li Zili had managed to do so. Kid the Phantom Thief found it perplexing how Li Zili accomplished this. After some time, a smile broke across his face as he gazed into the distance. Speaking to himself, Kusahara Hiroichi, I truly look forward to meeting you again. Out on the leaf-strewn avenue, a taxi sped along. Inside, Muri-ran and Suzuki Sonoko chattered animatedly, while Conan gazed out the window in silence. Li Zili occupied the front passenger seat. Engaging in light conversation with the driver, they had opted for a taxi home. Without summoning Muri Kogoro as he conversed with the driver, Li Zili suddenly noticed Suzuki Sonoko looking his way. She asked, Hiroichi, are you free tomorrow? Shall we go out again? I'm not sure, he replied. But upon seeing the disappointed look on Suzuki Sanoko's face, he added, I'll only know in the afternoon. If I'm free, I'll give you a call. At his words, Suzuki Sanoko's expression brightened instantly. Great. It's a promise. Then I'll wait for your call. He thought to himself that he might have plans tomorrow and wouldn't he be calling. But he couldn't bear to say it aloud when she looked so pleased that as they spoke. They arrived at the entrance of the Muri Detective Agency. Muri ran quickly requested the driver to stop. After getting out, she turned to Suzuki Sanoko and asked, Sanoko, would you like to come up for a bit? No. Thank you, Suzuki Sanoko replied with a smile, waving her hand in refusal. Muri ran said nothing further and took Conan upstairs. Once only Suzuki Sanoko and Li Zili remained in the car. She took his hand and chatted incessantly. When they reached a junction and Li Zili prepared to exit the vehicle, Suzuki Sanoko finally paused her chatter. Reluctantly, she gazed at Li Zili and said, Hiroichi, I really don't want you to leave. Li Zili offered her a smile, replying, Perhaps we'll meet again tomorrow. I'm off now. He waved goodbye and departed. Having taken a day off today, Li Zili didn't go to the police headquarters. Instead, he bought some groceries at the supermarket and returned to his rented apartment, in his apartment, after preparing the meal and finishing dinner. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Li Zili took out his phone and called Muro Juzun, inquiring about the busyness at the police headquarters and whether there were any tasks for tomorrow. Muro Juzun responded that there was nothing scheduled for the next day. Hearing this, Li Zili unceremoniously requested another day off. After hanging up, he rummaged through his contacts for Suzuki Sanoko's number and dialed her. Hiroichi, Suzuki Sanoko exclaimed in delight as soon as the call connected. Li Zili chuckled. Sanoko, I'm free tomorrow. Really? That's wonderful. Her tone was filled with excitement. Li Zili couldn't help but picture a scene of a beautiful girl jumping up in exhilaration. He shook his head and asked, Do you have any plans for where to go tomorrow? It's a secret. You'll find out tomorrow. At her response, Li Zili smiled but didn't comment further. Then he heard Suzuki Sanoko say, Oh, just the two of us. Okay. After finalizing the time and place for their meeting, they ended the call. In her villa. After hanging up, Suzuki Sanoko was ecstatic, circling the house in glee. Observing her exuberance, her parents exchanged glances, and her mother remarked, What has gotten into her? I've never seen her this happy before. How would I know? Her father replied. Could it be that she is in love? Her mother speculated. Upon hearing this, her father's brow furrowed slightly, yet he remained silent. Shortly thereafter, Suzuki Yuenzi's mother remarked, Have you noticed any new male friends around Yuenzi lately? I don't think so, her father replied hesitantly. However, as if recalling something, he added, Oh right, I once overheard her mention someone named Hiroichi. Could it be? He glanced at his wife. There's no use in us speculating here. We might as well call her over and ask directly. That sounds good. Her father nodded in agreement. Consequently, her mother summoned Suzuki Yuenzi to join them. Dad, Mom, what is it? Suzuki Yuenzi, blissfully unaware of her parents' thoughts, continued to smile at them. Upon hearing her name, her mother pulled her closer and inquired, Yuenzi, are you in a relationship? At this, Suzuki Yuenzi's face flushed crimson. Mom, what are you talking about? That is not the case at all. Really? Her father scrutinized her intently, seemingly skeptical of her words. She shook her head repeatedly, insisting, I truly am not. Then, what is your relationship with Hiroichi? Huh? How does Dad know about Hiroichi? Suzuki Yuenzi was taken aback, unable to recall ever mentioning Li Zili's name in front of her father. Nevertheless, she quickly recovered and replied, We're just ordinary friends. Mom and Dad, I have something to attend to, so I'll head upstairs first. With that, she wriggled out of her mother's embrace and dashed swiftly up to the second floor. Observing her departure, her parents exchanged glances. Her father asserted with certainty, Yuenzi is definitely in a relationship. With whom? Is it that Hiroichi? Most likely, her father replied. In a couple of days, I'll find someone to investigate who this Hiroichi is. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? This is our daughter's privacy. Her mother hesitated. What is the harm? She won't find out. After finishing a phone call with Suzuki Yuenzi, Li Zili spent the night engrossed in his phone before eventually falling asleep. The night passed in silence. The following morning at 7:30, after finishing breakfast, Li Zili hurried to the designated meeting place with Suzuki Yuenzi. Upon arrival, he stepped out of the taxi and watched it drive away. Pondering, every time I go out, I have to take a taxi. When will I get a car for convenience? This thought reminded him of his lack of funds. That it seems I need to find some money to spend. While lamenting, Li Zili walked ahead. After taking just a few steps, he spotted Suzuki Yuanzi standing vivaciously under a tree by the roadside. The falling leaves danced in the gentle sunlight that illuminated her charming face, resembling a beautiful painting. Hiroichi, over here. At that moment, Suzuki Yuanzi spotted him and waved enthusiastically. He quickened his pace towards her. Hiroichi, Suzuki Yuanzi called out with a cheerful smile. You arrived so quickly. As he spoke, Li Zili glanced at the time. There were still 7 minutes until their scheduled meeting. He was curious to know when Suzuki Yuanzi had arrived. That I wouldn't say it was particularly quick, Suzuki Yuanzi remarked, eager to see Li Zili and unaware of her own early arrival. Where shall we go today? Li Zili chose not to respond immediately, but instead smiled at her, saying, let us first go to. Suzuki Yuanzi began to excitedly list various well-known attractions, along with a couple of places Li Zili had never heard of. From her elaborate plan, it was evident she was prepared to enjoy a full day of fun. Li Zili remained silent, allowing her to take the lead. However, just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Random task triggered. Accompany Suzuki Yuanzi for a delightful day. Help her through a crisis. Upon completion, you will receive random free attribute points, with a small chance of acquiring a skill. After hearing the system's message, Li Zili frowned slightly. Help her through a crisis? Did this imply that Suzuki Yuanzi might face some danger today? What kind of danger could she encounter? He pondered for a while but couldn't arrive at a conclusion, ultimately deciding to let it go. In any case, he resolved to stay close to Suzuki Yuanzi. Hiroichi, let us go. We'll head to the first place for fun. Suzuki Yuanzi's voice snapped Li Zili back to reality. He nodded in agreement, and together they took a vehicle to her planned first destination, which turned out to be a zoo they explored. Suzuki Yuanzi was filled with excitement, chattering and bouncing around him. After their visit to the zoo, they proceeded to an amusement park and even ventured into a cinema by around 3:30 in the afternoon. They arrived at the penultimate location on Suzuki Yuanzi's itinerary, a haunted house. Clearly, the venue was quite popular, with a line of several people waiting to purchase tickets. The two of them joined the queue. And then Suzuki Yuanzi turned to him and asked, Hiroichi, are you thirsty? I'll go buy some water. Sure, Li Zili nodded. To be honest, the sun was rather intense today, although he had bought water earlier. He felt parched again. Hearing this, Suzuki Yuanzi skipped off towards a nearby convenience store. When she returned and handed him the water, only 2 people remained in front of them in line. Li Zili twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. Before long, it was finally their turn to buy tickets. The cost for 2 tickets was only a few hundred yen. Afterward, they made their way to the entrance of the haunted house. As they walked, Suzuki Yuanzi asked, Hiroichi, have you ever been to a haunted house before? Is it scary inside? She glanced towards the entrance, her eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. Li Zili recognized her fear, but chose not to comment, merely smiling as he replied, You'll find out once you go inside that you're not telling me. Suzuki Yuanzi pouted, muttering under her breath. Soon, their figures were completely engulfed by the haunted house. Inside, a cacophony of high-pitched female screams erupted. Suzuki Yuanzi clung tightly to Li Zili, her screams echoing as she was startled by the terrifying scenes before her. The eerie music, combined with dim lighting and cold, foreboding walls, set the stage for grotesque, zombie-like figures that emitted chilling laughter. To her, it was indeed quite frightening. However, for Li Zili, it was hardly anything to be concerned about. After all, he hailed from the information-saturated 21st century. He had seen far worse and was hardly intimidated by a few fake corpses. Yet, being so close to such a beautiful girl, the fragrance wafting into his nostrils stirred a ripple in his heart. Noticing Suzuki Yuanzi still screaming, Li Zili focused his thoughts and gently patted her shoulder, saying, It's all right, they're all fake. There's nothing to fear. I'm still scared, came Suzuki Yuanzi's timid voice, her head refusing to budge. Li Zili, feeling helpless, had no choice but to hold her close and swiftly navigate through the unsettling scenes. Throughout the ordeal, Suzuki Yuanzi dared not lift her head to glance around. All right, there are no more scary corpses here. After coming to a halt, Li Zili turned to Suzuki Yoko, who was nestled in his arms. Upon hearing his words, Yoko, resembling a startled quail, timidly raised her head and glanced around. Finding that the terrifying corpses had truly vanished, she exhaled a long sigh of relief and remarked, Phew, That nearly scared me to death." As she spoke, she suddenly realized that she was being embraced by Li Zili, and her face flushed crimson. Simultaneously, a small thrill of delight surged within her as she found herself rather fond of being held by him. She feigned ignorance and continued to allow him to embrace her. However, at that moment, Li Zili broke the silence, saying, "It's no longer frightening here. How long do you intend to hide in my arms?" Upon hearing this, Yoko reluctantly detached herself from his embrace, thinking to herself how secure she felt in his hold and wishing she could remain there. "What am I thinking? We should hurry," she urged herself. Li Zili, wholly unaware of her thoughts, flashed her a smile and pressed on. "Wait for me." In the ensuing moments, Yoko was startled several times, each instance prompting her to seek refuge in Li Zili's arms, ultimately allowing him to take advantage of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at a foreboding area. Above them, a ceiling adorned with numerous square wooden frames resembling fences swayed intermittently, as if they might plummet at any moment. Instilling a sense of danger, the path beneath their feet occasionally revealed a ghostly apparition, amplifying the eerie atmosphere surrounding them. As they traversed further, a sharp sound echoed, akin to something snapping. Li Zili quickly raised his head, his expression shifting in alarm as he witnessed a square wooden frame descending toward Yoko's head. "Watch out." With physical capabilities far surpassing that of an average person, he reacted swiftly, dashing like an arrow to scoop Yoko into his arms and propel them both forward. Just as he embraced her and fled, a resounding crash reverberated as the wooden frame struck the ground, shattering a small stone beneath it. Turning back to witness the scene, Li Zili's face paled. Had Yoko been struck, she might not have survived. Fortunately, he had managed to whisk her away in the nick of time. At that moment, Yoko stood in bewilderment, utterly unaware of why Li Zili had acted so suddenly. She had not seen the frame fall until the sound of it crashing to the ground snapped her back to reality. Her expression shifted to one of shock, soon replaced by a hint of fear. After a few moments, she regained her composure and realized that Li Zili had saved her, deepening her affection for him. In her eyes, he had transformed into her very own Prince Charming, with a gaze brimming with affection. She looked at Li Zili and said, "Hiroichi, you saved me." "Thank you. You're welcome," Li Zili replied with a smile, entirely oblivious to the love reflected in her eyes. At that moment, he was preoccupied with the task the system had previously assigned him. Could this be the crisis Yoko had encountered today? Upon reflection, it certainly seemed so. Had he not intervened, Yoko would have been fatally struck by the frame. It appeared he had indeed helped her navigate through peril. Following such an incident, neither of them had any interest in continuing their visit to the haunted house. They summoned the proprietor to inquire about the wooden frame's malfunction. Upon inspection, the owner revealed that, due to the passage of time, the rope securing the frame had loosened, causing it to fall. Naturally, the owner could only offer his sincerest apologies and refunded the cost of their tickets. After courteously escorting them out, he presented each of them with a VIP card. Yet, as soon as the owner turned his back, Yoko casually discarded the card into a trash bin. After such a harrowing experience, she certainly had no desire to return to that haunted house. Subsequently, they made their way to the final destination Yoko had planned. After concluding their visit, it was already 6 in the evening. The sun was setting, casting a vibrant glow across the sky, with the crimson hues illuminating the earth. Under the waning sunlight, Li Zili and Yoko climbed into a taxi to head home. Along the way, a notification chimed in Li Zili's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 11 free attribute points." His eyes gleamed with delight, and after some contemplation, he allocated 4 points to stamina and the remainder to agility. Soon after, his attributes were updated. Host, Li Zili Intelligence, 83 Stamina, 94 Agility, 75 Skills. Hacker, Beginner. Disguise, Mastery of Firearms. You are now a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can perform 108 tricks. Voice modulation, Photographic memory. Gazing at the attribute panel, Li Zili couldn't help but smile, feeling he had grown stronger. "Hiroichi, where do you live?" "I still don't know," Yoko chimed in cheerfully from her seat beside him. Just as he was about to respond, she took hold of his wrist, grinning. "Will you take me to see your place?" "Sure," he replied after a moment's thought, nodding in agreement. When the taxi came to a stop outside his apartment building, Yoko followed Li Zili as they exited the vehicle. After stepping out, Yoko looked up at the apartment complex where he resided. Turning to Li Zili, who was busy settling the fare. She remarked, "Hiroichi, your place seems quite nice that it's not bad." Li Zili replied casually while accepting his change from the driver. He then turned to Yoko and said, "Come on, you wanted to take a look, right?" The two of them entered the apartment, ascending the dimly lit staircase until they reached the door of Li Zili's rented unit. Stopping briefly, he took out his key, inserted it into the lock, and turned the handle, gesturing for Yoko to enter. "Please, come in." "Hee, I hope I'm not intruding." Yoko giggled as she dashed inside, eagerly exploring her surroundings, upon spotting a pair of triangular shorts draped over the sofa. Her face turned crimson, and she turned to Li Zili, who was just closing the door, exclaiming, "Hiroichi, why do you leave your shorts lying around?" Li Zili blinked in surprise. After closing the door, he approached Yoko and realized she was referring to the shorts on the sofa. As a single man living alone, he had never given such matters much thought. He casually replied, "I've always lived alone. I put things wherever I want, so don't mind it. Look at you. The place is a mess. I might as well help you tidy up." Li Zili had intended to say no need, but Yoko had already rushed off to help clean the apartment. He chuckled helplessly and refrained from further comment. Soon after, he recalled that they hadn't eaten anything all afternoon and had been wandering for quite some time. Surely, Yoko must be hungry. Thus, he addressed her as she tidied up. "Yoko, let's eat here. I'll go prepare something." "Sounds good." The crisp sound of Suzuki Sonoko resonated through the air. Upon hearing this, Li Zili rummaged through the refrigerator for a few ingredients and made his way to the kitchen. Before long, the rhythmic chopping of vegetables echoed from within. Half an hour later, as Li Zili emerged from the kitchen bearing 3 carefully prepared dishes, he was pleasantly surprised by the sight of the living room. It was astonishing. Suzuki Sonoko had proven to be quite adept at tidying up. After her meticulous efforts, the living room was immaculate, and the floor gleamed with cleanliness, creating a far more inviting atmosphere than before. As he approached, he remarked to Sonoko, who was busy sorting through garbage bags, "You've done quite well. I never imagined you could handle such tasks." He was well aware that Suzuki Sonoko hailed from a wealthy family. "Hee, I've always enjoyed organizing my room since I was little. The more I do it, the more skilled I become," Sonoko replied, turning to him with a playful smile. "Don't get too caught up. Come and eat instead." As Li Zili spoke, he placed the dishes onto the dining table. "Sure," Sonoko responded eagerly, rushing off to wash her hands. Shortly thereafter, she returned to take her seat at the table. After their meal, Sonoko insisted on helping Li Zili tidy the bedroom, her enthusiasm making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Initially, he intended to decline her offer, but it was clear that his words would be in vain. Sonoko was determined to assist. By the time she finished organizing the bedroom, it was already 10 o'clock at night. At that moment, she was glistening with sweat, her cheeks flushed, appearing utterly adorable. "I'm so tired. I feel exhausted," Sonoko exclaimed, fanning herself with her hand and unceremoniously plopping down onto the sofa. "Why don't you just take a shower here?" Li Zili suggested, noticing her disheveled appearance. "Sounds good," Sonoko readily agreed. She then stood up, slipped into Li Zili's cool slippers, and made her way to the bathroom. Before long, the sound of water splashing filled the air. After sitting there for a while, Li Zili decided to check on her. As he approached the bathroom door, he noticed that it was ajar, with a small gap left open. He paused for a moment, contemplating whether she had intentionally left it that way. That if so, could it be that she was inviting him in? With this thought, Li Zili felt a surge of excitement. After all, Suzuki Sonoko was indeed a beauty. That it would be impossible for him not to feel a flutter of attraction. Should he enter or not? He stood hesitantly outside for a moment, before finally steeling himself to walk in. Since she had clearly left the door open on purpose, it was evident she wouldn't mind his presence. With that in mind, Li Zili pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find a stunning girl before him. At that moment, the girl gazed at him with her enchanting eyes and playfully exclaimed, "Hiroichi, I thought you wouldn't come in." Li Zili smiled in response without uttering a word, striding directly toward the captivating girl. The following morning, gentle sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow on Li Zili's face. He blinked awake, his eyelashes fluttering as he opened his eyes. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Suzuki Sonoko looking at him. Seeing him awake, she beamed and greeted him. "Good morning." "Good morning," Li Zili replied with a smile. After the events of the previous day, their relationship had undoubtedly grown quite intimate. Suzuki Sonoko nestled in his embrace, her voice taking on a playful tone as she said, "Hiroichi, tell me you love me." "I love you," Li Zili replied, chuckling. Hee hee, say it again, Sonoko urged, her face radiating joy. All right, it's time to get up for breakfast. After we eat, you can have me repeat it as many times as you like. Li Zili laughed. Hiroichi, you're so wonderful, Sonoko said, tightening her embrace around him. A moment later, the two of them dressed and got out of Li Zili, then prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Upon seeing it, Suzuki Sonoko felt a wave of happiness. Thinking to herself, this is the life I desire. After sharing this heartwarming meal, Sonoko took her leave. Before departing, she playfully told Li Zili, hee hee, Hiroichi, I'll be back tonight. Once she left, Li Zili glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time for work. Thus, he hailed a taxi and sped off to the police headquarters at 11 a.m. Outside the largest airport in Mihua Town, the streets bustled with activity, people coming and going in a constant flow. A Porsche 356A was parked at the roadside. Behind the wheel, Vodka occasionally glanced toward the airport entrance, conversing with Jin. Boss, why hasn't Vermouth arrived yet? Rum is really something. He sent us to the airport to pick her up. Honestly, considering status and qualifications, how can Vermouth compare to you? She's merely riding on B's coattails. What's there to be so arrogant about? Jin, sitting beside him, paid no heed to Vodka's complaints and grievances. He stared out the window, taking slow drags of his cigarette. The smoke curled up, and the ground was littered with cigarette butts, indicating they had been waiting for quite some time. Noticing the lack of activity, Vodka cast a glance at his boss, who remained engrossed in his smoke, utterly indifferent to the situation. Seeing this, Vodka edged closer to Jin and nervously asked, Boss, seriously, why do you think Vermouth suddenly decided to come to Japan? Did that individual give her some task? At this moment, Jin finally turned to look at Vodka, his tone icy as he replied, if the organization has something they wish for us to know, we will naturally be informed. If not, there's no need for excessive inquiry. Understood? Understood. Vodka promptly fell silent. He turned his attention back to the airport entrance. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Boss, she's coming out. Upon hearing this, Jin also turned his gaze toward the airport entrance. Indeed, just as Vodka had said, a tall and alluring blonde beauty emerged from the airport. She wore sunglasses and carried nothing but a small handbag. Having no other luggage, that it was none other than Vermouth. Withdrawing his gaze, Jin opened the car door and stepped out. Vodka quickly followed suit, standing beside Jin as Vermouth, who had already spotted them, gracefully approached. Jin, long time no see, Vermouth said, removing her sunglasses and standing before him with a hint of a smile. Welcome to Japan, Vermouth, Jin replied, his expression devoid of any warmth as he said in a flat tone. Get in the car. You haven't changed a bit, just as taciturn as ever, refusing to utter a single extra word, Vermouth remarked with a smile, yet she opened the car door and took a seat. Soon, the Porsche 356A slowly departed from the airport. In the back seat, Vermouth brushed her golden locks back over her shoulder and turned to Jin with a smile. Jin, I've heard you have a girlfriend now. Is that true? At this, Vodka nearly choked on his own saliva, his eyes widening as he glanced at Vermouth through the rearview mirror. This woman dared to say anything. Jin remained expressionless, his face betraying no emotion as he replied coldly. Don't joke with me. You really are no fun. Not even a joke is permitted. Vodka, it must be exhausting to partner with someone like him. Vermouth laughed at no. Vermouth, please don't say that. I enjoy partnering with the boss very much. Vodka quickly defended. Vodka was filled with a sense of trepidation. Sister, feel free to say what you wish, but don't implicate me, he implored. Jin, seemingly oblivious to Vermouth's words, maintained an impassive expression as he gazed at her through the rearview mirror and inquired. How long do you intend to stay this time? I have no particular mission on this occasion. I'm merely here to enjoy Japan and plan to stay for an extended period, Vermouth replied casually with a smile. Upon hearing this, Vodka stole a glance at Vermouth through the mirror before averting his gaze. He slightly turned his head, lost in thought. Jin merely uttered a quiet HM, remaining silent thereafter. Subsequently, an air of tranquility enveloped the car, with no one daring to break the silence. After a moment, Vermouth shattered the stillness, asking, recently, a rumor surfaced within our ranks that Sherry escaped from your grasp. Is that true? Vodka's fingers trembled slightly around the steering wheel. Jin raised his eyes to meet Vermouth's through the mirror, saying nothing more than, I will retrieve her and personally ensure her demise. His tone was chilling. Vermouth exchanged a silent glance with Jin in the mirror. Then a coy smile graced her lips as she remarked, I wish you luck. 3 minutes later, Vermouth glanced at the nearby residential area and directed Jin, please stop here. You can let me off. In response, Vodka maneuvered the car to the roadside. After stepping out, Vermouth waved goodbye to the two men before decisively turning away. Inside the car, Jin looked out through the car window at the neighborhood before retracting his gaze and commanding Vodka, drive. Soon, the Porsche 356A sped away. Inside the vehicle, Vodka broke the silence. Boss, do you believe Vermouth when she says she's here just for leisure, with no mission? As Vodka glanced at Jin, he found him lost in thought. Staring out the window in silence, noticing the stillness, Vodka continued, Boss, I have a theory. Could it be that after Sherry's escape, someone suspected you intentionally let her go, thus sending Vermouth to investigate you? Upon hearing this, Jin finally turned to Vodka, his eyes seeming to convey, when did you become so perceptive? After a brief moment of silence, he spoke, No, my loyalty to the organization is well known. Following this, Vodka fell silent. At 7 p.m., in the rented apartment of Hiroichi Kasakawa, the television's sound filled the air. On the sofa, Sonoko Suzuki nestled in Hiroichi's embrace as they watched the screen, her face radiating a blissful smile. As an advertisement took over the broadcast, Sonoko gently caressed her abdomen and languidly said, Hiroichi, I'm hungry. Are you? I'll prepare something to eat, Hiroichi replied, realizing he had yet to eat that afternoon and felt a pang of hunger himself. Once Sonoko released him, he slipped on his slippers and approached the refrigerator. Opening it, he was met with an empty interior, save for a few beverages. Turning to Sonoko, he stated, There's nothing to eat in the fridge. I'll head to the supermarket and grab some supplies. All right, hurry back, she urged. After shutting the refrigerator door, Hiroichi exited the apartment and made his way towards the staircase. As he neared the stairs, he was unexpectedly confronted by someone. Not anticipating the encounter, he could not evade in time, and they collided with a soft thud, so soft. In that instant, Hiroichi felt as though he had been struck by two plush spheres against his chest, causing his heart to flutter. Simultaneously, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Before he could ponder further, they separated. Then, he heard an enchanting female voice utter, I'm sorry, in English. Upon focusing, he was taken aback to see a voluptuous blonde, exuding an alluring charm. Instantly recognizing her, he thought, Vermouth. A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had not expected to encounter her here. Despite his surprise, he concealed it, offering a slight smile as he replied, It's quite all right. I was the one who bumped into you first, so I should be apologizing. Vermouth couldn't help but steal another glance at the striking man before her. He's incredibly handsome. This thought crossed her mind. As she had encountered many attractive men, yet few could rival Hiroichi. The serendipity of meeting such a captivating figure intrigued her. With a smile playing on her lips, she tossed her hair and said, You're quite the gentleman. Don't say that. I'm rather mischievous, Hiroichi responded with a chuckle. Vermouth giggled softly at his retort, captivated not only by his looks but also by his charm. She extended her hand and introduced herself. I'm Vermouth, but you can call me Sister Bay. I just moved in today. You live here too, right? Hello, Sister Bay. I'm Hiroichi Kasakawa. They shared a handshake, and Hiroichi noted how smooth her hand felt when she released his grip. He felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. Kasakawa, I reside in room 306. Which room are you in? What a coincidence. I live right next door, she replied. At Hiroichi's eyes widened in surprise. He had never imagined he would become neighbors with Vermouth. It truly is a coincidence that we are neighbors, he remarked. Vermouth, equally taken aback, smiled and said, Come visit me whenever you have the time. Sure, Hiroichi agreed, engaging in a few more moments of conversation with her before descending to buy groceries. Upon his return, Hiroichi placed the groceries in the refrigerator, selecting only 3 items to take into the kitchen. While he was busy cooking, Sonoko's cheerful voice suddenly rang out. Need any help? Turning around, he saw her standing at the door. Smiling at him, no need. Just go watch your television, he replied, waving her off. Hee. Sonoko giggled, spinning around to dash away. As they sat down to eat, a sudden ring from the doorbell interrupted them. Sonoko immediately set down her chopsticks and stood up, exclaiming, I'll get the door. She hurried over to open it. Moments later, Hiroichi heard Vermouth's voice from outside, prompting him to rise and approach Sonoko from behind. Indeed, it was Vermouth, holding a gift, seemingly here to greet him. Seeing her, Hiroichi invited her in for dinner, saying, Sister Bay, Have you eaten? Why not come in for a bite? No need to be formal. I've already eaten, Vermouth replied, placing the gift down before turning to leave. After she departed, Sonoko, curious, asked, "Who was that? How do you know her?" "She's my neighbor. She just moved in today, and we met for the first time a moment ago. All right, let's continue eating." After the meal, Sonoko lingered until 10 o'clock before finally saying, "Hiroichi, I should be going. Why not stay the night?" Hiroichi suggested, holding her hand as Sonoko's cheeks flushed as she quickly shook her head, insisting, "No, I must go home tonight. Otherwise, my dad will be furious. You see, I didn't return home last night. And my dad kept interrogating me about my whereabouts. I had to come up with an excuse to evade his questions. If I don't return home tonight, he will surely find out." There's no way to conceal it. Before Li Zili could utter a word, she had already blurted out the reason. "Fool, I never said you had to stay here overnight. Why are you so flustered?" Li Zili chuckled, playfully tapping her nose. By the way, haven't you mentioned our relationship to your parents yet?" "No, I'm still in school. That if he discovers what we've done, he would undoubtedly be furious beyond measure." Suzuki Yoko replied, her expression one of distress. In truth, she had not confided in anyone about her relationship with Li Zili. Not even Mao Lalon was aware. Li Zili could easily imagine how her father would react. The thought of his daughter being intimate with another man would likely provoke far more than just a fit of rage. After a moment's contemplation, Li Zili suggested, "How about this? Let us keep our relationship under wraps for now. Not even mentioning it to Mao Lalon. We can discreetly see each other. What do you think?" "Sounds good." Suzuki Yoko agreed eagerly, sharing the same sentiment. At this stage, it was prudent for her and Li Zili to keep their affair private. "I'll see you home," he insisted, feeling uneasy about letting Suzuki Yoko return alone at such a late hour. "Okay," she nodded, a sweet warmth blooming in her heart. Soon after, they descended to the ground floor and hailed a taxi. As they approached her home, just a street away, Suzuki Yoko called out, "Let us stop here. I can walk the rest of the way." She was concerned that getting too close might result in her father spotting Li Zili. Li Zili understood her trepidation and nodded, instructing the driver to pull over. Exiting the vehicle, they stood facing each other. Li Zili waved goodbye, saying, "Off you go." Suzuki Yoko turned to leave, but, in a sudden burst of affection, returned to peck Li Zili on the forehead before blushingly dashing away. In the ensuing days, Suzuki Yoko frequently visited Li Zili's rented apartment, where they indulged in each other's company, occasionally sharing intimate moments. Their feelings for one another deepened significantly, bordering on inseparable. Moreover, during this period, Li Zili encountered Belmode several times, each occasion allowing them to share brief conversations that fostered a growing familiarity between them. On the other hand, Suzuki Yoko's father had taken it upon himself to investigate Li Zili. Given the Suzuki family's considerable resources, uncovering details about him was a relatively simple endeavor. At that moment, Suzuki Yoko's father sat in his study, perusing the information he had gathered on Li Zili. The data was rather superficial, consisting only of basic details such as his name, address, and phone number, lacking any mention of his case-solving exploits. This was primarily because he sought only to ascertain the nature of Suzuki Yoko's relationship with Li Zili. Had he wished for more comprehensive information, the Suzuki family's influence would have ensured a thorough investigation. Perhaps the individuals tasked with the inquiry had been negligent, or perhaps Li Zili and Suzuki Yoko's relationship was exceedingly clandestine. The report merely indicated that they were acquaintances. "It seems I was overthinking this," he mused, casually discarding the file into the wastebasket. Before long, Suzuki Yoko's mother learned from her husband that her daughter and Li Zili were merely friends. After which the couple ceased to pay any further attention to him. One afternoon, while leisurely playing a game at the police headquarters, Li Zili received an unexpected phone call. The caller was Tanaka Ri. He had indeed given her his number when they parted ways after the gathering, yet he never anticipated that she would actually call him. "Hello? This afternoon. I should be free. All right, goodbye." After hanging up, Li Zili fell into a contemplative silence. Tanaka Ri had called to invite him to dinner at 6 that evening. Regardless of the circumstances, she was an attractive woman, and Li Zili chose not to decline the invitation. Besides, he was curious about her reasons for wanting to meet. "Detective, who are you on the phone with? Is it a beautiful lady? You seem rather pleased," came a teasing voice from Sato Miwake. Li Zili rolled his eyes. "What do you know? When have I ever looked pleased?" "A beautiful girl called, and she is more stunning than you. She invited me to dinner. He said this deliberately to provoke her. Huffed. Who would believe you? Look at you. What kind of beauty would want to dine with you? Sato Mawako scoffed, completely unconvinced. Honestly, no one believes me. Li Zili chuckled internally, maintaining his outward nonchalance. By the way, didn't you once invite me to dinner, officer? Sato Mawako paused, taken aback, then quickly retorted, I only invited you to express my gratitude for saving my life. Otherwise, why would I want to dine with you? Dream on. Is that so? Li Zili replied with a noncommittal smile. Well then, officer, if I were to invite you to dinner now, would you accept? He grinned at her expectantly. After contemplating for a moment, Sato Mawako shook her head. No, I wouldn't eat after thinking so long. You must be secretly inclined to agree, he teased. Humph, don't flatter yourself. Who says I'm inclined? She huffed, ignoring him as she turned and returned to her seat. At 5 in the evening, after exchanging pleasantries with Megure JZ, Li Zili left the police headquarters early, eager for his dinner with Tanaka Ri. He returned to his apartment to change into a dark suit, tidied his hair and polished his shoes, then took a taxi to the designated meeting place. Standing under a lamppost, he scanned the area but did not see Tanaka Ri. Checking his phone, he noted it was 5:52, leaving him 8 minutes until their scheduled time. Thus, he settled into a nearby seat to wait leisurely for her arrival. In less than 5 minutes, Tanaka Ri appeared, and Li Zili's breath caught at the sight of her. Unlike their previous encounter, she wore a sleek, black, low-cut dress adorned with a sparkling diamond necklace that accentuated her graceful figure. With a touch of makeup, she glided through the crowd, exuding an air of elegance that turned many heads. Sorry to have kept you waiting, she said with a smile as she approached Li Zili. He rose and waved dismissively, indicating it was no trouble. Where shall we dine? He inquired. I've already made a reservation at a nearby restaurant. Just follow me, she replied, leading the way. Tanaka Rihue flashed a smile and took the lead ahead. After walking for about 100 steps, the two entered an upscale Western restaurant. The elegantly adorned establishment was filled with melodious songs, and a dozen patrons were scattered throughout, engaged in lively conversation. As they walked, Tanaka Rihue introduced the restaurant to Li Zili, explaining that it boasted nearly a century of history, with its wines and steaks being particularly commendable. Many patrons found themselves returning after their first visit. Especially the steaks here are exceptionally delicious. You must try one later, she remarked. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at a window-side table and sat facing each other. Subsequently, Tanaka Rihue took the menu from the waiter and ordered several dishes along with a bottle of red wine. She then passed the menu to Li Zili, encouraging him to order whatever he fancied. Hearing that the steak was highly recommended, Li Zili opted for a serving of it and declined any additional dishes. As they chatted casually, Li Zili occasionally glanced outside at the night view. Being on the 18th floor, while it may not encompass the entirety of Mihua Town's skyline, it still offered a captivating sight to behold. At that moment, the waiter brought forth the steak, red wine, and other dishes to their table. Once he retreated, Tanaka Rihue uncorked the red wine, stood up, and poured a glass for Li Zili, saying, The red wine here is also quite good. You should give it a try. Upon hearing this, Li Zili raised the glass to his lips and took a small sip. The wine burst with a rich aroma, tinged with sweetness, leaving him quite impressed. He set down the glass and couldn't help but exclaim, Indeed, it's delightful. Tanaka Rihue, who had been watching him intently, smiled and urged, You should taste the steak now. In response, Li Zili picked up his knife and fork, leisurely cutting a small piece of beef, which he then savored. The meat was indeed flavorful, with an exceptional texture, confirming that Tanaka Rihue had not misled him. How does it taste? She inquired, her gaze fixed on him, a smile gracing her lips. Quite good, Li Zili replied after swallowing the morsel. Tanaka Rihue beamed once more, and the two continued to eat and converse, the atmosphere becoming increasingly harmonious. Suddenly, Li Zili put down his cutlery and looked at Tanaka Rihue, asking, Miss Tanaka, may I inquire why you invited me to dinner? He found it hard to believe that she had developed feelings for him. Considering they had only met once, he wasn't vain enough to think so. Despite his undeniable charm, do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? Tanaka Rihue replied, setting down her wine glass and tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Of course, the truth that it's obvious who would prefer falsehoods. The truth is, I'm quite curious about you. I wish to know you better. She locked her gaze with his, unabashedly expressing her sentiments. In reality, she was speaking sincerely. Since their last encounter, Li Zili had become an enigmatic figure in her eyes, igniting her curiosity to learn more about him. This was also the reason she had requested his phone number. And the falsehood? Li Zili inquired with interest. I admire you and wish to befriend you. Tanaka Rihue responded, unable to suppress a giggle. This made Li Zili reminisce about their initial meeting, recalling the words he had spoken to her then, which prompted a laugh from him as well. To be honest, Hongi, how do you know so much? I haven't disclosed anything about my plans against Shishan to anyone, yet you seem to know it all. How is that possible? Tanaka Rihue appeared eager, as if she longed to hear his explanation. Since their last gathering, she had pondered these questions, yet no matter how she considered it, she could not fathom how Li Zili was privy to such matters. I could say it's my secret, one I only share with the women I sleep with. Li Zili took a sip from his wine glass, setting it down with a smile. That I asked that how you deceive women. I didn't realize you were that kind of man, Tanaka Rihue teased. Now that you know, do you still wish to understand me? Li Zili asked, one hand holding his wine glass, a smile playing on his lips. Why not? I find your type intriguing, she replied, her gaze fixed on him as she sensually licked the rim of her glass, an enticing gesture. Goodness, I aim to flirt with this woman, yet I've been caught in her own game. Li Zili thought, taken aback by her boldness. I too appreciate women like you. How about we retreat to my room tonight, so you can get to know me better? He was curious to see just how far her openness extended. Sure, but not tonight. That will depend on your skills, Tanaka Rihue responded, making yet another flirtatious gesture, her meaning unmistakable. If he wanted to take her to bed, he would need to prove himself worthy. Li Zili understood her implications perfectly and smiled, about to speak when suddenly his phone, which lay on the table, chimed. Upon checking, he saw it was a message from Suzuki Yoko. Hongi, where are you? I miss you. It read. Li Zili quickly replied. I'm out. Yoko responded. I'm outside your rental. Hurry back, he replied. I can't return right now. I'm busy. What are you doing? Yoko inquired. I'm on a date with a beautiful woman. He texted back. After a brief pause, he received Yoko's response. Humph, who believes your words? Besides me, who else would like you? Li Zili retorted. That's not necessarily true. Don't cry when the time comes. Yoko replied defiantly, I won tea. Whoever you like has nothing to do with me. Li Zili concluded. All right, I want to be back soon, so don't wait for me. After sending that message, he turned off his screen and tucked his phone away. You truly are a busy man. Even during dinner, someone is seeking you out, Tanaka Rihue remarked with a laugh. Just some trivial matters, Li Zili shrugged, then resumed his conversation with her. He had to admit, Tanaka Rihue was remarkably open. No matter how he flirted with her, she handled it with ease, piquing his interest further. After their meal, both felt satisfied, and they parted ways at the entrance of the restaurant. Before leaving, Tanaka Rihue turned to him and said, Hongi, let us meet more often. Upon returning to his rental, Li Zili was astonished to discover that Suzuki Yoko had not left tea that moment. She was curled up in a corner by the door, her eyes closed and her expression serene, as if she had already drifted into slumber. This adorable sight made him smile. He bent down to scoop Yoko into his arms and pushed the door open as he walked inside. Just as he intended to place her on the sofa, she stirred, opening her eyes. Hongi, you're back, she exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him in surprise. After a brief embrace, he said, now that you're awake, why don't you sit on the sofa? He gently set her down on the couch. Didn't I tell you not to wait for me? Why are you still here? He asked, looking at her quizzically. Because I wanted to see you, Yoko pouted. Have you eaten? Just a little this afternoon. I'm a bit hungry now, she admitted. I am going to prepare dinner. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of cooking resonated through the kitchen. Upon finishing her meal, Suzuki Sonoko prepared to leave. However, Li Zili insisted she stay the night. No, Hiroichi, you know I can't, replied Suzuki Sonoko. Li Zili, feeling helpless, acknowledged that although their relationship had grown exceedingly close, Sonoko had never spent the night at his place. The reason, of course, was her parents. Very well, I shall escort you home. After returning Suzuki Sonoko to her residence, Li Zili finally returned at 11 o'clock that night. Having completed his evening routine, Li Zili lay beneath the covers, ready to sleep. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Accept Conan's invitation, locate the treasure of the Blue Castle, mission accomplished, awarded random free attribute points, with a small chance of obtaining a skill. Taken aback by the system's announcement, Li Zili pondered. The treasure of the Blue Castle. Struggling to recall which episode this referred to, his phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. Could it be Conan? He speculated, and upon answering, his suspicions were confirmed. Conan was indeed on the line. The reason for Conan's call was straightforward. He invited Li Zili to go camping the following day. Why did Conan wish for his company? It stemmed from his desire to befriend him. However, Li Zili remained oblivious to this underlying motive, merely surprised by the invitation. Naturally, due to the mission, he agreed at that moment. He finally remembered what the Blue Castle was. If his memory served him correctly, during this camping trip, Professor Agasa had forgotten to bring the tent. Consequently, they sought a place to rest and entered the nearby Blue Castle. The castle's late owner had claimed to have hidden all his treasures in a specific location, stating that only by solving the riddles he left behind could one uncover them. Li Zili's task was simple: to locate the treasure left by the castle's former master. Without further contemplation, Li Zili hung up and drifted into slumber. The following morning, he first called Megure to request a day off, then hurried to the designated meeting spot with Conan. Upon arrival, Li Zili noticed that the detective boys and Sherry were already in Professor Agasa's car. Upon seeing him, Sherry's eyes widened with surprise, seemingly taken aback by his presence. That moment, Conan was busy introducing Li Zili to Professor Agasa, who welcomed him to the camping trip. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they boarded Professor Agasa's vehicle and set off for the campsite. Upon reaching the site, as they disembarked, Professor Agasa realized he had forgotten to bring the tent. Professor Agasa, did you forget the tent? Conan inquired. Embarrassed, Agasa scratched his chin and nodded. How could you forget the tent? Others chimed in, expressing their dismay. What shall we do without a tent? Perhaps we should venture further to see if we can find a place to rest. In this wilderness, where could we possibly rest? Despite the complaints, the group continued onward. As they walked ahead, Li Zili and Sherry deliberately lagged a few steps behind. Sherry turned to Li Zili and asked, "What brings you here? You seem quite surprised." Li Zili smiled at her. Sherry pouted and said, "You still haven't answered my question. Do you believe it was Conan who invited me?" Li Zili chuckled. "He invited you?" Sherry gave Conan a surprised glance, seeming to find this revelation unexpected. However, due to her lack of knowledge about Li Zili's relationship with Conan, she did not dwell on it that moment. A loud exclamation from Goro broke the tension. "Wow, look over there, a massive castle. Indeed, it is quite large. Let us see if anyone is inside. Hurry." While they marveled, Li Zili had already spotted the castle. It was the Blue Castle. He and Sherry quickened their pace to catch up. Upon reaching the castle's fence, Jinta tossed down his backpack and quickly scaled the fence, with even Professor Agasa unable to intervene in time. Just as Jinta landed inside the castle, a tall, slender man appeared behind him, lifting him off the ground. "Which brat are you? How dare you run around?" He was tall and gaunt, with piercing eyes that gave him a rather sinister appearance. Jinta, frightened by the man's intimidating glare, could only stammer in response. "Greetings. We are here for camping and unfortunately forgot our tent. May we enter to explore the castle?" At that moment, Professor Agasa spoke up. "No, you must leave. This is not a place for you to visit," the tall man shouted at Professor Agasa. Just then, a middle-aged man's voice chimed in. "Who are these individuals?" The tall man turned, astonished. "Lord, I didn't expect visitors today. There shouldn't be any guests today, right?" the man replied. The tall man pointed at Professor Agasa and said, "That foolish-looking man wants me to let them in to tour the castle. Foolish-looking? I am a scientist." Professor Agasa retorted indignantly at a scientist. The man stared at him in surprise, scrutinizing him closely. "You are a scientist?" "Indeed, I am Professor Agasa, a scientist of some repute," Agasa said, stroking his mustache with pride. "In that case, your intellect must surpass ours, I assume," the man remarked, stroking his chin and eyeing Agasa. "Very well, you may enter. By the way, would you care to stay the night?" "Huh?" The tall man turned in shock to his employer, seemingly not expecting such a decision. "But you didn't consult the madam before allowing them in. Is that truly appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Just tell them they are my friends," the man replied nonchalantly. "Besides, given the current situation with my mother-in-law, that should suffice. Really, can you please let me down?" Jinta's voice came as he was still being held aloft by the tall man. All right. Subsequently, Professor Agasa and Li Zili, along with their companions, entered the Blue Castle. Following the tall man as they walked behind him, Goro marveled. Wow, this courtyard is immense, and there are horses too. Indeed, there's a black horse, but why does it only come up to my neck? Guangyan approached the sculpted horses and cast a fleeting glance at them, which sparked a question in his mind. Beside him, Li Zili elucidated. Those are called knights. They are chess pieces from Western chess that in truth. Upon seeing these pieces, Li Zili already comprehended their significance. They were indeed a riddle left by the ancient castle's former master before his demise. Solving this enigma would lead to the treasure. Chess pieces? Bume queried, perplexed. Not merely chess pieces. Observe, the grass beneath them has been meticulously manicured, evidently resembling a chessboard. From a higher vantage point, this whole area resembles a chess game. Conan remarked. Conan is correct. This is indeed a chessboard, concealing the secret of the treasure. There's someone here who enjoys playing chess. Dr. Agasa pondered. This must be a human creation. I wonder who left these chess pieces here. Replied a tall, slender man. Among those present, perhaps only Li Zili was unaware of the purpose behind this chess set. Li Zili, however, had no intention of clarifying it to Dr. Agasa and the others. The skilled man continued. I have heard that this seems to be the last words of the late master 15 years ago, which Mr. Jinzhao has never disobeyed. You mentioned the previous master? Who was that person? He was the second husband of the lady. For Mr. Jinzhao passed away 6 years ago, and Our Lady perished in that great fire 4 years ago. What great fire? The others, except for Li Zili, gasped in astonishment. Look over there. There stands a charred stone tower. That was once the lady's chamber. Years ago, the lady returned to this long-abandoned castle to celebrate the birthday of the First Lady. She arrived here at midnight, but before dawn, the fire erupted. Not only the lady, but the friends she brought along, as well as the butler and servants who had served the First Lady for many years. Over a dozen individuals were consumed by the flames. The slender man's voice was low and somber, as if he still harbored memories of that tragic inferno and those who perished within it. How terrifying! Bume and the others exclaimed and feared at that moment. The slender man continued. Only those like me. Hired not long ago, and the First Lady, who happened to be sleeping in another chamber due to a cold, managed to escape. Additionally, there was also Lord Amon, who arrived slightly earlier. As he spoke, he gestured towards a young man crouched nearby, caressing the sculpted horse. That individual over there is the only son of the lady and Mr. Jinzhao, Megure. Although he returned here a few days before the fire, it is said he had been sent abroad for schooling since childhood. This was the first time I saw him. Since Our Lady remarried abroad, he and Lord Amon have been living in that country. I am unsure why they have chosen to reside in this castle since the fire. To us outsiders, it seems as though they have been bewitched. Speaking of which, they must have faced considerable hardships when they first arrived here. You have no idea what they look like, Dr. Agasa interjected. Not at all. The lady had long since sent back photographs from her remarriage, so everyone is aware of Lord Amon's appearance. As for Garen, just look at him. He bears an uncanny resemblance to the deceased master. As they spoke, the slender man pushed open the grand door of the castle hall, then pointed to a massive portrait hanging on the central wall opposite them. The portrait depicted the deceased master of the castle. Dr. Agasa, upon seeing the painting, exclaimed in surprise, "It is indeed striking. Anyone who looks at it would recognize them as father and son." After saying this, he glanced at the two portraits flanking the main one. And who are the figures in these portraits? Those are Mr. Jinzhao and the lady. Mr. Jinzhao was adopted into the family. The master held great respect for him, as they were both historians, which often made Our Lady quite jealous. She frequently expressed her grievances about Mr. Jinzhao. Just as the slender man finished speaking, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. It was an elderly lady, who remarked, "What a pity. Your father was merely a mouthful of nonsense spouting intellectual." Upon hearing this, the slender man turned around in astonishment, exclaiming, "Madam." Li Zili and the others also turned to regard the speaker. It was an elderly woman in black attire, seated in a wheelchair, adorned with spectacles. The others displayed no particular reaction, but a glimmer of amusement danced in Li Zili's eyes. The elderly lady, oblivious to Li Zili's expression, continued addressing the group. "In truth, your father often heard about such matters. However, rather than being angered, he found them quite amusing. I sincerely apologize." The slender man quickly removed his hat, slightly bowed, and spoke nervously, "For reminding you of those past events. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. I have long grown accustomed to a life without him," the elderly lady remarked, her gaze deep as she fixed upon her husband's portrait. It is akin to the changing designs on banknotes and the dimensions of passports. Initially, it feels unnatural, but over time, one grows indifferent to the peculiarities. Time is indeed a formidable force, regardless of joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. All dissipate with the passage of time. Madam, upon hearing her words, the slender man called out. The elderly lady turned to look at Li Zili, Dr. Agasa, and the others, asking, by the way, who are these individuals? The slender man, appearing somewhat anxious, replied, they are all friends of the master. I hear one of them is a scientist. Gesturing towards Dr. Agasa among the crowd. A scientist? A hint of surprise flickered in the elderly lady's eyes, and she continued, how splendid. I must ask for your assistance in unraveling the mystery of what he buried within this castle. At her words, everyone, except for Li Zili, wore expressions of astonishment. A mystery? What mystery? Dr. Agasa exclaimed in bewilderment. The slender man then explained, it is said that before the master's death, he uttered a statement. Whoever can solve the mystery of this castle shall receive his most treasured treasure. The crowd was taken aback. While Li Zili maintained a calm demeanor, he was already aware of all this, and he understood that the key to unraveling the castle's mystery lay within that chess set. If he wished, he could decipher the riddle and uncover the treasure at that very moment. However, he found no inclination to do so, as it seemed far too mundane, since he was already here. Why not engage in a game with the villain of this narrative and seek out some amusement? At that moment, the elderly lady spoke again. By the way, my daughter has yet to return. Was she not supposed to come back today? She mentioned she would come to celebrate my birthday. After saying this, she began to push her wheelchair in search of her daughter, prompting the slender man to hastily call out, Madam, she has arrived. Let her come to my room. The elderly lady exclaimed, eagerly pushing her wheelchair while exclaiming, I will soon see my daughter. In no time, her figure vanished down the corridor. Dr. Agasa and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Utterly bewildered by the elderly lady's sudden erratic behavior, the slender man, watching her retreating form, sighed and explained, alas, ever since the fire, she has become this way. It seems she suffered an immense shock from that incident. Dr. Agasa remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Zili pursed his lips but opted not to elaborate further. Only Conan, after a moment of contemplation, lifted his gaze to the tall, slender man and inquired, excuse me, uncle, is there a room from which we can clearly see the chess pieces in the yard? At this, Li Zili cast a glance at Conan. The tall man beside him promptly responded, yes, follow me. Shortly thereafter, the group arrived at a spacious room. Upon entering, Conan immediately pushed open the window and peered down at the chess pieces below. His companions, Ayumi and Jinta, also leaned over to look. Wow, what beautiful chess pieces. I can't see them. Please, Jinta, don't push me. While they conversed, Conan continued to observe the chess pieces, jotting down notes. That moment, Kagoro opened another window nearby and exclaimed, ah, you can see the chess pieces from here too. Hearing this, Li Zili approached Kagoro and leaned over to look down. Indeed, from this vantage point, the entire chess set was visible in all its glory. Just then, Conan walked over with his notebook, looked up at him, and asked, Kasakawa brother, what do you think about the treasure mentioned by that butler? After a brief moment of thought, Li Zili realized that Conan was probing him to see if he had made any discoveries regarding the treasure. With a slight smile, he replied, this treasure is quite intriguing. This chess set should be the key to it. Conan's eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling that Li Zili was on the same wavelength as him. He believed that the chess set was a riddle, and once solved, would lead them to the treasure. He promptly handed his drawings to Li Zili and asked, can you decipher the riddle of this chess set? Kasakawa brother, I could indeed solve it. However, if I were to do so now, the ensuing mystery would lose its charm, he thought to himself, yet outwardly he shook his head. Observing this, Conan's eyes flickered with disappointment. But he refrained from saying anything further and stepped aside to ponder the riddle of the chess set. After he left, Sherry approached Li Zili and, in a hushed tone, asked, are you truly unaware? Or are you pretending not to know? What do you think? Li Zili replied with a playful wink before walking away. Sherry rolled her eyes. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake the feeling that Li Zili knew how to unravel the riddle of the chess set. She couldn't help but glance back at his retreating figure. What are you two doing? Just then, Ayumi's startled voice rang out. The others quickly turned to see Jinta hanging precariously outside the window. gripping it tightly with both hands. Kagoro was also holding on to him firmly. The group gasped. Before they could react, Li Zili dashed to the window in a few swift strides and pulled Jinta back inside. That was close, Jinta exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow that he had been terrified, thinking he might fall. Seeing Jinta rescued by Li Zili, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Conan chastised, "You two fools. What were you thinking? That's far too dangerous." After catching his breath, Jinta turned to Li Zili, saying, "Thank you, Kasakawa brother. Please don't be so reckless again." Li Zili smiled. At that moment, Conan emitted a curious sound. He gazed at the wall, pondering. The window was right next to the wall, and the previous room's window was also adjacent to the wall. Where did all this space in between go? As this thought crossed his mind, it struck him like a revelation that he hurriedly began tapping the wall, soon discovering a hollow section. Looking up, he noticed a clock hanging on this hollow wall. A smile crept onto Conan's lips. He then fetched a chair and stacked a few books on it. Next, he climbed up, adjusting the clock's hands while thinking, there have often been secret passages like this. If I align the hands to a specific time, the passage will open. Just as this thought formed, the secret passage suddenly revealed itself. Conan was swallowed by it, disappearing from sight, while the passage restored itself to its original state. The sound of the chair and books crashing to the floor drew the attention of Jinta and the others, who turned back, perplexed. Huh? Where did Conan go? He was just here. Meanwhile, Li Zili regarded the clock with a slight smirk, but chose not to comment. In the corridor, the little detective team huddled together, while Li Zili stood with his hands in his pockets, appearing relaxed. However, the young detectives were visibly anxious. Yumi exclaimed, "What? You mean Conan has vanished? But he was just in that room. How would I know?" Jenna responded, equally baffled. Nearby, Sherry observed Li Zili's nonchalant demeanor and appeared deep in thought. After a moment, she asked him, "Do you know where Conan has gone?" At this, the little detectives turned their gaze toward Li Zili. He certainly knew where Conan had gone, yet he shook his head. For now, Conan was not in any danger. He was merely trapped, and there was no need for concern. "What are you all doing here?" At that moment, Lady Maki, Dr. Agasa, and the tall butler approached. This was Dr. Agasa speaking. "Doctor, Conan has disappeared," Ayumi exclaimed upon seeing Dr. Agasa approaching. "Conan is missing?" Dr. Agasa was taken aback. The tall butler chimed in, "I believe he must have gone to the restroom. It's just one floor down." "Shall we go check?" Lady Maki said, stepping forward. The group made their way to the restroom door on the lower floor. The tall butler opened the door, peered inside, and with a puzzled expression said, "Strange, there's no one inside." The restroom was completely empty. "Are there any other restrooms?" Dr. Agasa inquired. The tall butler glanced at Lady Maki, who explained, "This castle rarely uses the restrooms. There's only this one." Upon hearing this, Jinta quietly joked to Ayumi and the others, "Do you think Conan is hiding somewhere, trying to scare us?" "That's quite possible. That kid can be rather childish," Kagoro remarked, completely forgetting that he was still a child himself. Li Zili, overhearing their conversation, couldn't he help but feel a bit exasperated. Conan was not hiding anywhere. He was currently trapped. Just then, a servant approached Lady Maki and reported, "My lady, dinner is ready." "Understood," Lady Maki replied. Then turned to Li Zili and the others and said, "We have prepared dinner for you as well. Let us go eat together." Upon hearing about dinner, Jinta's eyes lit up. "Ideal rice." Ayumi hesitated, "But we need to find Conan." Lady Maki smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. As soon as Conan gets hungry, he will come out on his own." Upon hearing these words, Bume found herself at a loss for further comment. At the dining table, several owners of the castle, along with Li Zili, Dr. Agasa, and others, were gathered. An array of exquisite dishes and fine wines adorned the table. The young members of the detective team were quite the lively bunch, much to the amusement of Kanmyuamon, who burst into laughter. "Taha, it's rather delightful to have such merriment occasionally." This, Kirin chimed in. "Indeed, ever since my mother passed away in that tragic fire, we have scarcely had any guests." Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa expressed his surprise, saying, "However, I have heard from the servants that the two of you have remained here since that fire. What is the reason for that?" Kanmyuamon and Kirin exchanged glances. Kirin immediately replied with a smile, "I had originally intended to return to live in this castle after graduating from university." Kanmyuamon added, "In the beginning, I stayed here because I was concerned for my mother-in-law, who had lost her only daughter. However, as time passed, I grew increasingly fond of this castle, where my wife was born and raised. This remark. Li Zili scoffed, and before he could voice his thoughts, the elderly lady let out a cold huff. Humph. I suspect your affection lies not with this castle, but with the treasures hidden within it. The children, Yuan Tai and Mitsuhiko, were momentarily taken aback, while Dr. Agasa and Shiri exchanged glances of intrigue. At this juncture, Kamukurin turned to the elderly lady. Grandmother. That's indeed the case. It would be false to say that I am indifferent to my father-in-law's dying wish. Kanmiyu Amon laughed heartily. Humph, I knew it. My daughter was deceived by a man consumed by greed like you. The elderly lady huffed again, turning her wheelchair to face the group, declaring, I shall have my dinner in my room. When my daughter arrives, bring her to me. I must have a serious talk with her. With that, to the astonishment of everyone present, she wheeled herself back into her room. Once she departed, Kamukurin remarked, Grandmother remains unchanged. She always believes my mother is still alive. That is no wonder her memory is failing. Since her foot has pained her for the past decade, she has been confined to this castle without stepping outside. At this point, Kamyu Amon glanced at Dr. Agasa and asked, By the way, has the riddle been solved, Dr. Agasa? Dr. Agasa looked taken aback, his expression seemingly asking, What riddle? Observing his astonishment, Kamyu Amon explained, What? Haven't you heard? My father-in-law's final words before passing stated that if the riddle of this castle is solved, I would bequeath my most precious treasure to him. Dr. Agasa scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he had indeed heard of these dying words, yet he had never contemplated what they entailed. No, he had not even thought about the riddle. That he awkwardly admitted, I've heard about this matter, but I have no idea where to begin. Just then, Li Zili set down his knife and fork, wiped his mouth with his hand, and spoke up. The chess pieces arranged in the courtyard. After successfully capturing everyone's attention, he continued, If the chessboard designed in the courtyard is related to the person who buried the treasure, then the chess pieces must conceal the means to unlock that treasure. The group was taken aback. Is that true? Dr. Agasa leaned closer, lowering his voice. Mr. Kasakawa, is that really the case? Absolutely, Li Zili replied calmly. Kamyu Amon and Kurin exchanged glances, surprised by Li Zili's cleverness, which they had not previously noticed. Kurin immediately asked, Could it be that you already understand the significance of those chess pieces? Upon hearing this, the others looked at Li Zili with eager anticipation. Li Zili casually raised his wine glass and took a sip. After placing the glass down, he remarked, How could I possibly know? You've spent 4 years unraveling the riddle of the chess pieces. How could I solve it so quickly? His words were clearly an attempt to mislead the group, for he wished to prolong the enjoyment of the final revelation. At that moment, the fun was just beginning. Was it not? Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of disappointment, yet they understood. After all, Li Zili was correct. They had spent 4 years without deciphering the riddle, and it was improbable for anyone to solve it suddenly. Just then, a maid approached Boumet, holding a transparent bag, saying, Here, is this bag suitable? Boumet turned to accept the bag, smiling in gratitude. What do you need this bag for? Yuan Tai and Mitsuhiko asked in surprise. I want to hide this bread for Conan. I'm sure he will be hungry when he returns, Boumet explained with a smile. Hearing this, Kamyu Amon looked around and said, By the way, where has that bespectacled boy gone? I haven't seen him since earlier. I planned to look for him closely after we finished eating. Upon hearing Kamyu Amon, Dr. Agasa put down his fork and smiled. This castle actually has quite a few hidden mechanisms. I imagine he has simply gotten lost somewhere. Kamukurin added, Lost, indeed. Let us hope he hasn't wandered into that tower. What tower? Dr. Agasa inquired, perplexed. The tower to the left of this castle, the one where my wife perished in the fire 4 years ago. Now overgrown with weeds, Kamyu Amon explained. He continued, By the way, I recall that a new maid we hired 2 years ago suddenly disappeared one night. Upon inquiry, we learned she had mentioned to a fellow servant that something peculiar must lie within that tower. I immediately went to search for her. Despite signs of her having entered, they could not find her. Subsequently, they enlisted the police, who conducted a search in the nearby woods. Recalling this, he paused. And then, was there any discovery? The group, engrossed in his tale, was startled when he fell silent, prompting Dr. Agasa to press for an answer. 9 days later, we discovered her body in the woods. She had starved to death, Kamyu Amon recalled, his face reflecting memories of the past. The young detective team gasped. Feeling a chill run down their spines, Dr. Agasa exclaimed, "How could this happen?" "I don't know." The police later ruled it as an unfortunate accident. She had gotten lost in the forest and succumbed, he replied. However, at that time, there was a rather peculiar rumor among the servants. It was said that after my wife was burned to death, her restless spirit lingered in that tower, transferring her resentment to the maid. Consequently, we sealed off the entrance to that tower. Upon hearing this, Li Zili scoffed but remained silent. The others felt a shiver down their spines. Just then, Boumet, her voice trembling, said, "If we don't hurry to find Conan, he might starve. Then let us put my bread in as well," she added. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tai and Mitsuhiko placed their bread into the transparent bag held by Boumet. Meanwhile, Kamiyukurin set down his knife and fork, standing up to declare, "If that's the case, why don't we split up and search for him now? Otherwise, it will only grow darker." Everyone seemed to have no objections, although Li Zili was aware that Conan would not be in any immediate danger. He did not voice his dissent against Kamiya Takako's words. Searching for him couldn't hurt. It could merely be regarded as a diversion. Outside, the sky had darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall. The various rooms within the ancient castle were aglow with light. The group gathered around the castle, searching for Conan, with several members of the small detective team loudly calling out his name as they walked. "Conan, where are you? Don't hide. Come out." Soon, the entire courtyard had been thoroughly searched, yet Conan's figure remained elusive at that moment. The tall, slender butler paused, wiped the sweat from his brow, and remarked, "It appears he is not in the courtyard. Furthermore, we have already searched inside the castle and found nothing that as the butler's words echoed. Kamiya Takako and Li Zili emerged from the castle. Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa's eyes flickered with concern as he gazed toward the charred ancient tower on the left side of the castle. Has he truly gone inside the tower? No, he reassured himself. I just checked the entrance, and the lock on the door is intact. No one has tampered with it. Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa and the others sighed in relief. The tall, slender butler continued, "That leaves only the woods." He cast a glance at the forest adjacent to the castle. "The issue is that it's already raining. Venturing into the woods at night could be exceedingly perilous. In my opinion, we should wait until tomorrow to summon the police for a search." After Kamiya Takako spoke, she turned to the others and added, "By the way, you should all come inside. The rain is growing heavier." The small detective team was reluctant to retreat indoors, still eager to find Conan. However, they were persuaded by Sherry, who reassured them, "Don't worry. Conan is not the type to easily fall into trouble. There is no need for your concern." Heeding Sherry's words, the members of the small detective team followed Kamiya Takako back inside. Meanwhile, Li Zili, Dr. Agasa, and Sherry lagged a few steps behind. Dr. Agasa turned to Sherry and said, "Sherry, just as you said, Conan will be fine. Right? They say no news is good news, after all." Upon hearing this, Sherry stopped and turned to face Dr. Agasa, a smirk playing on her lips. "What nonsense are you spouting? Think about it. He has been missing for several hours. He hasn't contacted us at all. Would he be so bored as to make us worry like this? Something must have happened to him. Either he has been captured by someone in this castle and is unable to escape, or he has already met with a fatal end at this." Li Zili cast a sidelong glance at Sherry. "As expected of you. Sherry, you remain astute." Dr. Agasa was taken aback. "Surely not." Sherry remained silent, instead looking at Li Zili. "Do you think I'm wrong? This guy is exceptionally clever. He solved that case so easily last time that he must know something," she continued. "How would Sherry go about asking him?" Dr. Agasa appeared confused. "Are you lacking in self-confidence?" Li Zili asked her with a smile. Before Sherry could respond, Dr. Agasa hurriedly interjected, "So what should we do now? In any case, we must not attract the attention of those here. First, we need to contact the police and have them conduct a thorough investigation. Moreover, we should not merely search the woods but focus on this castle. I believe I have some leads now." As she spoke, she seemed to recall something and looked at Li Zili. "You should have the best means to contact the police. Right?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa looked at Sherry with puzzlement. "Sherry, why do you say that?" "Because he is a police officer." "What? He's a police officer?" Dr. Agasa stared at Li Zili in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation. Just then, Li Zili smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I left my phone behind." Sherry furrowed her brow, glancing at him without speaking. "In that case, let us find a telephone. Surely there is one here." With that, the three began searching the castle for a phone. However, at that very moment, a shadowy figure flitted through the darkness, vanishing from sight. Sherry and Dr. Agasa remained oblivious, but Li Zili paused for a moment, glancing back before continuing on his way. Before long, Dr. Agasa exclaimed, "I found it." Meanwhile, upon hearing Dr. Agasa's voice, Li Zili turned and followed the sound to the corner of the hallway where the telephone was located. Yet, there was no sign of Li Zili maintained a calm demeanor. While Sherry wore a look of confusion, where could the doctor be? I distinctly heard his voice. She glanced around, searching in vain. Perhaps he was carried off by a wolf. Li Zili quipped. You would be the one to be carried off by a wolf. Sherry retorted, rolling her eyes. After giving Li Zili a disdainful look, she approached the landline telephone, picked up the receiver, and began dialing the police station. Hello, is this the police department? May I ask if Officer Megure is available? Just as she was about to continue, a man's voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. What's this? Calling your friend. Sherry turned to find Kamiya Takako approaching. She immediately shook her head. No, I was just finishing up. With that, she replaced the receiver. At that moment, the small detective team appeared at the corner of the hallway. Aoi, looking pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, Hibara, so this is where you are? Where have you all been? Huh, why are only you and Kasakawa here? Where's Dr. Agasa? Aoi glanced around, puzzled by the absence of the doctor. That old man is probably keeping Conan company. Li Zili thought to himself, wasn't he with you? Mitsuko inquired. No, I think he might have gone in search of the castle's treasure. Sherry answered, casting a sidelong glance at Kamiya Takako before they all departed. Late at night, the rain continued to fall. As Sherry lay in bed, she suddenly sat upright, realizing that something must indeed be amiss. She crept quietly out of bed, careful not to wake Aoi, who was sleeping beside her. Then, she stealthily opened the door, preparing to step outside. Just then, Kamiya Takako appeared, pushing an elderly woman in a wheelchair. Grandmother, it's so late. Where do you think you're going? She asked. My daughter has yet to return. I must go fetch her. Leave your mother to us. You should return to your room, Kamiya Takako insisted, turning the wheelchair around and walking away. Once they had gone, Sherry pulled open the door and stepped outside. She walked down the corridor, turning twice before suddenly sensing something and stopping short to peer into the shadows ahead. Who is there? In the darkness, a figure emerged, though she could not discern who it was. At that moment, the figure stepped into the light, and a man's voice rang out, It's me. Upon recognizing him, Sherry relaxed. Oh, it's you. Why wouldn't it be? Li Zili replied with a smile as he stepped closer. How did you know I would come? The way Li Zili carried himself suggested he had been deliberately waiting for her, clearly having anticipated her appearance. If I had to describe it, I would say we have a tacit understanding. Li Zili chuckled. Sherry rolled her eyes, too lazy to engage in conversation. After a moment, she continued, Since you are aware of my arrival, you must also know my intentions. You are worried that Dr. Agasa and the others may be in trouble and wish to find them. Am I correct? Indeed, Sherry replied. Their prolonged absence suggests something must have gone awry. At this juncture, she fixed her gaze on Li Zili. Do you know where they might be? I do not. Li Zili calmly shook his head, displaying an unwavering demeanor while fabricating lies. Sherry cast him a sidelong glance. Remaining silent, presently, the two began to wander through the castle, and before long, the small detective group appeared. Upon seeing them, Sherry sighed in exasperation. What brings you here? I am quite concerned about Conan, Ayumi stated. Dr. Agasa has yet to return. A few of us can assist you in your investigation. After all, 3 heads are better than 1, Jinta chimed in. Precisely, they all grinned broadly. Very well, let them join us, Li Zili said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sherry refrained from further comment. The group then made their way to the very room where Conan had previously vanished. Under the pendulum clock, Sherry addressed Li Zili. Please help me turn the hands of this clock. Hearing this, Li Zili glanced at her. Realizing she possessed some knowledge of the clues, that he promptly ascended a chair and adjusted the clock's hands. Soon, with a dull thud, a large door slowly creaked open before them, revealing a hidden passageway. The young detectives gazed at the concealed path in astonishment. In contrast, Li Zili and Sherry exhibited no expressions, as if they were already aware of the passage's existence. Let us proceed, Sherry declared, leading the way. What is this place? Upon entering the pitch-black corridor, Jinta and the others curiously looked around. Sherry said nothing, but instead switched on her flashlight, illuminating the path ahead. Noticing this, Ayumi remarked, "Isn't that a watch flashlight, Hybra?" "Indeed, this is the watch flashlight Dr. Agasa gifted me." Sherry nodded. "So you possess one as well." "What do you mean?" "Hee, we have one too." Ayumi, Jinta, and the others all activated their watch flashlights. Instantly, a small area was illuminated. Is that so? That will be quite helpful. Let us move on. Sherry smiled, leading Li Zili with the children trailing behind. After traversing the passage for a while and descending some stone steps, Sherry seemed to have made a discovery. The beam of her watch flashlight fell on the ground not far ahead. She approached, crouched down, and collected some fresh red liquid. "What is that?" Hikaru noticed her actions and peered over. "It is blood. Based on its color and the drying state, it must have been spilled not long ago," Sherry explained. Upon hearing this, Li Zili also approached to inspect. Indeed, as Sherry had asserted, the blood had recently been shed. It was likely that Conan had been struck from behind. Li Zili chose not to intervene further. "Impressive, Hybra. You even know this," Ayumi remarked, looking at Sherry. "This is not the time for such discussions. This could very well be Conan's blood." "Do you understand?" Sherry turned her gaze toward Ayumi. "Not just possible. This is Conan's blood," Li Zili added silently in his mind. Ayumi was taken aback, her worry for Conan deepening at that moment. Hikaru began searching nearby and appeared to discover something. He crouched down and said, "Look at this spot. It seems there are some engravings on these steps." Following his gaze, they indeed saw inscriptions carved into the stairs. Li Zili read them aloud one by one. "That person has now assumed my identity, seeking to seize the castle's treasure." The message abruptly halted. Everyone could discern that Hikaru remarked, "It seems the rest was intended to mention treasure." Could these words have been left by Conan? Ayumi speculated. These were not inscribed by Conan. The markings are evidently quite old, not made recently, Li Zili replied coolly. "Then who carved them?" Sherry inquired. Looking at him, Li Zili smiled enigmatically, for he certainly knew the answer but preferred to keep it to himself, as revealing it would diminish the intrigue. Seeing his expression, Sherry regarded him with suspicion, and Hikaru chimed in. "It appears that person, for some unknown reason, did not finish the inscription. He is likely no longer among us." "Not among us?" Ayumi and Jinta gasped in shock. Sherry continued Hikaru's thought. "Indeed, he has passed away. Perhaps he drew his last breath right here." Upon hearing this, Ayumi and the others widened their eyes in terror. However, Sherry paid no heed to their expressions and stood up, hypothesizing. "If I am not mistaken, Conan discovered a body here, and while he was fully engrossed in examining it, someone struck him from behind or stabbed him, which accounts for the bloodstains on the ground." One could assert that Sherry's deduction was largely accurate. It was indeed the case. Truly, she was as astute as ever. Li Zili regarded her with an admiring glance. "Hey, it seems there is something over here." Jinta's voice suddenly rang out. The group hurried over to see Jinta picking up a broken pair of glasses, one side severely damaged. "These are glasses. Whose could they be?" "Look, aren't these Dr. Agasa's glasses?" Hikaru exclaimed, taken aback. How could Dr. Agasa's glasses end up in such a place? Jinta mirrored his astonishment. Not only were they broken, but they also bore traces of blood. Ayumi gasped upon noticing the red liquid on the glasses. Could it be that Dr. Agasa has encountered an incident? Hikaru pondered aloud. Sherry remained silent, turning to leave, and Li Zili casually followed her. Hybara, Kazukawa. As they departed, Hikaru and the other children hurried to catch up. Not long after, they stumbled upon a secret door, which Sherry accidentally triggered, causing it to swing open. Suddenly, the front space emptied, and Hikaru and Ayumi collided with each other. Consequently, Sherry and her companions tumbled out of the secret door. Upon looking around, they found themselves in a corridor. Li Zili had seemingly anticipated the existence of this hidden door, having already halted. Only then did he step out of the passageway, while Sherry and the others had already risen from the ground. Sherry surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "This is precisely where Dr. Agasa vanished earlier. Oddly enough, this door is now locked." At that moment, Hikaru's voice echoed. He was unable to push open the previous secret door. "But Jinta is still inside," Ayumi exclaimed, her face filled with concern. "There is no alternative. We must return to the initial entrance and regroup with him," Sherry stated. Li Zili remained silent, for he was aware that Jinta was not in any danger and that there was no need for alarm. As he observed Sherry and the others preparing to return to the room they had just exited, he silently chuckled, thinking, perhaps that door has been locked by someone. There is no need for us to go back. Shirley glanced back at him, incredulous. What nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone possibly lock the door? Noticing her skepticism, Li Zili merely shrugged, opting not to elaborate further, subsequently standing before the entrance to that room. Guangyan grasped the doorknob, yet found it utterly unyielding. How strange. This door appears to be genuinely locked. No matter how I try, it won't budge. How can this be? It was clearly unlocked just moments ago. Shirley turned to Li Zili, her expression one of astonishment. How did you know the door would be locked? I just guessed, Li Zili replied nonchalantly. This fellow, was he truly just guessing? A look of skepticism spread across Shirley's face. From the very beginning, he had maintained a calm demeanor, as if he possessed some hidden knowledge. Yet, he remained tight-lipped about it. How infuriating. Gray-clad classmate, Mr. Kasakawa, what should we do now? At that moment, Bumei's voice broke through. Upon hearing this, Shirley's thoughts returned to her own situation. After a moment's contemplation, she stated, if I'm not mistaken, someone must have been following us just now. The reason for locking the door was to prevent us from retracing our steps through the original passage. They intended to escape through here, but little did they expect we would fortuitously flee through that door earlier. She turned to Li Zili, seeking his affirmation. Am I correct? Whatever you say is right. He replied casually. Shirley couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just then, Bumei interjected, so, does that mean Yuan Tai is in danger? I fear he may have fallen into the hands of the person following us. It seems inevitable, Shirley responded. Is that true? Bumei and Guangyan exchanged expressions of concern and terror. What should we do now? For the time being, we must search for any other entrances, and we must do so while there is still a chance that those three who vanished might still be alive. Li Zili followed along casually, and before long, they arrived at a spacious room. Wow, what a large room, Bumei exclaimed. Uncle Guerin uses this place as an art studio because he can concentrate on painting here. Let us see if we can find an entrance, she suggested, and the group dispersed to search. Bumei and the others diligently scoured the space for an entrance, while Li Zili languidly admired the artwork that adorned the walls. This prompted a glance of disapproval from Shirley, who remarked, so many newspapers. At that moment, a rustling sound erupted as Bumei accidentally knocked over a stack of newspapers, sending them cascading to the floor. Shirley promptly approached, crouching down to pick up one of the papers. These newspapers appear rather old. They must date back quite some time. As she examined the paper, her expression shifted. This is a report on the fire from 4 years ago, which tragically claimed the lives of 15 individuals. The flames were so intense that they turned bones to ashes. The identification of the remains relied solely on the personal effects they wore. With only one person currently unaccounted for. As she read, Shirley's pupils constricted. She pondered, he must have taken advantage of that fire to switch places with someone. If Li Zili were aware of Shirley's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly give her a thumbs up. Hey, it seems Guangyan has also vanished. Just then, Bumei's voice rang out. Shirley set down the newspaper and, along with Li Zili, made her way over. Indeed, Guangyan was nowhere to be found. Li Zili was not particularly concerned, as he knew where Guangyan had gone. However, Shirley and Bumei were fervently searching for him, and they soon found themselves in the corridor outside. Bumei then gazed at a door at the end of the corridor and said, he couldn't have gone through that door, could he? That's odd. That door leads to the tower that suffered a fire and was supposedly sealed. Bumei had also noticed the door at the end of the hallway, her eyes widening in surprise. Without saying anything, we'll know once we take a look, Li Zili suggested. Shirley turned to him. Do you know what's going on? Li Zili shrugged, remaining silent. Shirley sighed in exasperation. They proceeded through the door, arriving before the charred entrance of the tower. Just as Bumei was about to call out Guangyan's name, Shirley halted her with a hand. Wait. This may be a trap. Allow me to assess the situation inside first. You should hide in the bushes over there. With that, she prepared to enter. However, Li Zili spoke up. I'll go with you. All right, Shirley replied, glancing at him and nodding. I am a bit scared. Bumei's voice echoed from behind them. Shirley paused and turned to her, saying, there's no need to be scared. Just hide if we haven't returned after you count to 300. You should make a run for it. Bumei gasped, unable to respond before Shirley continued. As long as you can escape to the path in the woods, you might just find safety. Gray-clad classmate. Upon hearing this, Bumei called out nervously. You need to be brave, Bumei. You still want to deliver those pastries to Conan, don't you? Without waiting for her to reply, Shirley interjected. Upon hearing this, Baume momentarily fell silent before vigorously nodding. Seeing this, Shirley and Li Zili pushed the door open and stepped into the charred tower. Upon entering, they were greeted by a damp, moldy odor. Though the light was dim, they could make out the scorched walls and the ash-coated floor. Casting a glance at the carefree Li Zili, Shirley asked, "Aren't you afraid? With you by my side, even if something goes awry, it would all be worth it," Li Zili replied, grinning. "Can't you be serious for once?" Shirley rolled her eyes dramatically. This fellow maintained a facade of restraint in front of others, yet once they were alone, he became entirely irreverent. What does being serious even mean? Can it be eaten? Shirley. After a moment, she finally spoke. "Honestly, what do you know? Could you perhaps share it with me? I know nothing except that you will undoubtedly become my wife in the future," Li Zili said with a cheeky grin. Shirley's lips twitched, and she felt an urge to retaliate. But considering she would be no match for him, she refrained. However, she could see that Li Zili certainly knew something, yet he refused to divulge it. As they continued to walk, Shirley suddenly seemed to hear a sound. "Did you hear that?" Li Zili had already recognized it. It was Baume's voice. That little girl had entered the tower. Hadn't they told her to escape? Why had she come back? Shirley felt somewhat exasperated. Nonetheless, she and Li Zili made their way back, quickly reuniting with Baume. Upon seeing her, Shirley complained, "Didn't I tell you? Why didn't you listen? Why didn't you escape?" But knowing that everyone might be in danger, how could I possibly run away? Baume replied, overwhelmed. "Seriously, I'm at a loss with you. Hey, where's Mr. Kasakawa? Why isn't he with you?" At that moment, Baume noticed Li Zili was absent. Her face filled with surprise. Shirley, scanning her surroundings and not spotting Li Zili either, wore a puzzled expression. When had he slipped away? As two individuals stood in a state of astonishment and perplexity. They remained oblivious to the shadowy figure that silently emerged from the darkness, brandishing a stick as it stealthily approached from behind. Suddenly, he raised the stick, poised to strike Shirley upon the head. Just at that moment, a brilliant beam of light unexpectedly illuminated him, causing him to instinctively shield his eyes from the glare and struggle to discern the source of the light. Simultaneously, a faint voice echoed in the vicinity. "Hey, I ask you, that fake old hag, is it truly acceptable to sneakily strike someone with a blunt object?" Startled, Shirley and her companion turned around, gasping in shock. Without hesitation, Shirley quickly grasped Baume's arm, retreating to put distance between themselves and the assailant. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the figure was none other than the Grand Lady of the castle. Both women were utterly astounded at that moment. The Grand Lady hurriedly concealed the stick behind her back. Smiling as she said, "What are you talking about? I merely came to check on them. I did not strike anyone caught red-handed, and yet you still wish to quibble. I truly cannot fathom your thought process," Li Zili remarked as he stepped into the beam of light. The light seemed to pave a radiant path beneath his feet, illuminating his figure brightly. "You took advantage of that fire to alter your appearance to resemble the original Grand Lady. All in pursuit of the treasures hidden within this castle. Am I correct?" The missing former housekeeper, Miss Nishikawa Kaori. As he approached, Li Zili fixed his gaze on the so-called Grand Lady. Upon hearing this, a look of horror flashed in her eyes, and she exclaimed, "How do you know this?" A flicker of realization crossed Shirley's mind. She had previously suspected that someone had exploited the fire to switch identities with another, and it now appeared that her suspicions were validated. Just then, the Grand Lady added, "Could it be that you discovered the corpse in the secret passage?" "Huh. Even if I had not seen that corpse, I would still know that you are an imposter," Li Zili replied nonchalantly. Nishikawa Kaori looked at him, puzzled. Noticing her bewildered expression, Li Zili smiled faintly and said, "A Grand Lady who has resided in this castle for the past decade, without ever leaving for a single trip, could never have noticed the changes in passport regulations at the Immigration Bureau 6 years ago. However, I did not expect you would go to such lengths, undertaking expensive procedures abroad merely to maintain this visage. Since you know so much, then perish." Nishikawa Kaori, initially shocked, contorted her face into a grotesque expression. Her eyes glinting with menace, she raised the stick in her hand and swung it at Li Zili. "Watch out." Shirley and Baume gasped in unison. Yet, Li Zili merely smiled calmly, dismissing the elderly woman entirely. Regardless of whether she was a frail woman or an immensely strong man, she would not stand a chance against Li Zili's superior physique. She swung the stick downwards. Li Zili raised his hand slightly and In an instant, firmly grasped the stick. Then, as her expression shifted dramatically, he delivered a swift kick, sending her flying backwards. She soared 2 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. In that moment, she found herself utterly unable to rise, writhing in pain on the ground. Shirley and Bume stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback by Li Zili's formidable strength. Although Nishikawa was a woman, Li Zili had sent her flying a considerable distance, a feat that was quite alarming and beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Regaining her senses, Shirley cast a curious glance at Li Zili, contemplating how she had not perceived his remarkable prowess before. Meanwhile, Li Zili had already lifted Nishikawa Kaori from the ground, looking at her with a smile as he said, "Oh, I forgot to mention. I am a police officer, therefore, you are under arrest." Upon hearing this, Nishikawa Kaori lowered her head, her face ashen. "Wow, Kazukawa brother, you are amazing," Bume exclaimed, jumping up and applauding Li Zili. Li Zili chuckled, but remained silent. While Shirley approached him, lowering her voice to say, "You still claim to know nothing." Li Zili looked at her, bemused, and replied, "What do I know?" "Ew." Shirley was at a loss for words. After a moment of reflection, she decided against letting such matters frustrate her. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "What do you plan to do with her?" "Of course, I will take her back to the police station. Would you have me leave her here for the night?" Li Zili chuckled. Upon hearing this, Nishikawa Kaori cried out, "No, no. At the very least, let me know where the treasures of this castle are. Otherwise, I shall die in peace." Li Zili turned to look at her. "Is it truly that important to you?" "Yes," Nishikawa Kaori nodded fervently. "Very well. I shall do you the favor of revealing it," Li Zili mused. Upon hearing this, Bume and Shirley widened their eyes in astonishment. "Have you already unraveled the riddle of the chessboard?" "Ha!" Li Zili chuckled, walking as he explained. "Chess is typically denoted using the letters A to H and the numbers 1 to 8. Therefore, viewing the entire chessboard from the knight's perspective is the most accurate orientation. From this vantage point, reading the white queen in order yields egghead. Egghead, referring to someone who only spouts nonsensical intellectualism. Indeed, the answer is the esteemed Lord himself who conceived this password. These words, Shirley and Nishikawa trembled. A glimmer of understanding crossing their faces, Li Zili continued. "Precisely. Next, by following the directions of the Black Queen and rotating the portrait to the right, the entrance to the secret passage will reveal itself." As he spoke, Li Zili approached the portrait of the Lord, turning it to the right. In an instant, with a whoosh, a hidden door swung open, unveiling a secret passage before them. That moment, Nishikawa exclaimed excitedly, "I have served this castle for 20 years, always yearning to know what treasure lies within. Please, allow me to see it. Then I can die in peace. You wish to see? Very well, I shall grant you that." Li Zili replied with a smile, showing little concern. Meanwhile, Shirley appeared anxious, saying, "Are you sure this is wise?" Li Zili glanced at her but did not respond, leading Nishikawa Kaori through the secret passage toward the treasure's location. Bume and Shirley hurriedly followed. Upon their arrival, they beheld a glowing door. Li Zili halted and said to Nishikawa, "The treasure lies beyond this door. Go on and see for yourself." With that, he released her. A flicker of disbelief crossed Nishikawa's eyes, seemingly astonished that Li Zili would act so. Yet, with the treasure ahead, she had no time for further thoughts and eagerly pushed open the glowing door. As she stepped through, her excitement transformed into a frozen expression upon seeing what lay beyond. She murmured, "Impossible, impossible." Shirley and Bume also beheld the sight. As the door swung wide, a brilliant light poured forth, revealing a breathtaking sunset scene. "How can this be? Where is the treasure?" Nishikawa Kaori was left despondent. Shirley and Bume shared her confusion. Sensing their bewilderment, Li Zili chuckled, "Treasure? Does it not say so on the door?" At this, Nishikawa Kaori gathered her wits and gazed at the door, her eyes glazing over. Li Zili then recited the inscription aloud. "I wish to bestow this castle and this magnificent view upon the first person to find this place." Sichuan Kue Mei was overwhelmed with despair, tears streaming down her face, unable to fathom that she had taken so many lives, all for this. Had she truly disfigured her own face to resemble that of an old woman for this? As she spoke, she fell to her knees, weeping profusely. Blame yourself for being so foolish. However, for the old lord of the castle, this sunset view was indeed a treasure he possessed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 10 free attribute points to AT that moment. The system's voice echoed in his mind. A flicker of joy passed through Li Zili's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he allocated 4 points to intelligence and 6 points to agility. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through his body and mind, akin to drinking a cool, sweet beverage. Even the attributes panel underwent a transformation. Host, Li Zili intelligence, 87 stamina, 90 agility, 74 skills. Hacker, beginner. Disguise, god-level marksmanship. You are a sharpshooter. Any firearm in your hands can perform 108 tricks. Voice modulation, photographic memory very well. Observing the changes in the attributes panel, Li Zili nodded in satisfaction. He had made progress once more. Subsequently, he forced Sichuan Kuei Mei out through the secret passage. Upon reaching outside the tower, Mei seemed to recall something and hurriedly addressed Li Zili. Brother Chaochuan, what about Conan and the others? I am really worried about them. Are they? They are safe and sound. You need not worry, Li Zili reassured her. How do you know? Sherry glanced at him, but Li Zili merely smiled and remained silent. Sherry rolled her eyes, finding herself somewhat irritated by Li Zili's demeanor. Soon after arriving at the castle, Conan and Hikaru appeared. You must have been locked up. How did you manage to get out? Sherry asked, somewhat astonished upon seeing them. Conan smiled, thanks to Hikaru this time. He utilized the tracking feature on my glasses, along with the signal emitted from the detective badge worn by Professor Agasa, to find me, and hinted at it. Turned out that Hikaru had gone missing initially because he had discovered Conan's glasses in the secret passage. After finishing his explanation, Conan quickly added, I have already begun to piece together some clues regarding the treasure in this castle. Before he could finish, Sherry pointed at Li Zili and interjected, he has already solved the riddle and identified the mastermind behind this incident. Upon saying this, she glanced at Sichuan, who was being held by Li Zili. Conan was taken aback. Coming to his senses, he forced a wry smile, realizing that Chaochuan was indeed formidable. It was no surprise that he deciphered the riddle of the castle. However, Hikaru and Professor Agasa appeared utterly astonished, seemingly not expecting Li Zili to be so capable. They all turned their attention to Sichuan Kuei Mei, and then Professor Agasa addressed Sherry. Little AI, what is going on? Can you explain it to us? Doctor, let me tell you, Brother Chaochuan is truly impressive this time. Before Sherry could speak, Mei eagerly chimed in, chattering about the events that had transpired, after everyone listened. Aside from Conan, the others widened their eyes, regarding Li Zili with newfound respect. This handsome fellow is extraordinary. An hour later, Megure J-san arrived at the castle with his team. Upon seeing Li Zili, he expressed his surprise. Brother Chaochuan, so you came here instead of taking leave. Officer Megure, this is the criminal. I hand her over to you, Li Zili said as he pushed Sichuan Kuei Mei forward. Before long, she was escorted into a police car by 2 officers. You managed to solve a case during your break. Impressive, truly worthy of being a great detective. After Sichuan was taken away, Megure J-san gave Li Zili a thumbs up in admiration. Officer Megure praised him, to which Li Zili humbly smiled, not placing much importance on it. He glanced around at his colleagues, surprisingly not spotting Sato Mawako anywhere. She wouldn't have run into trouble. Would she? What are you looking at? Noticing Li Zili's distracted gaze, Megure J-san questioned him curiously. Nothing, Li Zili replied. Officer Megure, is there anything else? Shall we leave? Subsequently, they all departed. Just before leaving, Sherry turned back and cast a deep glance at Li Zili. Since he was the one who solved the case, he needed to go to the police station to clarify some matters, as he was the most informed about the process. This also marked the end of his leisure time. Upon returning to the police headquarters, after a busy day until the afternoon, Li Zili finally wrapped up his tasks. Meanwhile, Sato Mawako had been absent all day. She only made her appearance now, spotting him. Sato Mawako approached with a blue water cup, smiling. Great detective. I heard you solved another case during your day off? Is that true? I wasn't aware of it. Li Zili feigned confusion. Don't pretend. It has been all over the police headquarters. Who doesn't know? Only you are still acting oblivious. Sato Mawako bluntly called him out. Li Zili chuckled, but remained silent. Sato Mawako moved closer, nudging his arm playfully. Care to share details about this case? What is there to say? Li Zili replied casually. But you, missing all day? Only just now appearing. You weren't off on a date with some handsome fellow, were you? Oh yes, someone much more handsome than you. He is exceptional in every way, she retorted. In that case, you two should get married. You, Sato Mawako fumed. Initially, she intended to gauge Li Zili's reaction with her remarks. But his retort was infuriating. With a huff, she declared, "Humph, tomorrow, we'll get married. Sounds good, Officer Big Shot. I'll be waiting for your wedding feast." Though he said this, Li Zili secretly chuckled. "You think you can still put on airs in front of me? You still have a long way to go? Humph, who said I would invite you to the feast? Your skin is rather thick." Sato Mawako felt irritated, huffing again. "Tisich, if you're not inviting me, I wouldn't want to eat it anyway." Sato Mawako was so annoyed her breathing became uneven. Taking a deep breath, she thought to herself that it was pointless to argue with this stubborn guy, as it would only lead to frustration. With that, she calmed down somewhat and continued, "Honestly, do you know what I was doing today?" "What?" Li Zili looked at her. "I was tracking a group of suspects," Sato Mawako explained. "A few days ago, a report came in alleging that a group was planning a significant crime. Officer Megure heard it and instructed me to follow them." "What major crime?" "I don't know. The person who reported it said they were unaware as well." Li Zili pondered, unable to deduce what significant crime it might be. As the information was too scant to form a conclusion, that he speculated, could it be a false report? Such situations weren't unheard of. There were always individuals with nothing better to do who liked to file false reports. Officer Megure and I had our doubts, but he decided to have me track them just in case. "What if it turns out to be real, right?" Sato Mawako stated. "That makes sense," Li Zili nodded. Officer Megure's caution was not misplaced. After all, it's better to be safe than sorry, isn't it? If that group intended to commit a crime, and no one intervened, it would indeed be a grave situation. Subsequently, the two engaged in casual conversation. Miyako Sato had just returned to her seat. After work, Zili hurried back to his rented apartment. As he approached the entrance of his building, a voice suddenly called out from behind. "Kusakawa." Zili halted and turned around, a smile breaking across his face. The person was Vermouth, the captivating beauty, gracefully making her way towards him. As she drew closer, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. "Sister Bay, have you been grocery shopping?" Zili inquired, noticing the 2 bags she was carrying, as if she had just returned from the supermarket. "Indeed, you haven't eaten yet, have you? How about we dine together?" At this, Vermouth chuckled. "However, you must assist me with the cooking." "Not a problem," Zili replied with a grin. They were already quite familiar with each other, and sharing a meal was entirely unremarkable. Besides, who could refuse such an enchanting lady's invitation? Thus, they chatted and laughed their way upstairs. Upon reaching Vermouth's doorstep, she produced her key, inserted it into the lock, and opened the door. She then gestured for Zili to enter. This was his first time in Vermouth's abode, and he couldn't help but survey his surroundings. The layout was quite similar to his own, yet it appeared far more pristine and illuminated. The air was infused with a distinctly feminine fragrance. At that moment, Vermouth's voice broke the silence. "Make yourself comfortable. I will place the groceries in the refrigerator." As she spoke, she walked toward the fridge. Zili nodded and replied, "No need to be formal." When Vermouth entered the kitchen with the groceries, Zili followed suit. Moments later, the sounds of chopping echoed from the kitchen. Before long, Vermouth emerged, carrying a dish in one hand. "This is the last dish," she announced, while Zili followed closely behind, holding a bowl of soup. It was a classic spread of 2 dishes and a soup. "Come, let us eat together," she beckoned. "All right," Zili agreed. They took their seats and opened a bottle of red wine. Engaging in lively conversation as they dined, the atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. Suddenly, Zili posed a question. "Sister Bay, as a foreigner, what brings you to live here alone? Isn't this place unsuitable? You've even encountered a handsome fellow like me." Vermouth took a sip of her wine, her smile playful. "Are you flirting with me, Sister Bay?" Zili asked, gazing into her eyes. "Indeed, I am." "What of it?" Vermouth replied, playfully tossing her golden hair. "Are you not afraid I might take advantage of you?" She teased. "Let's see if you have the audacity." She laughed, that moment. Zili leaned forward as if to kiss her. Vermouth maintained her composure, smiling playfully at him. He halted, chuckling. "Sister Bay, you are formidable at this close proximity." He could detect a delightful fragrance emanating from her. He contemplated inhaling deeply, yet restrained himself. Noticing this, Vermouth narrowed her eyes and smiled. Just as Zili prepared to retreat, he inadvertently slipped, tumbling into Vermouth's embrace. Their lips met unexpectedly, leaving them both momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, Vermouth regained her composure, gently pushing Zili back a few steps. Her expression unperturbed. "I didn't realize you were so mischievous," she remarked, her tone lighthearted. Zili had intended to apologize, but seeing her amusement made him smile instead. "Sister Bay, I could be even worse. Would you care to find out?" "Bring it on," she challenged, though he ultimately refrained from pursuing further. Once they resumed their seats, their laughter and conversation resumed as if nothing had transpired. However, a keen observer might notice a glimmer of something unusual in Vermouth's gaze directed at Zili. After their meal, Zili bid farewell to Vermouth and returned to his own home. Later that evening, around 11 p.m., as he lay in bed engrossed in his phone, he was suddenly startled by a commotion from the neighboring apartment. He sat up, peering through the wall towards Vermouth's side. After some contemplation, Zili donned his outerwear and stepped out of his room. Through the crack of the door, he caught sight of Vermouth, clad in black, exiting her apartment with a small bag in hand. Curiosity piqued. He wondered where she could possibly be heading at such a late hour. Could it be related to some clandestine organization? Intrigued, Zili decided to follow her. He quietly closed his door and stealthily trailed behind her, his agile movements ensuring she remained unaware of his presence. Thus, they traversed the shadowy streets of the city, Zili trailing closely behind. Gradually, he noticed Vermouth had arrived at a dimly lit, desolate alley, devoid of any passers-by. Eventually, she entered a bar situated at the end of the street. After a moment's thought, Zili altered his appearance to resemble a middle-aged man and followed her into the bar. Inside, the establishment was sparsely populated, patrons scattered in small groups. Upon entering, Zili spotted Vermouth seated with a man dressed in black. To his surprise, the man was Gin. It was rather unexpected for Vermouth to meet with Jin at such an hour. Zili felt a tinge of astonishment. He then feigned the demeanor of a casual patron and took a seat near them. During this process, both Jin and Vermouth glanced in his direction, but, evidently failing to recognize him, quickly returned to their conversation. Shortly after taking his seat, a bartender approached Zili, inquiring about his order. He requested a cocktail and settled in, sipping his drink while eavesdropping on Vermouth and Jin's discussion. Moments later, Vermouth and Jin rose to leave. Due to the bar's ambient noise, Zili could only catch fragmented snippets of their conversation. "Gold coin, Westport. You and..." It was all he could discern. Zili pondered deeply about the mention of the gold coin, but could not connect the dots. It was not surprising. Perhaps his presence here had caused a ripple effect, resulting in a deviation from the original narrative. It was possible that the original author had simply not included these details. In summary, Li Zili was unconcerned about these matters, given the occurrence of such events. He felt compelled to investigate further, particularly upon hearing the mention of gold coins. Coincidentally, he was in need of funds to purchase a vehicle. However, despite his interest in this affair, he was only aware of one location and had no knowledge of the timing. After some contemplation, Li Zili resolved to lurk at the West Jia harbor at dusk the following day, or alternatively, to shadow Belmode throughout the day. After all, Belmode would surely be heading there. With his decision made, Li Zili did not linger in the bar and quickly departed. The next day, Li Zili took a leave of absence from his duties with Mu Shursan and spent the entire day trailing Belmode. During daylight hours, Belmode engaged in trivial activities. It was not until 11 p.m. that she stepped out with a bag in hand. Li Zili's instincts hinted that this outing was of particular significance, prompting him to stealthily follow her. Soon, he observed her entering a taxi. Without hesitation, Li Zili hailed another taxi to pursue her. After approximately an hour, Belmode arrived at West Jia harbor. Upon disembarking, she proceeded in a specific direction. Li Zili quickly disguised himself as a lean middle-aged man before continuing his pursuit. It wasn't long before he saw Belmode approaching the harbor. He peered ahead and noticed a large vessel that appeared to be a smuggling ship, with numerous figures clad in black unloading large crates. Several sizable boxes had already been stacked nearby. Moreover, Li Zili caught sight of gin and vodka, to which Belmode was headed. Observing this situation, Li Zili speculated that it seemed a dark organization had secretly transported the gold coins into the country, intending for individuals like Jin to receive them. However, he was left pondering the true purpose behind the organization's clandestine shipment of these coins. After a moment's reflection, he decided not to dwell on it. All he needed was to seize some gold coins, without concern for the greater picture. Yet, a dilemma loomed. With Jin, Belmode, and several other figures in black present. How could he possibly acquire some coins under their watchful gaze? This appeared to be a formidable challenge. After contemplating for a while, Li Zili found himself without a viable solution. Would he simply rush in and seize them? That would indeed be a foolish move. Not only would gin and vodka likely be armed, but the sheer number of individuals present meant he could not prevail against them alone. Despite his commendable stamina, he was not invincible. What to do? He pondered it that moment. He suddenly noticed movement in the shadows, and, upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated. FBI agents. A question arose in his mind. What were FBI agents doing here? Reflecting on it, he couldn't help but focus on Belmode. In the original narrative, Belmode had often betrayed the dark organization. Could this time be no different? The more he considered, the more plausible it seemed. Never mind, he thought. The presence of the FBI here might actually benefit him. A smile crept across Li Zili's face. The murkier the waters, the better for him to fish amidst the chaos. Soon thereafter, he observed the FBI agents stealthily encircling Jin and the others. However, Jin proved to be too astute. Before the FBI could close the distance, he had already sensed their presence and shouted, "Run!" Upon being discovered, the FBI agents revealed themselves. What followed was a fierce exchange of gunfire. Amidst the turmoil, as the two sides clashed, Li Zili stealthily made his way to the large crates. With the focus of attention diverted, he managed to approach the boxes with ease. Opening one of the large crates, he was greeted by a dazzling sight: abundant gold coins. Gleaming brightly, a critical question arose in his mind. How could he possibly transport such a vast amount of gold? If he were to carry it all, it would be utterly exhausting. Glancing around, he noticed a large truck nearby, presumably used by Jin and the others to load these crates. Notably, 2 large boxes had already been loaded onto it. A grin spread across his face. This was his opportunity. As the two sides continued their fierce battle, Li Zili swiftly began loading the crates onto the truck. Just as he placed the final crate onto the vehicle, a voice erupted from the crowd. "Ah, that guy is taking our stuff." At this proclamation, all eyes turned toward Li Zili. "Retreat," he shouted, quickly tossing the crates onto the truck before jumping into the driver's seat. With a roar of the engine, he pressed the accelerator, and the truck surged forward with a thunderous roar. The FBI and Jin's crew were left dumbfounded. In the midst of their life and death struggle, they found the gold had been whisked away by another. Vodka could not contain his expletives. "Damn it! Chase him down, everyone!" Jin was the first to react, jumping into his vehicle, closely followed by Vodka. Their car sped off in pursuit of Li Zili's truck. Before long, Jin's crew was in their vehicles, hot on Li Zili's trail. As they sped away, an FBI agent inquired, "Should we pursue?" The operations leader replied decisively, "Yes, we cannot let this slip away now." Thus, the FBI agents also joined the chase. On a wide highway, a dramatic pursuit unfolded, with Li Zili leading the charge in the truck, closely followed by a fleet of cars in hot pursuit. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Li Zili was taken aback by the sheer audacity of his actions. Not only had he stolen gold from a dark organization, but he had also outmaneuvered the FBI. In this world, few would dare to undertake such a risk. Only he had the audacity. Yet, Li Zili felt a surge of confidence. Let it be madness, he was prepared. After all, he possessed both disguise and voice-altering techniques. What was there to fear? As long as he could escape their clutches, who would ever be able to locate him again? However, the most crucial matter at present is to escape from their clutches. The very thought of fleeing prompted Li Zili to accelerate immediately, and in an instant, the massive truck surged forward, creating a distance between itself and the pursuing black Porsche. Soon, they approached a bridge. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the truck, sending sparks flying. Li Zili was startled and quickly glanced in the rearview mirror. The one who fired the first shot was Jin. His head protruded from the window, a handgun in hand, aimed directly at this direction, smoke still curling from the muzzle, a clear indication that he had just discharged his weapon. With the sound of that resounding gunshot echoing through the air, chaos erupted on the road. It was as if startled squirrels had taken flight. Some drivers immediately slammed on their brakes, faces filled with fear, while others hastened their speed. Vehicles collided amid the cacophony of honking and screams, creating a scene of utter disarray. Yet, in the face of this turmoil, Li Zili remained unperturbed. In truth, he had little time to concern himself with the external chaos, for Jin was relentlessly pursuing him. As Li Zili maneuvered through the chaotic streets, he forged ahead, covering approximately 100 meters. Suddenly, two more gunshots rang out. Jin had fired again. Li Zili swerved his vehicle, causing the bullets to strike the doors, sending sparks flying. Subsequently, he stole a glance in the rearview mirror. Besides Jin, who was in the lead, numerous vehicles had joined the chase. Members of the Dark Organization and the FBI were all intent on capturing him. Damn it. I've stirred up a hornet's nest. I need to shake them off quickly, Li Zili cursed. Despite the tension of the situation, he remained calm, contemplating how to elude Jin and his cohort. After a moment's reflection, a smirk crept onto Li Zili's lips as he murmured, "I've got it." He then retrieved his phone and swiftly navigated to Officer Mu's contact. Pressing the call button, he soon connected with Mu Shursan. The booming voice of Mu Shursan resonated from the other end. "Chao Chuan, what brings you to call me?" Li Zili had no time for idle chit-chat. He replied directly, "Officer Mu, I've discovered a shooting incident taking place on the streets." Yes, the address is good. You need to come over with your team immediately." After hanging up, a hint of a smile appeared in Li Zili's eyes. Although he had reported the incident to Mu Shursan, he refrained from mentioning that he had stolen Jin's gold. He merely informed him of the shooting, by the time Mu Shursan and his team arrived, he could take advantage of the ensuing chaos to escape. Of course, this depended on whether he could wait for Mu Shursan to arrive. Just then, a gunshot jolted Li Zili back to reality. He immediately pressed the accelerator, narrowly dodging the bullet. He then sped across the bridge, swiftly turning south at an intersection. In the Porsche, Jin wore a grim expression as he reloaded his gun. This revolver held only 6 bullets. Once empty, it required reloading, but Jin had plenty of ammunition on hand. Just as Jin finished reloading, Vodka, who was driving, inquired, "Brother, where do you think he came from? He doesn't seem to be affiliated with those we just encountered. Whoever he is, he must not be spared for daring to do this." Jin replied coldly, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "He's courting death by stealing from our organization," Vodka remarked with a stern expression. Jin remained silent, his thoughts consumed by the question of the man's origins. How did he know our gold was landing there? "Brother, once we find him, we'll make him wish he were never born. So he understands the consequences of crossing us." Vodka's words snapped Jin back to the present. "Less talk, focus on driving," Jin replied indifferently. "Understood," Vodka responded, concentrating on the pursuit of Li Zili. During their conversation, Li Zili had managed to create a distance of several hundred meters between them. Unbeknownst to him, Vodka accelerated his speed. Meanwhile, James Blake, the head of the FBI operation, furrowed his brow as he observed Li Zili's truck. An FBI agent beside him remarked, "Sir, we finally obtained a lead that a shipment of gold from the Dark Organization would arrive tonight. We thought we could intercept it, but unexpectedly, a wild card has appeared. Who exactly is that guy? He has quite the nerve to snatch food from our mouths and the Dark Organization's," Blake mused. "I want to know who he is too," he added, his brow furrowed. "This person dared to steal that shipment of gold. His background must be significant. Could he be affiliated with a third-party force?" While this was a possibility, it was equally plausible that he acted alone. In any case, it was difficult to draw a conclusion at this time. Lowering his head in contemplation for a moment, Blake raised it again to say, "Regardless, we must capture him." "Understood," the agent replied, falling silent as he focused on driving. Half an hour later, Li Zili had sped through numerous streets. Several times Jin had nearly caught up with him. But fortunately, Li Zili's speed allowed him to evade capture. Suddenly, 3 more gunshots rang in his ears. Without a moment's hesitation, he swerved to the side. Almost immediately, he heard the sound of impact, and several bullet holes appeared in his vehicle. In the rearview mirror, he saw Jin closing in, almost a line parallel to him. Realizing the danger, Li Zili quickly accelerated. If Jin managed to align parallel with him, it would spell trouble, especially with a firearm in the enemy's hands. After increasing his speed, Li Zili managed to widen the gap again. After zipping through 2 more streets, a smile finally broke across his face, and he let out a quiet sigh of relief. He could hear the distant sound of police sirens growing closer. Mu Shursan had arrived. Sure enough, it was long before a police car appeared around a corner, followed by several more. Li Zili couldn't help but smile. In stark contrast, the FBI agents frowned. The agent driving beside James Blake said, "Sir, the police are here. What should we do?" After pondering for a moment, Blake replied, "It's not wise to confront them now. We should withdraw. Withdraw? What about the gold? The agent's heart raced at the thought that it's better for the gold to be in that man's hands than in the dark organizations, that we needn't worry too much. Let's retreat. Blake stated. Understood. With that, the FBI agents quickly withdrew on the other side. Upon seeing the police cars, Vodka's expression changed, and he turned to Jin, saying, "Brother, the police are here. What should we do?" Jin's brow furrowed as well. After all, their organization thrived in the shadows. If they were exposed to the police now, it would be disastrous. Yet, should they retreat? For a moment, Jin found himself at an impasse. "Brother, make a decision quickly. The police are almost upon us." Vodka urged, his grip on the steering wheel tightening. After a few moments of silence, Jin glanced at Li Zili's truck one last time and coldly commanded, "Withdraw." Understood. Upon hearing these words, Vodka immediately led his men away. Meanwhile, Li Zili was driving, steering clear of the police car as he turned onto another street. Inside the police car, upon witnessing the retreating vehicles, Takagi turned to Megure Jusasuk and inquired, "Officer Megure, they have fled. What should we do?" Observing the scattered vehicles resembling birds taking flight, Megure Jusasuk furrowed his brow and replied, "Follow me to pursue that black Porsche. The rest of you, pursue the other vehicles, regardless of who they are. Ensure they are intercepted." Understood, Takagi responded, promptly taking out his radio to relay the orders. He then followed Megure Jusasuk in pursuit of Jin's vehicle. After a while, Li Zili noticed in his rearview mirror that two police cars were closing in from behind. A smile crept onto his face. The situation had undoubtedly improved significantly. With merely two police cars tailing him, all he needed to do was shake them off for this operation to be deemed a success. As for stopping to meet them, absolutely not. He had no intention of surrendering the gold he had painstakingly acquired to the authorities. Shaking off those two police cars would be far simpler than evading Jin and the FBI. As Li Zili gazed at the two police cars in his rearview mirror, he smiled at that moment. A loudspeaker from the pursuing police car blared. Hearing that sound, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Zili's eyes. Sato. Indeed, the voice belonged to Sato Mawako. He had not anticipated such a coincidence, that it would be Sato Mawako pursuing him. Chuckling softly, Li Zili had no intention of complying. Instead, he pressed the accelerator and increased his speed, causing the truck to surge forward. Meanwhile, upon seeing the truck accelerate after her shout, Sato Mawako furrowed her brows in frustration and shouted, "You little brat, how dare you speed up? Just wait until I catch you." With that, she floored the gas pedal, closing the distance to Li Zili. Soon, another police car belonging to her colleague was left in the dust. After a short while, her colleague was entirely out of the picture. At this point, only Sato Mawako remained in pursuit of Li Zili. The two engaged in a rapid game of chase, weaving through the streets, often narrowly avoiding oncoming vehicles. Throughout this chase, Sato Mawako incessantly used her loudspeaker, attempting to command Li Zili to stop. Yet, Li Zili had no intention of heeding her. This infuriated Sato Mawako, who silently vowed to apprehend the driver of the truck ahead. Thus, she remained relentless in her pursuit of Li Zili. In this moment, Li Zili found himself somewhat speechless. This girl, Sato Mawako, was undeniably tenacious. Her relentless pursuit made it impossible for him to shake her off, regardless of how fast he drove. Unbeknownst to them, they had left the bustling city behind and entered a more desolate suburban area. After driving for a while, the streets became increasingly devoid of vehicles. At this juncture, Li Zili was utterly astounded by Sato Mawako's dedication. He had never encountered a woman so resolutely determined. She had chased him all the way to the suburbs. It was quite remarkable that it seemed this woman was truly unwilling to relent until she had caught him. With a sigh, Li Zili contemplated his options. Eventually, he decided to pull the truck over to the side of the road. In the rearview mirror, Sato Mawako, upon seeing the truck stop, accelerated to catch up. Gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "You little brat, you finally decided to stop. I want to see who you really are." Subsequently, she parked her car behind the truck and stepped out, drawing her firearm. It was prudent to be cautious about who was inside the vehicle. Approaching the truck's door, Sato Mawako struck the door twice with her gun, commanding, "Get out." In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a slender middle-aged man in a suit with an unremarkable appearance. His expression was somewhat peculiar. Despite being confronted with a gun, he remained remarkably composed, his gaze steady. Sato Mawako thought to herself that this man was no extraordinary figure. However, Maintaining such calmness in this situation was commendable. Despite this, her tone was anything but tranquil as she ordered, "Get out quickly." Li Zili said nothing and stepped out of the vehicle, facing Sadamawako. "Why did you run?" she interrogated. "Officer, you were chasing me. How could I not flee?" Li Zili shrugged, fully aware that Sadamawako had yet to recognize him. That it was to be expected. His altered appearance made it difficult for anyone, even Sadamawako, to identify him easily. "If you hadn't done anything wrong, why would I chase you? What wrong have I committed?" Sadamawako faltered. "Officer, you see, I haven't committed any wrongdoing. I'm merely a law-abiding citizen. Could you let me go?" Upon witnessing her demeanor, Li Zili struggled to suppress a laugh. At a law-abiding citizen. Sadamawako shot him a skeptical glance. A law-abiding citizen would flee from the police? A law-abiding citizen wouldn't engage in a gunfight on the street. "Speak up. Who are you? And what crime have you committed? Let me clarify. I am a good person." This, Sadamawako scoffed. And Li Zili continued. "What happened on the street was a misunderstanding. They mistook me for someone else. It has nothing to do with me." "Humph. Do you think I would believe that?" Sadamawako coldly huffed. "Mistaken identity? Such a thing is hardly believable. That's a tale for children, and even they wouldn't buy it." Sadamawako said with a steely voice, "Speak the truth quickly, or don't blame me for being unkind." "Officer, I am speaking the truth," Li Zili replied, exasperated. What truth did she expect him to reveal? Should he tell Sadamawako? I stole gold from a dark organization, and now I am being pursued by both them and the FBI." If he were to say that, he might as well be signing his own death warrant. "Nonsense. I do not lie," he retorted. "You?" Sadamawako glared at him, astonished at his audacity. She had never encountered someone so brazen. Even in the face of arrest, he dared to retort, taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. She stated, "Since you refuse to cooperate, you'll be coming with me to the station." With that, she produced a pair of handcuffs from behind her. Seeing this, Li Zili forced a bitter smile and remarked, "Officer, must you be so serious? If we reach the station, it will be over for me." He could not allow himself to be taken back to the police headquarters by Sadamawako. "Do you think I'm joking?" Sadamawako glared at him, stepping forward to cuff his hands. Realizing that Sadamawako was serious about putting him in handcuffs, Li Zili felt a sense of helplessness. Why was this girl so earnest? It seemed that if he did not take action, he would indeed be taken back to the station. After contemplating for a moment, Li Zili made up his mind, just as Sadamawako reached out with the handcuffs. He suddenly called out, "Mawako, it's me. That was the place I had in mind. It's secluded and should serve as a safe haven for the gold." That glanced at the dilapidated warehouse, its weathered exterior betraying years of neglect. "Are you certain this is secure enough?" he inquired, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. "Absolutely," replied with confidence. "No one would suspect a thing here. It's the perfect cover." As they approached the entrance, a sense of urgency filled the air. Couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, the weight of their clandestine operation pressing heavily upon him. Once inside, the shadows enveloped them, and the musty scent of old wood and rusted metal permeated the atmosphere. "Let's get to work," he said, determination etched across his features. Together, they began to stow away the gold, their movements swift and deliberate. Each piece they concealed felt like a step deeper into a world fraught with danger and intrigue. "Do you think they'll come after us?" asked, her voice barely above a whisper, eyes darting around the dimly lit space. "Perhaps," mused, his mind racing with possibilities, "but we must remain vigilant. The moment we let our guard down is when we become vulnerable." As they finished their task, a palpable tension lingered between them, an unspoken acknowledgement of the risks they were undertaking. "Thank you for trusting me with this," finally said, his gaze locking onto hers. "Of course," replied, a faint smile breaking through her earlier apprehension. "We're in this together." After all, with their secret secured, they stepped back into the world outside, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them, side by side.